The young man, clearly a martial arts prodigy, was overjoyed at securing a sparring partner position that paid less than 3,000. It all began when he applied to the Chaoyang Martial Arts School. During the interview, when asked by the interviewer, Li Lei, about his reasons for practicing martial arts, Shen Shu candidly revealed his true motives: to earn a living and enjoy the free herbal baths. Li Lei's mouth twitched at this response, and he looked at the tall, delicate-looking young man with a hint of reproach in his voice. Don't you have a deep reverence for martial arts? Aren't you willing to pursue the martial path with unwavering determination? Shen Shu was taken aback. Seeing the hopeful and expectant look in Li Lei's eyes, he pondered for a moment before replying. I'm just here to apply for a sparring partner position. Isn't it a bit much to risk my life for it? With that, he stood up, ready to leave. As someone who had reincarnated, he had died in his previous life due to the grueling overtime culture. Being a sparring partner wasn't worth it, not even at a clever martial arts school, unless they offered more money. Seeing Shen Shu about to leave, Li Lei panicked. This approach of adding value wasn't working. The last sparring partner didn't last 3 days before quitting. If he couldn't recruit someone today, he'd miss out on his nearly $10,000 herbal baths this month. Wait! Li Lei quickly called out. You're hired. A martial artist needs someone like you who is grounded. 3,000 federal credits a month, with meals and lodging covered, plus 1 basic herbal bath. Shen Shu paused to think, suddenly realizing he had the upper hand. That was the previous offer, he said, holding up 5 fingers. 5,000 meals only. If I don't stay, you can deduct 500. Li Lei silently cursed his luck, as this was the first time someone had negotiated with him. He sneered. If you won't do it, someone else will. Sorry, Shen Shu said as he opened the door. There really isn't anyone else. I'm the last one. Chaoyang Martial Arts School might offer free herbal baths, but it wears out sparring partners too quickly, and no one is applying anymore. Looking at the empty corridor, Li Lei instead laughed. Well done, kid. But being a sparring partner isn't easy. You'll have to spar with the disciples. Since you want the job, I need to assess your skills. 3 punches block them, and you're hired. Shen Shu asked, can I counterattack? Li Lei was taken aback. A mere sparring partner daring to talk about counterattacking? Huh. If you have the ability, you can be hired immediately. The duel began, and Li Lei used the dragon step technique to swiftly close the distance and punch towards Shen Shu's shoulder. Unexpectedly, Shen Shu didn't dodge or evade, remaining unmoved after a dull thud. The second punch was even fiercer, but Shen Shu still stood firm. On the third punch, with red energy gathering on Li Lei's fist, Shen Shu finally acted. He used the white ape offers fruit technique to catch Li Lei's chin, followed by an elbow to the heart that sent Li Lei flying into a chair. After a brief moment of unconsciousness, Li Lei awoke, greedily gulping in air. Shen Shu quickly helped him catch his breath, worriedly asking, can I still get the job if I knocked out the interviewer? Rubbing his chest, Li Lei showed excitement. Of course. I'll recommend you for an intermediate sparring partner position, with a monthly salary of 8,500 and 2 beginner herbal baths. Which martial arts school are you from? I'll note it down. Shen Shu hesitated for a moment before honestly replying. I'm not affiliated with any. I'm just an 8th level apprentice from Luo City High School. Li Lei suddenly looked up, a question mark slowly forming in his mind. Li Lei was momentarily stunned by Shen Shu's words. Rubbing his chest, he slowly said, this apprentice did this to me? He looked incredulously at the young man in front of him. Shen Shu was tall and lean, with well-proportioned muscles and a youthful appearance, yet his eyes held a deep steadiness. Li Lei took a deep breath and continued. Well, around here, it's all about strength. Even though you're just an apprentice, you've got some skills. All right, we'll go with what you asked for. You can start work tomorrow. After leaving the martial arts school, Shen Shu looked at the signed contract on his wristband, a look of joy spreading across his face. It had been almost 3 months since he traveled to this world, and he had finally found a decent job. In this high martial world, martial artists were paramount. But besides martial artists, there were also psychics and mech pilots. The former required immense talent, while the latter demanded a wealthy family background. The word mech itself suggested a costly endeavor, with even the cheapest portable mechs reportedly starting at $1 million. These were only available in high-level cities, with no chance of encountering them in a small Tier 3 city like where Shen Shu lived. As Shen Shu pondered, his wristband suddenly chimed with a notification. Your account has been credited with 10,000 yuan. Current balance, 23,421.89 yuan. A look of delight appeared on Shen Shu's face as the payment finally came through. Almost simultaneously, a new message popped up. Shen Shu, brother Sun was really impressed with your last fight. I think you've got talent. Are you interested in fighting a few more matches? I'll arrange some fights for you, and the pay will be satisfactory. Since you're an apprentice, I'll find some entry-level opponents. It'll fill seats, and if you win, the pay doubles. If you lose, the usual rule applies. Pay is halved. How does that sound? After pondering for a moment, Shen Shu replied. All right, brother Wang. I'll leave it to you. Okay, I'll arrange it and let you know. Wang Wu quickly responded. Looking at the balance displayed on his wristband, Shen Shu felt a sense of fulfillment. Martial arts had always been a bottomless money pit. Not to mention that potions cost thousands. Even the high-energy meat required for daily consumption was expensive. However, where wealthy people had their methods, Shen Shu had his own way. As night fell, Shen Shu glanced around the dark street to ensure no one was watching before gently tapping on a hidden panel. With a rhythmic knock, a small hole suddenly appeared in the panel. Without saying much, Shen Shu whispered, "Number 730. The other party was silent for a moment before handing over a small porcelain bottle, simultaneously deducting 3,000 yuan from Shen Shu's wristband. They then warned in a low voice, "This medication is nearing expiration. It's potent. Be careful and don't get yourself into trouble." Shen Shu quietly acknowledged before disappearing into the night. This was a black market pharmaceutical distributor he learned about from the underground boxing scene. Rather than calling it a black market, it was more like a haven for those less fortunate, selling Sunto-expire medications or drugs obtained through alternative means. Near-expired medications weren't entirely unusable. It was just that the substances ensuring the drug's stability were about to dissipate. Continued use could potentially damage the body's meridians, making it not worth the risk. The tempering pill Shen Shu held was precisely such a choice, balancing risk and opportunity. The original price of this thing is 8,000 yuan, but here it's only 3,000, and even more potent. The only side effect is that it might harm your health and leave hidden injuries. Shen Shu stood in the dim alley, gripping the small bottle of medicine tightly, torn between conflicting thoughts. He knew it was a dangerous choice, but his current predicament forced him to consider this option. But since it's near expiration, who cares about health? Shen Shu chuckled to himself. This was meant for those desperate or poor people who can't afford better. Who cares about their lives? He took a deep breath and slipped the bottle into his pocket. Shen Shu was well aware of his many expenses, and sometimes sacrificing health was an unavoidable choice. He glanced down at the panel, noting that he had 8 hours of sage time left. He quickly calculated that this should be enough to absorb the medicine's effects, with some time left to practice Bajiquan. The thought brought a smile to his face. The moonlight illuminated Shen Shu's path home. He stopped before a small alley, carefully checking the leaves wedged in the doorframe. Seeing they hadn't moved, he pushed the door open and entered. "Grandma, I'm back," Shen Shu called softly. "You're back, Xiao Shu, the soup is still hot. Have some while it's warm," came his grandmother's loving reply. Hearing her familiar voice, warmth spread across Shen Shu's face. An elderly woman, slightly stooped, emerged from the room, looking at Shen Shu with kindness. He quickly approached her, asking softly, "How's Grandpa today?" "Still refusing to eat," his grandmother replied, her white hair tinged with sadness. Worry flickered across Shen Shu's face at her words. He sighed softly and entered the room. His grandfather lay on the bed, nearly paralyzed from a back injury. Shen Shu suppressed the ache in his heart, putting on a cheerful face as he approached the bed. The old man heard the noise and tried to turn his head to look, but stubbornly kept his gaze outside the window. Shen Shu said nothing, quietly taking a towel from the nearby basin, wringing it out, and gently wiping his grandfather's rough hands. "Grandpa, I joined the Chaoyang martial arts school today," Shen Shu said softly as he wiped. "They're good people and gave me a formal job. We'll have money soon. Don't worry, if a third-tier city like Luo City can't treat your back, we'll go to a first-tier city, and if not there, then to the Federation. We'll get you healed." The old man's body trembled slightly, but he still didn't turn around. Shen Shu continued gently. "Mom and Dad left early, and you and Grandma raised me, working hard to give me a better life. I won't abandon you because of your injury. Besides, I don't feel it's tough. As long as I have you, I have a home. Grandpa, if you really stop eating and go, I'll lose my home. Don't be stubborn, please eat." With that, Shen Shu picked up the slightly cold food by the window. The old man still stubbornly looked outside, but tears filled with hardship slowly trickled down his weathered face. Seeing this, Shen Shu knew his grandfather's heart had softened. He stood and smiled. "You just need Grandma, right?" Hearing this, his grandmother approached, wiped her tears, took the food from Shen Shu, and began to feed the old man patiently. Shen Shu quietly left the room, standing in the courtyard, looking up at the bright moonlight, and sighed deeply. 3 months ago, he had traveled to this world. His parents had passed away early, and it was his grandparents who had raised him through hardship. As he grew, his expenses increased, and despite their age, his grandparents continued to support him. Not long ago, his grandfather returned to working at a construction site to earn more money. Unfortunately, he injured his back in an accident. Although the site compensated them, the amount was a drop in the bucket compared to the high medical costs. Shen Shu tightened his grip on the bottle in his pocket, a determined look in his eyes. To heal his grandfather's injury, and for the sake of his family, he had no choice. The already elderly grandmother was now bedridden with a serious illness. Her grandson, Shen Shu, had dropped out of school to work and earn money, but his meager income only became a burden on the family. The humble grandmother, seeing her grandson's struggles, began to harbor thoughts of giving up. At that moment, an unexpected event caused another soul to traverse into Shen Shu's body. This soul from another world, using its previous life's experience, quickly found ways to make money in this unfamiliar world. He temporarily stabilized the shaky household. Now, Shen Shu stood in the courtyard, looking at the simple yet tidy little house. The warm light from inside spilled through the windows, and he smiled softly. Although life was tough, it was still a home, far better than his previous life as an orphan. Shen Shu shrugged and glanced at the balance displayed on his wristband, 20,421.89 yuan. Without hesitation, he transferred 15,000 yuan to his grandmother and softly said, "We have money now. In a couple of days, we'll take Grandpa to the hospital for treatment. With the medical insurance reimbursements, this amount should last us a month." Noticing his grandmother's hesitation, Shen Shu quickly interrupted, "Don't worry, the martial arts school has recognized my potential and is offering me medicinal baths. If I perform well, there are even rewards of elixirs." He turned and headed to his room. "All right, I'm going back inside. We have the monthly martial arts exam at school tomorrow." Back in his room, Shen Shu sat on the bed, savoring the scent of sunshine emanating from the blankets. Though the blankets were worn and faded, they were warm, likely because his grandmother had aired them out today. This warmth filled Shen Shu with motivation. He began to plan. Tomorrow is the school's monthly martial arts exam. As long as I rank high enough, there will be rewards of elixirs. With my current strength, aiming for a good ranking and some resource support shouldn't be a problem. Shen Shu counted on his fingers. Every penny counts for a hero. Saving wherever possible is crucial now. Shen Shu took out a body refining pill and swallowed it without hesitation. The medicinal power surged through him like a wild horse, rampaging within. Despite having experience with this before, Shen Shu couldn't help but let out a muffled groan, quickly using the stone body refinement technique to guide the energy. With the body refining pill and 8 hours of sage time, how much will I improve this time? Shen Shu wondered eagerly. System, show me your potential. All in. As the medicinal power circulated within him, Shen Shu closed his eyes, focusing intently on the changes in his body, anticipating the results of tomorrow's exam. Under Shen Shu's watchful eyes, the numbers on the panel indicating the sage moment began to change rapidly. 8, 5, 3, and finally stopped at 0. Shen Shu felt a mysterious force surge into his body, as if time had momentarily stood still. During the first hour, Shen Shu focused entirely on cultivating the rock-solid body technique. Although he didn't have the expensive body refining pills, the immense medicinal power released by the expired pills helped him break through the final barrier. With the technique reaching a minor accomplishment, Shen Shu felt his vital energy and blood surge like rushing rivers. In the following 3 hours, Shen Shu's body completely absorbed the medicinal power of the pills, while also neutralizing their side effects. He felt his muscles become more solid, and his skin tougher. The technique finally reached a major accomplishment. In the 6th hour, Shen Shu broke through once more, refining the rock-solid body technique to its consummate state. His body seemed to truly transform into an indestructible rock. In the 7th hour, a wondrous change occurred. Shen Shu not only felt his body turn to stone, but his spirit also seemed to become as unyielding as a rock. By the 8th hour, Shen Shu finally grasped the true essence of the rock-solid body technique. His spirit, like a towering mountain, stood immutable and steadfast. The panel displayed Mortal Realm Rock-Solid Body Technique attained through Supreme Enlightenment, Mind Power Rock. As the sage moment concluded, Shen Shu's level advanced to Apprentice Stage 9. Sitting on the soft bedding, he relished the mystical sensation he had just experienced. Despite having gone through it many times, the enchanting experience of the sage moment continued to captivate him. However, the emptiness that followed this extraordinary boost left Shen Shu feeling a bit lost. He mused to himself. Mutation could never match the speed of a cheat. Shen Shu carefully sensed the changes in his body. Instead of feeling exhausted, he felt stronger and more vigorous. Raising his hand, he noticed that the previously uncontrollable vital energy and blood were now completely subdued, like a deep, unfathomable pool of still water. The rock-solid body technique, distributed by the Federation as a universal practice, is the introductory technique for most people. Its effects are straightforward: strengthen the body and enhance vital energy and blood. Though teachers and trainers often advise against delving too deeply into this technique, suggesting an upgrade to a more advanced one after entering the realm, for the cash-strapped Shen Shu, it was the best option. At this moment, the energy within Shen Shu flowed through his meridians like a rushing river, and he felt as solid as a giant stone anchoring the sea, further enhancing his physique. He felt as if he had undergone months or even years of rigorous training, truly becoming an indestructible rock through this technique. Shen Shu checked his current level, Apprentice Stage 9. The effect of the pills, combined with his efforts, was more pronounced than before, even allowing him to break through a minor stage. In this world, martial artists train across 8 major realms: Apprentice, Mortal, Skin Refinement, bone forging, unity, energy C, condensation, and transcendence. The first stages focus on strengthening the body, and it is said that by the energy C stage, one can draw energy into the body and split mountains. Condensation stage warriors can traverse the cosmos, becoming powerful figures. As for the transcendence stage, it remains a legendary existence. Thinking of this, Shen Shu couldn't help but feel a sense of longing. He looked at the panel and silently encouraged himself. System, let's work hard together and strive to live a good life. Shen Shu gazed at the insight he gained from the sage's moment, particularly the concept of mind power, rock. This was his first epiphany during the sage's moment. Mind power, even within the Interstellar Alliance, remains a nebulous concept. Some equate it to mental strength, but scientists prefer to call it the power of the soul. Shen Shu felt his thoughts becoming clearer, a result of just 8 hours combined with the effects of the body-tempering pill. He pondered the only way to achieve the sage's moment, defeating a more powerful warrior. A sense of anticipation welled up within him. Not only was there the monthly martial exam tomorrow, but also his first sparring session. With this anticipation, Shen Shu decided to get some rest. As his mind relaxed, a deep fatigue swiftly enveloped him. At dawn, the crow of a rooster pierced the silence. Shen Shu's grandmother had just risen to prepare breakfast for her grandson when she saw a tall figure in the courtyard. Shen Shu, dressed in his blue and white school uniform, was practicing Baji Quan. Each punch and move was like a cannon blast, his energy surging, each swing resembling a thunderclap, fierce and powerful. After reaching the pinnacle of the rock body tempering technique, Shen Shu's physical strength surpassed his previous limits. If he were to face Li Lei from the previous day, his sheer physical prowess alone would likely overwhelm him. After completing a set of punches, Shen Shu felt his energy circulating smoothly, a sense of heroism swelling within his chest. A system notification appeared. Mortal Realm Baji Quan Proficiency 5. Mortal Realm Baji Quan Beginner Current Proficiency 28100. Seeing his proficiency increase significantly, Shen Shu was ecstatic. This validated what his martial arts teacher had said. Master one technique, and all techniques become easier. Another notification appeared. Your insight into Rock 1. Though this insight wasn't displayed on the panel, Shen Shu could clearly feel an improvement in his training efficiency. Shu, it's time for school. Here are 2 eggs for you to eat on the way. His grandmother's voice brought Shen Shu back to reality. He then noticed the morning light had dispelled the mist, painting the sky in hues of dawn. Hastily grabbing the eggs, Shen Shu slung his backpack over his shoulder and dashed out the door, placing a leaf above the door frame as he went. The streets were filled with the moist scent of morning dew, and the calls of street vendors echoed around. In front of the school, a father was encouraging his son, do well in the exam, and if you make it to the top 300, I'll buy you a body-tempering pill. As the school gate was about to close, the guard shouted, make way for Luoyang number 1 high. It's time to close the gate. At that moment, Shen Shu darted through the thin mist like the wind, flipping over the retractable gate with one hand to enter the campus. The guard shouted, hey, which class are you from? But Shen Shu had already vanished into the depths of the campus. The guard was muttering to himself when he suddenly turned sharply, spotting another student attempting to imitate Shen Shu. Grabbing the student as if picking up a chick, he sternly questioned, which class are you from? Late and trying to climb over the gate. Bring your homeroom teacher here. Seeing the student's crestfallen face, the guard suddenly laughed. All right, go on. I'm in a good mood today, but don't do it again. At that moment, Class 5 of the 3rd year was bustling with excitement, as students eagerly anticipated the upcoming martial arts exam. Shen Shu saw the homeroom teacher standing at the door, and with the bell about to ring, he decisively stepped into the classroom. Just as he entered, the bell rang, and a wail sounded from behind him. At the entrance of the classroom for Class 5, Grade 12, the homeroom teacher, Xie Chunhong, was about to reprimand Zhao Liang, the timing expert, who had just been caught, when suddenly the loudspeaker crackled to life. Attention! All Grade 12 classes prepare for the martial arts examination. Please proceed to the training platform on the field in an orderly manner. Xie Chunhong glanced at Zhao Liang, her lips curling into a consider-yourself-lucky smile. She waved her hand with a tone that was stern yet tinged with humor. You're on cleaning duty this week. Despite humanity's advances into the interstellar age, the school's disciplinary measures remained straightforward cleaning duty. Striding into the classroom, Xie Chunhong announced loudly, according to the previous ranking of martial arts grades, get ready to head to the field. The classroom instantly buzzed with excitement. Unlike academic exams, this sparring-style martial exam ignited the students' enthusiasm. They were eager and ready to go. Zhao Liang descended the stairs with the crowd, a look of unwillingness on his face. He turned to Shen Shu beside him and complained in a low voice. Why did she catch me? I came in with you, right on time, but the security guard caught me. Sun Wang nearby teased, why else? Shen Shu and I didn't get caught, so you were the only one left. Don't back out now, you're treating us to lunch today, he said, playfully patting Zhao Liang on the chest. Zhao Liang puffed out his chest, feigning bravado. Hey, I'm not one to back out. Shen Shu, Sun Wang, and Zhao Liang were known as the three martial generals of the back row of Class 5. This title wasn't given lightly. Their academic performance was less than stellar. Shen Shu had once been average, but his grades plummeted after family troubles, causing him to frequently skip classes. Despite this, all three were at apprentice level 8, which was considered above average at Luoqing High School. At this moment, however, the other two were unaware that Shen Shu had already advanced to level 9. On the field, 3 large hexagonal training platforms had been set up. Each platform was divided by light screens into 6 sections, allowing 6 groups to spar simultaneously. In the viewing area sat the principal, the chief martial arts instructor, and a white-robed woman with her eyes closed in contemplation, while other teachers attended to their duties around them. Sun Wang noticed the unfamiliar white-robed woman and asked curiously, "Who is she? I've never seen her before." Zhao Liang, with a mysterious smile and eager to flaunt his knowledge, replied, "Her? My dad heard that the Yuling division is looking for promising telekinetics. That white robe, she's definitely a telekinetic from the Yuling division." Not far away, the elite class students also noticed the white-robed woman, their eyes gleaming with eagerness. Their interest wasn't driven by attraction to her beauty, but by the aspiration to become a telekinetic, a prestigious profession. While the path of the martial artist was suitable for the masses, telekinetics operated on a different level. Telekinetics only had 3 ranks: telekinetic, spirit master, and soul master. It was said that even the weakest telekinetic could severely injure an unenhanced martial artist if caught off guard. Of course, telekinetics weren't there to deal with martial artists, but to confront the true threats facing the human federation. The Walloon tribe and their marked followers are not only naturally gifted with powerful telekinesis, but can also control fierce beasts. On this day, all the students had gathered on the playground, the air thick with tension and anticipation. Each class teacher stood at the front, holding slips of paper with class numbers, ready to draw lots to decide the class matchups. As the grade director announced the start, the students from each class scanned their opponents with piercing gazes, some even flashing sinister smiles at rivals who had previously defeated them. This competitive atmosphere was no surprise, as humanity rose to dominate Blue Star, entered the universe, and became part of the interstellar alliance through such a spirit of rivalry. On this native planet, the hub of fresh blood, intense competition had long been the norm. The draw results were quickly revealed. Class 31 would face Class 35, Class 32 would battle Class 34, and Class 33 would compete against Class 36. As soon as the grade director finished speaking, cheers erupted from the direction of Class 31. As an honors class, they not only had 5 students at apprentice level 9, but their overall qualities were generally superior to Class 5. Listening to the near-mocking cheers from Class 1, the students of Class 5 clenched their fists, their faces filled with unwillingness. This drill was not only about honor, but also tied to tangible benefits. The top 5 performers from the winning side would receive a precious body refining pill as a reward, and even the top 3 from the losing side had a chance to obtain one. Class 5's teacher, Xie Chunhong, sighed, her face full of helplessness. If they were up against another class, they might have a fighting chance. But Class 1 had just promoted a student to the entry level this month, and this one person alone was enough to give her a headache. Class 1 and Class 5, please take your positions for the fortress attack and defense battle. With the command given, the students from both classes filed in, arriving at a wide martial stage. As the light screen slowly rose, a student from Class 1, armed with a long spear, leaped onto the stage like an arrow released from a bowstring. "I am Li Chang from Class 1. First level of the mortal realm." His face flushed slightly, and his eyes swept across the students of Class 5 with a sharp gaze. "Sorry, everyone, I'm defending the stage today." As soon as he finished speaking, cheers erupted from the Class 1 students. "Woo! Go Chang! He's in the realm now. What does Class 5 have to fight with? Class 5 should just surrender and save us all some time." Although the school prohibited overly vulgar language, this level of trash talk had become a pre-match norm, as future martial arts talents must train both body and mind. Faced with the taunts, many Class 5 students turned red with anger, but could only endure it silently. Being in the realm meant having robust vitality, almost an overwhelming advantage over apprentices. Xie Chunhong scanned her class, her gaze landing on 2 students at apprentice level 9. These 2 not only had outstanding martial arts talent, but also did well in cultural subjects, with the potential to get into a good martial arts university. Yet, under her scrutiny, they hesitated. Li Chang had not only entered the realm, but also mastered basic spear techniques, leaving them with no chance of victory. Losing to Li Chang right at the start would not only yield no points, but also be hard to explain at home. Seeing this, Xie Chunhong sighed again. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. "I'll go." Zhao Liang stepped forward without hesitation, a fierce smile on his face, as if he already saw the dawn of victory. "Damn it, I can't stand show-offs." This exclamation was like a thunderclap, instantly igniting the tense atmosphere in the classroom. Xie Chuanhong's face broke into a satisfied smile, just about to speak when Sun Wang suddenly stood up, holding down Shen Shu's hand, which was about to be raised. I'm second, Sun Wang declared eagerly, his eyes sparkling with determination. Don't you dare take this from me. I was so close last time, and this time I must make it right. Shen Shu looked at Sun Wang's excitement with resignation and said softly, then I'll be third. Hearing this, Sun Wang's face immediately lit up with a smug smile. He patted Shen Shu on the shoulder and said, good man, I'll treat you to a meal later. The camaraderie among the three was evident. Sun Wang and Zhao Liang were aware of Shen Shu's family difficulties and chose to step up before him. They calculated that if they could tire out Li Chong, they might give Shen Shu a chance to win the MVP for the losing side, thus easing some pressure off their friend. I'm in too, another voice joined in. That's the spirit. Wear him down if we have to. More classmates were inspired and volunteered enthusiastically. Let's prove ourselves. Just because he's advanced doesn't mean he can show off, someone grumbled indignantly. Even a few less skilled classmates were eager to try. We might not win, but we'll give it our all. Think he can take on the whole class? Taunting remarks echoed throughout. Xie Chunhong watched the scene unfold with an even deeper smile, thinking to herself, in crucial times, we can always count on our warriors. Just then, Zhao Liang strode onto the stage, gripping the specially issued long sword from the school, his gaze fixed intently on his opponent. In the audience, the principal wore a satisfied smile. That's the spirit of a true warrior. Class 5 might not be as strong as Class 1, but their morale is just as high. However, standing next to the principal, Wen Chongqing shook his head slightly. Charging ahead is admirable, but too much can lead to recklessness. As if to prove Wen Chongqing's point, Zhao Liang, caught off guard for a moment, was exploited by Li Chong. Li Chong flicked his spear, sending Zhao Liang's sword flying. The spearhead then shot forward like a striking snake, piercing Zhao Liang's shoulder. Li Chong seized the advantage and kicked Zhao Liang off the stage. Though the weapons were specially treated to be non-lethal, Zhao Liang's right arm hung limply from the blow. The gap between them was not only in skill, but in level as well. The gleaming spearhead was like a bucket of cold water, dousing the fighting spirit that had just ignited in Class 5. 5, 7, for the scores given by the martial arts coach, the principal, and Wen Chongqing, respectively. Clearly, the principal's score reflected some appreciation for Zhao Liang's brave attempt. But anyone could see that if Zhao Liang hadn't faced Li Chong, his score would have been higher. Sun Wang looked at Li Chong's smug face on the stage and snorted, let him have his moment. With that, he picked up his spear and, passing by Zhao Liang, murmured, wait up, buddy. I'll get revenge for you. Seeing his old rival take the stage, Li Chong sneered. You think it's like before? In the past, when he faced Sun Wang, he was slightly inferior in technique, which made him uneasy. But now that he had advanced, the skill gap was overshadowed by his level advantage. Sun Wang ignored Li Chong's provocation and, upon taking the stage, immediately steadied himself. He knew the gap in their levels and opted for a more cautious approach. Seeing this, a flash of seriousness crossed Li Chong's eyes. He adopted the same stance as Sun Wang and suddenly charged forward, his spear thrusting like a snake from its hole straight at his opponent. Sun Wang fought defensively, retreating while sensing a tremor in Li Chong's spear. In that split second, with a snap, Sun Wang, feeling the instability, decisively dragged his spear back. Upon seeing this, Li Chong felt a surge of joy, mistakenly thinking that his power had increased significantly after entering the arena. He advanced with his spear, ready to pursue his advantage. This scene caught the attention of the martial arts head coach in the audience, who murmured to himself, ah, this kid is luring him in. Sure enough, the situation changed dramatically the next second when Sun Wang was forced to the edge of the platform by Li Chong. Sun Wang twisted like a snake, his spear striking like a venomous serpent ready to attack. A counterattack. Li Chong was startled and dodged hastily. Despite the boost from entering the arena, his shoulder was still pierced by the special spearhead. It wasn't a severe injury, but it was painful. Li Chong no longer held back, his energy surging fiercely. He took a bow stance, sweeping his spear horizontally, hitting Sun Wang's abdomen hard. Sun Wang flew out like a kite with a broken string, fortunately caught by a figure before hitting the ground. Sun Wang spat a bit of blood from the corner of his mouth. In the end, he failed to enter the arena, and even his counterattack didn't heavily injure his opponent. He looked at Zhao Liang without any trash talk, just saying softly, buddy, I avenged you. You owe me a week's worth of meals. Zhao Liang, recently bandaged by the school nurse, gritted his teeth and agreed. Sun Wang turned to look at Shen Shu, who had caught him, and felt the strength with a mix of surprise and teasing. You've been secretly improving, haven't you? Forget about martial ethics, just target his injured arm. Too bad. If you had entered the arena, you might have avenged us. For now, just secure a consolation reward. He had guessed that Shen Shu had advanced to apprentice level 9. At this moment, the judges gave their scores. 8, 8, 5. All eyes turned to Shen Shu, the last warrior in the back row of Class 5. Shen Shu nodded slightly, handed Sun Wang over to the approaching medical staff, and said calmly, "I'll avenge you." Hearing this, Sun Wang smiled, ignoring the tightness in his chest. "All right, if you can't avenge me, you owe me a week of meals." Then, as if something occurred to him, he changed his mind. "Forget it, just one meal will do." As Shen Shu stepped onto the martial arts platform, he smiled too. "What if I make him spit blood? Then you'll be my godfather." Sun Wang replied half-jokingly. Hearing this, Shen Shu took a step onto the platform and said firmly, "Deal." Hearing Sun Wang and Shen Shu's loud plotting, Li Chang's anger simmered. He thought to himself, as a skilled martial artist, how could I be treated like a practice dummy by these youngsters? Worse yet, I fought an apprentice with only ordinary strength and got injured, likely leaving a bad impression of arrogance and carelessness on the judges. This won't help me earn any rewards. Li Chang's gaze was fixed on Shen Shu, who had stepped onto the martial arts platform. He suddenly said coldly, "Since you three are having fun, I'll make sure all three of you are knocked out. I won't hold back this time." His words were not just for Shen Shu, but also intended to alert the observing teachers. After all, the purpose of sparring is to ignite the students' fighting spirit, not to cause real harm. However, his words sounded overly arrogant. Li Chang himself realized this, and his mouth twitched slightly. "Get out!" Li Chang shouted, kicking the butt of his spear. He then thrust the spear forward, its tip gleaming like a winter plum blossom, aiming straight at Shen Shu. It was a lethal move. If Shen Shu couldn't dodge it, he would surely be injured. Seeing Shen Shu standing still, the supervising teacher was ready to intervene at any moment. Just then, Shen Shu unexpectedly stepped forward, blocking the spear's tip with one arm as if catching a dragon. He then grabbed the spear shaft with a single hand, holding it firmly. The martial arts head coach in the audience gasped, eyes wide with surprise. "I've seen people disarm with bare hands, but taking a spear single-handedly? When did the school produce such a talent?" Li Chang was frantically shaking the spear, but its tip remained unmoved. Suddenly, Shen Shu exerted force with his right hand, pulling the spear and Li Qiang forward. Li Chang's mind went blank. He knew that mastering the spear required a firm stance, capable of stopping a charging horse. Yet now, he couldn't resist the pulling force. How could an apprentice have such strength? Li Chang was shocked. Shen Shu moved swiftly like a tiger descending a mountain, dashing towards Li Chang. With a fierce elbow strike, he hit Li Chang's chest. Bang! The blow made Li Chang feel as if his chest had taken a heavy hit, making it hard to breathe. But Shen Shu didn't stop there. His left hand wrapped around Li Chang's arm, pulling him back as he was about to be thrown away. His right hand transformed from an elbow to a palm, reaching for Li Chang's head. Seeing this, the martial arts head coach's heart tightened. "That's the tiger ascends the mountain," he thought, recognizing a particularly aggressive move from Baji Quan, which requires immense strength. In an instant, Shen Shu, like a pouncing tiger, pressed down with his palm. Boom! Li Chang was slammed headfirst into the ground. Puffed! He spat blood from the impact and fainted on the spot. The arena fell silent. The same Li Chang who had just fought two others couldn't last 3 moves against Shen Shu. Everyone was stunned. "This is a sparring match. You went too far," one of Li Chang's friends accused Shen Shu. However, before Shen Shu could respond, a cold voice from the audience interrupted. "How have I taught you all? Baji Quan is inherently fierce and powerful." Shen Shu, as a 9th-level apprentice, fought Li Chang across levels, and besides, the martial arts head coach, Yuan Yi, looked at Shen Shu with a complex expression, hesitating to continue. Moreover, Shen Shu had already held back. His tiger ascends the mountain technique should have been a 2-part strike, a slap followed by a press, but earlier he only used the pressing move. With the force Shen Shu displayed, going all out could have easily resulted in fractured bones for his opponent. Now, with Li Chang merely unconscious, it was evident that Shen Shu had shown mercy. In this match, Shen Shu emerges victorious. The school doctor hurriedly carried the unconscious Li Chang off the stage. Down in the audience, Sun Wang stared intently at the proud and upright Shen Shu, his eyes filled with astonishment. Seeing that Shen Shu wasn't looking their way, Sun Wang couldn't help but mumble, "Wow, this guy really put on a show. I might as well become his protege." Then, he broke into a grin. A good brother is truly impressive. However, neither of them knew that Shen Shu wasn't putting on a show. He was focused on the system panel that had just been triggered. "You have defeated a 1st-level opponent in the mortal realm, earning 2 hours of sage time. Mortal realm Baji Quan proficiency 1. Current remaining sage time, 2 hours." Seeing sage time appear again, Shen Shu couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. At that moment, the head coach of traditional martial arts, Yuan Yi, suddenly stood up and said loudly, "Shen Shu, you've challenged and defeated the strongest in Class 1. You can claim your full reward this time. Come down and take a rest." Yuan Yi knew that Shen Shu hadn't fully entered the realm, and although the 3 moves seemed simple, he probably got injured while blocking Li Chang's strike. As a coach, he didn't want such a promising talent to suffer severe injuries in a series of battles. However, Upon hearing Yuan Ye's words, Shen Shu suddenly turned around, his eyes bright with determination. No, I want to defend the stage. I want to challenge the entire Class 1. His gaze swept over the nearly 50 students in Class 1, and he licked his lips, revealing a ferocious grin. That smile was like a tiger descending from the mountain, eyeing a flock of fat sheep, filled with greed and fervor. In Shen Shu's eyes, these people were valuable resources for him to gain more sage time. In an instant, the atmosphere in Class 1 froze. They initially thought they could rely on Li Chang to lead them to victory, but now they realized they were the fools. Celebrating too early? Even the strongest Li Chang was defeated in 3 moves, leaving everyone in fear. At this moment, the homeroom teacher of Class 1 couldn't believe that a 9th-level apprentice could silence his entire class. Seeing the principal and the grade director's gaze, he couldn't care much and said in a low voice, "Martial arts should be about moving forward fearlessly. Are we in Class 1 afraid of just one person? Whoever performs well later, I'll personally reward them with a body-tempering pill." Hearing the teacher's words, Wu Si, who had spoken for Li Chang earlier, immediately stepped forward. "Let me test his skills." Wu Si had a good relationship with Li Chang, and with the teacher's promise, he naturally wanted to give it a try. In his view, how strong could an apprentice be? As long as he was careful, it shouldn't be a problem. Wu Si stepped onto the stage, drawing his long knife. Class 1 Wu Si, Shen Shu, known as Kuang Wang Ju Shi, was a name that exploded like a bolt of lightning in everyone's mind. The homeroom teacher looked at Shen Shu on stage with unfamiliarity and astonishment. The once introverted and shy student now exuded an air of arrogance, as if viewing his classmates below as mere prey. There was a glint of a battle-hungry spirit in Shen Shu's eyes, an aura like an invisible sharp blade that instantly ignited the anger of the class. After a brief silence, a roar shattered the air. "Damn it! Let's all go at him. I refuse to believe we can't take him down. If we can't beat him, we can at least exhaust him." No sooner had these words been spoken than the students, fueled by adrenaline, surged toward the martial arts stage like a flood. The supervising teacher was about to intervene, but the principal and the head martial arts coach stopped him with a glance. The 2 elders had already discerned that Shen Shu's abilities were extraordinary. His mastery of the body-strengthening techniques was at least advanced, and his skills were solid and refined. Since Shen Shu had initiated the challenge, they were curious to see what he was capable of. Shen Shu's eyes were like torches as he watched the students charge at him. Instead of retreating, he advanced, his energy and blood coursing powerfully, each step resonating like a heavy hammer in the hearts of the onlookers. The class charged at him with weapons in hand, undeterred. "Ba Ji Quan, opening cannon!" Shen Shu shouted, his elbows like mountain-cracking cannons, easily deflecting the incoming weapons. Then, with a sudden burst of strength, he thrust his elbows forward with immense force. Bang! Bang! 2 dull thuds sounded as 2 students were sent flying like broken kites, crashing into several others behind them. Shen Shu charged into the crowd fearlessly, like a tiger among sheep, confronting them head-on. The head martial arts coach, seeing this, slapped the table in excitement, cheering loudly. The principal's cup trembled, spilling water, as their eyes gleamed with delight. Ba Ji Quan was renowned for its ferocity, and Shen Shu's performance was astonishing. He neither dodged nor yielded, using his elbows to forcefully clear the way, exuding an aura of wild aggression. His fists were like spears, elbows like knives, body like a rock, and legs like cannons. Bang! 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 Amidst the continuous sounds of impact, one figure after another was blasted off the stage. Meanwhile, Shen Shu's interface kept updating. Common Realm. Ba Ji Quan Proficiency 1. Current Common Realm. Ba Ji Quan Proficiency from Minor Success to Major Success 1100. You have defeated an apprentice level 8, gaining 30 minutes of sage time. You have defeated an apprentice level 7, gaining 15 minutes of sage time. Suddenly, several special messages flashed by. In the chaos of battle, you've gained a hint of combat intuition, available for deduction with sage time. During the fight, you've gradually grasped a hint of the truth of body like a rock. In battle, you've noticed a slight deficiency in your family style and attempted to integrate other techniques, available for deduction with sage time. These unexpected prompts caused Shen Shu to pause, his aura momentarily wavering. In that split second, bang, a wooden stick struck heavily against his back. Though it wasn't enough to cause severe injury, the blow was felt by Shen Shu. Seeing this, the students' morale soared, and they surged forward in waves, shouting excitedly, "He's almost done. Overwhelm him." Faced with this critical moment, a determined glint flashed in Shen Shu's eyes. He was ready to make a decisive move. In the first hour, Shen Shu didn't engage much in combat, but thanks to his high intuition and the constant support of the sage mode, he gradually began to capture a sense of battle instinct. The flow of the wind, the surge of energy, the premonition of attacks, these subtle perceptions slowly became part of his instincts. After 3 hours, Shen Shu attempted to program his body like a computer, but he was still quite clumsy. Several misjudgments led him to endure attacks that could have been avoided. You're injured. This sudden information startled Shen Shu, but he quickly realized it was just a simulation from the Sage mode, causing no real harm. He exhaled deeply and continued to focus on his insights. By the 5th hour, Shen Shu's actions seemed particularly awkward. Even a gentle breeze made him mistakenly think he was under attack. With his nerves on edge, he began to doubt whether his battle instinct was merely an illusion. However, Shen Shu did not give up. After lengthy adjustments and adaptation, by the 8th hour, his battle instinct had significantly improved. By the 10th hour, he finally achieved a basic level of combat intuition. In the following hours, Shen Shu continuously learned and mimicked his classmates' techniques, integrating them into his own attacks. He realized the importance of footwork in combat and began incorporating it into his overall strategy. Although these moves were not yet systematic, Shen Shu's natural talent allowed him to understand and apply them effortlessly. By the 16th hour, Shen Shu's aptitude in hand-to-hand combat had grown, reaching a level of mastery. His Baji Quan evolved into a more suitable ancient martial art for his training, with a completion rate of 1100. Additionally, he gained 2 similar abilities: basic combat intuition and proficiency in hand-to-hand combat. However, as time went on, Shen Shu's situation became increasingly difficult. An observant classmate shouted, "He's almost done. Close in on him." The remaining students swarmed forward, attempting to overwhelm Shen Shu through sheer numbers. Even those who had been knocked out of the ring were on the sidelines cheering loudly, determined to regain their honor. Seeing Shen Shu gradually surrounded, the crowd displayed expressions of delight. The martial arts coach and others couldn't help but sigh, lamenting that Shen Shu was only an apprentice. If he had reached the mortal realm, perhaps he could truly take on 100 opponents. The principal shook his head regretfully and turned to Wen Chongqing beside him, asking with a smile, "Wen Yinshi, what do you think of this student?" Wen Chongqing, though secretly impressed by Shen Shu's bravery and strength, maintained a cool demeanor. She commented, "Brave and willing to fight, but somewhat reckless. If an Yinshi severely damages his spirit and others then swarm him, he would be down in 3 moves. However, someone like him could make a good sentinel for an Yinshi." Upon hearing this, Yuan Yi sneered dismissively, and the principal showed an awkward expression. In the eyes of these Yinshi, martial artists were merely their vanguard. When Chongqing was about to continue when her eyes suddenly narrowed, focusing intently on the training platform. Sensing the force that was gradually being suppressed, her brows furrowed in disbelief. He's getting stronger again? How is that possible? As Shen Shu completed the simulation, his energy surged through him like a fountain. The exercise not only replenished his spent energy, but also expanded the veins widened by the rock body technique. He stomped the ground forcefully, his stance as solid as a mountain. The opponents around him were stunned, especially Wang Wu, who had just been restraining Shen Shu's arm, but now could only watch in disbelief as that arm rose again. He wondered, could an apprentice really possess such a physique? With a low growl, Shen Shu advanced like a bulldozer. Just as the others prepared to join forces against him, he suddenly retreated, throwing them into disarray. Then, with a powerful kick, he sent several people flying, creating a gap in their encirclement. The audience, unaware of what was happening, shouted angrily, "Are you all useless? Why are you retreating?" But soon, they realized something was amiss and fell silent. No one would voluntarily fling themselves to the ground in such a humiliating manner. At this moment, Wang Wu felt like he had mounted an enraged elephant, being swung around by Shen Shu. Suddenly, he was lifted off the ground, as if he were on a spinning ride, turned into a human weapon in Shen Shu's grasp. With a series of loud thuds, Wang Wu could no longer hold on, and was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. In his final moments on the platform, Wang Wu looked down at the training stage. Shen Shu remained invincible, sending opponents flying one after another. A song echoed in Wang Wu's mind. "Pack, pack, pack your bags." Shen Shu, like a tiger freed from its cage, dominated the field. No one could withstand even a single move against him. The playground grew increasingly silent. Even the loud commands from the Quan Shui family members ceased. All that was left were the cries of the defeated. The principal turned to Yuan Yi, speaking with a hint of reproach. "Old Yuan, how did he use so many techniques? Don't you have any impression of this kid? Why didn't you tell me?" Yuan Yi, feeling emotional, pondered. "I remember this student, but I thought he only learned Bajiquan. It seems he picked up the rest during the fight." Hearing this, the principal's expression changed. He knew well that those with exceptional mental gifts could become mind warriors, and those born into wealth could become mech pilots. But martial arts also had its prodigies, either with extraordinary physiques or unmatched techniques. As they watched Shen Shu, they were unsure which category he fell into. The 1 against a class battle ended in a decisive victory for Shen Shu. The playground was left with only the groans of the class's defeated students, silently attesting to the battle's intensity. Despite Shen Shu's slender frame, he unleashed an astounding display of strength. The 2 onlookers couldn't help but click their tongues in disbelief. wondering if this young man was the perfect blend of power and speed. Bang! With the last opponent sent flying off the stage, Shen Shu stood proudly alone. Below, the crowd was in disarray, with the school medic overwhelmed by the injuries. Fortunately, Shen Shu hadn't inflicted any serious harm, just superficial wounds. The scene fell silent for a moment before erupting into enthusiastic cheers. Zhao Liang's face turned red as he shouted. Impressive. Though not eloquent, it captured everyone's feelings. Sun Wang gave Zhao Liang a sideways glance, but couldn't help but praise. He's incredibly fierce. He explained that since the founding of Luoqing High School, others had attempted to take on an entire class but had failed. It wasn't due to a lack of skill, but because, at this stage, the energy and stamina were insufficient to withstand a series of battles. Yet Shen Shu, as an apprentice, had succeeded. This feat left everyone in awe. The cheers from Class 5, Grade 3, were relentless until an untimely question interrupted them. If one person challenges a whole class, how is the reward calculated? The question came from two apprentices at the 9th level, who realized that only the 3 warriors in the back row had earned any points. Principal Sun Jiangwo regained his composure and cleared his throat. He hesitated slightly, but quickly regained his authoritative demeanor. Shen Shu's victory over the entire class is unprecedented in our school's history. In the spirit of the Federation's martial values, I have decided, before reaching the skin training stage, all available school resources will be open to Shen Shu. As for others, the rewards remain as usual. Zhao Liang and Sun Wang were overjoyed. Not only did they gain unexpected rewards, but more importantly, the school resolved Shen Shu's resource issues before the skin training stage. Everyone else was equally thrilled by the unexpected good news. Seeing the high spirits, Sun Jiangwo added. Moreover, Shen Shu can directly join the elite class and represent our school in the martial arts exchange competition. To others, this seemed like a given. After all, with Shen Shu's prowess, joining the elite class was a certainty. Once he surpassed the ordinary realm, participating in the martial arts ranking competition was just around the corner. However, Shen Shu, who had been smiling, suddenly froze. Looking at the principal's kind smile, he firmly declared, I disagree. Who do you think you are to disagree? Sun Wang's words trailed off as he realized it was Shen Shu himself who opposed. The entire audience was stunned. The principal, Sun Wang, Zhao Liang, and everyone on the field were left speechless. The principal explained with a wry smile. Little Shu, it's not that the school is being stingy. It's just that the resources allocated from above are limited, and reaching the skin training stage is the best we can offer. Shen Shu shook his head. I'm already grateful for the school's resources up to the skin training stage. What I oppose is joining the elite class without an assessment. The principal looked puzzled. So what do you mean? Shen Shu once again displayed that predatory smile. I want to challenge the elite class and earn my place fair and square. He thought to himself, he couldn't let the principal's words waste his hard-earned sage moment. Although he had just made a good gain, a battle had consumed a lot. At this moment, he had 3 hours and 20 minutes of sage moment left. Shen Shu's words, though spoken softly, echoed like thunder in everyone's ears. He chose the most difficult path, refusing to take shortcuts, opting instead to climb the steepest peaks. This choice commanded both respect and awe. Yuan Yi, overwhelmed with excitement, slammed the table in front of him and exclaimed, Yes, this is the true martial way. Those around him looked at Shen Shu with a mix of admiration and disbelief, as if witnessing the birth of a legend. Shen Shu paused for a moment, realizing that his decision seemed to carry a different meaning to others. However, he knew in his heart that it was all for the sake of the sage moment. The crowd's attention then shifted to the elite class of only 20 people. These once celebrated elites now felt uneasy, as if a spotlight was burning into their backs. They watched nervously at Shen Shu's lean yet upright figure on the stage, unsure who would face him. Among them, Zhang Qian, the lowest ranked in the elite class, clenched his fists. Known as the gatekeeper of the class, he had arrogantly defeated challengers in the past. But now, he only hoped Shen Shu wouldn't choose him. Fate, however, had other plans. Shen Shu directly named Zhang Qian as his opponent. With a wry smile, Zhang Qian stepped onto the platform and introduced himself. Elite class, Zhang Qian, skilled in Ben Lei fist. Shen Shu replied simply. Class 5, Shen Shu, with some knowledge of martial arts. Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but smirk slightly. Shen Shu's earlier display of skill was far beyond some knowledge. Determined to make a statement, Zhang Qian's eyes sharpened as he launched a punch directly at Shen Shu's face. Yuan Yi chuckled from below the stage. This kid's quite the actor. Seeing the puzzled looks from Sun Jiangwo and Wen Chongqing, he explained, Ben Lei fist, though called a fist technique, is actually stronger in its kicks. The punches are just a cover. The legs deliver the fatal blow. Sure enough, just as Shen Shu prepared to block the punch, a sense of danger arose from below. Acting on instinct, Shen Shu swiftly brought his knee forward while pulling Zhang Qian's arm towards him. Zhang Qian's left leg crashed heavily against Shen Shu's knee. as if striking solid rock. Before he could retreat, Shen Shu pulled him closer. Bang! With a single palm strike, Shen Shu sent Zhang Qian flying backward. To everyone watching, it seemed like Zhang Qian was willingly walking into a beating. However, only a few, including Yuan Yi, noticed that Shen Shu had found a flaw in his opponent's defense in a flash and was already gaining the upper hand. His astonishing reaction speed left everyone in awe. Sun Jiangwo keenly observed that although Shen Shu was unfamiliar with the hidden tricks of the Benlei fist, he handled it better than those who knew it well. He couldn't help but wonder if Shen Shu's actions in that split second were purely instinctual. Could he really be a natural combat genius? Yuan Yi could only comfort himself with this thought, because he could clearly sense Shen Shu's rapid progress. Although Shen Shu's previous performance was commendable, it was still within the realm of the ordinary. Yuan Yi could even say, without false modesty, that Shen Shu's earlier abilities fit his definition of a genius. However, after a group battle, Yuan Yi found himself unable to comprehend Shen Shu anymore. This was beyond what he understood as genius. Damn, he blocked that. Several members of the elite class were stunned by the scene. They recalled how they had suffered losses against Zhang Qian initially, allowing him to rise to prominence with that move. But once they learned to guard against it, Zhang Qian was relegated back to his role as a gatekeeper. At this moment, Shen Shu was momentarily stunned too, finally realizing the power of his basic combat intuition. He then lunged forward, aiming a punch at Zhang Qian's face. As Zhang Qian hastily defended, Shen Shu kicked out. Ah! Zhang Qian screamed, as Shen Shu kicked him off the martial arts platform. Yuan Yi and Wen Chongqing were visibly shocked. They were almost certain that Shen Shu was a technical prodigy. Could he really imitate 80% of the Benlei fist after just one look? A system notification flashed before Shen Shu. You have defeated a second-stage Mortal Realm opponent, gaining 3 hours of sage time. You have preliminarily mastered the Benlei fist and integrated it into the ancient comprehensive martial arts. You have gained new insights into the Benlei fist and leg techniques. You can use sage time to simulate them. Current remaining sage time, 5 hours and 20 minutes. Shen Shu realized that his spontaneous imitation had triggered the system. Without hesitation, he began to simulate. 1 hour later, he mused about how insidious this fist technique was, but it didn't suit his style, so he started modifying it with other techniques. 2 hours later, he altered the execution method, significantly reducing the potential for surprise attacks, but increasing speed and power several times over. 3 hours later, he comprehended a derivative technique of the Benlei fist mortal realm, Jinglei. Due to his proficiency in fists and kicks and his self-created techniques, his mastery instantly reached perfection. 5 hours later, his self-created mortal realm, Jinglei, had reached a perfect state. Looking at the rapidly scrolling notifications on the panel, Shen Shu couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Indeed, only real combat could lead to such rapid improvement. Ignoring the disbelieving Zhang Qian on the ground, Shen Shu turned his attention back to the elite class. Wu Sun, he called out loudly. The elite class was stunned. Sun Wang and his good friends were also bewildered. Did Shen Shu mean to challenge them one by one to prove himself? After a brief moment of shock, the elite class was filled with anger. This was too insulting. Did he really think that defeating one ordinary class member meant he could take on the entire elite class? Wu Sun's expression darkened. He glanced at Shen Shu on the platform, then at the person at the forefront of the elite class, Xu Aihan. Even in her school uniform, her tall figure and impressive presence were hard to miss. Known as the Lonely Plum of Luoqing No. 1 High School, the strongest in the elite class, and a 6th-stage mortal realm fighter, she was the top seed in the Luoqing No. 1 High School exchange competition. Born into a prestigious family, with exceptional talent and stunning looks, she was the dream girl of many students in Luoqing. Observing Shen Shu's intent to fight his way through and the surrounding gazes, Xu Aihan calmly said, "Don't waste time. If you want to prove yourself, challenge me directly. Why torment those people?" She glanced at those who had faced Shen Shu and were now groaning, assuming he was trying to catch her attention. Facing this woman who seemed even more pretentious than himself, Shen Shu frowned slightly. "I know you're eager, but hold on, it's not your turn yet." There was an uproar. Shen Shu's words struck everyone like a heavy hammer. The crowd wore expressions of arrogance and mockery, especially the members of Class 1. They secretly rejoiced. If Shen Shu could defeat the elite class as well, then their own defeat wouldn't seem so humiliating. Xu Aihan clearly hadn't expected Shen Shu to respond this way. Her embroidered eyebrows furrowed slightly, and a hint of anger rose in her cold gaze. Just as she was about to speak, Shen Shu turned to Wu Sun, urging, "Hurry up, I have things to do this afternoon." Shen Shu paid no heed to Xu Aihan's reaction. In fact, if it weren't for Zhao Liang and Sun Wang discussing privately with him, he might not even know who the top student of the elite class was. Wu Sun was seething with rage, holding a short blade as he coldly said, "Since you want to use us as stepping stones, be ready to have your feet pierced." With that, he darted at Shen Shu like a phantom, his movements unpredictable. However, Shen Shu seemed to have anticipated this. He intercepted Wu Sun with even greater speed, delivering a powerful kick. In an instant, it was like a clap of thunder. Wu Sun flew off the stage like a broken kite, his chest caved in, spitting blood, and fainted on the spot. The system prompt flashed. Acting cool makes you soar. Defeated Mortal Realm Stage 2, gained 3 hours of sage time. Shen Shu glanced at the prompt and proceeded to call out the next opponent. Wu Sun couldn't withstand even one move from Shen Shu. His proud agility was easily seen through, and he was kicked off the stage. In the audience, Sun Jiangwo exclaimed, "That kick was fierce. Why haven't we seen it before?" Yuan Yi shook his head. Maybe it's a newly realized move, though it looks somewhat familiar. Shen Shu didn't give them time to ponder. As the next elite class member stepped onto the stage, he rushed forward, delivering a direct elbow strike that broke through the opponent's defense. Although this strike wasn't as powerful as the thunderous kick, it was enough to knock the opponent off the stage without causing serious injury. Someone quietly commented, "Actually, Shen Shu is alright. He just knocks people off the stage without talking big." Hearing this, Sun Wang's mouth twitched slightly. On the stage, Shen Shu reflected on the way he had exerted his strength earlier and couldn't help but sigh. Although his techniques had been refined, the increase in quantity didn't significantly boost their power, it merely added more variations. He thought to himself, it would be great to have a few more simple and direct moves like the thunderous kick. As the next elite class student stepped up, Shen Shu began experimenting with simplifying his techniques during the match. The announcer's voice kept ringing out, "Shen Shu wins, Shen Shu wins, Shen Shu wins." Meanwhile, the school doctors were busy treating the injured students around the stage. During his continuous battles, Shen Shu gradually deepened his understanding of his own techniques. Over time, his vital energy surged through his meridians, causing them to expand. By the 4th hour, his meridians had expanded again. By the 8th hour, they had reached their limit, and by the 12th hour, Shen Shu finally broke through the mortal realm. Although Shen Shu perceived this breakthrough as a result of repeated depletion and replenishment of his vital energy, along with continuous battles and reflections, to onlookers it seemed as if he effortlessly achieved this breakthrough in the brief moments between defeating opponents. How can his vital energy still be so abundant? He even broke through the realm? Yuan Yi was completely baffled. Typically, breaking through requires repeatedly pushing the meridians to their limits. Shen Shu's physique, seemingly perfected by body-refining techniques, should have made breaking through exceedingly difficult. Yet, he did it as easily as drinking water. As time passed, Shen Shu continued to make progress in merging his techniques. By the 17th hour, he successfully combined multiple techniques, significantly enhancing their power, though he struggled to find the method that suited him best due to the differing exertion styles of the techniques. It wasn't until the 20th hour that he realized the key. He needed to first identify his preferred method and then integrate the techniques. While to others, this moment of enlightenment seemed instantaneous, Shen Shu felt as if he was locked in a dark room, constantly deducing and contemplating. Suddenly, a flood of insights filled his mind. After a brief period of sorting and adapting, Shen Shu looked up at the leaderboard's second place and habitually called out, "Gua Gang." Gua Gang, who was already prepared, stood up fully armed. The moment Shen Shu saw his opponent's fully equipped state, his eyes lit up. With each step Gua Gang took, the arena echoed with clanking sounds. A mecha warrior? Many people were taken aback by the metallic sheen of Gua Gang's armor. "It's not a mecha at all," a knowledgeable person immediately pointed out. "In our school, only Shu Ayahan's family could probably afford something like a mecha warrior. Besides, Gua Gang's armor only has a few martial arts patterns etched on it, and it lacks even the core martial arts resonator of a true mecha. I guess he just wants to become a mecha warrior and has invested heavily to create this armor ahead of time." Luo City is just a small place on the planet Dawnstar, and the real mechas in the entire city probably number less than 10. It's quite an interesting piece of poor craftsmanship. When Changqing couldn't help but scrutinize Gua Gang's armor. The most expensive parts of a mecha are the resonator and the martial arts materials that drive vital energy, both of which can greatly enhance a warrior. But Gua Gang's armor lacks a resonator, and even the vital energy patterns on the armor are made from the lowest grade materials. Even so, this equipment was enough for Gua Gang to overpower some opponents with weaker physiques. At that moment, Gua Gang, wielding a shield made of special materials and a mace, stepped onto the arena. Seeing the fully armed Gua Gang and the bare-handed Shen Shu, the crowd couldn't help but focus intently. This equipment might actually give him a chance. The spectators whispered among themselves, eagerly anticipating the upcoming showdown. At this moment, Shen Shu glanced at Gua Gang, who was fully equipped, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Gua Gang noticed Shen Shu's reaction and couldn't help but grin beneath his helmet. The shock and attention he received every time he appeared always filled him with satisfaction. Gua Gang steadily stepped onto the ring, assuming a defensive stance. Although confident in his armor, Shen Shu's displayed strength was truly alarming. In just a few minutes, Shen Shu had almost swept through the entire elite class. If he were to fall too, their last hope would lie with Shu Aihan. Thinking of this, Guo Gang struck the shield in front of him with his hammer. Clang, 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 Shen Shu. I will keep you from reaching Shu Aihan. His words sparked a low murmur from the audience. A turtle hiding in its shell. Just the right opponent to practice on. Shen Shu thought to himself, eager to unleash the techniques piling up in his mind. In the next second, Shen Shu shot towards Guo Gang like an arrow. Guo Gang remained unfazed, holding his shield firmly. He planned to rely on his armor's protection, waiting for Shen Shu to tire out before delivering a decisive blow. By then, Shen Shu's fearsome record would become Guo Gang's stepping stone. However, Guo Gang's plan quickly fell apart. A sudden whooshing sound pierced the air. Thud. Guo Gang felt as if he had been hit by a truck, stumbling back 2 steps. The lights flickered across the engravings on his armor as he barely managed to steady himself. Just one blow from Shen Shu had drained nearly 1/10 of his vitality. Guo Gang hurriedly peered through the slits of his helmet to assess if Shen Shu was exhausted. But he saw Shen Shu slowly retract his punching stance, rubbing his slightly numb fist with a thoughtful expression. Still not quite there, Shen Shu muttered. Seeing this, Guo Gang thought he found an opportunity. He charged forward with his shield, swinging his war hammer at Shen Shu. However, Shen Shu's reaction was almost instinctual. His left hand darted out like a viper, striking Guo Gang's wrist with precision, then swiftly climbed up, clamping onto Guo Gang's arm. In an instant, Guo Gang's face beneath the helmet changed dramatically. Without hesitation, Shen Shu launched a Baragath whack. Clang, crack pinned Guo Gang's arm, delivering a series of punches and elbow strikes. Despite his armor, Guo Gang was left breathless by the relentless assault. In that moment, Shen Shu's understanding of techniques became crystal clear. If he couldn't simplify and merge various techniques into one, why not maximize the damage in a short time? Shen Shu's right hand shifted swiftly, from fist to palm, then to elbow strikes. In the blink of an eye, the ring echoed with sounds as rapid as firecrackers. Clang, clang, clang. This scene left the audience utterly stunned. Shen Shu resembled a berserk savage, every joint in his body turning into a lethal weapon. Even the metal armor couldn't withstand the torrential onslaught, trembling and twisting under the relentless attack. Suddenly, the vitality engravings on the armor couldn't hold any longer. Snap! With one engraving breaking, the rest followed suit in quick succession. You have created your own technique, achieving mastery in skin practice. Gale and Storm. Watching Guo Gang being pummeled like a sandbag by Shen Shu, those who had whispered about Guo Gang's reliance on his equipment fell silent, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. At this moment, there was even a bit of sympathy for Guo Gang. If it weren't for his sturdy armor, he might not have had to endure so many blows. However, right now, Guo Gang had no time to worry about the damage to his armor. Although outsiders couldn't see his exact condition, Shen Shu's powerful punches had already disrupted the energy lines within the armor. While it still provided some protection, the force of each punch was transmitted directly into his body, tearing at his already turbulent energy channels. Honestly, Guo Gang felt like he was hanging by a thread. He couldn't understand how a momentary lapse could lead to such a dire situation. What puzzled him even more was whether his opponent was truly human or some beast escaped from the astral battlefield. This kid is a real tough guy. Even with the armor's protection, he hasn't made a sound under such relentless blows. Sun Jiangwo couldn't help but admire as he watched Guo Gang. Yuan Yi felt increasingly uneasy. When he saw Shen Shu lift his foot, his expression changed drastically, and he urgently shouted, "Wait!" By then, Yuan Yi had noticed that Guo Gang's shield had fallen to the ground. His arms hung limply, and his armor was severely twisted and deformed. If Shen Shu were to kick with such terrifying force, it could lead to disaster. With Yuan Yi's intervention, Shen Shu stopped in time. Looking at Guo Gang, who hadn't conceded even at the last moment, Shen Shu couldn't help but express admiration. As expected of the second in the elite class, you're indeed a tough guy. Considering his current physique and the force of his continuous attacks on the same spot, the fact that Guo Gang took it all without a sound was truly impressive. However, as Shen Shu released his grip, a cracking sound was heard, and Guo Gang, who had stood like an indomitable warrior, suddenly collapsed heavily to the ground. Yuan Yi hurriedly rushed forward, removed Guo Gang's helmet, and seeing his nearly lifeless eyes, immediately shouted, "Damn it! School medic! Quick! Bring the crate emergency potion." Shen Shu was also taken aback by the scene. Under the emergency care of the school medic, Guo Gang gradually regained his senses, spitting out the congested blood from his chest. Watching Guo Gang awaken and spit out the clotted blood, Yuan Yi couldn't help but scold. "Why didn't you concede?" Having just brushed past death, Guo Gang looked aggrieved, tears welling up in his eyes. "I wanted to concede. I thought about it after the first hit. Did I have a chance to say it?" Guo Gang tearfully accused Shen Shu. Everyone recalled Shen Shu's earlier rapid attacks and his praise for Guo Gang, leaving them speechless. They had thought he was a tough guy, only to realize Shen Shu's attacks were so fast that Guigang had no chance to speak. Shen Shu also showed an awkward and apologetic smile, realizing he had only intended to earn some points with his classmates, not rack up deeds for the afterlife. Seeing this, Yuan Yi was at a loss for words, unsure of what to say. Suddenly, a graceful figure approached. She took out a vial from her wristband and handed it over. Take this potion. It will help stabilize and repair your energy channels. Guigang was initially stunned by Shu Ayahan's gesture, then felt that the beating he took was worth it. He said excitedly, I didn't embarrass you, did I? Shu Ayahan frowned slightly, a hint of confusion in her eyes, then replied, what does it have to do with me? As the class leader of the elite class, there's an exchange competition coming up. You're strong enough to help the school earn a place, so you can pay me back then. Shu Ayahan then tossed 2 more vials to Shen Shu. These are for energy recovery. I don't want to take advantage of you. Looking at the crimson glowing potion in his hand, Shen Shu was momentarily stunned. Then another vial was handed to him. This is an acute repair potion. You've wasted a lot of my time, so I won't hold back this time. Consider this my compensation to you. Whoosh. Shu Ayahan's unrestrained fighting spirit burst forth like a sword drawn from its sheath, sharp and unmistakable. The members of the elite class exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes wide with surprise. This Shu Ayahan seemed completely different from the aloof, otherworldly figure they were accustomed to, who regarded everything as insignificant. Now, her words declaring war on Shen Shu were filled with unwavering determination. Yuan Yi couldn't help but intervene. Ahem, Ayahan, maybe you should take it easy. Shen Shu he. But before he could finish, his expression turned awkward. From his perspective, Shen Shu couldn't be judged by common sense. Unless Shu Ayahan had achieved some incredible breakthrough, even if she won, it would likely be a hard-fought victory. No need, I don't need rest, Shen Shu replied, taking the potion but not using it immediately, instead slipping it into his pocket. Seeing this, Shu Ayahan's expression darkened further. She had intended for a fair fight, but the other party had casually pocketed her potion. Just as Yuan Yi was about to continue his persuasion, when Changqing spoke up, relax, I'll be watching, nothing major will go wrong. Besides, he's just a martial artist. A meaningful smile appeared on her face. Although others didn't know, she was well aware. Shu Ayahan had awakened her mental powers. For a novice martial artist, mental power was overwhelmingly superior. In her view, Shu Ayahan versus Shen Shu was like a mind mage trampling a martial artist. The outcome was clear. Yuan Yi and Sun Jiangwo, hearing Wen Changqing's assurance, didn't intervene further. After all, Wen Changqing indeed had the capability to ensure the safety of this battle. Do you need any weapons? I can find some specially made ones to prevent serious injuries, Yuan Yi offered. Shen Shu shook his head, his gaze fixed on Shu Ayahan. He had always focused on honing his hand-to-hand combat skills. Seeing this, Shu Ayahan also refused without hesitation. No need. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the two stepped onto the platform. Elite Class, Mortal Realm Level 6, Shu Ayahan. Class 5, Mortal Realm Level 1, Shen Shu. Just as Shen Shu was about to make his move, Shu Ayahan spoke again. With her left hand behind her back and her right hand extended forward, she struck a proud pose, her eyes carrying a hint of arrogance. I can tell from your relentless fighting and undying vitality that your body refining technique is complete. Coincidentally, mine is too. I won't take advantage of you. You can go first. Before she could finish, Shen Shu darted forward like an arrow released from a bow. Too much talk. Shu Ayahan frowned slightly, feeling the forceful wind coming her way. Her hand instantly glowed with a cold light as she met the attack with her palm against his leg. The Shu family's Frost Aura technique. Yuan Yi, knowledgeable as ever, instantly recognized the move. Shu Ayahan was really provoked by Shen Shu, starting with her signature move. Shen Shu's in for a tough time. The Shu family had produced first-rate warriors, and Shu Ayahan was practicing their inherited technique, Frost Aura. This technique could harness cold energy to drive blood and energy, making it even more powerful. Caught off guard, it could even disrupt the opponent's energy circulation. At that moment, Shen Shu instinctively sensed the threat emanating from her hand. His nerves instantly tensed, and every muscle in his body prepared for the impending clash. But, like thunder, the force was shocking. In an instant, a loud boom echoed. Bang! Shu Ayahan's right hand formed a layer of ice that climbed up Shen Shu's leg, attempting to deflect the attack. However, the moment they made contact, she sensed something was wrong. Crack! The ice shattered instantly, and Shen Shu's foot struck her abdomen like a cannonball. Shu Ayahan's body was propelled several meters back, nearly falling off the platform. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth as she looked bewildered at the icy shards and dirty shoe print on her abdomen. She raised her head abruptly, eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at Shen Shu. Aren't you supposed to be at the peak of body refinement? In that brief encounter, Shu Ayahan finally understood why everyone who faced Shen Shu could barely withstand 2 moves. Even Guigang, clad in armor, was nearly beaten to death. The reason was that Shen Shu's rock body refinement technique had reached the legendary perfect realm. Emotions surged within Shu Ahan. The body refinement technique is meant to build a strong foundation, akin to digging a reservoir. The wider and deeper, the more energy it can hold. However, the deeper it is, the harder it becomes. Without abundant resources, exceptional talent, and unwavering determination, it's nearly impossible to cultivate it to perfection. This is also why the Federation promotes it as a universal practice. Shu Ahan, relying on her exceptional talent and family resources, had barely reached perfection after long-term training, with her internal energy flowing like a mountain spring. She thought she was unmatched among her peers, but didn't expect that in her encounter with Shen Shu, her frost chi would be utterly crushed. Meanwhile, Shen Shu was wincing, looking at his right leg where Shu Ahan had struck. If not for his strong energy, he might have already stumbled. Perfect realm? How could you be at the perfect realm? I can't believe there's someone like you at school, Shu Ahan murmured in disbelief. Upon hearing this, Shen Shu stomped his right foot on the ground, shaking off the numbness, and charged forward again like a tiger descending the mountain. Shu Ahan no longer dared to hold back, unleashing her energy. However, after several exchanges, her hands felt numb, the powerful force numbing her nerves. On the other side, Shen Shu was also feeling uncomfortable. The icy energy from his opponent was slowing him down. If Shu Ahan dragged on for an hour, he might not be able to defeat her. But how could Shu Ahan hold out for that long? Under Shen Shu's relentless attacks, her energy was in turmoil, and her frost power was gradually wearing thin. Shu Ahan found herself at a disadvantage. From the audience, when Changqing furrowed her brows and couldn't help but shout, Shu Ahan, what are you waiting for? You've awakened your psychic power, but you're hesitating to use it for the sake of a fair martial arts duel. Shu Ahan bit her lip, struggling internally. She longed to win honorably, without relying on her psychic abilities. However, Shen Shu's attacks grew more aggressive, with a heavy punch coming her way. Bang! Shu Ahan narrowly dodged, creating some distance between them. Panting, she said, Shen Shu, you still have a chance to surrender. I don't want to hurt you. Shen Shu scoffed, launching another punch, the force of which seemed to shatter Shu Ahan's words. In an instant, Shu Ahan stopped hesitating. Her perception expanded suddenly, and everything around her became clear as if in slow motion. Psychic power surged within her, ready to be unleashed. Seeing Shen Shu closing in, Shu Ahan gritted her teeth as the surrounding psychic energy surged like a tide towards Shen Shu's mind. Arg! Caught off guard, Shen Shu's mind was overwhelmed with pain, momentarily halting his movements. When Changqing, watching from below, smiled. To her, this was the true depiction of a warrior facing a psychic. She could almost see Shen Shu begging for mercy in pain. However, Shu Ahan's psychic power was still immature, failing to knock Shen Shu unconscious and only serving to anger him further. Shen Shu's eyes widened with fury. Like an enraged beast, adrenaline surged through him, shattering any hope of an unscathed victory. All that remained was his furious wrath. In a flash, Shen Shu advanced. To Shu Ahan's shock, he unleashed a series of ferocious moves. With an elbow to the top of the head followed by a move akin to a tiger climbing a mountain, Shen Shu grabbed Shu Ahan's head and mercilessly slammed her toward the ground. At that moment, it seemed Shen Shu wasn't in a duel, but a hunt. Like a tiger pouncing on a lamb, he pinned her head down with his claws. How dare you? When Changqing shouted sharply. Suddenly, intense pain surged through Shen Shu's mind again, even more severe than before. He sensed some force resisting the assault, but the pain nearly overwhelmed him. Yet, his unwillingness to yield made him grit his teeth and persevere, even as an invisible force hindered his hands. A nameless rage flared in Shen Shu's chest. He glared at Wen Changqing, his eyes fierce. Who the hell do you think you are? Shen Shu roared, eyes wide in anger. In that instant, a mysterious power surged within his mind, alleviating some of the pain. Shen Shu's right hand gripped Shu Ahan's head tightly, pressing it down with force. Thud! Shu Ahan hit the ground heavily with a muffled sound. At the same time, Shen Shu's spirit suffered a significant blow. However, a line of information quietly appeared on his interface. Your psychic power has undergone suitable tempering. True gold fears no fire, and solid rock fears no sea. Psychic power, rock-solid stage achieved. As Shen Shu's consciousness began to blur with the prompts from the panel, he staggered to his feet. His hand slowly moved away from the delicate face of Shu Ahan, with his fingertips still stained with the other's blood. On the stage, Shen Shu's tall and slender figure exuded an unprecedented fierce aura, despite his solitude. The crowd's gaze was fixed on him, unable to reconcile this person with the seemingly gentle Shen Shu they knew before. Despite his severe injuries, Shen Shu relied on instinct to barely maintain his stance. His dazed eyes locked onto an Changqing's person who posed the greatest threat and harm to him. Shen Shu assumed a fighting posture, but at that moment, a gust of wind swept by, and his consciousness completely faded. With a thud, This fierce, lean tiger finally collapsed. The scene profoundly shocked everyone present. Yuan Yi, furious, shouted at Wen Chongqing, "What have you done?" His eyes were wide with anger, unable to accept that the strongest talent in Luocheng had been ambushed by a judge in the monthly martial exam. When Chongqing looked embarrassed and defended himself, he was about to seriously injure Shu Aihan. "I was stopping him." Yuan Yi became even more enraged. Did stopping him require attacking Shen Shu's mind? When Chongqing, now also angry, retorted, "If he hadn't resisted, it wouldn't have happened. Besides, how dare you, a mere warrior, question me?" Yuan Yi placed his hand on a newly moved table and said coldly, "A mere warrior? When Chongqing, I know you're from the Royal Spirit Department and here for Shu Aiyan. You scholars think you're noble because you're rare, but don't forget, you have a rule. You can't come within 7 steps of a warrior." Before he finished speaking, Yuan Yi suddenly exerted force with his right hand, shattering the table into pieces. The splinters flew at Wen Chongqing's face, and just as he was about to speak, he met Yuan Yi's stern gaze. "Guess, between us at this distance, is your mind power faster, or am I?" Yuan Yi's threat was blatant. Wen Chongqing was about to argue, but was suppressed by Yuan Yi's solid energy and blood, ultimately sitting down in submission. Yuan Yi snorted coldly. "Do your job well. If you dare act rashly again, I won't be polite. Don't forget, I have the Heritage Department behind me too." Seeing the confrontation between the two powerhouses conclude, Sun Jiangwo hurriedly spoke up. "Oh my 2 great Buddhas. Hurry and check on Shen Shu and Shu Aiyan." With that, he rushed to the stage. The school medics quickly carried the two to the infirmary. Shu Aiyan's emergency medication took effect, but only on herself. Several school leaders paced anxiously in the infirmary. Yuan Yi grabbed Wen Chongqing's collar and demanded, "What do you mean Shen Shu's mind power is recovering on its own? If you harmed a student, I'll take it to the Federation's highest court to make sure you pay." Wen Chongqing, now unable to focus on the details, appeared confused and bewildered, speaking in a somewhat numb tone. At the last moment, Shen Shu awakened his ability to control mental power, becoming a Yin Shi. This shocking news caused Yuan Yi to clench his fists involuntarily. He suppressed his anger, and with a hint of mocking laughter, said, "Do you think I'm a fool? How could he, a martial artist focused on cultivating physical energy, possibly comprehend mental power?" Before he could finish his sentence, Yuan Yi's expression suddenly froze, as if he had thought of something crucial. His eyes widened slightly as he muttered to himself, "Is he not complete?" Recalling Shu Aihan's words and linking them to Shen Shu's seemingly endless vitality, a possibility emerged in his mind. Could it be that he comprehended mental power from the Panshir body tempering technique? Yuan Yi's voice trembled slightly. It's the only technique that could possibly allow Shen Shu to comprehend mental power. This speculation made Yuan Yi even more excited. He suddenly grabbed Wen Chongqing's collar, his eyes filled with panic and disbelief, urgently asking, "Is it really the Panshir body tempering technique?" Wen Chongqing looked at him, his face full of helplessness. He sighed lightly and said slowly, "Yes, from the moment I probed his mental power, I sensed that unique mental structure. It should be the Panshir body tempering technique." Upon hearing this confirmation, Yuan Yi was utterly dejected and released his grip on Wen Chongqing's collar. Sun Jiangwo, witnessing the strange expressions on both their faces, was instantly flustered. As the principal, he urgently asked, "Are you two speaking in riddles? What's going on?" Yuan Yi took a deep breath, patted Wen Chongqing's shoulder, and signaled him to explain. Wen Chongqing reluctantly began. The Panshir body tempering technique, although a mortal-level technique, was chosen because it achieves the best results with minimal resources. However, its true value lies in its ability to invisibly hone one's willpower. Only those with unwavering determination and persistence can cultivate it to perfection, and once this level is reached, it signifies that one's will has also reached an extreme. If guided at this point, it's possible to awaken mental power through a regular method. Regular method? What does that mean? Sun Jiangwo pressed, his tone full of urgency. Wen Chongqing continued, "It means that while the Panshir body tempering technique is indeed suitable for honing willpower, using it to awaken mental power as a foundation creates a major challenge. Just like a martial artist's body tempering, the stronger the physique, the more vitality, making future cultivation naturally easier and the foundation more solid. The mental power comprehended from this technique is the same." Sun Jiangwo, upon hearing this, unthinkingly said, "Isn't that a good thing? A solid foundation." This remark provoked a strong reaction from Wen Chongqing. He raised his voice and said, "But you can't always lay the foundation without building upwards. Every martial artist knows that the Panshir body tempering technique is suitable for times of insufficient resources as a transition. If a suitable technique is available, one should switch and then quickly break through to cultivate stronger techniques and skills. The same goes for a Yin Shi. Do you know how much mental power is required to break through to a Ling Shi using this technique? A vast amount. Yuan Yi looked at the rapidly recovering Shen Shu with a complex expression and said slowly, "This kid has been pushed onto a path. No, two paths as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Cultivating the Panshur body tempering technique to its peak is indeed powerful, allowing Shen Shu, even at the first stage of the mortal realm, to suppress Shu Ahan. But at the same time, he can no longer easily switch techniques. An overly strong physique and vitality cannot be supported by just any technique." After hearing this, Sun Jiangwo hesitated for a moment before resolutely saying, "So what? I'll just forego my subsidies, give him my share. Can't that support a mortal realm?" Hearing this, Yuan Yi looked at Sun Jiangwo with admiration. Sun Jiangwo, feeling uneasy under this gaze, uncertainly asked, "What kind of look is that? Is it not enough?" Outside the room, smoke lingered in the air. Sun Jiangwo was visibly anxious, nervously holding his last cigarette, his mind racing with thoughts on how to persuade his wife to share resources. When Chongqing appeared expressionless, though internally, she was in turmoil. It was surprising to see figures like Shu Ahan and now Shen Shu emerging from a third-tier impoverished city. Yuan Yi furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Suddenly, a cry of pain shattered the silence. "Damn, that hurts!" Shen Shu's voice came from inside the room. The three snapped out of their thoughts, turning to enter the room and check the situation. When Chongqing moved first, just about to speak when a water bottle came hurtling towards them. In an instant, a figure appeared in front of Wen Chongqing, eyes blazing with ferocity. Shen Shu stood by the bed, no more than 7 steps from the door. His combat instincts kicked in, and he lashed out with a punch like lightning. Bang! When Chongqing, unprepared, was slammed against the wall. A barrage of attacks followed like a relentless storm. When Chongqing felt as if she were in the eye of a hurricane, pain searing through her body. If not for her protective mental energy, she would have been severely injured. Facing Shen Shu, when Chongqing truly felt the overwhelming pressure. Just then, Yuan Yi finally reacted, stepping forward hesitantly and clearing his throat. Ahem, that's enough now. However, Shen Shu didn't stop, his attacks only became fiercer. "You sneak attack me and keep pretending just because you say so?" Seeing his attacks were ineffective, Shen Shu suddenly stepped back, launching a powerful kick. Everyone was stunned. When Chongqing, now enraged, was about to retaliate but was restrained by Yuan Ye's aura. Meeting his cold gaze, she ultimately chose to endure the blow. Ugh! Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Yuan Yi stepped forward, placing a hand on Shen Shu's shoulder. "Enough!" Shen Shu took a deep breath, looking at the disheveled Wen Chongqing, and casually remarked, "Sorry, Teacher Yuan. I thought Teacher Wen was attacking me, so I acted first. Teacher Wen, why didn't you explain?" Yuan Ye's eye twitched, knowing full well that Shen Shu hadn't given Wen Chongqing a chance to speak. But as a teacher, he could only clear his throat and say, "Ahem, Teacher Wen, why didn't you speak up? And Shen Shu, you acted rashly. I'll settle this, both of you take a step back, and let's put this behind us." "No way," Shen Shu and Wen Chongqing said in unison. They exchanged a glance, and Wen Chongqing, rubbing her chest, said, "This was my mistake. I admit it. Compensation will be given as it should be. A mistake is a mistake, and if you get hit, you stand tall. Besides, Shen Shu is now an awakened mental warrior. I have no special privileges. I was too hasty before in the arena, causing you mental damage, which was my fault." Saying this, she took out some treasured potions, some for physical conditioning, but mostly for mental repair and growth. When Chongqing's sudden reasonable attitude left Yuan Yi momentarily stunned, thinking to himself, so she only respects mental warriors and now claims no special privileges since Shen Shu awakened? Yuan Yi clenched his fists, knuckles whitening, seething with anger. Better not walk alone at night. Shen Shu was bewildered by Wen Chongqing's attitude as he hesitated, staring at the potion handed to him. His mind was a whirlwind of complex emotions, regretting that he hadn't appreciated Teacher Wen's good intentions and had even lashed out at her. He silently vowed that if he ever had the ability, he would make it up to her. Yuan Yi keenly sensed that Shen Shu's words had a deeper meaning, but lacked concrete evidence. He bluntly said, "All right, stop beating around the bush. Just take it. Any thoughts of revenge are for later. Take the immediate benefits first. Besides, this little thing is nothing compared to the harm she's caused you." Yuan Ye's words made Shen Shu furrow his brows. Watching Wen Chongqing in her predicament, Yuan Yi asked directly, "Do you want to say it, or should I?" After hesitating for a long time, Wen Chongqing finally sighed. "I'll explain." She clarified that without her interference, Shen Shu would have received a more suitable cultivation method during the Yuling division screening. Now, both cultivation paths are based on the rock-solid body forging technique, making the future path inevitably challenging and arduous. Shen Shu was stunned. Based on his previous judgment, Wen Chongqing seemed like a vindictive and proud person. Yet now, even after his harsh words and actions, she showed no anger, only guilt. This unusual attitude made Shen Shu suspicious. Could it be a trap? "Shen Shu, I'm sorry," Wen Chongqing suddenly said. Shen Shu was immediately flustered, his mind racing with countless dreadful possibilities. He quickly checked his body to ensure nothing was missing and glanced at Shu Aohan on the hospital bed, relieved to see he was still alive. Wait, what exactly are you apologizing for? Shen Shu clenched his fists, his voice filled with anxiety and confusion. It's actually about your mental power, Yuan Yi sighed, briefly explaining the situation. Shen Shu looked at Wen Changqing with a complicated expression, while she guiltily avoided his gaze. Yuan Yi said helplessly, that's the situation. You've hit and scolded her enough. Keep the anger inside, remember it, and work hard to seek revenge. But as it stands, the school, with Principal Sun's promise, will fully support your cultivation resources. I'll do my best to help too. On the Dawn Star, every genius is a treasure of the Federation, potentially improving humanity's situation. Shen Shu took a deep breath, confirming there were no other hidden truths before asking. Is there no benefit at all to the mental power issue? When Changqing stepped forward to explain. Actually, besides the difficulty in mobilizing mental power and advancing, there are benefits. Your sea of consciousness is unusually strong, making it hard for others to shake. Furthermore, just like how blood and energy strengthen the body, mental power will grow, although it's difficult to mobilize and needs to be managed by you. Shen Shu pondered. So, although I can't easily use my mental power, it's also hard for others to harm me with theirs. Yes, when Changqing confirmed, nodding. Even with my current mental power, I wouldn't be able to inflict fatal harm on you, even if you just awakened. A slow smile spread across Shen Shu's face, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Maxed out on magic resistance? That's great news. His voice was filled with anticipation and confidence. The three of them noticed that Shen Shu not only quickly accepted reality, but seemed even more upbeat. Their expressions turned more bitter as they exchanged a helpless glance, silently thinking, this is bad. This guy isn't just a genius in both martial arts and spirit cultivation. He also has an exceptional mindset. Yuan Yi took a deep breath and stopped trying to persuade him. He quickly swiped a few times on his wristband and said, here's my contact information. I have some influence in Luo City, so feel free to reach out if you need anything. Just as Shen Shu was about to thank him, he caught a glimpse of the time in the upper right corner of his wristband, and his expression changed instantly. He jumped up so suddenly that the three of them stepped back in surprise. Oh no, there's not enough time, he exclaimed, hurriedly stuffing the supplies when Changqing had given him into his wristband. What do you mean, not enough time? Sun Jingwo asked, puzzled. Today is my first day at work, and being on time earns me 500 bucks. Shen Shu said as he dashed towards the door. I'll accept the favor for now. Who says you can't reciprocate a favor? I'm off. Sun Jingwo was about to ask about Shen Shu's physical condition, but only saw a blur rush out the door. He helplessly lowered his outstretched hand and shook his head. Yuan Yi watched Shen Shu's disappearing figure with a wry smile. Shen Shu's body should be fine. That's the advantage of a solid foundation. He turned to Shu Aohan. She's not doing as well and needs a specialized physician for treatment. When Changqing shook his head slightly. No need. Once her injuries improve, I'll take her to the Yuling division. A dangerous glint flashed in Yuan Ye's eyes. She's quite good at martial arts too. Why must she go to the Yuling division? When Changqing couldn't help but snort. Humph. A spirit cultivator is beyond comparison to a martial artist. Yuan Ye's eyes turned cold, and his fists clenched tightly. Watch how you speak. Seeing this, when Changqing cleared her throat and softened her tone. We're all fighting for the Federation. There's no hierarchy here. She looked at Shu Aohan. Precisely because she's good at martial arts, she has the potential to be part of the dual cultivation plan. Dual cultivation? Yuan Yi was puzzled for a moment, then realized. Wasn't that plan shelved? When Changqing sighed. There's no other way. On the front lines, martial artists without spirit power are at a huge disadvantage. The Federation had to restart the plan, and I'm just following orders. She added, rest assured, I will report Shen Shu's situation truthfully and not hide my mistakes. I will also strive to secure him a spot to reduce resource consumption. Only then did Yuan Yi nod slightly, indicating he was begrudgingly satisfied. Meanwhile, back at the martial arts school. Bang! With a loud crash, Shen Shu burst into the school at the last second of the countdown. The door was left deformed, and Li Lei stared at the scene in shock. Shen Shu, panting heavily, said, I wasn't late, was I? Li Lei snapped out of his stupor and said helplessly, you're not late, but you'll have to pay 800 for the broken door. Crack. Shen Shu was trying to straighten the twisted door with his bare hands. Li Lei watched this scene, and couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. All right. Li Lei quickly stopped him. It could still be fixed and used before, but now it's completely ruined. Never mind, I'll get someone to fix it later and deduct a little less from your pay. Li Lei was puzzled about how an apprentice could have such strength. Suddenly, he gave Shen Shu a suspicious look, noticing some changes in him. Wait a minute, your energy is more restrained than yesterday, and your physique is stronger. Have you broken through to apprentice level 9? Shen Shu casually tossed the door panel aside and answered indifferently. Yeah, I broke through to mortal level 1. As Li Lei was leading Shen Shu towards the training ground inside the martial arts gym, he suddenly realized something was off and turned abruptly. What? Mortal level 1. In shock, Li Lei caught a whiff of blood from Shen Shu, and his expression turned dangerous. Why do you smell like blood? Did you take some illegal substances? On the competitive planet of Qinxi, some people tried to take shortcuts. The illegal drugs extracted from fierce beasts had terrible side effects, potentially turning people into semi-beast hybrids. Shen Shu quickly waved his hands in denial. What are you thinking? I'm from Luo City High School, and today was our monthly martial arts exam. I came right after it. Li Lei calculated the time and finally relaxed. You're quite dedicated, coming right after the exam. You're not injured, are you? The disciples of Chaoyang Martial Gym are known for their strength. If you're injured and come to spar, you'll be responsible for any issues. I know, I'm really fine. Shen Shu pointed at the deformed door behind him. I can still crash through a few more of those. Li Lei twitched his mouth. His concern seemed unnecessary. Reaching the core area of the martial arts gym, Li Lei introduced Shen Shu to someone named Wang Wu. Wang Wu, you wanted a sparring partner, right? This is our newly recruited intermediate sparring partner. I've tested his strength. He's tough and can fight well. You'll be satisfied. Wang Wu looked Shen Shu up and down, somewhat skeptical. Looks alright, just a bit skinny. Li Lei exaggerated. Let me be honest, when he was at apprentice level 9, he was already on par with me. Now he's at mortal level 1. Hearing this, Wang Wu's eyes lit up. Alright, let's give it a try then, he said, immediately making a move, using his hand as a blade to block Shen Shu's eyes, while his right foot aimed a kick at Shen Shu's shin. This cunning move made Li Lei's heart skip a beat. But unfortunately, Shen Shu casually brushed aside the hand aiming for his eyes and skillfully dodged the opponent's lower attack. Wang Wu shook his hand, which had gone numb from the slap, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. You've got some skills. Let's go again, he shouted, launching another fierce attack on Shen Shu. During the exchange of punches and kicks, Shen Shu's defense was flawless. Whether it was a powerful punch or a sneaky low kick, he deflected them all effortlessly. Gradually, more and more people gathered around the training ground, whispering among themselves. Where did this sparring partner come from? Never seen him before. Look at that defense, it's impeccable. The most impressive part is how relaxed he looks, like he's just strolling around. Hearing the murmurs around him, Wang Wu felt immense pressure. Facing Shen Shu, he felt powerless, as if he were attacking a towering mountain. Even when he used all his strength and tried to sneak attack Shen Shu's abdomen, it was like hitting solid rock. What annoyed him even more was that after every sneak attack, Shen Shu would give him a puzzled look, as if to say, "Why are you touching my abs? Damn it. This is a sneak attack, not an obcheck." Wang Wu fumed internally. Moments later, Wang Wu was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. In contrast, Shen Shu remained calm and collected, even leisurely glancing around. Feeling disrespected, Wang Wu snorted. What's the point of just defending? You can attack too. He got into position, thinking that if Shen Shu attacked, he might find a flaw. Shen Shu turned to Li Lei, seemingly seeking guidance. Li Lei nodded and said, "Since it's the member's request, go ahead and counterattack, just be mindful." This seemed to provoke Wang Wu, who shouted confidently. "Mindful of what? Give it your all. I'm at mortal level 3. Do you think I'm afraid of you at mortal level 1? Whoever falls loses, and if I get hurt, you won't be held responsible." Li Lei chuckled helplessly and nodded at Shen Shu. "Go ahead then." Hearing this, Shen Shu's lips curled into a meaningful smile. "Well then, excuse me." In the next instant, Shen Shu stepped forward, and the entire training ground seemed to tremble. His figure appeared before Wang Wu in a flash, his right fist striking like lightning. Wang Wu felt his vision darken, as if a massive mountain was bearing down on him. The overwhelming force left him unable to even think of resisting. He could only stand frozen, watching the unstoppable punch approach. Boom! A thunderous sound exploded next to Wang Wu's ear, leaving his mind blank. However, the expected pain never came. He opened his eyes to find Shen Shu's fist hovering just a hair's breadth from his ear. Why didn't you hit me?" Wang Wu stammered. Shen Shu retracted his fist with a smile, lightly patting Wang Wu's shoulder. "Hey, you're a member." Before the words were out, he suddenly stepped forward, deftly maneuvered his arm to lock Wang Wu's jaw, and threw him to the ground with force. Lying on the ground, Wang Wu was bewildered. Why didn't he punch me, but then threw me like a child? What's going on? As he pondered in confusion, Shen Shu cheerfully said, "So, this round's mine. Defeating mortal level 3, I earn 1 hour of sage time." Seeing Shen Shu extend his hand, Wang Wu, still in shock, blurted out, "I want to book you for the whole month." As soon as Wang Wu finished speaking, the members who were eager to spar with Shen Shu immediately voiced their discontent. The martial arts gym was filled with protests. "Wang Wu, are you trying to hog all the benefits?" "Exactly, we want to train with such a skilled partner too." "That's right, it's rare to find a sparring partner who can make their punches whistle. I want to learn from him." Shen Shu was taken aback by this sudden enthusiasm and instinctively looked to Li Lei for an explanation. Li Lei, who had just recovered from his own shock, showed a hint of admiration in his eyes. He had initially thought Shen Shu might retaliate against the members in anger, but instead, Shen Shu demonstrated a keen understanding of human nature. With his skills and this level of tact, it was no wonder the members were eager to spar with him. Li Lei leaned in and whispered in Shen Shu's ear. A monthly contract is a private deal between a member and an individual, usually around 5,000 a month. The gym only provides the space and takes a 10 cut. He paused and added, but I suggest you don't take private deals. Although they're easy, it ties up your time. With your current popularity, even though regular sparring might be more tiring, the income will be higher. Wang Wu seemed to catch on to Li Lei's persuasion and immediately upped the offer. 10,000. I'll give you 10,000 a month. This offer surprised even Li Lei, as it was comparable to what some experienced sparring partners earned. The other sparring partners looked at Shen Shu with both envy and jealousy. After all, a newcomer's appearance could affect their business. After listening to the explanation, Shen Shu smiled slightly and pulled Wang Wu up. Sorry, I'm here to prepare for the martial arts exam and want to engage with more martial artists to improve myself. He patted Wang Wu on the shoulder and then turned to the others, saying, I hope to have real sparring sessions with the members, with wins and losses, so we can all progress. I want to be a genuine martial arts sparring partner, not just a punching bag. These words brightened the eyes of everyone present. While the sparring partners at Chaoyang Martial Arts Gym were resilient, the members craved a true sparring opponent. Shen Shu's words hit the mark. Great, one excited member said. Li Lei, I want to book his time. Let's go with the price of an experienced mid-level sparring partner, just to support this young man's martial arts exam preparation. I want to book too. Count me in. Other members quickly chimed in. Li Lei didn't expect a newcomer to be so popular, but upon reflection, it made sense. The skill to make punches whistle, offered at a mid-level sparring price, was a bargain. Since neither Shen Shu nor the members had any objections, he naturally didn't oppose and promptly began scheduling appointments. Soon, Shen Shu was immersed in a new round of sparring sessions. For him, this wasn't just an opportunity to earn money but also a new path to achieving sage moments, as the monthly martial arts exam wasn't an everyday event. Too slow, the moves aren't smooth enough, you need more practice. As soon as Shen Shu finished speaking, he moved swiftly, instantly mimicking the opponent's moves with a faster and smoother style, landing a palm strike on the member's chest. The person flew out like a kite with a broken string and landed heavily on the ground. Shen Shu remained unfazed, calmly saying, Next. The member who was sent flying lay on the ground, dazed. Once he came to his senses, he immediately began to mimic Shen Shu's stance and rhythm, muttering to himself, faster, smoother? While rubbing his chest, he accepted a restorative drink from another sparring partner and gulped it down before heading off to practice. Shen Shu's panel in front of him flickered continuously, but his hands never stopped. After exchanging several moves with an opponent, he directly used the opponent's technique to defeat them. This scene left Li Lei, who was already numb with shock, struggling to maintain his composure. How is this possible? Li Lei thought incredulously. How does he know so many techniques? Learning and applying them instantly, his aptitude is terrifying. In just one afternoon, all the members of the Chaoyang Martial Arts Hall became Shen Shu's loyal clients. Tisk, why is it so lively today? A weak voice came from behind Li Lei. A young man wrapped in bandages, leaning on crutches, hopped over to Li Lei. Member you are? Li Lei asked, puzzled. Member, my foot. I'm Guigang, the young man replied irritably. Li Lei's eyes widened in surprise. Young master? Who did this to you? Damn it. I'll gather the guys to avenge you. Guigang looked at him with disdain. Oh, give it a rest. Losing a monthly martial arts exam and having my family avenge me? How would that make me look? Monthly martial arts exam? Li Lei pondered for a moment, then angrily said, Shu Ayahan rejected your confession and then beat you up? TSK, don't mention it. Guigang waved his hand dismissively. Our school has a monster. Shu Ayahan almost got beaten to death. He changed the subject, curiously looking at the training area downstairs. Forget it. What's going on here? Why so many people? Who's that newcomer? He looks familiar. Li Lei displayed a proud expression. That's our newly hired sparring partner, really useful. All the members are clamoring to book him for the month, but I persuaded them otherwise. Oh, by the way, young master, he's also from your school, named Shen Shu. Shen Shu, Guigang suddenly exclaimed. Down in the training area, Shen Shu's ears twitched, and he turned to look at Li Lei's position on the second floor. There, he saw Li Lei with an awkward smile and a mummy. By this time, Guigang had already turned away, muttering to himself. Can't see me, can't see me, can't see me. Ahem, young master, he's looking back, Li Lei reminded. Good, let him look. Quick, take me back to the office, Guigang said urgently. Li Lei immediately supported Guigang back to the office of the Chaoyang Martial Arts Hall. How could you hire him? The one who beat me up like this is him. Do you know how he did it? I was wearing a full set of blood energy armor. Guo Gang shouted, ignoring his injuries, as soon as they entered the office. Guo Gang was beside himself, still in disbelief. He raised his movable hand and struck his own chest hard. It was punch after punch, like driving stakes. The armor was utterly destroyed. I was almost beaten to death. Just barely survived. He struggled to extend his fingers, narrowing the gap between them as much as possible. Li Lei was astounded. The young master's blood energy armor was something the master had specially acquired from the Federation, considered advanced for a mech pilot. And it was destroyed by the other party? Then I'll fire him, Li Lei said, heading for the door. Wait. Guo Gang suddenly stopped him. Fire him for what? Didn't he injure you? Li Lei asked, confused. The eyes within the bandages showed a hint of resignation. That's because I'm not as skilled. Since he's come to our martial arts hall, I should make good use of him. That armor costs a lot. Shouldn't I earn it back from him? With that, a glint flashed in Guo Gang's eyes. Since he's here, shouldn't I give him a proper welcome? As Guo Gang revealed his scheme to Li Lei, a hint of skepticism appeared on Li Lei's face. He frowned and asked, Master, is this really going to work? Aren't we making too many enemies? Guo Gang shrugged it off, leaning back in his chair with a dismissive attitude. Who have we offended? Shen Shu? Shu Ayahan? Were those planning to avenge Shu Ayahan? He sneered. Haven't those people always looked down on me? Perfect, let them know Shu Ayahan got beaten. After a moment of contemplation, an idea struck Guo Gang as he recalled the scene of Shen Shu beating Shu Ayahan. Right, we can even say Shen Shu took advantage of Shu Ayahan. Li Lei couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Master, that's really low. If this rumor spreads, Miss Shu won't let you off. If she gets angry, the master will have to apologize too. Ah, spit. Guo Gang spat in dissatisfaction, and Li Lei reluctantly wiped his face. Is that how you see your master? I'm telling you, I didn't make this up. During the fight with Shu Ayahan, Shen Shu used an uppercut elbow. Why would someone so strong use an uppercut elbow? Where did it hit? Did it hit somewhere it shouldn't have? Watching Guo Gang speak with such excitement, Li Lei could only sigh. Master, who pays attention to that during a fight? Then just hint at it in that direction. Guo Gang, growing angry at Li Lei's constant rebuttals, exclaimed, Am I the only one who should get beaten up? Aren't those so-called defenders of Shu Ayahan supposed to be tough? When they come, make them members, and they have to be premium members. Getting more excited, Guo Gang continued. Also, upgrade Shen Shu. Make him a senior sparring partner. Let these two groups fight. If Shen Shu wins, it's like getting back at them for me. If he loses, I don't lose anything. He let out a sinister laugh in his chair. Resigned, Li Lei sighed, and went off to carry out Guo Gang's plan. By evening, as the martial arts school was closing, a group of members reluctantly let Shen Shu go. Shen Shu, also somewhat reluctant, glanced at his sage time. 45 hours and 20 minutes remaining. Just as Shen Shu was about to leave, Li Lei caught up with him, calling out, Shen Shu, wait up. Shen Shu stopped, looking puzzled at the breathless Li Lei. Catching his breath, Li Lei said, Here's the thing. You performed excellently today, both in guidance and combat abilities. After evaluation with the martial arts school's owner, we've decided that an intermediate sparring partner isn't enough for you. With a mindset of valuing talent, we're planning to promote you to a senior sparring partner. You'll only handle premium members, your salary will increase to 20,000 a month, and the school will offer 3 basic herbal baths. What do you think? Li Lei looked at Shen Shu expectantly after speaking. Shen Shu pondered for a moment. A promotion and raise were indeed good, but only dealing with premium members meant he would miss out on a lot of sage time. Even if some people could only provide him with 10 minutes, every little bit counts. After a moment of hesitation, Shen Shu apologetically said, I'd like the promotion, but I still want to stick to what I said today. I want to spar with more people to deepen my understanding of martial arts. With that, Shen Shu quickly turned and left, afraid he might regret turning down the extra money and basic herbal baths. Watching Shen Shu's determined back, Li Lei was completely taken aback. He had already prepared a post about Shen Shu's beating of the proud Shu Ayahan, but the plan encountered an unexpected hitch before it even began. After gaining some popularity, comments flooded in, with thousands of messages expressing curiosity to check it out. Li Lei felt a pang of anxiety. He couldn't let Shen Shu leave at this critical moment. He quickly caught up, blocking Shen Shu's path, and said urgently, Wait. Seeing Shen Shu's puzzled look, Li Lei's mind raced, and suddenly, an idea struck him. He clapped Shen Shu on the shoulder and said loudly, Your martial arts skills have been recognized by our dojo. Here's the deal. I'll adjust the terms for you. A glint of cunning appeared in Li Lei's eyes as he continued. The benefits of being a senior sparring partner remain the same, and you can train with all members at your discretion. But there's one condition: this only applies to members who joined before today. Only senior members can spar with you in the future. How about that? Listening to Li Lei's words, Shen Shu felt a sense of alarm. He was only here to work. Why would a business owner voluntarily loosen the terms? Especially since a Clevel dojo in Luo City was still quite reputable. Could the dojo be having operational problems? Noticing Shen Shu's hesitation, Li Lei quickly added, No rush. I'll draft the contract, and you can sign it whenever you're ready." With that, he stepped aside to clear the way. Despite his doubts, Shen Shu chose to leave for the moment, faced with Li Lei's enthusiastic smile. As night fell, a solitary moon hung high, casting a silvery glow on the path home. As Shen Shu approached his house, he suddenly noticed something was wrong. The fallen leaves on the door had been disturbed, and there were footprints on the door. His nerves instantly tightened. Bang! Shen Shu kicked the door open and rushed inside, and the scene before him made his blood pressure soar. Shards of glass were scattered everywhere. The bedding had been savagely torn apart, and white cotton stuffing lay strewn across the floor like snowflakes. Shen Shu clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking audibly. "Is that you, Xiao Shu?" A familiar voice came from the inner room, and Shen Shu immediately rushed in. He found his grandmother and grandfather sitting safely on the bed, though worry clouded their expressions. Another person was in the room, Uncle Li from the neighborhood, whose real name was Li Tai. This neighbor often lent a hand when Shen Shu's family was in trouble and had even helped them settle into their home when they first moved in. Seeing Shen Shu, Li Tai spoke with a heavy tone. "Xiao Shu, you all need to move out today. Better to avoid trouble with Wu Shan and his group tomorrow." Hearing Wu Shan's name, Shen Shu's fists clenched tighter. Li Tai noticed and advised. "Xiao Shu, this area was assigned to the poor and is quite chaotic. Patrols rarely come by. Wu Shan and his gang control this place, and as long as nothing major happens, the patrols don't interfere. Your family struggles, so they don't usually bother you. But someone leaked that your grandfather got compensation for his injury." Li Tai sighed and continued. "Luckily, your grandmother heeded your advice and went to the hospital early, or she would have been trapped today. I have some money here, not much, but take it and find a place to lie low for now." Looking at the small, stuffed handkerchief Li Tai offered, Shen Shu smiled and pushed it back. "Uncle Li, it's okay. I've saved up a bit recently. I'll take my grandparents to the hospital tomorrow, then come back to deal with this." Sensing the coldness in Shen Shu's tone, Li Tai hurriedly advised. "Xiao Shu, don't do anything rash. Wu Shan might be a thug, but he's also a 6th-level master in the mundane realm, and his methods are particularly ruthless. Your family finally has a promising kid like you. Don't fight them, heathen. Just leave." Li Tai was about to say more when a commotion erupted outside. A rough voice shouted, "Leave? Where do you think you're going?" Upon hearing the words, Shen Shu slowly stepped out of the room. The battered door behind him wobbled and finally collapsed with a crash, shattering the silence of the night. At that moment, a bald man entered the courtyard with 4 henchmen. Under the moonlight, his shiny head gleamed coldly, his face was heavy with muscle, and his eyes sparkled with cunning. He sneered as he sized up Shen Shu standing at the doorway, and then glanced at Li Tai inside the house. Well, old man Li," the bald man mocked. "Didn't you say you didn't know where they went earlier today? Lying to me, huh? Got money for others, but can't pay your protection fee? Seems like you're asking for trouble." The bald man, named Wu Shan, strode into the house, followed by his henchmen, who brandished weapons with chilling smiles. They had intended to recover some losses from a failed black market gamble, unaware that the Shen family had returned home. Seeing Shen Shu blocking the entrance, a vicious look crossed Wu Shan's face. He reached out to strike Shen Shu's face, but Shen Shu swiftly deflected his hand. Shen Shu then activated his wristband, projecting a virtual image behind him to record everything. Breaking and entering, with intent to rob, Shen Shu stated coldly, "I'll give you one chance to leave immediately." Wu Shan, his hand knocked aside, was furious. He was well informed that the Shen family had no significant background, and Shen Shu himself was only at an apprentice level. Even if they caused a scene today, it wouldn't matter much. With that thought, Wu Shan swung his fist powerfully towards Shen Shu's side. The red glow on his fist indicated he was using his blood energy, a strike potent enough to seriously injure a regular martial artist. However, Shen Shu didn't even flinch. The punch landed solidly with a dull thud. Wu Shan's sneer froze as he realized the seemingly frail young man before him hadn't moved an inch, as if he had struck an unyielding stone. "Xiao Shu," a worried voice called from inside. "We'll pay. We'll give you everything." Shen Shu looked down at Wu Shan, a cold smile finally appearing on his otherwise expressionless face. "Breaking in, assault, intimidation. Is that all you've got?" This taunt enraged Wu Shan completely. His wristband glowed as he summoned a short blade, thrusting it towards Shen Shu's abdomen without hesitation. Yet, in the next instant, Wu Shan's wrist was firmly grasped. He stared in disbelief at his immobilized hand, hearing a sharp crack, as if something had broken. Seeing his opponent finally reveal a blade, Shen Shu slowly applied pressure with his right hand. A chilling cracking sound came from Wu Shan's wrist, as if his bones and flesh were being crushed by an invisible vice. "Ah, damn it, come help. This kid's got something wrong with him." Wu Shan screamed in pain at his companions, his voice filled with fear and panic. The others were momentarily stunned, then charged forward like awakened beasts, weapons in hand. Shen Shu looked at the aggressive group, and suddenly a cold smile appeared on his lips. At another charge, attempted murder, Shen Shu leaned slightly, whispering into Wu Shan's ear with a deep, icy voice. Now, even if I kill you, it's not against the law. Hearing the chill in Shen Shu's tone, Wu Shan's face, already twisted in pain, suddenly froze as if turned to ice. In the next instant, Shen Shu moved as fast as lightning. Bang! A thunderous crash echoed as Wu Shan was kicked into the air. Yet his right hand remained firmly in Shen Shu's grip, his body yanked back like a kite with a broken string. Ah! Wu Shan wailed in agony, looking at his severely deformed right hand and feeling the tumultuous pain in his abdomen. Shen Shu's slender fingers suddenly brushed over Wu Shan's head. Through his fingers, Wu Shan met a pair of eyes as cold as a frozen lake. In a flash, Shen Shu's right hand exerted force, slamming Wu Shan's head hard into the ground. Bang! The rocky ground cracked with a web of fissures, Wu Shan's head sinking into it, his body twitching a few times before going still. Shen Shu slowly withdrew his bloodstained hand, resembling a demon returning from hell. The underlings who had rushed over froze in place, terror in their eyes. But Shen Shu didn't give them a chance to react. Like a leopard unleashed, he dashed towards one of them, colliding into his arms. At the same time, he shouted, "Don't hit me. Don't hurt my family." Only the underling Shen Shu was up against saw the truth. Shen Shu's face was expressionless, his eyes filled with a piercing coldness as he spoke. Suddenly, the underling felt two dull thuds in his chest. The immense force sent him flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily against the wall. As debris fell around him, his last thought before losing consciousness was, "Is this guy really just an apprentice?" Before the others could process what had happened, Shen Shu darted towards them like a phantom. One underling barely lifted a baton when a sharp pain shot through his chest, as if hit by a car. His grip loosened, but Shen Shu seized his hand, making him hold the baton firmly again. The underling looked at Shen Shu in disbelief. The next moment, a hand with well-defined knuckles grabbed his hair and yanked it down. A knee rapidly filled his vision. Bam! A vicious knee strike knocked him out cold. In the blink of an eye, only one thug remained in the courtyard. Seeing the situation turn dire, a vicious glint flashed in his eyes as he bolted towards the house. Damn, this kid's got something sinister, he thought. If I can just get inside and grab his family, there's still a chance. Just as he reached for the door handle, a shadow loomed over him. His hair was yanked back, and Shen Shu's cold hand pressed down on his head, eyes glinting with a chilling light. Bang! Shen Shu slammed his head into the ground. Pieces of stone flew, striking the walls with a metallic clatter. Blood mixed with broken teeth spilled from his mouth, staining the doorstep red. Witnessing the scene, Li Tai and the others instinctively stepped back. Shen Shu's grandmother stood frozen, seemingly shocked by the gruesome sight. At this moment, Shen Shu slowly stood, blocking the two elders' view, and gently closed the door. Then he calmly dialed the patrol office, his voice steady as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, in a martial arts hall in Luo City, Yuan Yi was focused on his training. Suddenly, his wristband lit up with a call from Luan Fu, the head of the patrol office. Yuan Yi frowned slightly and answered, "Hey, old Lu, what's up? Why are you calling so late?" The news from the other end of the line made Yuan Ye's eyes widen in disbelief. "What did you say? My student killed someone." The entrance to the Luo City inspection office was wide open, and Lu Anfu's anxious figure appeared at the door. He immediately spotted Yuan Yi rushing over and quickly approached him. "Old Yuan, you're finally here," Lu Anfu whispered, leaning close to Yuan Ye's ear. "I found your contact information on this student's wristband, so I held it back for now. 2 dead, 2 injured." Yuan Yi was taken aback by this, frowning deeply. "What's going on?" he asked. Lu Anfu hesitated for a moment before leading Yuan Yi into a private room within the inspection office. He turned on Shen Shu's wristband, looking serious. "See for yourself," he said. As the video played rapidly, Yuan Ye's expression shifted from confusion to shock. His lips moved slightly, but he couldn't find the words to speak. Lu Anfu shook his head with a sigh and said slowly, "Your school's teaching is impressive. All of this student's actions and counterattacks were reasonable and lawful, falling under self-defense." However, he paused. When Wu Shan died, the boundary of Shen Shu's second strike was quite blurry. It could be seen as a finishing blow or continued defense, as Wu Shan's weapon hadn't fallen yet. After listening to Lu Anfu's explanation, Yuan Ye's expression returned to calm. He realized that Lu Anfu had called him here to let him know he was handling this matter. Yuan Yi chuckled softly, speaking in a calm tone. "The Federation is at war with the Star Domain, and so many people die every day. This is just 2 more scumbags gone. Besides, my student acted to protect his family." He continued to analyze. Although the video shows Shen Shu's strength surpassing Wu Shan and the others, by rank, Shen Shu shouldn't be stronger than them. Faced with a threat to his family, Shen Shu, as a novice student, not only didn't back down but courageously fought. Combat beyond one's rank is inherently unpredictable. I believe Shen Shu did nothing wrong. Hearing this, Lu Anfu's mouth twitched slightly. He could see that Yuan Yi cared a lot about this student. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come late at night and even defended him. "I understand," Lu Anfu said. That's why I called you here. With this evidence from Shen Shu and your assurance, he should be fine. But even so, the subsequent investigation will take time. I'm worried it might affect the child's martial arts exam. Yuan Yi sighed. All right, I get it. You want to transfer out of Luo City. I'll put in a good word for you. A hint of joy finally appeared on Lu Anfu's chubby face. Take me to see Shen Shu, Yuan Yi said. Under Lu Anfu's lead, Yuan Yi quickly saw Shen Shu, who was locked in a detention room. The young man was immobilized by a gravity device. You're using this thing on a student? Yuan Yi turned to question Lu Anfu, his tone tinged with anger. Lu Anfu awkwardly chuckled. I had no choice, old Yuan. Your student is unusually vigorous. With that, Lu Anfu turned off the gravity device and opened the door to the detention room. As the door opened, Shen Shu stopped his moment of sage-like contemplation and looked up at the visitors. Under the dual constraints of imprisonment and gravity, Shen Shu felt a noticeable slowdown in the flow of his vital energy. Surprisingly, this limitation enhanced his ability to control it. He could clearly sense his energy becoming more robust, and his meridian stronger. Shen Shu silently calculated the time. 5 hours and 30 minutes of the sage moment had passed, leaving him with 43 hours. Just then, the cell door suddenly opened. Looking up, Shen Shu was stunned to see Instructor Yuan standing at the door. Yuan Yi, hearing Shen Shu's strong voice, initially wanted to say something, but his gaze fell on Shen Shu's blood-stained fingers. In the end, he simply nodded and said briefly, All right, come with me. Yuan Yi turned and walked out the door, while Lu Anfu entered the cell quickly and skillfully released Shen Shu from his restraints. He patted Shen Shu on the shoulder, remarking, You're at an age full of vigor. Shen Shu was puzzled. Based on his understanding of the process, even if he could provide evidence of self-defense, the procedure should take some time. How was he released after only a few hours? Noticing Shen Shu's confusion, Lu Anfu smiled kindly and said, It's all right. The evidence is solid. We know about Wu Shan and his identity. He's wanted here too. You'll receive a commendation at your school soon. Shen Shu remained bewildered. Seeing this, Yuan Yi urged again, Don't just stand there, let's go. Shen Shu snapped back to reality and followed Yuan Yi. The two walked silently to the patrol office entrance. Yuan Yi, about to speak, caught a heart-wrenching sight out of the corner of his eye. An elderly man with graying hair was pushing a wheelchair, tears in his eyes, as he stumbled towards the patrol office. Grandma, Shen Shu exclaimed. Seeing their grandson safe and sound, the elderly couple was overjoyed. Shen Shu quickly reassured them. It's okay now. Wu Shan and his gang are wanted criminals. The patrol office said we'll get a commendation, and then we'll have money for Grandpa's treatment. Yuan Yi watched the touching scene, his initial blame towards Shen Shu turning into guilt. He couldn't help but reflect, what a filial child. He already knew about Shen Shu's difficult family situation and understood how hard his journey had been. With a sigh, Yuan Yi thought, it's understandable that Shen Shu didn't hold back. After comforting them for a while, Shen Shu turned to the elderly couple and said, It's thanks to Instructor Yuan this time. Otherwise, I might have been stuck in there for a few more days. Upon hearing this, the couple expressed their gratitude to Yuan Yi. Yuan Yi nodded slightly and asked with a smile, Shen Shu, what happened to your grandfather? Shen Shu's smile faded, and his tone became heavy. Martial arts training is tough. It requires not just effort, but also resources. Grandpa got injured while working to provide for me, leaving him paralyzed. Wu Shan wanted to take the money meant for Grandpa's treatment. That's why Yuan Ye's expression froze, and he asked with difficulty, And your parents? Lost in the Starfield battlefield, Shen Shu replied briefly. Yuan Ye's smile vanished completely, and he stood there, stunned. As a cold wind blew past, he felt a deep sense of guilt and self-reproach. Yuan Yi was too afraid to speak, his expression tinged with guilt. After a moment of silence, he cautiously said, I have some connections in Luo City. I can secure a treatment spot at the Federal Luo City Inheritance Office. Let's arrange for your grandfather to be hospitalized, so he can recover without the worry of retaliation. These words were carefully considered by Yuan Yi, his eyes earnest as if this was the only way to ease his guilt. Shen Shu's eyes lit up at first, but then dimmed. The Inheritance Office, a federal agency, gathered elite warriors retired from the battlefield. These individuals were not only powerful, but also skilled in combat. They served as instructors and a formidable force that could be mobilized at any time. Surrounding this institution were Luo City's top medical resources, ensuring Shen Shu's grandfather would receive the best treatment. Mr. Yuan, Shen Shu said hesitantly, I won't lie to you, I don't have money. But I want my grandfather to receive treatment immediately. I promise to repay the costs as soon as possible. Before he could finish, Yuan Yi raised his hand to stop him. The elder's injuries are the priority. With that, he dialed a number on his wrist communicator. Soon, a sleek, silver hovercar stopped in front of Shen Shu. In impoverished Luo City, a hovercar was a top-class vehicle, but at the Inheritance Office, it was just a regular transport. After settling the elder in the car, The doctor seemed surprised to see the patient wasn't Yuan Yi himself. Instructor Yuan, isn't this against the rules? Yuan Yi was about to dismiss the concern, but then replied seriously, it is against the rules, so I owe those people a favor. He turned to Shen Shu. And you owe me a favor too. Me? Shen Shu pointed to himself, surprised. Yes, including the previous matter, you owe me 2 favors. Although you have evidence of self-defense, under normal procedures, you might not even be able to take the martial arts exam and could end up with a record. However, now you should receive a commendation notice. Seeing Shen Shu's hesitant expression, Yuan Yi patted his shoulder. So, to repay me, you don't need money. You need to help me leave this place. Leave this place? Shen Shu asked, puzzled. Exactly. Yuan Yi stood at the patrol office entrance, gazing at the city shrouded in darkness. Luo City was just a small, inconspicuous third-tier city on the Dawn Star. The highest-level martial arts school here was only clever, small, and poor compared to bustling metropolises, with large black zones still existing. Yuan Yi sighed, turning back to Shen Shu. You're right, martial artists need resources. As a second-stage bone refinement martial artist, I can't get the resources I need here. Luo City doesn't even have a Star Realm passage. But if I can mentor a genius here, and a level or higher genius, I might have the chance to be transferred elsewhere. After listening, Shen Shu furrowed his brows, looking confused. A grade. Shen Shu's puzzled expression caught Yuan Ye's eye, causing the latter to chuckle self-deprecatingly. You see, that's what we call an information gap, Yuan Yi explained slowly. In the martial arts exam, students are categorized into 5 grades: S, A, B, C, and D. In Luo City, most people fall into the C and D categories, and even grade is rare. This is largely determined by local resources. His gaze became distant. Think about it while you're scraping by to buy body-tempering pills. There are places with astral passages where people can hunt fierce beasts to exchange for resources. Shen Shu suddenly understood. It was like the youth center in his past life. Some could reach it in 20 minutes, while others had to trek for 20 years. Yuan Ye's eyes turned fervent as he looked directly at Shen Shu. You've truly reached a grade. Your talent is no less than those prodigies from big cities. Just this afternoon, I sense that your vital energy has grown stronger. His tone became more solemn. You don't belong in this small city, and perhaps not even in those big cities. If you persist with the rock-solid body technique, very few at your level will surpass you in physical prowess. Do you know what this means? Yuan Yi enunciated each word, his gaze intense. It means you don't just have to gaze at the stars. You have the chance to actually touch them. With that, Yuan Yi looked up at the night sky. Textbooks always speak of humanity's greatness, the development of martial arts, planetary colonization, and interstellar encounters. But for most people, the stars remain out of reach. That's why I'm willing to owe you a favor. You needn't feel indebted to me. I'm doing this for both you and myself. Upon hearing this, Shen Shu couldn't help but look up at the starry sky, lost in thought. After a while, Yuan Yi snapped back to reality. All right, it's getting late. You should head back. Remember to find me after class tomorrow. Those basic martial arts are no longer a challenge for you. With your aptitude, you might be ready to learn something truly significant. With that, Yuan Yi turned and left. Shen Shu watched his retreating figure, pondering. Something truly significant? The phrase echoed in his mind. Back home, Shen Shu glanced at the disarray in the courtyard, tidied up a bit, and then returned to his room, sitting cross-legged on his wooden bed. Suddenly, he noticed an unread message on his wristband. Li Lei, how is Coach Shun considering the senior membership? Shen Shu thought for a moment before replying. I have upcoming school activities and martial exams, so I might resign at any time. If you're okay with that, I'll sign the contract. Less than a minute later, Li Lei responded. Of course. If you resign in less than a month, we'll pay you for the full month at the highest rate. He then initiated a request to sign the contract. After the contract was notarized by Luo City's judiciary, Shen Shu carefully reviewed it and, considering his current financial situation, signed it immediately. Reflecting on Yuan Ye's words from earlier, Shen Shu felt a surge of excitement. A vast world seemed within reach, waiting for him to explore. With that mindset, Shen Shu consumed the body tempering potion gifted by Wen Changqing without hesitation, embarking on a new round of training. In the first hour, Shen Shu focused intently on practicing the rock-solid body technique. Even though he had mastered this technique, he persisted in channeling his vital energy into his body. After 3 hours, his arms were fully flushed with vital energy. 12 hours later, his limbs were complete, and the effects of the body tempering potion were exhausted, with a noticeable slowdown in energy enhancement. Without hesitation, Shen Shu consumed another bottle of vital energy potion. By the 18th hour, his torso was fully flushed. At the 23rd hour, Shen Shu finally broke through to Mortal Realm Level 1. His vital energy fully integrated into his body, enhancing his physique, and the rock-solid body technique became as natural as eating and drinking. As the panel displayed his successful breakthrough, Shen Shu ended this long period of focused training. Feeling the surging power within, he finally understood the bitter expressions of people like Yuan Yi when they spoke of his deep cultivation of the rock-solid body technique. The training process was akin to continuously pounding his body with vital energy, where every inch of muscle and every cell was flushed with energy. Insufficient energy meant incomplete flushing and hindered advancement. Once he managed to enhance his energy, advancing required even more energy for his already flushed body. But the results of this rigorous training were evident. Bang! Shen Shu casually threw a punch, and the surging energy caused the air to tremble, producing a clear whistling sound. He mused to himself that if he were to face Shu Ahan now, a single elbow strike might be enough to subdue him. In the early morning, the courtyard was shrouded in mist as Shen Shu moved with the speed and force of a thunderstorm. Each punch and movement he made was powerful, causing the air to tremble slightly. After a moment, Shen Shu stopped, feeling the surge of blood and energy within him, and exhaled deeply. A system notification echoed in his mind. Skin Training Ancient Comprehensive Martial Arts Proficiency 8. Current Proficiency Perfected 36100. Shen Shu nodded to himself, recognizing that the enhancement in his vitality and physique indeed accelerated the growth of his skill proficiency. He then brought up his status panel to examine it closely. Shen Shu, Mortal Realm Stage 2 Perfected. Current cultivation methods: Mortal Realm Rock Solid Body Refinement Ultimate. Mental Power Rock Solid Body Refinement Ultimate. Current techniques: Mortal Realm Thunderclap Ultimate. Skin Training Gale and Rain Perfected. Skin Training Ancient Comprehensive Martial Arts Perfected. Remaining Sage Time, 28 hours. Shen Shu sighed lightly, realizing that rapid breakthroughs still relied heavily on sage time and medicinal aids. Last night, with the help of substances provided by Wen Chongqing and sage time, he managed to break through to Stage 2 Perfected. However, without these external aids, progress might have been slow, taking up to a month. Shen Shu began contemplating ways to acquire more sage time. As he was deep in thought, his wristband suddenly vibrated. Shen Shu looked at it and saw a message from Sun Wang. Shen Shu, be careful when you come to school today. Someone might be looking to cause you trouble. Shen Shu frowned slightly, puzzled. Trouble? Could it be someone behind Wushan? But how could they have such timely information? Despite his doubts, Shen Shu was not afraid. His family had already been taken to the inheritance hospital under Yuan Ye's arrangements, leaving him free of vulnerabilities. Before long, Shen Shu arrived at school. As soon as he stepped through the gates, he felt the eyes of many on him. The younger students around him were whispering incessantly. That's Shen Shu. Is he the senior class's big shot? I heard he put Shu Ahan in the hospital. Him? Tall and skinny. Is he really that tough? Do you know what the senior martial arts class calls him now? The skinny tiger, Shen Shu. Shen Shu's lips twitched slightly. Being the subject of gossip was a novel experience for him. However, he soon heard different voices. He looked so scholarly, but who knew he was like that? Not necessarily. Martial arts competitions aren't about following rules. Besides, I heard Shen Shu wasn't interested in Shu Ahan, but he was particularly ruthless. You don't know anything. It's the if I can't have it, I'll destroy it mentality. If he wasn't interested, why did he behave inappropriately towards Shu Ahan during the fight? Shen Shu was baffled, wondering what on earth they were talking about. With time running short, he didn't pursue it further and headed straight into the classroom. The usually unnoticed back door entrance suddenly drew the entire class's attention as Shen Shu walked in, plunging the room into silence. This scene even made Shen Shu pause, wondering if the head teacher was standing behind him. Shen Shu, over here. Sun Wang and Zhao Liang, already seated, waved him over. As he approached, they pulled him into his seat. The next moment, Sun Wang and Zhao Liang stood before him, with Sun Wang sternly saying, confess and you'll be treated leniently, resist and face severe consequences. Zhao Liang quickly added to Shen Shu's words, saying seriously, anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Shen Shu looked at them suspiciously, puzzled by their antics, and asked, what are you two up to? Did something knock some sense out of you yesterday? Zhao Liang waved his hand dismissively. All right, no more pretending. Look at this. With that, he swiftly pulled up a message and sent it to Shen Shu. As Shen Shu focused on the screen, he read, screams echo through the school martial arts exam, with a student from Yigao, Gumei, in a coma. Is this a twist of human nature or a moral decay? Shen Shu looked bewildered. Huh? What's all this? Sun Wang didn't explain but instead showed several more messages. A mysterious figure beats up the whole school just to touch you. The untold story of Shen Shu from Luo City Yigao. Did the school beauty Shu Ahan get harassed? Is Shu Ahan pregnant? Each message was followed by varying degrees of fiery emojis and thousands of comments pouring in like a tide. Just as Shen Shu was about to stand up, Sun Wang and Zhao Liang pressed him back down. With serious expressions, Zhao Liang said, buddy, now you understand what it means when they say the tallest tree catches the wind. You've become the talk of the town, though not entirely in a good way. The two of them couldn't help but show a schadenfreude smile. Shen Shu couldn't help but retort. This is blatant slander. What nonsense is this? Hearing this, Sun Wang and Zhao Liang put away their devices and sat down with a grin. Zhao Liang sighed. We know what you're really like, but this is how public opinion works. Don't ask, it's just journalism. All these topics are targeting you and Shu Ayahan. Probably someone's trying to mess with you. Even though Shu Ayahan has never accepted anyone's confession or asked for revenge, there's always those die-hard admirers. Listening to Zhao Liang's last sentence, Shen Shu was about to explain but closed his mouth. After a moment of thought, he asked, "You mean someone might come after me?" "Yes." Zhao Liang nodded. "At school, you're probably safe, but outside is another story. Someone has already dug up that you're a sparring partner at Chaoyang Martial Arts School. People are already clamoring to come and teach you a lesson." Oh, the seriousness on Shen Shu's face disappeared, replaced by a smile. Seeing Shen Shu's expression, Sun Wang shook his head. "I know you're strong, but those who dare to pursue Shu Ayahan aren't weak either. Some are even planning to come from other cities to take you on." "Is that so?" Shen Shu's eyes lit up. "I was just thinking about how to expand my Sage Moments segment, and now this opportunity falls into my lap." "You're crazy. We were planning to help you post a clarification. You should cooperate." Shen Shu's expression suddenly changed. "No way." "What? Not only shouldn't you clarify, you should fan the flames. Make sure those who dislike me, want to hit me, and even those who wish to kill me all come. In short, get them to come after me." Sun Wang reached out to feel Shen Shu's forehead. "No fever." Shen Shu swatted Sun Wang's hand away. "Anyway, this is the only way for me to get stronger faster and make more money. Oh, I forgot to tell you my grandfather is already in the hospital, so I really need the money now." Seeing the earnest look in Shen Shu's eyes, Sun Wang and Zhao Liang finally realized he wasn't joking. They hesitated for a moment before nodding vigorously. "All right then, this is what you asked for." Just as Shen Shu and Sun Wang were plotting, the back door suddenly slammed open with a kick. A voice roared, "Which one of you is Shen Shu?" As a loud crash came from the back door, everyone's attention in the classroom shifted to the entrance. A tall, burly man with a fierce expression appeared, glaring menacingly into the room. Zhao Liang whispered to Shen Shu, "See? I told you he'd show up. Just ignore him. The teacher will kick him out soon." However, to Zhao Liang's surprise, Shen Shu stood up without hesitation and said clearly, "I am Shen Shu." The tall man was momentarily taken aback, then harshly accused. "So you're the one who took advantage during the martial arts exam, using underhanded tactics to seriously injure Shu En?" Hearing the accusation and feeling the eyes of the entire class on him, Shen Shu's mouth twitched slightly. A hint of mockery flickered in his classmates' eyes. The man continued to press aggressively. "I knew you wouldn't admit it. Bullying a girl, what kind of skill is that? If you've got guts, come spar with me. Remember, the one who hits you is Wu Dagwai." Before he finished speaking, Wu Dagwai swung a punch at Shen Shu's face. However, Shen Shu didn't dodge. Instead, he swiftly kicked out with his right leg. Bang! With a crisp sound, Wu Dagwai, who had just charged into the classroom, was sent flying back at an even faster speed. Smack! Everyone craned their necks to see Wu Dagwai slam into the corridor wall, clutching his abdomen, eyes wide. The tiles behind him even showed cracks. Just then, the class teacher, Xie Chunhua, was about to check on the classroom. Before she could step in, she saw a figure like a big black rat being kicked out of the room. Shen Shu calmly walked out the back door, looking indifferently at Wu Dagwai, who was on the ground. He said, "With your skills, you want to avenge Shu Ayahan? Shu Ayahan can take more hits than you. A bunch of useless sycophants." Wu Dagwai glared angrily at Shen Shu, but Shen Shu had already turned around, only to see the class teacher standing not far away. A hint of surprise crossed his face, and he was about to explain when Xie Chunhua stepped forward. Xie Chunhua's sharp gaze swept over Wu Dagwai on the ground as she sternly asked, "You're not from our school, are you? What do you want? Trying to bully our students?" Wu Dagwai, clutching his chest, froze with a pained expression, incredulously looking at Xie Chunhua, and defended, "Are you serious? Who's bullying whom? I used my chest to bully Shen Shu's foot, and then fiercely bullied the tiles behind me." Xie Chunhua snorted coldly and was about to call for someone to take Wu Dagwai away. Seeing this, Wu Dagwai could only grit his teeth, struggle to his feet, and slink away. Watching Wu Dagwai leave, Xie Chunhua didn't pursue the matter further. Instead, she turned to Shen Shu and said, "Come with me for a moment." Shen Shu sighed, thinking he had only intended to provoke Shu Ayahan a bit, catch some attention, and create some dramatic moments. Who knew these sycophants would be so unreasonable, resorting to insults and slander right away? That kick had a bit of anger, but it wasn't meant to be lethal. He thought it was no big deal, but the class teacher happened to witness it. Entering the office, Shen Shu braced himself for a scolding. However, Xie Chunhua merely looked him over and asked, "You're not hurt, are you?" "Huh? No," Shen Shu replied, a bit surprised. "Good, that's fine then." Xie Chunhua took a sip of water and advised, "You young people are full of energy and conflicts can happen, but you need to be mindful of the limits." Hearing this, Shen Shu nodded silently. Xie Chunhua smiled helplessly and said, "By the way, the school has already submitted your name for the exchange competition. Originally, you were supposed to start preparing for it these days, but because of the martial arts exam yesterday, quite a few people got injured and need about a week to recover." She gave Shen Shu a meaningful look, and he scratched his head awkwardly, offering a slightly embarrassed smile. Most of those injuries were his doing, but Xie Chunhua dismissed it lightly, saying, "But this has nothing to do with you. It's normal to get injured in martial arts exams. During this time, just maintain your condition. After all, if you place in the exchange competition, you'll get rewards like potions and even techniques or skills." "I understand, teacher," Shen Shu nodded earnestly. Satisfied, Xie Chunhua said, "All right, you can go." After Shen Shu left the office, Xie Chunhua looked at the steam rising from her cup and shook her head helplessly. She didn't dare criticize Shen Shu. His performance yesterday had already caught the attention of the principal and other leaders. She had just been called in, and the leaders specifically instructed her to pay attention to Shen Shu's academic and living difficulties, so the school could provide timely help. It was almost as if they said Xie Chunhua could mess up, but Shen Shu could not. In the class, although everyone was in the martial arts class and didn't need to focus on academic exams, cultural subjects still accounted for a significant portion of the martial arts exam. The teacher was explaining, "The main enemies of the Federation currently are the fierce beasts and the Valen tribe behind them. The beasts and Valen complement each other. In our Federation, even with a large population base, mind practitioners are still scarce, whereas the Valen tribe seems to be born as mind practitioners. Therefore, the Federation focuses on nurturing mind practitioners to counter the Valen tribe." At this point, many students instinctively glanced at Shen Shu. Everyone knew he could single-handedly sweep through the senior year, even defeating a mind practitioner like Wen Changqing. But what they didn't know was that Shen Shu had already awakened his mind practitioner abilities. The teacher continued, "The Federation is constantly at war with the fierce beasts. To help the new generation adapt to the beasts and the Valen tribe in advance, the Federation has opened many astral passages on the Dawn Star. Through these passages, martial artists can directly enter the designated astral battlefields to fight the beasts. Unfortunately, our Luo city is just a third-tier city and doesn't have the strength to guard these astral passages." Before class, the cultural studies teacher expressed some sentiments to everyone, then began a detailed introduction to the Valen tribe and various fierce beasts. Although Shen Shu wasn't dim-witted, he was just average, and soon started to feel sleepy. However, cultural studies account for 30 of the future martial arts exam, and cannot be ignored. After all, some fierce beasts are extremely peculiar, and without understanding them, even powerful martial artists can suffer significant losses. Looking at the dense photos of fierce beasts and the descriptions of their abilities and weaknesses in the projection, Shen Shu quietly activated his Sage mode. In the first hour, he delved into the guide for dealing with fierce beasts, and the initially complex text gradually became simple and understandable. By the second hour, faced with many beasts that looked similar but had completely different abilities, Shen Shu started to feel irritated and often mixed them up. In the third hour, he decided to give up on understanding and relied on Sage mode to forcibly memorize. By the fifth hour, Shen Shu felt on the verge of a mental breakdown. By the eighth hour, he finally memorized all the content. Although he didn't fully understand some parts, at least he had them in his mind. Ding-ling-ling, as the bell rang, the cultural studies teacher adjusted his thick glasses and turned off the holographic projection. Class dismissed. As soon as the old teacher announced it, the students, who had been dozing off, instantly perked up. The afternoon was time for martial arts practice. Zhao Yang, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, couldn't help but complain. "Honestly, I really don't understand the point of studying cultural subjects with less than a month left before the martial arts exam." Sun Wang closed his notebook and said seriously, "In this last month, unless you're a genius, you won't improve much. It's better to fill that empty brain of yours. You might memorize a few questions, which would be more cost-effective than practicing for another half-month." Zhao Yang looked shocked. "Never mind that. We agreed to sleep together, and you secretly studied behind my back." Then he saw Shen Shu still with his eyes closed and felt relieved. Shen Shu is the best, never stabbing his brothers in the back. Hearing this, Shen Shu opened his eyes and calmly said, "I've already memorized the guide for dealing with fierce beasts." Sun Wang and Zhao Liang's eyes widened simultaneously. Zhao Liang shouted, "You traitor! This afternoon in martial arts class, I'm going to challenge you both to a duel." Bang! Splinters flew as Yuan Yi shattered the wooden post before him with a single strike. Everyone's eyes widened in shock as they witnessed the scene. "Instructor Yuan, why didn't you teach us such an impressive technique earlier?" Someone couldn't help but ask, their voice filled with longing. Yuan Yi glanced around, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Teach you earlier? That would be the end of you. Chasing after high ambitions isn't always a good thing." His gaze swept over the group before finally landing on Shen Shu. That strike, just now, practicing for 10 years might not be enough to achieve it. Except for Shen Shu. The surrounding trainees could only smile wryly, despite their envy. Yuan Yi continued explaining. That's a technique of the bone refinement stage. Once you reach that level, you'll naturally learn it. Today, I want to teach you something beyond the usual curriculum. He paused. Did anyone notice how I moved just now? It dawned on everyone as they recalled how Yuan Yi had seemingly appeared before the post in an instant. As they racked their brains, Shen Shu spoke up. It's some kind of step where blood energy is infused into the legs, but I'm not sure of the specifics. Although he hadn't seen it clearly, his proficiency in the rock-solid body technique allowed him to sense the flow of Yuan Ye's energy and bodily changes. A flash of surprise crossed Yuan Ye's eyes, and then he nodded. That's right, it's a movement technique. Martial exams test not just physical strength and power, but also speed and combatability. When facing opponents or fierce beasts, even the slightest difference in speed can mean life or death. He began to explain the technique, called serpent steps, in detail. You need to control your blood energy precisely. Too much, and you risk an uneven pace. Too little, and you expose weaknesses. In the training room, the trainees began to try it out, with some turning pale from overexertion, their legs stiffly held. Watching this, Yuan Yi felt secretly pleased. He had thought long and hard the previous night, deciding to introduce this skin refinement stage technique, not only to prevent Shen Shu from becoming too arrogant, but also to show the others that even geniuses need to practice diligently. Class 5 has slots for the gravity room. Once you've got the basics down, you can practice there. This is a skin refinement stage technique, and no matter how talented you are, it will take at least half a month to master. Just getting a basic understanding is enough to start. Yuan Yi turned to look at Shen Shu, his smile freezing momentarily. Shen Shu's steps, though still a bit raw, clearly showed he had grasped the technique. At that moment, Shen Shu seemed to leave an afterimage as he appeared before Yuan Yi. Instructor Yuan, even though the infusion of blood energy is the same, why does it feel like something's still missing? Shen Shu asked. He had encountered no difficulty with the infusion and control of energy, but his subsequent movements felt slightly off. Suppressing his inner shock, Yuan Yi began to explain patiently. He realized that instead of letting Shen Shu waste time figuring it out himself, it was better to guide him directly. After all, this gifted student always seemed to bring him surprises. Shen Shu's questions were puzzling. Some were easy to understand, while others were so profound that they left Yuan Yi deep in thought. Yet, after each question, Shen Shu seemed to grasp the concept instantly and displayed an astonishing ability to learn. Yuan Yi watched in amazement as Shen Shu's skills became increasingly refined. He couldn't help but wonder, is this really possible? Have I truly encountered a once-in-a-century genius? Other students were also spurred by Shen Shu's performance. While they were still tentatively practicing, Shen Shu was close to mastering the technique. This huge gap left them both despairing and determined to study more earnestly. Zhao Liang and Sun Wang gritted their teeth, focusing on Shen Shu's back as they continued to practice. At this moment, Shen Shu quietly checked his progress panel. 8th hour. After Yuan Ye's explanation, you have grasped the key points of the technique. 9th hour. Practiced Leather Realm Snake steps to a moderate level. Remaining sage time, 19 hours. Seeing this notification, Shen Shu felt a surge of joy. This technique perfectly compensated for his last weakness. How's your progress? Yuan Ye's voice came from behind. Shen Shu feigned modesty and replied. It's okay. I wasted a bit of time, but I barely got the hang of it. I'm just not sure how effective it will be in a real fight. Yuan Ye's mouth twitched slightly upon hearing this. He thought, wasted a bit of time? It took me nearly 3 months to learn this footwork. What does that make me? A time waster? Clearing his throat, Yuan Yi tried to maintain his composure. Ahem. Well, geniuses learn quickly. Back in the day, I only wasted a tiny bit of time too. Then, with a hopeful look, he asked, by the way, did you just pay close attention to the footwork? Noticing Yuan Ye's expectant gaze, Shen Shu paused before saying, when you struck the wooden stake, I realized it wasn't just brute force. It seemed like there was an explosive power within the stake. Suddenly, a realization dawned on him, and he added, oh, and I also felt a sudden surge in your blood energy at that moment. Even though Yuan Yi was gradually coming to terms with Shen Shu's extraordinary talent, these words left him astounded. You could actually sense the movement of my blood energy? Huh? Can't you all do that? Shen Shu asked innocently. Yuan Yi suppressed his surprise. Well, we can, just barely. That's how geniuses are. Then, with a mysterious smile, he asked, so, do you want to learn that technique that made the wooden stake explode? Shen Shu's face lit up with excitement. But then he remembered something, and his expression turned somber. I want to, but that technique isn't publicly taught at school, and even the snake steps are your own. I really don't have. Yuan Yi interrupted him. You don't need to give me anything. I just need you to do me a favor. What favor? Help me beat someone. To be precise, a student of my rival. He was showing off in front of me a few days ago. You should encounter him in the upcoming youth exchange competition. Give him a good beating for me. What? Shen Shu was taken aback, waving his hands in surprise. The opportunity seemed too good to be true. Seeing this, Yuan Yi was puzzled. What? Are you backing down? He's maybe just a bit stronger than Shu Aihan. Surely you can't be scared. Shen Shu quickly explained. Instructor, I'm not refusing. You don't need to say more. This request is nothing compared to that powerful technique you just showed. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yi laughed. You seem pretty mild-mannered, but when you talk, you've got a way with words. Whether it's comparable or not isn't your concern. You just need to learn it, and then give my rival's student a good thrashing. With that, Yuan Yi began to teach privately. This move was originally a bone-refining realm technique called inch strength. But with my insights and modifications, it's now called bone-refining realm dark force. At that moment, a fiery passion ignited in Shen Shu's heart. It wasn't until Yuan Yi demonstrated the technique in full that Shen Shu realized the true power of the bone-refining stages methods. Typically, passing on such advanced techniques or methods without permission is forbidden, but self-created methods don't fall under this rule. Yuan Yi chuckled. This technique falls under the self-created category, so you're in luck. With that, Yuan Yi handed Shen Shu a thick notebook and a guide to the technique. These are my notes and the technique I developed. You start learning, and I'll check on the other students, Yuan Yi said, then turned to walk toward the others. Shen Shu eagerly opened the notebook and began to study it carefully. As he skimmed through, a notification suddenly appeared on his interface. Bone refining stage dark force, not yet mastered, 19 hours of sage time remaining. To be honest, Shen Shu was puzzled. He was still at the mortal stage, and learning techniques 2 stages above was exponentially more difficult. He initially planned to save those 19 hours to enhance his stage and blood energy with some elixirs at night. However, the allure of the bone refining stages technique was irresistible. After much consideration, Shen Shu decided to use the sage time to deduce the dark force. After all, cultivation could be done anytime, but the chance for direct guidance from Yuan Yi was rare. In the first hour, Shen Shu focused on memorizing what Yuan Yi taught, gradually getting familiar with the flow of blood energy. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he concentrated on feeling the flow within his body. 3 hours in, Shen Shu had thoroughly memorized the key points in Yuan Yi's notes. Countless methods of integrating dark force with blood energy surged through his mind. As he observed the vigorous flow within him, it felt as if he was seeing his body for the first time, and a clear smile appeared on his face. 10 hours later, Shen Shu began to grasp the essence of the dark force using the body's meridians and blood energy to instantly compress and inject force into an opponent's body. Although he hadn't yet figured out how to control the force to avoid self-harm, his strong physique allowed him to keep experimenting. Shen Shu realized, no wonder the Federation restricts the private teaching of bone refining stage techniques. If the rock-solid body technique is about honing the body and enhancing blood energy, then dark force is about physical destruction. The explosive compression of blood energy to unleash the dark force is powerful, but also extremely taxing on oneself. Without long-term practice and the right method, one might succumb before mastering the technique. I wonder how Yuan Yi developed such a method. 13 hours in, Shen Shu's body began to show signs of strain. Yet he didn't stop. Instead, he grew more exhilarated. Another hour passed, and he was so engrossed in the thrill of each punch imbued with dark force that he ignored his injuries. However, by the 16th hour, Shen Shu suddenly realized, something's wrong. The cumulative dark force from these minor injuries almost cost me my life. This path is unsustainable. In the final 3 hours, Shen Shu finally discovered a way to mitigate the damage. When his sage time ran out, his interface displayed, bone refining stage dark force mastered. Soon after, Yuan Yi returned. Seeing Shen Shu standing there with a focused expression, he asked, how did it go? Shen Shu slowly opened his eyes, about to respond, but Yuan Yi continued to speak. Yuan Yi stood in the training ground, looking at Shen Shu with a serious expression. He took a deep breath and slowly spoke. Don't rush to conclusions. Watch as I demonstrate a set of hidden force techniques, and see if you can gain some insight from what you just witnessed. With that, Yuan Yi began to showcase his hidden force. He explained, hidden force is different from the routine techniques of Baji Quan. It's a special skill that can be integrated into various martial arts techniques. It has a powerful destructive force against tough beasts or mech warriors. Yuan Yi lightly threw a punch, and Shen Shu immediately felt the air explode not far from the fist. Yuan Yi continued, traditional short-range force means the power arrives as the fist does. But my self-created hidden force is different. Even if the fist hasn't reached, the power can. Moreover, after the punch leaves, this force can suddenly erupt inside the opponent's body. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Shu was amazed to find that the air, which had already exploded once, resounded again. Yuan Yi looked at Shen Shu with pride, his face full of satisfaction. This was his painstakingly self-created technique, which his teacher even praised, saying that if the harm to the body could be minimized, this technique could certainly become a precious one. However, Shen Shu looked at Yuan Yi and remained silent for a long time. Just as Yuan Yi was about to say a few comforting words, Shen Shu suddenly spoke. Instructor Yuan, with your current physical condition and power exertion method, can your body withstand this kind of strain? Yuan Yi was taken aback and asked, perplexed. What do you mean? Shen Shu stepped forward a few steps and lightly touched two secret points on Yuan Ye's forearm and upper arm. Instantly, Yuan Ye's brow furrowed, and a look of pain appeared on his face. Shen Shu explained, although compressing the meridians and blood energy can make the force momentarily permeate, even carrying blood energy into the opponent's body to cause severe damage, this hidden force can also harm oneself. If not promptly neutralized with blood energy or medicine, it can cause irreversible damage to the body. Instructor, this technique has its flaws. Yuan Yi was stunned in place upon hearing this. He recalled his teacher's previous warning. Yuan Yi, I advise you not to delve into this technique further. Techniques are ultimately just techniques. Only by improving your skills and strength is the right path. Of course, if you want to continue, I won't stop you. Our federation has advanced to where it is today because of people like you who keep exploring. Perhaps one day, you'll find that your painstaking creation only saves a genius of the future in afternoon's time. The rock body tempering technique was once a supreme skill, but now it's a basic technique anyone can learn. Thinking of this, Yuan Yi couldn't help but smile bitterly. He looked at Shen Shu with a complex expression and said, Shen Shu, do you know how much I've sacrificed and how long I've studied this technique? I'm currently stuck at the second stage of the bone tempering realm precisely because of this technique. Shen Shu quickly waved his hand, explaining that he only wanted to remind Yuan Yi to be cautious of hidden injuries, not to negate the technique. He had already thought of ways to reduce the harm. However, Yuan Yi continued, so, how could what I'm teaching you today be flawed? As he spoke, he threw several punches in succession, and the air was filled with a series of firecracker-like explosions. If it were the previous technique, my arm would have been ruined by such continuous punching. But now look. Yuan Yi easily moved his arm. What you touched earlier were just old injuries from before. I didn't expect you to have such a high level of comprehension and learn so quickly. This technique does cause harm initially, so only those with high comprehension can quickly move past the early stage before sustaining too much damage and enter the second stage transforming force. Yuan Yi then began to explain each move in detail to Shen Shu. He was fully focused, as if teaching his younger self, sharing the efforts of 2 decades never wasted. Shen Shu listened intently, and after Yuan Yi had imparted all the knowledge without reservation, Shen Shu suddenly threw a punch. Utilizing the memories left from the sage's moment, his movements were almost seamless. Bang, a loud explosion echoed in the air. Shen Shu continued to punch. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous explosive sounds were endless. Yuan Yi watched this scene in a daze, patting Shen Shu on the shoulder with a complex smile on his face, a mix of slight resentment, sighs, and relief. This isn't my strongest move, but it's the one with the most potential and highest ceiling. I'm entrusting it to you, so you can carry it forward. With that, Yuan Yi turned and walked towards the door. Shen Shu stood there, feeling the surge of power within him, silently comprehending the bone-tempering realm's hidden force he had just learned. Shen Shu stared blankly at the prompt on the panel. After a moment, he solemnly bowed deeply in the direction Yuan Yi had left. The technique Yuan Yi had shared with him, a rare gem in the realm of bone refinement, was beyond monetary value in the Federation. It required special contributions to learn and could even be considered an heirloom. Yet, Yuan Yi had imparted it to him without reservation. Recalling Yuan Yi's parting words, Shen Shu murmured softly, rest assured, I will definitely make this technique flourish. With that, he immediately began practicing, striving to integrate the internal force into his existing martial arts. As the internal force merged with his skills, Shen Shu's martial prowess nearly doubled. The most notable improvement was in his thunder strike. With a swift kick, a sharp crack reverberated through the room. Crack. The panel displayed. You have integrated internal force into thunder strike. The mortal realm's thunder strike has advanced to perfect thunder, no longer constrained by realm limitations, with power dependent on your physique and integrated blood energy. Shen Shu was ecstatic. The power of that thunder strike was significantly stronger than the famously fierce 8 Extremes fist. He eagerly anticipated the power test at the martial arts examination. Suddenly, Shen Shu's expression changed. Oh no, I got so absorbed I lost track of time. He rushed out of the training room. At that moment, Yuan Yi was gazing at the setting sun, lost in thought, smoking one cigarette after another while pondering the meaning of life. Hearing movement behind him, he saw Shen Shu dash out like the wind. Remembering the scene he had witnessed that night, Yuan Yi understood that Shen Shu was off to work again. Reflecting on how Shen Shu, under such harsh conditions, had grasped in one afternoon what had taken him 20 years to research, Yuan Yi couldn't help but feel a surge of frustration. Instructor, Shen Shu has left, came a student's voice from behind. Yes, I saw. Yuan Yi replied, extinguishing his cigarette. Do you want to leave too? Ah, can we? The student who had spoken looked surprised. Sure, Yuan Yi said. But first, Let me see how well you've practiced. If you can reach Shen Shu's level, I'll not only let you go, I'll drive you myself. With that, he returned to the training room to drill the remaining students. Meanwhile, in the Chaoyang Martial Arts Club, Guogang, why isn't Shen Shu here yet? The young leader Zhonglu asked, looking at Guogang, who was wrapped like a mummy. You said you brought Shen Shu in so we could have a sparring partner. Are you trying to scam us for membership fees? Guogang smiled. Heh, Zhonglu, even if I would deceive my own father, I wouldn't deceive you. Maybe he's late because something came up. Look, even the other members are here for Shen Shu. Zhonglu nodded, somewhat appeased. I thought so. By the way, since Ao Han got injured and taken away by the Spirit Control Division, I haven't heard from him. You're at the same school. Tell me the truth. Did Shen Shu really? Zhong Li's expression twisted, clearly wanting the truth, but dreading it. Seeing this, Guogang couldn't help but show a smug expression beneath his bandages. Damn, that Zhong Lu is insufferably arrogant, Shen Shu thought through gritted teeth, recalling Zhong Li's usual overbearing manner. With a father holding a position in the education department, Zhong Lu ran rampant at school, even targeting Shen Shu. Just because Shen Shu was a schoolmate of Shu Ayahan, Zhong Lu had threatened that if Shen Shu dared to have any improper thoughts about Shu Ayahan, his family's martial arts school would be shut down. Finally, Shen Shu had managed to lure Zhong Lu to Blue City, feeling secretly pleased with himself. He glanced at Guogang beside him, who immediately caught on and said flatteringly, well, it wasn't exactly taking advantage, but the elbow might have hit the mark. Zhong Lu was instantly enraged upon hearing this, slamming the table as he stood up. Might have hit the mark? Did it hit or not? Seeing Zhong Li's furious expression, Guogang suddenly felt a twinge of regret. Although he wanted to make a quick buck while Shen Shu was working there and sabotage other competitors, it was a bit too much to do this to Shen Shu. As classmates, he didn't want to ruin him completely. In a fight, some collisions are inevitable, Guogang quickly explained. It didn't hit any vital spots, just a jab to the stomach. Are you sure? Zhong Lu glared at Guogang suspiciously. You're not just saying that to make me happy, are you? Guogang pointed to the bandages on his body. I was seriously injured at the time too, so I didn't see it clearly. Zhong Li's expression was uncertain, but soon he angrily declared, regardless, he did hurt Ayahan. He must pay the price. With that, his aura surged, and the core of his mech behind him glowed red. Guogang watched the red glow with a hint of envy. This was the true core of a mech warrior. Shu Ayahan was formidable, yet he was still beaten like that, clearly indicating Zhong Lu came prepared. At that moment, Li Lei suddenly burst into the room shouting, Shen Shu is here. Zhong Lu stood up abruptly. Finally here. He stormed downstairs with a few subordinates. As soon as Shen Shu entered, he was surrounded by enthusiastic members. Coach Shen, you're finally here. After your guidance yesterday, I've really improved a lot. Facing these customers who both paid and provided him with sage moments, Shen Shu flashed a professional smile. Glad to hear you've made progress. Just as Shen Shu was about to say more, a figure suddenly leapt down from the second floor, landing directly in front of him. Are you Shen Shu? Zhong Lu stared coldly at Shen Shu, causing those around to instinctively take a step back. Shen Shu looked puzzled at the stranger. And you are? Never mind who I am, Zhong Lu said through clenched teeth. All you need to know is that if you dare touch Shu Ayahan, you'll pay the price. With that, he charged at Shen Shu. Seeing Zhong Li's aggressive approach, Shen Shu sneered dismissively. Huh, so you're just another one of Shu Ayahan's devoted followers. At these words, Zhong Li's pale face twisted with rage. You're asking for it. He swung a punch straight at Shen Shu's face. However, Shen Shu didn't budge. With a smack, Zhong Li's fist was caught firmly, as if clamped by a vice, unable to move. Feeling the force in Zhong Li's fist, Shen Shu remarked disdainfully. Tisk, among that pack of followers, your strength isn't half bad. Let's call you the king of the dogs, shall we? Listening to Shen Shu's sarcasm, Zhong Lu could no longer hold back. A cruel smile appeared on his face, and a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. How dare a mere martial arts lackey mock me? In the next moment, Zhong Li's blood surged violently. The core of the mecha behind him suddenly emitted a blinding red light, accompanied by a deep, resonant sound. Zhong Lu felt his entire body brimming with energy, his strength increasing dramatically. This sudden surge of power forced Shen Shu to involuntarily step back 2 paces. Seeing this, Zhong Lu sneered. I admit, you do have some skill. But the times have changed. Before he finished speaking, a buzzing sound arose. Pieces of bright silver material appeared on Zhong Li's body, with small cores glowing red at the joints. In an instant, his energy swelled even more, making his presence even more intimidating. At this moment, Guogang, standing on the second floor, watched with envy. He thought to himself, this is the real, portable blood energy armor. Such high-end gear is only available in second-tier cities like Blue City. The functions of the blood energy core require a second-tier fierce beast. In Luo City, we don't even have a star realm channel, let alone this portable armor. Someone exclaimed, isn't that the same armor as Guogang's? Zhonglu heard this and scoffed. Don't compare my gear to that piece of junk. With that, Zhonglu advanced again, throwing a sharp straight punch. Relying on his keen combat instincts, Shen Shu only took a half step back, narrowly avoiding Zhong Li's fist. Seeing this, Zhong Lu grew more arrogant, getting scared now. He followed up with another punch. Although his move seemed simple, each punch was accompanied by a frightening whistling sound. However, just like before, Shen Shu slightly sidestepped to evade. The punch barely missed him by an inch. Still dodging, huh? Zhong Lu shouted angrily, launching a series of punches. Shen Shu didn't retaliate. He just swayed, constantly dodging. With Zhong Li's original strength, he couldn't compare to Shu Aihan, but he was among the top 5 in the elite class. Now, wearing the mecha, his strength surpassed Shu Aihan by far. If the previous Shen Shu had faced him, he might have suffered. But unfortunately for Zhong Lu, to Shen Shu, his movements were now painfully slow. To the bystanders, Shen Shu's evasions seemed dangerously close. Initially, they thought he was desperately avoiding the attacks. But as Shen Shu consistently dodged with precision, they began to realize something was off. Gua Gang, observing from the second floor, widened his eyes and couldn't help but curse. Damn, how did he get stronger again? Li Lei asked in confusion. Who? Young Master Zhong. Gua Gang scoffed. Zhong Lu is nothing. Look at him being toyed with by Shen Shu like a dog. He squinted, seriously explaining. I'm telling you, every dodge by Shen Shu is precise, not an inch too far or too close. Do you think that's just luck? And look, even when the punch is about to hit him, he doesn't panic, not even a change in his eyes. What does that tell you? Li Lei looked at the scene below, hesitated for a moment, and was at a loss for words. As soon as Gua Gang finished speaking, Li Lei retorted dismissively. Nonsense. This shows that Shen Shu has absolute confidence in himself and an extremely precise grasp of distance in combat. Only those who have been fighting for years can have such battle instincts. Li Lei scratched his head, a hint of frustration in his voice. I train at the martial arts gym every day, and I can't push myself to such extremes. Could Shen Shu be naturally gifted? Gua Gang was momentarily speechless at this, then asked. So why isn't Shen Shu fighting back? This question also made Gua Gang ponder. Yeah, why isn't he retaliating? Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the battle scene grew increasingly tense. Shen Shu was intently observing the armor on Zhong Lu, a probing gleam in his eyes. He noticed that his opponent's armor activation was far from complete, preventing him from fully seeing the armor structure. While deftly dodging, Shen Shu calmly remarked, too slow. Is that all your armor can amplify? His tone carried no overt mockery or disdain, but to those listening, his words were as impactful as a heavy blow. Zhong Lu was initially taken aback, but then burned with anger. The red light behind him suddenly flared up as he shouted, damn it, have the guts to stop dodging? With that, he threw another punch. This time, Shen Shu did not evade. He stepped forward to deflect Zhong Li's hand with a palm strike. However, just as his palm was about to touch the armor's shimmering silver plates, a surge of powerful blood energy suddenly erupted, significantly weakening Shen Shu's force. Zhong Lu seized this fleeting opportunity, delivering a punch straight to Shen Shu's chest. With a dull thud, Shen Shu was forced back several steps. Finally not dodging, Zhong Lu grinned arrogantly, as if he could already see the dawn of victory. Shen Shu frowned and thought, what was that just now? He recalled the moment when the blood energy suddenly expanded, forming a seemingly impenetrable defense that greatly nullified his attack. Zhong Lu snorted contemptuously. A bumpkin who doesn't even know about blood energy defense. Then again, you're just a small-town genius from a third-tier city. He paused before continuing, but it doesn't matter. You just need to know that without breaking through this blood energy defense, you can't truly harm me. Kid, you're doomed to lose. Before he finished speaking, Zhong Lu charged again. Shen Shu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he made a swift decision. He suddenly stepped forward, delivering a lightning-fast kick. With a crisp snap, Zhong Li's body flew back like a cannonball. Caught off guard, he took Shen Shu's blow heat, crashing heavily into the wall. This sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. Gua Gang, who was about to warn that Shen Shu was in danger, found himself at a loss for words. Not only him, but even Zhong Li's entourage and the surrounding onlookers were dumbfounded. After Zhong Li showcased his mecha, everyone assumed that no matter how strong Shen Shu was, he would be overwhelmed by the mecha user. Who could have predicted that right after Zhong Li boasted, he would be kicked away? Shen Shu looked at the wall, now damaged from the impact, and was a bit surprised. This was his first time combining his hidden strength with the thunder technique, intending to test its power, and the results were unexpectedly remarkable. Ugh, 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 amidst violent coughing, Zhong Lu struggled out from the rubble of the wall. His once brightly shining silver armor plates were now dull, appearing as if they had been rusted for years. Even the core-emitting red light had dimmed. Zhong Lu was in a sorry state. His hair was disheveled, his body covered in scratches, and his chest was sunken. Despite this, he struggled to stand, staring at Shen Shu in disbelief. How? How could you break through the blood energy defense? Just moments ago, despite the tremendous force of Shen Shu's kick, Zhongli thought he could withstand it with his abundant blood energy. But suddenly, an inexplicable force exploded within him, disrupting his blood energy, leaving him defenseless. Zhongli wanted to say more, but ultimately succumbed to his injuries and fainted. At that moment, a system prompt sounded in Shen Shu's mind. You have defeated a level 6 mortal realm opponent, earning 4 hours of Sage Moment. So much. Shen Shu was surprised at the 4 hours of Sage Moment. He pondered, could it be because he was wearing armor, making it more challenging, so I received more compensation time? As Shen Shu was lost in thought, Zhong Li's followers, seeing their leader unconscious, panicked. One of them pointed at Shen Shu and shouted, Shen Shu, do you know who you just hit? Startled, Shen Shu replied, is he a member or something? Zhong Li's followers sneered. Huh. Just you wait, your martial arts exam is over. With that, they hurriedly lifted Zhong Lu to leave. At this moment, Li Lei, who had just come down the stairs, saw this scene and wanted to intervene, but was rudely pushed aside. Get lost, they shouted, leaving in a hurry. Li Lei was a bit helpless. He had wanted to mention that the martial arts gym had medicine that could help with treatment. Seeing Li Lei's expression, Shen Shu's previously invincible demeanor vanished. He couldn't help but ask, I won't have to pay for this, right? He came here aggressively to provoke me. The gym's rules allow for self-defense, don't they? Looking at the mess in the room, Gui Gang waved nervously from upstairs and quickly hid. Seeing this, Li Lei hurried to reassure him. Cough, cough. It's definitely not your fault. No worries, the martial arts school will handle it. You guys keep practicing, I'll go check on the situation. With that, he grabbed some first aid supplies and rushed to follow Zhong Lu and his group. After all, Zhong Li's father was someone they couldn't afford to offend, and they couldn't let the situation escalate further. Inside the martial arts school, Gui Gang was restless, sweating profusely. Recalling the earlier scene, he shivered. A thought lingered in his mind. That person disabled Zhong Lu, who was wearing portable armor with blood energy defense, with just one kick. Is he even human? If he finds out I was behind this, I'll probably be kicked to death. As the commotion died down, the other members of the martial arts school were left puzzled. Initially eager to spar with Shen Shu, they were now hesitant, wanting to practice but fearing any mishaps. It wasn't until a few brave members tried sparring and emerged unscathed that the crowd started to engage again. As night fell, Shen Shu headed home. He glanced at his panel, which showed 32 hours and 40 minutes remaining of sage time. Seeing the replenished number, a slight smile appeared on his face. As for the cocky Zhong Lu from today, Shen Shu didn't care much. However, Shu Ayahan's quality was indeed remarkable. This wasn't meant in any other sense, but her personal charm was quite high, providing Shen Shu with a considerable amount of sage time. Even her admirers contributed significantly. Today, besides Zhong Lu, others had also approached, though not as arrogantly. Each suitor could provide Shen Shu with around 2 hours of time. Just this afternoon, Shu Ayahan's admirers contributed over 10 hours out of the total 30. Shen Shu mused to himself that it would be great to have more high-quality admirers like this. Suddenly, Shen Shu's wristband lit up with a message. It was from Wang Wu, a black market fight broker, asking, Shen Shu, there's a gig. Can an 8th level apprentice fight a 3rd level mortal realm opponent? Wang Wu was someone his past self contacted when he was desperate, organizing underground fights. Back then, he needed money urgently, and Wang Wu arranged a match between an apprentice and a mortal realm opponent, promising a reward of 10,000 yuan if the fight was impressive. It was that match that led to Shen Shu's current situation. Shen Shu replied, Brother Wang, I've already advanced to 2nd level mortal realm. After sending the message, there was a noticeable pause before Wang Wu responded. So quickly? You didn't use illegal enhancers, did you? No, maybe I just had a breakthrough last time, Shen Shu explained. Meanwhile, in the underground fight arena, Wang Wu looked at Shen Shu's reply, a big question mark on his face. He recalled how Shen Shu was beaten almost to death last time, barely breathing, but managed to stand up with sheer willpower. Although he was eventually knocked out, that fight had the audience and big bosses on the edge of their seats, and Wang Wu made a tidy profit. Wang Wu continued messaging, advancing is good news. Since you're now 2nd level mortal realm, the pay scale changes. Are you interested in challenging higher levels? I've got a request for a 7th level mortal realm fight. Do you dare to take it? In the dim light, Shen Shu read the message, a meaningful smile playing at his lips. Got it. Tomorrow night, come find me. After agreeing on a time and place, Shen Shu headed straight home. He carefully inspected the leaves stuck in the door frame, noticing they hadn't moved, and there were no suspicious marks around. Cautiously, he pushed the door open and looked around. Although Wu Shan was notorious for his tyranny in the area, rumors suggested he had backing from other forces. Since no one had come to cause trouble, it seemed Yuan Yi had managed to control the spread of information. Shen Shu even spotted the patrol division on his way home, making him realize there might not be many chances to accumulate more sage moments. Shen Shu initially wanted to seize the opportunity to gather more sage moments, despite the risks, because he desperately needed them. 30 hours of sage moments were barely enough to break through a single level or to deduce a technique. Currently, sage moments could only be obtained from people, and Luo City lacked a star realm passage. Shen Shu calculated that the upcoming exchange competition in a Tier 2 city might offer him a chance to try his luck with the star realm passage. As night fell, Shen Shu stared at his sage moments counter, instinctively wanting to continue practicing the rock-solid body technique. But he suddenly paused, realizing that without potions, it would be somewhat wasteful. So he turned his attention to the soul bone refining stage technique he had. Over the next 30 hours, Shen Shu devoted himself entirely to mastering the technique. He began by reviewing the notes Yuan Yi had given him and gradually delved deeper into understanding the mysteries of transforming energy. As time passed, his grasp on dark energy became more refined, allowing him to sense the flow of blood and detect minor imperfections in his body. By the 30th hour, Shen Shu had finally integrated dark energy and transforming energy. Not only could he accurately target an opponent's weak spots, but he also comprehended the essence of illuminating life and death, understanding hardness and softness, using dark energy to fight in all directions. He achieved mastery in the bone refining stage dark energy round, experiencing an epiphany of his true self. After closing the panel, Shen Shu closed his eyes to savor the fruits of his training. His meridians felt fuller, and his blood energy was more robust. While this made advancement more challenging, it also meant he could accommodate more blood energy. If he was previously an 80 charge battery, he was now at 100, just one step away from advancing. Gently tapping the bed frame with his finger, the board cracked with a crisp sound. Looking at the unmoving white insect within the crack, a satisfied smile appeared on Shen Shu's face. With just a glance, he had noticed the wormhole inside the board. This demonstration of dark energy shattering the board while preserving the transforming energy showcased the immense gains from 30 hours of training. However, gazing at the shattered bed frame, Shen Shu sighed with slight resignation. Oh well, he murmured to himself. With my blood energy so full, I might as well practice boxing until dawn. With that, he assumed a fighting stance and began a new round of training. The next morning, the first light of dawn pierced through the thin mist, casting a dreamy beauty over the alley. Shen Shu stood in the courtyard, gradually calming the surging energy within him. After a night of martial arts practice, he felt no fatigue. Instead, the abundant energy left him invigorated. He took a deep breath, soaking in the gradually rising bustle around him. The tension that had been building for days finally eased, and his mood improved. After tidying up a bit, Shen Shu stepped out and headed towards the school. As he reached the school gate, the gatekeeper jokingly remarked, "Hey, why so early today? Not jumping over the fence." Shen Shu smiled sheepishly and replied honestly, "It's martial arts day today. The school is opening the gravity room, so I need to come early." The gatekeeper chuckled, "Coming early is good. Instructor Yuan is usually training at the martial arts field when no one's around. You might get some unknown guidance if you go now." Hearing this, Shen Shu quickened his pace towards the martial arts field. Even before entering, he heard the sharp sounds like firecrackers. As expected, Yuan Yi, dressed in his training outfit, was deeply focused on his practice. Sensing Shen Shu's arrival, Yuan Yi's movements became even more vigorous, his punches and kicks carrying more force. After a moment, he stopped, took a deep breath, and asked, "I just integrated the engine into my moves. What insights do you have?" After a brief contemplation, Shen Shu replied, "Not bad, but there's room for improvement. Your engine is smooth, but the huajin seems a bit lacking." Yuan Yi, wiping his sweat, was taken aback and asked in surprise, "Huh? From what you're saying, have you already mastered huajin? How about giving me some pointers?" "Just barely," Shen Shu said as he approached, placing his hand on Yuan Yi's arm. "You've injured yourself quite a bit exploring engine. If you only pursue its power, you'll just hurt yourself more." Before the words were fully spoken, Shen Shu gently tapped. Yuan Yi's expression changed, thinking Shen Shu would use engine to harm him when he wasn't ready. But the next moment, he was stunned. The engine didn't explode like a bomb. Instead, it flowed like a clear spring within him, reaching the damaged areas like a healing balm, soothing his long-injured meridians. While Yuan Yi was still in shock at Shen Shu's rapid progress, he heard him ask, "What insights do you have?" Yuan Yi was momentarily speechless. The question was too familiar, as he had just asked it earlier. More awkwardly, he had been too absorbed in the sensation to gain any insights. Recalling the feeling, Yuan Yi awkwardly said, "Ahem, it felt like flowing water. How can energy achieve this?" In his understanding, energy was always turbulent and powerful. Yet, in Shen Shu, it was dynamic like crashing waves and calm like a gentle stream. Shen Shu was also taken aback. "That's huajin for you." The morning sunlight streamed into the martial arts school as Yuan Yi absorbed the surges of energy from Shen Shu, deepening his understanding of the hidden force. He was amazed at how expertly Shen Shu wielded this power, as if he had invented it himself. Yuan Yi flexed his arms, feeling the mysterious sensation of internal injuries being dissolved by the transformative energy, a complex expression crossing his face. I've started to grasp a bit of the technique, he murmured. Hearing this, Shen Shu raised an eyebrow in surprise. Understanding transformative energy is far more challenging compared to the explosive nature of hidden force. Yuan Yi had managed to get the hang of it in just one morning? Truly, he was a talent capable of adapting and creating high-level techniques. Yuan Yi continued. Although practicing hidden force left me with several internal injuries, it ironically gave me the perfect opportunity to practice transformative energy. Maybe once I've healed most of these injuries, I'll have mastered it. With that, he pulled out a card from his pocket and handed it to Shen Shu. From today on, you don't need to come here anymore. There's nothing more I can teach you. Shen Shu was stunned, overwhelmed by yet another surprise from Yuan Yi. Yuan Yi explained, this card is the key to the school's single-person gravity room, and you can enter freely. You can also use this card at the logistics office to get the potions the school promised you. You can train at the school from now on, and as long as you can handle it, using potions in the gravity room while practicing the rock body technique will allow you to make the most progress. This is the best the school can offer you. Yuan Yi paused, then added, oh, and when Changqing sent word that your situation has been reported. There's a branch of the Spirit Control Department at the location of the upcoming exchange competition, so someone will check your mental power there. I don't know much about mental power, but when Changqing said you should focus on practicing and visualizing it for now. Shen Shu took the card in a daze, his mind in turmoil. Am I being left to my own devices? He wondered aloud. Yuan Yi nodded in confirmation. Yes, as the head coach of traditional martial arts at our school, there's nothing more I can teach you, let alone anyone else. If you want, you don't even have to come to school. I'll inform the principal and your class teacher. He added, oh, the date for the exchange competition has been set. Shu Ayahan has woken up and is recovering quickly, so he'll be back in the next couple of days. In no more than a week, we'll organize your trip to the secondary city, Blue City. With that, Yuan Yi resumed his contemplation of transformative energy, leaving Shen Shu lost in thought. He wondered if his early arrival this morning after a sleepless night had been in vain. What should I do now? Shen Shu asked. Yuan Yi waved dismissively. Do whatever you want. You can go back to catch up on sleep or visit the gravity room. Shen Shu shook his head. He had been to the gravity room before, and while it was a great place for body training, he was currently lacking the sage time. Still missing the sage time, he sighed inwardly. After saying goodbye to Yuan Yi, Shen Shu went to the school logistics office to collect his training supplies, 3 body tempering pills, 2 bottles of healing potion, and 3 bottles of blood energy potion. With this haul of supplies, he left the school again. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Lei had just opened the martial arts school's door, only to find Shen Shu standing there. In a daze, he closed the door again, thinking he was still dreaming. He was used to Shen Shu arriving late in the afternoon, so seeing him there so early was a shock. It wasn't until the door was knocked loudly that Li Lei incredulously opened it again and saw Shen Shu. You're here this early? With a blank expression, Shen Shu said, notify all the members who have appointments with me or are interested in me that I'll be here all day. Watching Shen Shu effortlessly pry open the iron door with one hand, Li Lei instinctively stepped back. Huh? Everyone, what are you planning? A determined look flashed in Shen Shu's eyes. I intend to push all of them to their limits. Li Lei stared at Shen Shu, bewildered and at a loss for what to do, completely unaware of what had transpired. Work is often monotonous, but for Shen Shu, it's a source of joy. Within the Chaoyang martial arts gym, his presence is like a whirlwind, moving swiftly among the members. Coach Shun, I can't go on. A member panted as he collapsed to the floor, his training clothes soaked in sweat. Shen Shu looked down at him impassively, his voice calm but firm. You're not trying hard enough. If you don't get up, I'll have to get tough. As he spoke, he punched the ground with such force that the entire room shook. The member immediately sprang up as if electrified, gritting his teeth against the pain as he continued training. Shen Shu's gaze swept across the room, seeking the next target for his special attention. Upstairs in the office, Li Lei and other trainers watched the scene below in astonishment. Someone murmured, with him hogging all the clients, how are we supposed to survive? Li Lei turned around, his tone resigned. He's got the skills. If you've got them, go ahead and manage it yourself. The group recalled how Shen Shu had effortlessly disabled a mech instructor yesterday, and they shivered at the thought. Just then, a cry broke the silence. Coach Sun, help. If I keep training, I'll lose all hope in martial arts. A member who had just been released by Shen Shu shouted toward the second floor. Coach Sun's eyes lit up as he quickly responded, I'm coming. Other members, nearly at their breaking point, also called for their former coaches. Although they progressed rapidly under Shen Shu, they feared being pushed to their limits. Shen Shu didn't stop those members who had nothing more to give. As time passed, the other coaches gradually became busy as well. By evening, Shen Shu waved goodbye to Li Lei and left the gym. As soon as he departed, the entire gym seemed to breathe a collective sigh of relief. He's something else, a member murmured. Coach Shun's guidance is great. but every session leaves me feeling almost hopeless. Exactly, another agreed. And he's still a student. It's a bit embarrassing for us adults to struggle under his instruction. The conversation soon shifted to Shen Shu's future. Someone mentioned Federal University, but more thought his talents would be better suited for direct recruitment into the Federal Starfleet. Are you talking about the new STAR program? A member who looked like a businessman perked up. Indeed, rather than nurturing in school, he'd be better off on the battlefield. Those around exchanged meaningful glances and fell into contemplation. The gym's bustle gradually subsided, but discussions about the young coach continued to simmer in their minds. The situation on the Federation's front lines was dire, prompting the leadership to implement a high-risk, high-reward plan, recruiting a group of prodigies to undergo life-and-death trials. This announcement sparked widespread discussion. Although they promised substantial resources, rumors of a high mortality rate deterred many. Amidst this tense atmosphere, Shen Shu took out the badge given to him by Wang Wu from his wristband and headed towards the black market in Luoqing. The black market, situated in an unregulated area, operates in the gray zone of the law. In a society where martial arts thrive, there's always a demand for things officially banned, leading to the emergence of the black market. Shen Shu's home was conveniently located at the border between the regulated and unregulated areas, allowing him access and participation in underground black boxing. As he entered the unregulated zone, Shen Shu donned his underground black boxing mask. The guards, recognizing it, let him pass without question. Once inside the black market, the vibrant and bustling scene starkly contrasted with the desolation outside. Vendors shouted their wares. Broken core of a portable mech. 100,000 each, no deception. Pack of 10 expired body enhancement potions, discounted at 45,000. First-tier beast cores, 5,000 each. The array of goods made Shen Shu shake his head in disbelief. He knew that 90 of these stalls sold junk. For example, the mech core was akin to a broken top-tier graphics card, and the vendor was just looking for a gullible buyer. Seeing Shen Shu's mask, people around him parted to make way. Before long, he arrived at a massive warehouse. Inside, shouts echoed. Hit! Hit! Kill him! Damn it! Get up! The interior resembled an ancient Roman Colosseum. The stands were filled with a diverse crowd, some in VIP boxes. In the sunken central ring, two fighters with exoskeletons embedded in their bodies were fiercely battling. There were no gloves, and apart from an outside referee, no protective measures. Each punch brought gruesome, bloody scenes. Since Luocheng lacked a Stargate, many came here to watch the fights for entertainment. To attract more viewers, the underground arena offered a champion's prize. Win 12 consecutive matches and earn $1 million. Even without completing 12 matches, each victory brought a reward, with the first win earning 30,000. If the performance was impressive, even losers received compensation. This was also one of the few places in Luocheng where live beasts could be seen. Shen Shu, a familiar voice called out. Wang Wu immediately recognized Shen Shu's figure and mask, quickly approached him, and grabbed his arm. Come on, it's almost your turn to fight. Wang Wu immediately recognized the familiar figure at the door. He quickly approached and grabbed Shen Shu's arm, hurriedly leading him toward the preparation room. Feeling the strength in Wang Wu's grip, Shen Shu frowned and asked, What's going on? Has the schedule been moved up? Wang Wu explained as they walked. There was an incident. During today's beast fight, the manticore went berserk and severely injured the challenger. Severely injured? Shen Shu inquired further, his brow furrowed. Wang Wu sighed heavily, his tone grave. It's likely fatal. Although the manticore is just a first-tier creature, its venomous sting is as deadly as a fighter at the skin refining stage. Your match has been moved up. Shen Shu nodded silently. In this underground fighting arena, injuries and deaths were all too common. Sometimes, death only served to heighten the audience's excitement. Wang Wu led Shen Shu through a maze of corridors until they reached a preparation room. As Shen Shu entered, he felt 4 or 5 sharp gazes directed at him. Some of the individuals were clearly regulars at the black market, while others were obviously newcomers. Shen Shu quickly scanned the room. Among the 6 people, 4 wore embedded exoskeletons, while the other 2 appeared to be pure martial artists. Even though this era had advanced into the interstellar age, the previous generation's exoskeleton combat gear remained popular in the black market. Many martial artists, limited by talent or resources, ultimately chose this path. Ignoring the others, Shen Shu found a spot to sit quietly. Then, a voice came from beside him. Hey, are you here to take a shot too? Turning to look, Shen Shu saw a middle-aged man without an exoskeleton. His voice was somewhat weathered, and his energy wasn't as robust as a younger person's. It was clear he was likely a down-and-out individual from Luoqing or an unfortunate person tricked into coming, having heard that even losers could earn rewards here, so he decided to try his luck. Despite the Federation's reach into the star systems, resource distribution was never fair. The beneficiaries sought to secure benefits for their descendants, while those left out wanted a share. This led to disputes and victors, cities being ranked, and resources divided. Only martial arts could empower individuals to break through layers of barriers. With this in mind, Shen Shu nodded slightly, yes. Sensing Shen Shu's cold demeanor, the middle-aged man wasn't offended, as Shen Shu was the only one who responded to him. He continued, I heard you can earn money by fighting here, so I came. But I just heard that someone at mortal stage 7 died facing a beast. Do people really die here? His voice was tinged with fear. Shen Shu, usually reticent, offered a few more words, yes. So if you're afraid, it's not too late to back out. After all, people truly did die here. His predecessor had died this way, which was how he ended up crossing over. The middle-aged man was silent for a moment, then asked, even if you lose, there's a reward, right? Upon hearing this, Shen Shu closed his eyes and replied indifferently, yes. The middle-aged man, hearing this, remained silent for a long time before suddenly smiling greedily. Shen Shu stood at the entrance of the underground fight arena, facing a chaotic battlefield. The stands were filled with boos and jeers, clearly disapproving of the seemingly young and inexperienced opponent. Why is it just a kid? I can't wait to see him get beaten to a pulp. Crush him, Skull Crusher. Despite the mask covering half his face, Shen Shu's delicate and handsome appearance caught the audience's attention. They eagerly anticipated the moment this budding flower would be crushed. Shen Shu frowned slightly, calculating in his mind. He quickly realized that Wang Wu had set him up with a tough opponent. The title Skull Crusher indicated that the opponent had fought at least 12 matches and had won more than 3 consecutively. Shen Shu instantly understood Wang Wu's intentions and the reason behind the offered 10,000 yuan bonus. However, Shen Shu was not naive. He knew well that in this world, there were no acts of kindness without motives. Everyone was out for their own interests. As a middleman, Wang Wu naturally sought to maximize profits. Coincidentally, Shen Shu's purpose for being there was the same. He silently noted down this favor from Wang Wu in his mind. Meanwhile, the Skull Crusher, emerging from the opposite tunnel, also sized up Shen Shu. Seeing Shen Shu's tall figure and fair skin, he sneered and taunted. Hey kid, with that soft skin, how about I let you off easy if you make it fun for me? Faced with this blatant threat, Shen Shu suddenly found the trash-talking practice before school martial exams quite useful. He coldly retorted, ha, idiot. This brief and sharp comeback hit like a heavy punch, instantly silencing the arena. The spectators were stunned, as if witnessing an absurd scene where Lin Daiyu insulted Jia Baoyu's grandmother. After a moment of silence, the stands erupted in laughter. Haha, that's hilarious. Hey, look, Skull Crusher's expression just changed. Indeed, Skull Crusher's face darkened instantly, clearly not expecting such a firm response from what seemed like a fragile opponent. The atmosphere in the ring became tense, with everyone holding their breath, anticipating the intense battle about to unfold. You know, this kid may only be at the second level of the mortal realm, but his mouth is something else. Amidst the laughter of those around, Skull Crusher's face darkened, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He had intended for Wang Wu to toy with Shen Shu a bit longer, but hadn't expected the kid to court death so boldly. Skull Crusher, with a body like a moving mountain, charged fiercely at Shen Shu. Shen Shu seemed frozen with fear, and Skull Crusher grinned menacingly, shouting, Kid, let me show you why they call me Skull Crusher. His hand, as large as a cooking pot, swung straight towards Shen Shu's head. The audience held their breath, as if they were about to witness Shen Shu's head explode like a watermelon. Even Wang Wu backstage widened his eyes, a look of regret on his face. Just as the fist was about to land on Shen Shu's head, his eyes sharpened, and he dodged with ghostly agility. Bang! Everyone was stunned. Instead of dodging, Shen Shu met Skull Crusher's punch heat. Just as the crowd was about to mock Shen Shu for overestimating himself, a piercing scream echoed through the venue. Skull Crusher's massive body flew back like a kite with a broken string, his thick arm hanging limply. The audience erupted in disbelief, a cacophony of shock. How is this possible? That's so fake. Refund. But quickly, the noise ceased. Skull Crusher's arm suddenly exploded like it was filled with firecrackers. White bone fragments and blood splattered everywhere, creating a horrifying scene. Shen Shu walked slowly towards the fallen Skull Crusher, his gaze eerily calm, yet flickering with a primal bloodlust. He murmured softly, Skull Crusher. At this moment, Skull Crusher had lost all his previous arrogance. Writhing on the ground, he pleaded desperately, Please, spare me. I have a family to take care of. Shen Shu simply watched him quietly, seemingly contemplating whether to let him go. However, in that instant, a ruthless glint appeared in Skull Crusher's eyes. He suddenly spat a mouthful of blood, transforming it into a blood sword aimed at Shen Shu's face. In the nick of time, Shen Shu tilted his head slightly. The blood sword grazed his mask, revealing half of his face. Shen Shu sneered. Huh. I almost turned into a saint. If it weren't for my battle instincts, I would have fallen for your trick. Skull Crusher tried to say something, but it was too late. Under the shocked gaze of everyone, Shen Shu stomped down hard. Bang! Skull Crusher's head burst like a shattered watermelon, blood and bone fragments scattering. The entire place fell into a deathly silence. At that moment, a mechanical voice sounded in Shen Shu's mind. You have killed a 7th-level mortal realm. Shen Shu stared at the prompt on the panel, a mix of emotions welling up inside him. His experiment was validated. Killing indeed yielded more sage moments than merely defeating did. This discovery left him both thrilled and slightly uneasy. The bloody scene unfolded before him, and Shen Shu looked down at the bloodstains on his shoes, feeling a sense of disorientation. Unlike killing Wu Shan, who had threatened his family, this time he had killed the Skull Crusher purely for gain. In this moment, he became acutely aware of his unique mindset as a transmigrator, like a composed gamer, more carefree and decisive in this world. Shen Shu frowned, disdainfully wiping his shoe on the ground. The spectators in the stands held their breath, many subconsciously swallowing. In the intense stimulation and contrast, many of their pupils slightly contracted. Suddenly, a deafening shout shattered the silence. Damn! Well killed. This is what I came to see. The audience's adrenaline surged instantly, with some even standing up, flushed, and shouting excitedly. The previous skepticism about the match's authenticity vanished, replaced by the thrill and excitement of the bloody spectacle. In the VIP room, several influential figures rose to their feet. In one of the rooms, a young man suddenly stood up. He stared intently at Shen Shu, whose partially exposed side face was visible due to a damaged mask, a flash of shock in his eyes. Li Xiao, do you know him? A nearby bunny girl keenly noticed the anomaly and quickly asked. Ignoring the pain from being pushed aside, she eagerly inquired. Do you want to place a bet on him? Your generosity could earn me a small commission. Li Xuanhua's expression was uncertain as he waved her away. You go out first. Once the bunny girl left, he immediately activated his wristband to contact Zhonglu. Brother Zhong, guess who I ran into at the black market? Lying in a hospital bed, Zhonglu couldn't help but curse. Damn it. Who did you meet? I sent you to the black market to find someone to deal with that kid, and you went for a casual encounter. Li Xuanhua didn't elaborate, simply pointing the communicator towards Shen Shu outside the window. Calm down. Take a look at who it is. I don't care who he is, as long as he makes that Shen Shu kid pay. Zhong Li's words stopped abruptly, his eyes widening. Wait, isn't that Shen Shu? Though only half a face was visible, Zhonglu wouldn't mistake it. The last time he sneaked out to teach Shen Shu a lesson, he ended up being beaten so badly that he was still in the hospital. His mech was wrecked, and his father had severely reprimanded him. With revenge on his mind, he had sent someone to the black market for help, not expecting to encounter Shen Shu himself here. What is he doing in the black market? Li Xuanhua asked with a frown. I've looked into it, Zhonglu replied, tapping his fingers on the table. Shen Shu comes from a poor family, so he's probably here to make money. With his skills, he can definitely hold his own in this place. Zhong Li's expression suddenly turned serious. Wait, did Shen Shu kill someone? That's right. Li Xuanhua's voice carried a hint of fear. He killed a high-level fighter with just 2 moves. When we went to cause trouble, I saw him take you down with 1 kick, so I quickly got us out of there. Damn, it's a good thing we ran. After hearing this, a vicious glint flashed in Zhong Li's eyes, and he smirked sinisterly. Good. Make sure to record all of Shen Shu's underground fights and murders. He chuckled coldly. You don't need to mess with him anymore. This kid wants to change his fate through martial arts exams? Thinks he's a genius? I'll make sure he won't even get into school. Li Xuanhua paused for a moment, then his eyes lit up. Brilliant, Brother Zhong. That kid will have to come begging to you. You're really something. Meanwhile, upstairs in the VIP room, Zhao Feng, a former champion and now one of the managers of the Underground Fight Club, was watching Shen Shu in the ring with a frown. Are you sure he's the one who killed Wu Shan? Absolutely, Brother Zhao, his subordinate replied eagerly. Brother Wu was treated like a wanted criminal, but this kid was released unharmed. The others are still locked up, and a few with bad records are being sent to the Stargate. So, you're saying this kid has connections? Zhao Feng rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Exactly. The investigation was handled personally by the head of the inspection division, and even the heritage division got involved. Zhao Feng pondered for a moment. Does Wu Hai know about this? The subordinate hesitated, then lowered his voice. Wu Hai only knows his brother is dead. He doesn't know the rest. The boss doesn't want him taking risks over this. All right, I understand, Zhao Feng said sternly. Keep this to yourself, or else. Don't worry, brother. I got it, the subordinate quickly assured him. Good, stick with me, and you'll benefit. Everyone's trying to cozy up to Wu Hai now. After the subordinate left, Zhao Feng was lost in thought. As an old-timer in the black market, he was well aware of its ever-changing nature. He had become a champion and manager through sheer ferocity and savvy. But new talents were always emerging, and Wu Hai, with his 11 consecutive wins, was the latest rising star, already seen as his potential replacement by the boss. He was supposed to face Wu Hai in the 12th match, but he knew he couldn't win and had been stalling. He was ready to fight to the death, but watching the young Shen Shu, who was about to leave the ring, Zhao Feng saw a new opportunity. The boy's decisive and ruthless fighting style surpassed even Wu Hai's, like a fierce tiger emerging from the forest. A wolf facing a tiger, the opportunity seemed ripe. Zhao Feng turned to leave, while on the other side, Shen Shu returned to the preparation room. Wang Wu was about to leave, but received an order through his earpiece and had to stay at the entrance. When the automatic door opened, Shen Shu was surprised to see Wang Wu still there. "Why are you here?" Wang Wu forced a smile, his eyes involuntarily drifting to the headless corpse in the center of the ring, which would soon be fed to beasts. He quickly said, "Ahem, your performance exceeded expectations. The boss is very pleased." He fiddled with his wristband for a moment. "You've received 50,000 federal credits." With the transfer successful, Wang Wu felt more confident and said, "The higher-ups want to invite you to the championship." In the preparation room, Wang Wu's words brought a brief silence among the group. Shen Shu furrowed his brow, calculating in his mind. The threshold for the boxing championship was not low, at least 3 victories were needed, and he had only fought 2 matches. Even though he had just defeated the Skull Crusher, the invitation seemed a bit too hasty, given the underground boxing arena's profit-driven nature. Just as Shen Shu was about to agree, he suddenly remembered his school obligations. He waved his hand and said calmly, "No need. I'm busy lately, and can only come by for a few matches these days." Although he was tempted by the rewards the underground arena offered, his schedule simply didn't allow it. At that moment, a deep voice came from outside the door. "No worries, we respect talent here. We can arrange the matches according to your schedule, whenever you want." A burly man entered the room. It was Zhao Feng. His sharp gaze swept over Shen Shu as he continued. "To make the matches more exciting, the arena will provide you with some support." With that, he took out a small bottle from his pocket, containing a crimson liquid that glimmered eerily under the light. "This is a new body-strengthening serum exclusive to the Federation, worth 50,000 on the market. It's potent and has no side effects. If you participate, it's yours." Zhao Feng's tone carried a hint of temptation. Shen Shu looked at the bottle, a slight smile playing on his lips. After gaining the school's support, although he still lacked top-quality serums, he was no longer an easily manipulated poor student. He chuckled and shook his head. "Such a good thing. You should keep it for yourself." He then turned to leave. Zhao Feng was taken aback. He stared at Shen Shu's retreating figure, puzzled as to why this seemingly impoverished student, who appeared to still be using outdated body-strengthening pills, would so decisively refuse his offer. "Wait!" Zhao Feng called out to Shen Shu, then instructed the others, "You all, leave us." The newcomer, a middle-aged man, sensed Zhao Feng's imposing aura but still protested. "Who are you to tell us to leave? I'm about to compete." Before Zhao Feng could respond, Wang Wu kicked the man and said obsequiously, "Brother Feng, he's new and doesn't know better." Zhao Feng cast a cold glance at the middle-aged man, a hint of mockery in his voice. "I remember you now, the gambler who lost everything at Ascension Tower. Since you're so eager to stay, the next match is about to start. Let him go up." Realizing that the brother Feng in front of him was the former boxing champion of the arena, Zhao Feng, the middle-aged man quickly backed down, pleading, "Brother Feng, I didn't realize who you were. Please, I didn't mean it. Wait, I didn't say I had to fight. I don't want to." Before he could finish, Wang Wu had already tossed him into the corridor and shut the door. Zhao Feng then turned to Wang Wu. "You leave as well." Wang Wu nodded and quickly exited, closing the door behind him. Shen Shu, having observed the scene with indifference, sat down in a nearby chair, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. "Brother Feng, the only one who can be called Brother Feng here must be the former arena champion Zhao Feng, as Wang Wu often mentions. So, if I refuse to fight in the championship, are you planning to throw me in for another match?" Zhao Feng detected the mockery in Shen Shu's words and frowned slightly. "You're quite composed, young man." Shen Shu merely smiled, unfazed. With nearly 40 hours of sage time at his disposal, he felt confident. Besides, he had heard that Zhao Feng was at the peak of the mortal realm 9th level, yet to break through to the skin refining stage, which gave him some assurance. Zhao Feng gazed at Shen Shu, a shrewd glint in his eyes. He spoke slowly, his voice deep and magnetic. "Young man, you're in trouble." Shen Shu frowned slightly, cautiously sizing up the seemingly friendly man before him. Zhao Feng noticed his wariness and chuckled, shaking his head lightly. "Don't worry, it's not me who's after you. It's Wu Hai. Wu Hai." Shen Shu was momentarily confused, his frown deepening. Zhao Feng's lips curled into a meaningful smile. "You might not know Wu Hai, but you should remember his brother, Wu Shan, right?" The name hit Shen Shu like a heavy blow to the heart. His pupils contracted, and his breathing quickened involuntarily. He had thought the matter with Wu Shan had been resolved with the intervention of the patrol division and Yuan Yi, yet here it was being brought up again. Zhao Feng keenly noticed the subtle change in Shen Shu's expression, instantly confirming the accuracy of the information his informant had brought. He continued, "Wu Hai is Wu Shan's brother and a rising star in the fighting arena. He's on an 11-win streak and is highly valued by the black market boss. Do you think he'll just let his brother's death go?" Shen Shu leaned forward slightly, muscles tensed, ready for any sudden developments. Seeing this, Zhao Feng calmly pulled over a chair and sat across from Shen Shu. He looked directly at Shen Shu's youthful face, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes, and his tone turned serious. You might think I'm trying to scare you, but consider this. I could have said nothing and let Wu Hai track you or your family down. By then, he would strike like a shadowy viper, delivering a lethal blow. Shen Shu squinted, pondering Zhao Feng's intentions. You're telling me all this, not planning to harm me, yet saying Wu Hai is favored by the boss. Do you want me to help you? Why should I? Zhao Feng caught the doubt in Shen Shu's voice, a slight smile playing on his lips. Because your decisive performance in the match reminded me of my younger self. That fierce decisiveness, to have such skills and mindset at a young age, that's why I approached you. A flicker of fervor crossed his eyes. Honestly, even now, I feel like I'm going crazy. Leaning forward, Zhao Feng lowered his voice. If you're willing to help me, I can help you achieve an 11-win streak in no time, providing you with various resources. You must understand, the authorities tolerate the black market because it provides things that can't be found in third-tier cities. I have some of those things too. He gave Shen Shu a knowing look. You're about to take the martial arts exam, right? Trust me, these things can significantly boost your strength before the exam. Hearing this, Shen Shu couldn't help but feel tempted. Just then, Zhao Feng suddenly stood up, his expression turning serious. As long as we cooperate, all this is yours. But first, I need to see if you truly have the potential. Before Shen Shu could react, Zhao Feng swiftly grabbed the chair beneath him and swung it fiercely at Shen Shu's head. Shen Shu stood his ground, taking the hit directly while simultaneously kicking towards Zhao Feng. His eyes were filled with determination, ready to exchange injury for injury in a life-and-death gamble with Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng saw this, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Though dressed in a suit now, his past experiences of fighting for his life still boiled in his blood. He mercilessly swung a steel chair, aiming it violently at Shen Shu. Bang! The steel chair crashed against Shen Shu, producing a harsh metallic distortion. However, much to Zhao Feng's surprise, the chair twisted and deformed upon impact with Shen Shu. In the next moment, Shen Shu's counterattack arrived as expected. Thud! It was as if Zhao Feng had been hit heat-in by a locomotive. He flew backwards, slamming heavily against the automatic door behind him. Wang Wu, the guard outside, was startled by the sudden loud noise. He turned to see the door slightly bulging and couldn't help but wonder what was happening inside. Zhao Feng was kicked into the wall, his entire body in pain and his blood surging. Despite his tough exterior, the inner force contained in Shen Shu's kick was truly unbearable. This force rampaged within him, causing such agony that he found himself unable to stand. Ah, damn it! Zhao Feng cursed under his breath. He couldn't fathom how an opponent at the second stage of the mortal realm could possess such powerful vitality, let alone that bizarre defense-breaking ability. On the other side, Shen Shu was not unscathed. His shoulder was soaked in blood. Zhao Feng's strength far exceeded his expectations. What truly caused him to bleed was the steel chair's frame, sharp as a blade. After all, Shen Shu was only at the mortal realm and hadn't achieved an indestructible body. If Zhao Feng hadn't avoided striking a vital area, Shen Shu might have suspected that Zhao Feng was trying to take his life. Seeing Zhao Feng still disoriented, Shen Shu endured the excruciating pain in his shoulder and suddenly charged at him. Zhao Feng's pupils shrank, and just as he was about to call for a halt, Shen Shu's punches and kicks rained down like a storm. In the confined space, Shen Shu's martial skills were executed to perfection. Each punch, laden with inner force, sent waves of pain through Zhao Feng's head. Although Zhao Feng's 9th-stage mortal realm physique and years of combat experience prevented him from collapsing immediately, Shen Shu's vitality far surpassed the 2nd stage, and his uncanny defense-breaking ability forced Zhao Feng to protect his vital areas while desperately trying to suppress the inner force erupting within him. As the inner force accumulated, Zhao Feng's eyes were bloodshot. His years of combat instincts drove him to take a desperate gamble. Bang! Zhao Feng suddenly abandoned his defense, raising his arm to meet Shen Shu's punch with his elbow. This unexpected move would normally shatter Shen Shu's hand bones. If Shen Shu's assault faltered even slightly, it would be Zhao Feng's turn to counterattack. To achieve this, Zhao Feng even mobilized all his vitality. However, at this critical juncture, he noticed a subtle, meaningful smile on Shen Shu's lips. Instantly, an eerie sensation shot from the top of Zhao Feng's head down his spine. Something's wrong. It's a trap. Zhao Feng's mind screamed in alarm. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, it was as if explosives had been planted in Zhao Feng's arm. The successive bursts of inner force dispersed his vitality, rendering his full-force strike ineffective. Crack! At that decisive moment, Shen Shu landed a heavy punch squarely on Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng's bones made a sharp crack as Shen Shu's attack completely shattered his last line of defense. Shen Shu swiftly grabbed Zhao Feng's head, delivering a lightning-fast knee strike. Zhao Feng's pupils contracted as he realized he was beyond saving. Boom! After a loud crash, The preparation room fell into a dead silence. Shen Shu, breathing slightly heavily, looked at the unconscious Zhao Feng and slowly retreated to sit back in his chair. A system notification appeared. You have defeated a level 9 mortal stage opponent, gaining 12 hours of sage time. Shen Shu then smiled, thinking, it's indeed higher than the Skull Crusher, otherwise, that hit would have been in vain. He grimaced as he checked his injuries. Although the gash on his shoulder, caused by a chair, was sealed by vital energy, blood still oozed out after the intense battle, staining it red. Shen Shu quickly retrieved a vial from his wristband and injected the medicine into the wound. The medication immediately took effect, stopping the bleeding and promoting rapid tissue regeneration. After tending to his injuries, Shen Shu began to review the battle. Although he seemed to win easily, he had to admit Zhao Feng was experienced. Without the combination of the Thunder Strike and Hidden Force, the outcome would have been uncertain. Shen Shu reflected that he needed to further enhance his strength. He checked the panel, showing 54 hours and 40 minutes of sage time remaining. Shen Shu decided not to use it immediately, recalling that it worked better in conjunction with medicine. He planned to make the most of this opportunity. Before long, Zhao Feng slowly regained consciousness, immediately hit by a wave of pain. Damn, you really went hard on me, he couldn't help but curse. Shen Shu calmly pointed to his own bloodied shoulder. Right back at you. Zhao Feng struggled several times, but couldn't get up, feeling the chaotic energy within his body, and suddenly burst into laughter. Good. Very good. Shen Shu watched coldly, saying nothing. Once his laughter subsided, Zhao Feng composed himself. You're strong, but this level of strength isn't enough for a guaranteed victory. Shen Shu calmly replied, I will win. If he's only slightly stronger than you, then victory is assured. Zhao Feng was taken aback, then relaxed, secretly relieved that he had bet correctly this time. Suddenly, the screech of a metal pipe scraping the floor echoed. Zhao Feng saw Shen Shu dragging a chair towards him and panicked. Wait, what are you doing? Clunk. Shen Shu set the chair down heavily, leaned forward after sitting, and stared directly at Zhao Feng. Now, we need to discuss the matter of compensation. Zhao Feng watched Shen Shu leave, tears welling up in his eyes. It wasn't the pain from being beaten, but the heartache from being fleeced so badly. Wang Wu, noticing his expression, couldn't help but ask, Feng, what's happened to you? Are we just going to let Shen Shu walk away like that? Zhao Feng composed himself, looking calmly at Wang Wu. What do you think happened? Why do you think I'm like this, and yet Shen Shu can leave so easily? Wang Wu was taken aback, then his eyes widened as he realized. Did he beat you up? Finally, your brain started working, Zhao Feng sneered. You were the one handling Shen Shu, so you've done well. If you get the next part right, even if your brain isn't great, you'll still move up. Got it. Wang Wu immediately straightened up, replying excitedly, got it. By this time, Shen Shu had walked some distance away, a satisfied smile on his face. He thought to himself, as expected, Zhao Feng, being a well-known figure in the black market, really has some good stuff. Having just potions isn't enough. I need to improve with various cultivation techniques, skills, and even methods of using mental power. Zhao Feng seemed to read Shen Shu's mind and asked, with all these things, can you actually learn them? Shen Shu was nonchalant. Whether I can learn them or not isn't your concern, but you need to provide them. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Feng said, I do have something good, brought from another city, quite old. No one in the black market has figured it out, and it's only the first half. Once our cooperation is complete, I'll give you the rest. Shen Shu looked at the technique's name displayed on his wristband. Mental power, blade of illusion, fragmented. This was the first mental power control method he had obtained. In addition, there were a lot of potions and cultivation techniques. But the gains this time went beyond that. Zhao Feng continued, I'll arrange opponents for you so you can quickly achieve 11 consecutive wins. Shen Shu shook his head and said, no need, I want strong opponents. And if there are fierce beasts, even better. Hearing this request, a hint of surprise flashed across Zhao Feng's face. After hesitating for a moment, he said with a complex expression, I'll arrange it as soon as possible. But don't get too cocky. Wu Hai has already reached the peak of the 9th stage of the mortal realm and could break through to skin training at any moment. You need to hurry. Shen Shu had reached the spectator area when he suddenly heard a burst of cheers. Following the gaze of those around him, he saw the gambler he had spoken to earlier in the preparation room being lifted off the ground by another fighter. The man's teeth were shattered, his mouth almost sealed with blood, yet he continued to mumble as if begging for mercy. However, this world is not always kind. Amidst the crowd's cheers, the fighter suddenly lifted the middle-aged man high and slammed him down onto his knee. The sharp crack of bone was drowned out by the cheers. The middle-aged man wasn't dead, but he was utterly ruined. Shen Shu glanced briefly and then turned away. In this martial world, fairness might exist, but with the Federation still fighting for survival in the interstellar realm, who cares about the life and death of these small figures? In a world where the strong devour the weak, fists are the true law. With this thought, Shen Shu briskly left the underground fighting arena and returned home. After tidying up his home once more, Shen Shu called his grandparents and transferred 50,000 federal coins to them. With these tasks completed, he headed straight to school under the cover of night. At the school gate, the night guard looked at Shen Shu with curiosity and asked, "What are you doing coming to school in the middle of the night?" "I need to use the gravity chamber," Shen Shu replied calmly. The guard frowned and said, "At this hour? Besides, you need special permission for the gravity chamber." He still didn't let Shen Shu in. Silently, Shen Shu showed him a card. The guard recognized the card and remembered the promise the principal had made to this young man upon his entry into the elite class. "The principal really gave it to you?" The guard opened the gate with a complicated expression, watching Shen Shu's silhouette fade into the night. He shook his head. The principal is really betting everything on him. Even the principal can't use school resources at will. That card meant that all of Shen Shu's expenses at the school would be covered by the principal. Of course, Yuan Yi also shared part of the responsibility. The school bore 30, Yuan Yi 30, and the principal 40. Arriving at the gravity chamber, Shen Shu swiped his card. With a low hum, the lights in the single-user gravity chamber flickered on. In the roughly 60 square meter space, various specialized equipment was neatly arranged. Shen Shu recalled his previous experiences in the communal gravity chamber, where everyone had to wear special suits that concentrated pressure and ensured safety. But now, Shen Shu could not only practice his techniques, but also work on newly acquired skills. With this in mind, he eagerly stepped inside. 10 times gravity, Shen Shu whispered. Instantly, the pressure around him increased dramatically. A virtual panel appeared before him, displaying real-time data. Current pressure, 3x, vital signs, normal. Current pressure, 4x, vital signs, normal. In no time, current pressure, 10x, vital signs, normal. To Shen Shu, it felt like weighted training. Even his vital energy began to move more slowly and with difficulty under such pressure. Feeling the changes within his body, Shen Shu's eyes lit up. "This is the single-user gravity chamber? The effect is amazing," Shen Shu exclaimed excitedly, picking up various pieces of equipment to practice with. Some equipment was specifically designed for certain weapons, like a long knife, which had a dedicated gravity device that could increase its weight several times. This not only helped practitioners quickly get the hang of certain techniques, but also rapidly built a solid foundation. Suddenly, an idea struck Shen Shu. What if I combine this state with the sage moment and the potion? How effective would that be? Acting on his thought, he placed the school's potion and Zhao Feng's potion in front of him. "Let's perfect the subtle force first," Shen Shu said, picking up a Crade Awakening potion from the floor. This potion could significantly activate brain cells, allowing the user to grasp techniques more quickly. However, the downside was the fatigue and sense of letdown after use. Taking a deep breath, Shen Shu declared, "Let's start the bone refinement stage, subtle force." During the first hour, the effects of the clarity elixir began to manifest. Shen Shu felt his comprehension improve once more, and his thoughts became remarkably sharp. Although his mastery of dark energy had reached a consummate level, he was keenly aware that there was still a challenging path ahead to reach the ultimate realm. As the second hour passed, Shen Shu was astonished to find that he had seamlessly integrated dark energy with transformational energy. However, he found himself at a loss, uncertain of how to make the next breakthrough. Time flew by, and before he knew it, the fourth hour had passed. Shen Shu's insight had heightened further, allowing him to keenly perceive a fleeting hesitation during the transition between dark energy and transformational energy. This slight pause seemed trivial, but was a potential flaw. By the 8th hour, Shen Shu experienced a qualitative leap in his thinking. He no longer considered dark energy and transformational energy separately. Instead, he attempted to merge them into one. Finally, in the 10th hour, Shen Shu succeeded. He forged an unprecedented new path, successfully elevating his bone-strengthening realm's dark energy to the ultimate level. The system informed him he had 44 hours and 40 minutes remaining of his sage moment. Incredulous, Shen Shu examined his body, which appeared unchanged on the surface. He decided to conduct an experiment, forcefully punching his own arm. Initially, the infused vital energy seemed no different from before. However, the next second, a miracle occurred. The vital energy merged with others like transformational energy, then erupted explosively. The power of this burst of dark energy far surpassed anything Shen Shu had previously experienced. He was astonished to discover that this new dark energy could inject vital energy into an enemy's body, causing more extensive damage. Shen Shu's eyes widened in shock. Could this still be called dark energy? The ultimate dark energy had completely surpassed his previous understanding. Even without further advancement, he was confident that with this supreme dark energy, he could defeat Zhao Feng. Realizing that this was the result of the combined effects of the clarity elixir and the sage moment, Shen Shu did not dare to waste any time. While the effects of the elixir lingered, he immediately began studying his only Mind Force technique book. In the first hour, Shen Shu carefully read the first volume of the Mind Force, Ethereal Blade. Only after ensuring he fully understood mind force did he begin to practice. During the second hour, due to his previous training with the mind force, rock-solid body technique, Shen Shu's mind force had become thick and solid. This made his mind force resistant to damage but also difficult to maneuver. By the fourth hour, Shen Shu finally managed, with great effort, to mobilize a trace of mind force. According to the ethereal blade's description, this technique aimed to transform mind force into an invisible weapon to strike the enemy. If perfected, it could even form countless mind force weapons to silently take lives. At this moment, the system notified him that the effects of the clarity elixir had worn off. Shen Shu quickly ended the sage moment. A sudden wave of emotions overwhelmed Shen Shu like a tide. Various negative feelings flooded in, causing him to cry one moment, laugh the next, and at times, appear as detached as a monk. This state lasted for some time before Shen Shu gradually calmed down. Reflecting on the experience, Shen Shu couldn't help but feel frightened. Although the elixir combined with the sage moment had significant effects, the side effects far exceeded his expectations. It felt like scrolling through late-night music streaming services, listening to melancholy background music, while reminiscing about someone special, with all negative emotions intertwined. Once he fully recovered, Shen Shu checked the time and realized both the elixir and the sage moment had been used up. It would be a shame to give up halfway, so he decided to continue forward, ensuring his previous efforts were not in vain. Shen Shu quickly grabbed a bottle of sobriety potion and drank it without hesitation, continuing to focus intently on honing his telekinetic abilities. Time slipped away like water, and by the 10th hour, he finally grasped the deeper meaning behind Wen Chongqing's words, "I'm sorry." The telekinetic force was as solid as a rock, and even with all his effort, he could only manipulate 3 strands. Shen Shu gritted his teeth, determined to transform it into a weapon. By the 17th hour, sweat beaded on Shen Shu's forehead, and his hands trembled slightly. This damn rock-like telekinetic force was not only difficult to control, but also incredibly challenging to forge. He began to doubt whether he was suited for this path. By the 19th hour, Shen Shu was furious, roaring into the void. "I don't want this useless rock telekinetic force. I'll smash it." His eyes were bloodshot, his expression fierce. In the 20th hour, with a shout of anger, Shen Shu shattered the telekinetic force. Surprisingly, despite some damage, it condensed into the first small ephemeral blade. A system notification popped up, telekinesis ephemeral blade beginner level. Shen Shu suddenly stopped, gasping for breath. 20 hours, just to reach the beginner level? And this was with the dual support of sobriety potions and the sage's moment. He recalled that it had taken him only 10 hours to reach the pinnacle of dark energy mastery. If he continued down this path, today's breakthrough plan might be in jeopardy. After some consideration, Shen Shu decided to temporarily set aside telekinesis and instead review the techniques and skills provided by Zhao Feng. After a quick scan, he selected 2 techniques, Leather Training Realm Blood Sword and Mortal Realm Crashing Hand. Shen Shu wasn't planning to master all these skills. He remembered Yuan Yi had said that the rock-solid body technique was sufficient for his needs until bone reinforcement. However, these 2 techniques intrigued him, both carrying a certain sinister edge. The blood sword technique was terrifying, requiring the practitioner, when severely injured, to forcibly condense a mouthful of blood into a sword, unleashing a devastating attack at a critical moment. Crashing Hand was equally ruthless, similar to dark energy, but different. It didn't dissipate physical damage but explosively used blood energy to deliver a powerful impact and blood energy shock when slamming an opponent's head down, like a rocket thrust. Shen Shu began practicing without hesitation. In the first hour, he confirmed the blood sword's accuracy and started training. Lacking experience with spitting blood, he continuously used blood energy to shock himself. By the second hour, he realized the danger of this technique one wrong move, and he might perish before mastering it. However, with his exceptionally strong physique, Shen Shu persevered. By the third hour, he had achieved minor success with the blood sword. By the 5th hour, he had mastered it, discovering a knack for using it without sustaining serious injuries. By the 7th hour, he perfected the blood sword, even able to infuse blood energy into it, greatly enhancing its power and temporarily forming blood into a sharp blade. By the 9th hour, the blood sword reached its pinnacle. Shen Shu immediately turned to Crashing Hand, quickly grasping it thanks to his foundation in dark energy. By the 10th hour, he had improved Crashing Hand by incorporating dark energy, increasing its power and reducing its side effects. By the 14th hour, he had fully mastered Crashing Hand, even integrating its techniques into his Thunder Strike. 14 hours, 2 techniques mastered to perfection, yet Shen Shu felt no satisfaction. Looking at the abilities he now possessed: Gale, Dark Energy, Thunder Strike, Blood Sword, Crashing Hand, his smile grew stiff. Did he still look like a righteous character? His style seemed to have suddenly shifted to a bandit. Despite this, these techniques undoubtedly significantly boosted Shen Shu's combat power. He couldn't even imagine how terrifying his Thunder Strike would be now. With 10 hours remaining, Shen Shu was about to continue his training when a strong sense of loss hit him. Whoa, wait, I'm not ready, he exclaimed. The next moment, his expression turned vacant as he muttered to the virtual panel before him. What do you think? What's the purpose of living? An hour later, Shen Shu's mood gradually climbed out of its slump. The side effects of using the wakefulness potion in succession had plunged him into a brief state of depression, but as time passed, his mind began to regain its calm. Tisk, these after effects are quite severe, Shen Shu muttered to himself, frowning slightly. He recalled the earlier sensation, akin to being forced to watch an outdated video from 3 years ago. That jarring sense of dissonance made him involuntarily furrow his brow. Shen Shu shook his head, casting aside those negative emotions. He glanced around, his gaze landing on the remaining potions. Practicing my cultivation technique is out of the question right now, he murmured to himself, so I'll focus on body refinement instead. With that, Shen Shu unhesitatingly picked up a bottle of body refining potion and drank it down in one go. As the liquid went down his throat, he immediately felt the blood energy within him start to stir. With so many potions, I wonder how much this will improve my physique, he thought to himself. In the first hour, Shen Shu experienced unprecedented changes. He had never used such high-quality potions before, and combined with the supreme-grade stone body technique, his blood energy voraciously devoured the energy from the body refining potion like a ravenous beast. 3 hours later, Shen Shu was astonished to find he had already broken through to the third stage of the mortal realm. He stared at the panel's notification, a question mark slowly forming on his forehead. So fast, he murmured in disbelief. Typically, the effects of such a potion would last from a day to half a month for most people. Shen Shu quickly realized this was because his blood energy was extremely hungry, and his physique was exceptionally strong. This rare combination allowed him to absorb the potion's effects in a remarkably short time. Thought I was full. Turns out I've just never had the good stuff, he chuckled to himself. Realizing the potion's astonishing effects, Shen Shu decided to continue. By the 4th hour, his physique had strengthened again, and his blood energy became even more abundant. By the 6th hour, he had reached the 4th stage of the mortal realm. Without hesitation, Shen Shu continued consuming body-refining potions and even took 2 additional body-refining pills. By the 10th hour, the potent medicinal power surged through his body, impacting his meridians and physique. However, his surging blood energy tore through and absorbed every bit of the potion's power. Shen Shu felt his body slightly swell. He had reached the peak of the 4th stage of the mortal realm. He widened his eyes as he looked at the panel's notification. From the peak of the 2nd stage to the peak of the 4th stage in just 10 hours. Looking around, Shen Shu noticed that nearly half of the body-refining potions had been consumed. He couldn't help but imagine that if he had enough time and potions, perhaps he could truly become godlike overnight. Still need the sage's moment. Shen Shu suddenly clenched his fist and let out a low roar. Bang! The air seemed to explode with a muffled sound. Shen Shu paused for a moment before realizing the change around him. The gravity chamber, which had previously exerted some pressure on him, now felt as if it wasn't even activated. Shen Shu looked down at his hands and moved his body. A strange illusion surged in his mind, as if his body had been reborn, becoming both unfamiliar and incredibly powerful. Is this the sudden growth and disparity of physical strength? Shen Shu felt the surge of power within him and was secretly amazed. The pinnacle-level rock body refinement technique was indeed extraordinary. Each advancement required almost twice the energy as the previous one, making every improvement feel like a complete transformation. Standing in the gravity chamber, Shen Shu took a deep breath and began his extreme training. Increase gravity to 15 times, he commanded. Moments later, Shen Shu felt his limbs and bones grow heavier, but not yet reaching his limit. He pushed further. Increase gravity to 20 times. As the gravity continued to increase, Shen Shu finally felt the familiar pressure at 30 times gravity. He was secretly pleased, knowing that 30 times gravity was a level only those at the skin refinement realm could withstand, yet he managed it with the rock body refinement technique and his robust physique. After acclimating for a while, Shen Shu began using various equipment to absorb the remaining medicinal power and familiarize himself with his current physical state. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was dawn the next day. Sun Jiangwo had just arrived at his office when he was stunned by the reports. What did you say? Shen Shu used the gravity chamber last night, and he used up 1/10 of my gravity chamber quota overnight, he asked in disbelief. The logistics director, equally shocked, looked at the data on the panel. Yes, principal. Shen Shu used 30 times gravity for 6 hours last night, and even increased it to 35 times. Our school's gravity chamber maxes out at 50 times. It was nearly at full capacity last night, so the resource consumption was particularly high. Sun Jiangwo was dumbfounded for a moment, then suddenly remembered something and quickly contacted Yuan Yi. Yuan Yi, come with me to the gravity chamber quickly. Yuan Yi, who was in the middle of understanding energy techniques, was puzzled by the call but immediately headed to the gravity chamber. Upon arriving, he saw Sun Jiangwo pacing anxiously at the entrance. Coach Yuan, check if the gravity chamber is malfunctioning. Shen Shu dialed it up to 35 times gravity. I'm afraid to interrupt it abruptly, Sun Jiangwo said urgently. Yuan Ye's expression changed dramatically at this. Although the rock body refinement technique could indeed make a practitioner's physique exceptionally strong, Shen Shu was only at the second stage of the mortal realm. How could he withstand 35 times gravity? Without a word, Yuan Yi swiped his card and entered the gravity chamber, ordering, "Shut down the gravity chamber." With a mechanical hum, the gravity chamber doors slowly opened. Shen Shu opened his eyes and saw Yuan Yi and Sun Jiangwo at the entrance, letting out a sigh. He realized that his cultivation was indeed different from using the sage's moment. Even with 35 times gravity, he still couldn't break through the fifth stage barrier. Principal, Coach Yuan. Shen Shu turned to face the two. Sun Jingwo was about to step in but was halted by the overwhelming energy emanating from Shen Shu, making him hesitant. Yuan Ye's pupils contracted, surprised. Breaking through 2 stages? Such rapid progress with the rock body refinement technique. Seeing the scattered bottles of medicine on the ground, Yuan Yi seemed to suspect something, yet couldn't believe his own guess. The amount of medicine Shen Shu used in one night could match others' consumption in 2 months. Could he really be a prodigy, absorbing energy just by breathing and rapidly through medicine? Facing their curious gazes, Shen Shu quietly packed up the bottles and left the gravity chamber, heading to the martial arts gym. Watching Shen Shu's departing figure, Sun Jingwo was speechless for a while before speaking. The gravity chamber isn't broken, right? Did he really withstand 35 times gravity? Judging by that energy, it seems it wasn't broken, Yuan Yi replied. Sun Jiangwo, who initially worried about Shen Shu possibly selling school resources, now dismissed that thought completely, replaced by excitement. Old Yuan, we've made a big bet this time. If he shines in the exchange competition, we won't lose out. And if he gets selected by top universities through the martial arts exams, we'll gain immensely. Listening to Sun Jiangwo's enthusiastic words, Yuan Yi couldn't help but feel excited too. But after a moment, he pondered. However, this time, those universities have added a segment of actual combat against fierce beasts to address more severe challenges. Shen Shu and the others have never faced fierce beasts. I'm concerned. Hearing this, Sun Jiangwo paused, then resolutely said, "All right, before this exchange competition, you take Shen Shu and the others to the Star Realm Passage. I'll cover the expenses." Shen Shu was completely unaware of the secret discussions between Yuan Yi and Sun Jiangwo. He was fully focused on the task of accumulating sage moments. However, the process of gathering these moments was rather dull and monotonous. Within the martial arts gym, Shen Shu initially thought that his aggressive methods of squeezing out sage moments would deter people. Surprisingly, it attracted many who came to experience it for themselves. Even more amusingly, those who endured the ordeal eagerly recommended their friends and brothers to Shen Shu, insisting that they couldn't keep the progress to themselves. As a result, Shen Shu found himself busy once again. Meanwhile, he didn't forget his promise to Zhao Feng about the underground boxing matches. Every evening, he appeared at the boxing arena as if punching a clock, never missing a session. Each match, he would defeat his opponent in just 2 moves, and then quietly leave. Time flew by, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. When Shen Shu emerged from the gravity chamber again, Yuan Ye's expression turned complicated. "How did you break through again?" he asked in astonishment, sensing the powerful energy of a stage 5 mortal realm emanating from Shen Shu. Shen Shu smiled easily. Well, breakthroughs happened just like that. He had spent 2 days overcoming his previous bottleneck. Yuan Yi rolled his eyes. Shen Shu's recent performance completely shattered his understanding of the pan-sure body refinement technique. Isn't this technique supposed to get harder to cultivate the further you go? How is he breaking through a realm every couple of days? His speed is faster than taking illegal substances, Yuan Yi thought to himself. All right, don't get too cocky, Yuan Yi said, regaining his composure. Shu Ayahan and the others have recovered from their injuries. Get ready to head to Blue City for the exchange competition tomorrow. Hearing this, Shen Shu's face lit up with joy. Great. Just then, Shen Shu's bracelet chimed. Yuan Yi patted his shoulder. All right, go take care of your business. Remember to meet at the school at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Then, with a serious expression, Yuan Yi added, by the way, things have been unsettled in Luo City lately. A friend told me there might be Valron clan minions around. You should keep a low profile and avoid attracting their attention. Minions. Shen Shu frowned slightly at the mention. Yuan Yi explained. They're called minions, but they're essentially traitors. Some people betray the Federation and join the Valron clan to gain the ability to control fierce beasts. These people specifically target talented young individuals in the Federation who haven't yet reached their full potential. He gave Shen Shu a meaningful look. I don't know what you've been up to lately, but you always have a scent of blood about you. After the exchange competition, there's the martial arts exam. Be careful. If you're in danger, contact me. With that, Yuan Yi patted Shen Shu's shoulder and turned to leave. Shen Shu stood there, lost in thought for a moment before shaking his head. There shouldn't be anyone like that around me. He then opened the message on his bracelet. Wang Wu Black Boxing Agency. There's a match tonight. Everything's set. Shen Shu frowned slightly. The past few days, his matches had been arranged directly by Zhao Feng. Why the sudden change to Wang Wu today? Is something up? Shen Shu mused, then opened Zhao Feng's contact. Who am I fighting tonight? Meanwhile, in the underground boxing arena of the black market, Zhao Feng lay on the ground, covered in blood, curled up like a beaten dog. In front of him, his archenemy Wu Hai stood smugly, with a middle-aged man petting a cat seated on a sofa behind him. Blood dripped from Zhao Feng's eyes as he glared at Wang Wu standing behind Wu Hai, his gaze filled with anger and resentment. Zhao Feng never expected that the agent was actually one of Wu Hai's underlings. He was secretly filled with resentment. How dare a mere lackey bite the hand that feeds him? At that moment, a young man who bore a striking resemblance to Wu Shan shouted angrily at the suited man petting a cat on the sofa. Godfather! Zhao Feng raised ghosts to kill my brother, and I want revenge. Hearing Wu Hai's slander, Zhao Feng immediately struggled to his feet to counter. Wu Hai, you're talking nonsense. He then fell to his knees in front of the sofa, urgently explaining. Brother Liu, I did want to train a new fighter to face Wu Hai, but Wu Shan's death has nothing to do with me. Wu Hai coldly glared at Zhao Feng, a fierce glint flashing across his face. Old man, you don't dare fight me yourself, so you raise a dog to do it for you? I'll kill you right now. With that, he lunged at Zhao Feng, his fingers like hooks aiming straight for Zhao Feng's throat. Enough. Suddenly, an invisible pressure filled the room. Wu Hai, who had been so aggressive just moments ago, froze in place and glared at Zhao Feng before stepping back. Lu Qingshan placed the cat on the sofa and stood up. Shen Shu killed Wu Shan. The investigation department and the heritage department's Yuan Yi suppressed the matter. That's why I didn't let you seek revenge. Upon hearing this, Wu Hai lowered his head reluctantly, a hint of disdain in his eyes. He cursed internally. Damn old man. If it weren't for your strange abilities, I'd have killed you sooner or later. But he knew that their black market existed because certain people tolerated it, because they could bring benefits to some. If Shen Shu was really backed by those two powerful figures, no matter how much he hated it, he couldn't seek revenge. Lu Qingshan calmed Wu Hai slightly, then turned to Zhao Feng, who was still kneeling, and asked indifferently, did Shen Shu really kill the skull crusher with just 2 punches? Zhao Feng hurriedly clutched Lu Qingshan's pant leg and replied anxiously, absolutely true. The fighters I've arranged for Shen Shu in the past 2 days were all defeated in 2 moves, and he's advancing very quickly. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sought him out. Lu Qingshan squinted slightly, murmuring softly, how did I not notice there was such a person in Luo City before? Looks like the main god is giving me a chance to make up for missing Shu Aiyan. Just then, Zhao Feng's wristband rang, interrupting the tense atmosphere. Godfather, it's information about Shen Shu. Lu Qingshan glanced at it, and then tossed the wristband to Zhao Feng. Here's your chance. I need him at the fighting arena today. Zhao Feng quickly took the wristband, coughing a few times to clear the blood from his throat, and said, beast fight. Tonight at 8. He didn't dare say more. Lu Qingshan looked at Zhao Feng, took a deep breath, and then slowly said to Wu Hai, since he likes to come here to fight, then arrange it for him. Upon hearing this, a sinister smile appeared on Wu Hai's face. If Shen Shu were in the management area, they wouldn't dare touch him, but since he had come to the black market himself, they couldn't be blamed. Zhao Feng closed his eyes and sighed. He had intended to give Shen Shu some time to grow, and then tell Wu Hai he had found his enemy, letting the two fight it out directly. If Wu Hai killed him, there would be no one to replace Zhao Feng, and he could still hold on to his position as champion. If Shen Shu died, it could be seen as a gesture of goodwill towards Wu Hai. Either way, he wouldn't lose, just offering something he didn't need to gain favor. But due to his underling's betrayal, he ended up with nothing. Now, forget about being champion, he'd be lucky to keep his life. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shen Shu, having received Zhao Feng's message, had no doubts and headed straight out of the school. As evening approached, Shen Shu finished his training at the martial arts gym and headed straight for the underground fight arena. He calculated the remaining 32 hours of his sage moment, contemplating that the body-tempering elixir he acquired from Zhao Feng should be enough for him to break through to the 6th level. Shen Shu was aware that his progression had slowed down. On one hand, his body was reaching saturation in absorbing the elixir, and on the other, the rock-solid body technique required an immense amount of vital energy for each advancement. Nevertheless, according to Yuan Yi, Shen Shu's vitality was as vigorous as that of a typical skin-level martial artist. As he stepped into the black market, Shen Shu sensed something was off. The surrounding bustle remained the same, yet he felt as though eyes were watching him from the shadows. This unease wasn't due to any specific observation, but was an alertness brought on by his basic combat instincts. The closer he got to the underground arena, the stronger his uneasiness grew. Suddenly, Shen Shu recalled the strange vibe when Wang Wu contacted him earlier. A thought flashed through his mind, and he realized something was amiss. Almost instinctively, Shen Shu spun around and dashed towards the black market exit. Wu Hai and his men, who had been watching from the shadows, were taken aback. Despite his foster father's instructions to avoid making a scene, Wu Hai couldn't hold back as he saw his brother's killer about to escape. Leaping from a dilapidated rooftop, he shouted, "Damn it, don't let him get away." After him, at Wu Hai's command, the vendors who had been hawking their goods suddenly changed their demeanor, grabbing weapons and rushing at Shen Shu. The nearest vendor, brandishing a poison-coated long knife, had greed gleaming in his eyes. Killing Shen Shu would earn him a 500,000 federal currency bounty. However, Shen Shu, as if he had foreseen it, deftly sidestepped the lethal strike with a serpent-like move. He swiftly counterattacked, landing a powerful punch on the vendor's chest. A loud bang echoed as internal force exploded within the vendor, shattering his heart and the fabric on his back. The vendor's body flew back like a kite with a broken string, crashing into several others behind him. Not lingering to fight, Shen Shu continued to sprint towards the black market exit. His expression was stern. He had anticipated trouble in the black market, but not so soon. Since there was no conflict of interest with Zhao Feng, there was only one possibility: another force had influenced Zhao Feng's decision. Just as Shen Shu was about to contact Yuan Yi, a figure suddenly flashed in the moonlight. Relying on his combat intuition, Shen Shu leaned back just in time, narrowly avoiding a punch that grazed his nose. The attacker, surprised by Shen Shu's quick reflexes, immediately adjusted his stance and launched another strike at Shen Shu's chest. Without hesitation, Shen Shu raised his fist to meet the attack. The clash of forces in midair signaled the onset of a fierce battle. Wu Hai felt a surge of joy in his heart, looking disdainfully at Shen Shu, who was a lower-level mortal realm cultivator. However, in the next second, the sound of a sharp crack shattered his smugness. Crack! Wu Hai's right hand twisted and deformed instantly, and he flew backward like a kite with a broken string. Shen Shu focused and noticed that the attacker bore a striking resemblance to Wu Shan from earlier. Wu Hai, he thought to himself, understanding the situation. At that moment, Wu Hai stared in disbelief at his deformed right hand, his eyes filled with shock and doubt. "Aren't you a level 2 mortal realm? Zhao Feng dared to deceive me." Before he could finish speaking, Shen Shu charged again. Just as Wu Hai was about to counterattack, a faint dull sound emanated from within him. Bang! The hidden force exploded, instantly trapping him in a state of stagnant blood flow. Shen Shu seized the opportunity, his large hand firmly grasping Wu Hai's head. With surging blood energy and the force of a tiger climbing a mountain, Shen Shu violently slammed Wu Hai to the ground. A flash of horror crossed Wu Hai's eyes. The force was clearly abnormal. He struggled desperately, launching a punch at Shen Shu's abdomen, trying to force him to release his grip. However, Shen Shu was unhesitant. Bang! Fragments of stone flew as Wu Hai's head deformed under the immense force. Even a level 9 mortal realm physique could only twitch powerlessly at this moment. Shen Shu raised his fist, delivering several consecutive punches until a system notification sounded. "You have killed a level 9 mortal realm, gaining 15 hours of sage moment." The surrounding people stared in shock at the deformed head. Everything had happened so quickly that no one could react. A peak level 9 mortal realm was killed in a sneak attack, unable to fight back, just like his brother. Shen Shu slowly stood up, his slender fingers stained with blood. He glanced at the crowd, and instantly, everyone involuntarily took a step back. Their previous aggressive demeanor vanished. However, the subtle sense of threat from Shen Shu lingered. "It's not him," Shen Shu muttered to himself, realizing the true threat was not yet eliminated. He immediately turned and dashed toward the exit of the black market. The people around exchanged glances, but no one followed. The 500,000 bounty was tempting, but not worth risking their lives. Under the moonlight, Shen Shu quickly headed toward the management area. Suddenly, a beast's roar pierced the night sky. A massive beast lunged at Shen Shu from the wild grass. Shen Shu's figure flickered as he narrowly dodged the attack. But in the next second, swish! A tail with a needlepoint aimed at Shen Shu. His pupils narrowed as he instinctively dodged to the right. The tail needle barely grazed his cheek, leaving a bloody mark. A cold glint flashed in Shen Shu's eyes as his right hand swiftly grabbed the strange tail and yanked it hard. How the beast let out a piercing wail, its massive body forcibly dragged by Shen Shu. At that moment, a sharp pain suddenly shot through Shen Shu's mind, forcing him to take several steps back. From the darkness, a middle-aged man stroking a cat slowly emerged. His face was pale, and his tone carried a hint of disappointment. Lu Qingshan thought that with the combination of mental power and the scorpion-tailed lion, he could take down Shen Shu in one move. "I didn't expect Wu Hai, that useless fool, to fail even against a child." Lu Qingshan scrutinized Shen Shu, a trace of morbid excitement in his eyes. "Even after continuous battles, you still have such blood energy. It seems your mental power is also trained. I didn't expect a small level 3 city to have someone like you. If I can kill you, the master will surely reward me." Shen Shu squinted, recalling Yuan Ye's words and the beast beside him. and asked in a deep voice, "Are you a follower of Valen?" Upon hearing this, Lu Qingshan's face twisted into a sinister expression. A lowly ant dares to speak the name of the main god? Seeing the man's deranged demeanor, Shen Shu couldn't help but purse his lips, his hands continuously working behind his back. He cursed inwardly, acting superior just because you're a lackey. Lu Qingshan's face darkened at this, but noticing Shen Shu's hands behind his back, he suddenly chuckled. "What are you fiddling with? Trying to call for backup? Don't bother. I've already jammed the signal in this area with a blocker. If you had stayed in the management area, I couldn't have touched you, but you came to the black market on your own." Lu Qingshan licked his crimson lips. "Can't blame me for that." The next second, a rustling sound arose around them. It turned out Lu Qingshan had been stalling for time, waiting for his beasts to arrive. Shen Shu looked around to see 4 or 5 scorpion-tailed lion beasts surrounding him, the situation growing increasingly dire. Surrounded by fierce beasts, Shen Shu felt a slight sweat in his palms. Each manticore around him was as formidable as Zhao Feng. However, what truly concerned him was the middle-aged man not far away, Lu Qingshan. Suddenly, Lu Qingshan let out a sharp whistle. In an instant, 4 or 5 manticores charged at Shen Shu like arrows released from a bow. Facing the crisis, a cold glint flashed in Shen Shu's eyes, and instead of retreating, he advanced, heading straight for the nearest manticore. Under the moonlight, the beast's sharp teeth glinted menacingly, and its foul breath hit him. A faint sound of rushing air reached his ears as Shen Shu twisted his body, narrowly avoiding the sneak attack of the tail sting. He caught the manticore's tail with a reverse grip, gathering his energy in his palm. With a sudden exertion, he drove the tail's sting towards the beast's large eye. Roar! The manticore cried out in pain as blood gushed from its eye. It thrashed wildly, its front claws flailing in the air. Meanwhile, the other manticores closed in, eyes fixed on him. Lu Qingshan watched coldly, thinking that even if Shen Shu defeated one beast, he wouldn't escape the other's onslaught. Yet, at this critical moment, bang! Like a sudden clap of thunder, Shen Shu delivered a powerful kick to the injured manticore's head. With a crisp crack, the beast died instantly. A system message appeared. "You have slain a Tier 1 intermediate manticore, gaining 15 hours of Sage Mode." Shen Shu was taken aback, not expecting a single manticore to provide so much Sage Mode time. But there was no time to dwell on it. Using the recoil, he swiftly retreated, escaping the encirclement. Seeing this, Lu Qingshan was furious and shouted, "Capture him!" In a flash, the manticores attacked again, some instinctively moving to cut off Shen Shu's escape. However, a smile finally appeared on Shen Shu's face. "Serpent step," he muttered, his form weaving through the moonlight like a blade dancing, slipping out of the encirclement in a few quick flickers. Lu Qingshan's pupils contracted, his expression turning icy. To his surprise, Shen Shu didn't flee but charged directly at him. This unexpected move caught Lu Qingshan off guard, with the manticores unable to defend in time, leaving him alone. Lu Qingshan was momentarily stunned, then smirked as he summoned all his energy. He had tried before, and his psychic power wasn't enough to seriously harm Shen Shu, but he had other methods. Shen Shu's expression remained unchanged as he punched. Lu Qingshan, dismissive, reached to block with one hand, still holding a cat with the other. However, as he made contact with Shen Shu's fist, he felt an odd sense of weakness. At that moment, Lu Qingshan caught a glimpse of Shen Shu suddenly raising his leg. The next second, with a resounding bang, Shen Shu delivered a powerful kick. With a thunderous strike, Shen Shu launched a triple-layered attack with his palm and hidden force toward Lu Qingshan. Even Shen Shu felt a tingling sensation in his leg from the impact. The kick landed on Lu Qingshan's body with a dull thud, as if hitting a sheet of iron. Despite Lu Qingshan's skin-level defense, Shen Shu's hidden force showed no mercy. The powerful blow sent Lu Qingshan flying, with a cracking sound echoing in the air. Lu Qingshan felt his blood and energy surge wildly, looking at Shen Shu in disbelief, unable to comprehend how his opponent's energy was so abundant and how he managed to break through his defense. Seizing the advantage, Shen Shu pressed forward relentlessly. Lu Qingshan gritted his teeth and roared, slamming the ground to leverage himself back on his feet. Despite the excruciating pain from his broken bones, his robust energy still gave him the strength to fight. In an instant, an invisible pressure enveloped Shen Shu, and a sudden stabbing pain in his mind made him momentarily lose focus. Lu Qingshan seized the opportunity, launching a fierce punch at Shen Shu's chest, his eyes gleaming with ferocity and excitement. The punch landed heavily on Shen Shu's chest. In his mind, Lu Qingshan envisioned Shen Shu being sent flying, coughing up blood, and being devoured by scorpion-tailed lions, even fantasizing about rewards from the main deity. However, reality starkly contrasted with his imagination. Shen Shu not only didn't fly back, but firmly grasped Lu Qingshan's arm. Lu Qingshan looked on in disbelief. His strength seemed to sink into a quagmire, quickly neutralized by Shen Shu. Blood trickled from the corner of Shen Shu's mouth, indicating he was injured, but his physical resilience far exceeded Lu Qingshan's expectations. If not for his abundant internal energy and the use of hidden force, Shen Shu might not have withstood the blow. Ignoring his own surging energy and blood, Shen Shu's eyes flashed with a fierce determination. In the next moment, Lu Qingshan felt his mental space being slashed by sharp, aurased, ethereal blades. Each strike inflicted excruciating pain deep in his soul, eliciting a harrowing scream. Nearby, the scorpion-tailed lions and the cat in the grass also roared in distress. Amidst Lu Qingshan's agony, Shen Shu's lips moved slightly, and a crimson blood sword materialized, piercing straight toward Lu Qingshan's eye. As the blood sword pierced the eye, the contained energy exploded, and the hidden force erupted in Lu Qingshan's mind. Shen Shu's left hand swiftly struck, precisely targeting Lu Qingshan's joint. With a crack, Lu Qingshan's arm twisted instantly. Shen Shu seized the moment to unleash a torrential assault, injecting countless hidden forces into Lu Qingshan's body, colliding with his turbulent energy and causing successive explosions. In the blink of an eye, Lu Qingshan was on the brink of death, his face filled with terror as he shouted desperately into the distance, "Master, save me!" Upon hearing this, Shen Shu's hands gathered blood energy, forming a fist-like weapon, striking again at Lu Qingshan's already injured eye. Under the tremendous force, half of Lu Qingshan's skull was nearly shattered. A system prompt appeared. "You have slain a level 3 skin practitioner. Gained 40 hours of sage time." Shen Shu remained vigilant, remembering Lu Qingshan's cry for help before his death. At that moment, the black cat that had been tossed aside slowly approached, its vertical pupils glinting with an unusual light, as if a powerful being was gazing down at Shen Shu. "To defeat a skin practitioner at the mortal level, you truly are a human genius, worthy of being one of my followers," the black cat spoke, its voice tinged with a hint of admiration. Suddenly, an overwhelming mental force descended upon Shen Shu. This force was far beyond anything Lu Qingshan could muster, like a landslide, causing Shen Shu's head to throb with pain. The black cat's eye showed a flicker of surprise. "The mental power of the awakening rock body technique? If you were at your peak, I'd be in trouble, but alas, accept my brand willingly." Several scorpion-tailed lions also closed in, poised to attack Shen Shu if he resisted. Shen Shu suddenly raised his head, determination flashing in his eyes. "Who says I'm not at my peak?" With that, he quickly took out a large number of potions and swallowed them indiscriminately. "Sage time all in," Shen Shu muttered, bracing himself for the imminent life-and-death battle. In the first hour, the potion rapidly circulated through Shen Shu's body, and he felt a warm current sweeping over him. As time went on, his physique began to change, and his vitality increased steadily. By the 15th hour, Shen Shu had already broken through to the 6th level of the mortal realm. 25 hours later, he reached the peak of the 6th level, experiencing a significant qualitative leap in strength. After another 15 hours, Shen Shu made an all-out effort and broke through to the 7th level of the mortal realm. It felt like he had been cultivating diligently for decades, with pure and abundant energy surging through his body. At the 50-hour mark, under the dual effects of the awakening potion and continuous meditation, Shen Shu's mental power increased once again, advancing to become a true mind practitioner at the 1st level. He then focused on mastering the control of the ethereal blade, preparing to prevent his mental power from being manipulated. 72 hours later, with the improvement of his mental power, Shen Shu became increasingly adept at handling the ethereal blade, able to control 4 blades. 13 hours later, his control over the ethereal blade was so precise that the blades became sharper and faster, increasing to 7 in number. With the minor achievement in mind power ethereal blade, Shen Shu's perception of his surroundings also reached a new height. Simultaneously, his combat intuition advanced from a basic to an intermediate level. By the 80th hour, the mental pressure from Sierra created a sense of urgency in Shen Shu, further compressing his mental power. At this moment, he wondered if he could compress his mental power, similar to how the rock body forging technique compresses vitality to enhance its quality. With this thought, Shen Shu spent the next 20 hours experimenting with compressing his mental power. As expected, the quality of his mental power improved. He thereby comprehended the mind power rock mind forging technique, reaching an introductory level. When the last 2 hours of the sage moment ended, Shen Shu felt as if his soul had returned from another dimension, bringing back a wealth of insights. Instantly, a sense of clarity coursed through him, his vitality surged, and even the faint pain in his chest disappeared. The energy within him roiled, making him feel boundless strength. What surprised Shen Shu even more was the transformation of his mental power. At this moment, his mental power no longer grew slowly but instead absorbed the surrounding free energy like a whale swallowing the sea, achieving a leap in growth. His perception of his surroundings became clearer, and the sense of threat that once felt like a thorn in his side significantly diminished. In contrast to Shen Shu's delight, Sierra, who was inhabiting the spirit cat, was utterly shocked. He found it hard to believe how Shen Shu's mental power had suddenly increased, even realizing that the mental power he had previously used to suppress Shen Shu had been completely absorbed and torn apart by him. This completely overturned his understanding humans, even at the critical point of vitality, required considerable time to recover it. How could mental power be enhanced so swiftly? Observing the human-like expression of shock on the spirit cat's face, Shen Shu simply smiled calmly and said, "Times have changed, my friend." As the words left his mouth, he narrowed his eyes slightly, and in the next instant, several ethereal blades slashed toward the spirit cat. After enhancing his mental power, Shen Shu finally saw through the powerful mental force it was merely a bluff emanating from the crystal on the spirit cat's forehead. Shen Shu decisively struck, aiming directly for the crystal. "Meow! Ah, how dare you!" Two cries of pain echoed almost simultaneously. Shen Shu's attack was precise, not only seizing the crystal, but also continuously slicing through any remaining mental force from Sierra. The surrounding manticores, hearing their master's cries, lunged at Shen Shu. However, he remained unfazed, swiftly shattering the crystal. Sierra's mental force, unable to retreat, was completely destroyed, and the once fierce manticores howled in agony. Noticing the absence of a kill notification for Sierra on his interface, Shen Shu marveled at the abundance of mental power. Even after losing a significant amount, Sierra seemed not to have been completely defeated. Meanwhile, in a luxurious palace within the astral battlefield, a young man dressed in fine clothing suddenly clutched his head and screamed, "Shen Shu! Damn human! He holds a secret!" Before his words fully left his mouth, several fierce beasts burst into the hall. The young man summoned a phantom with a wave of his hand and commanded sternly, "Find this person." The beasts immediately rushed out to search. Back at Shen Shu's location, he surveyed the agonizing beasts around him and harshly kicked the nearest manticore. With a loud bang, the manticore was sent flying several meters, rolling on the ground before coming to a halt. The sight of its crushed lion head and the red and white fluids oozing out left Shen Shu slightly startled. A system notification appeared. "You have slain a mid-tier level 1 beast, gaining 10 hours of sage time." Shen Shu noted that the sage time gained was much less than before, but he was accustomed to it. As his strength grew, the benefits from beasts of the same or lower tier naturally diminished significantly. He realized that to earn more sage time, he would likely have to venture to the astral passage. With this thought, Shen Shu turned his gaze to the other beasts that were just recovering and attempting to flee. His figure flickered, and after several quick teleports, each manticore bore a dent on its head from his fist. Watching the last manticore trying to escape, Shen Shu remained calm, merely observing quietly. Moments later, Shen Shu acted. Swish, swish, swish. With an invisible ripple, several ethereal blades sliced toward the fleeing manticore. Its fragile mind was shattered instantly, and it collapsed mid-run without even a whimper, like a puppet with its strings cut. Another system notification appeared. "You have slain an early tier level 1 beast, gaining 4 hours of sage time." A breeze swept across the wilderness, dispersing the scent of blood and bringing the fragrance of grass. Under the moonlight, Shen Shu briskly headed toward the management area. It wasn't until he was near his destination that his wristband regained signal. He immediately contacted Yuan Yi, as matters like the black market assassination, fierce beasts, and vassals were not something he could handle alone. On the other side, Yuan Yi received Shen Shu's message and hurried over from the school. When he saw Lu Qingshan and the ground littered with beast corpses, his face was filled with confusion and shock. By the way, Shen Shu suddenly pointed to the nearby spirit cat's body. Yuan Ye's eyes sharpened instantly upon seeing the spirit cat's corpse, and there was even a hint of wariness in his gaze toward Shen Shu. Seeing this, Shen Shu explained directly. "At the end, someone seemed to want to make me a vassal. They forcibly tried to brand me." After hearing Shen Shu's account, Yuan Yi, sensing that Shen Shu hadn't been marked as a vassal, asked, "And then?" Just as Yuan Yi was about to urge Shen Shu not to keep him in suspense, he suddenly felt a prickling sensation on his back. In his mindscape, an ethereal blade hovered, ready to pierce his consciousness at any moment. "This is mental force materialization," Yuan Yi exclaimed. "Where did you learn mental force techniques?" The telekinesis technique Shen Shu acquired from the black market left Yuan Yi both surprised and worried. He looked at Shen Shu, uncertain whether to admire his bravery or worry about his recklessness. After all, in this era, one had to be cautious even while eating, let alone practicing techniques of unknown origin. However, Yuan Yi also understood that with the protection of the sage's presence, Shen Shu would be able to detect any issues in time. It was precisely because everything Zhao Feng provided was genuine and effective that Shen Shu kept returning to the black market, eventually attracting the attention of ill-intentioned individuals. Glancing at the beast carcass on the ground, Yuan Yi turned to Shen Shu and asked, "Have you advanced again?" Shen Shu casually nodded. "Yeah, I broke through during the fight." Yuan Yi raised an eyebrow in surprise. You make it sound as simple as going out for a meal. Silence enveloped the wilderness once more. Yuan Yi gazed at Shen Shu, recalling his former aspirations. Nurturing such a student might help him leave the remote city of Luo. Then, he would be free like a bird, swimming through vast oceans like a fish. Yet, looking at Shen Shu now, Yuan Yi suddenly realized that this remote place had not only confined him, but also a tiger with limitless potential. After a moment, Yuan Yi extinguished his cigarette and activated his communication device, quickly finding a contact. Lin Shun, the vampires in Luo City have been found. Yes, they're dead, along with some other spiritual creatures. I'll fill you in on the details when you get here. Ending the call, Yuan Yi said to Shen Shu, someone will come soon. Just answer their questions honestly. Shen Shu nodded without asking further questions, piquing Yuan Yi's curiosity. Aren't you curious about who I contacted? You're just a high school student who hasn't even taken the martial arts exam, and you already have 3 or 4 human lives on your hands. Aren't you afraid? Shen Shu pondered for a moment, then shook his head. If you want to tell me, you will. As for killing, what else could I do? Let them kill me. Yuan Yi chuckled. Fair point. By the way, with your current strength, the martial arts exam should be no problem. I heard the military is recruiting too, and the principal is even paying for you to visit the astral passageway. Where do you want to go? Shen Shu hesitated. Does it matter? Of course it does. Universities focus on learning, training, and specializing in areas like mech engineering or telekinesis command. These require a foundational level of vitality and offer a more comprehensive and gentle approach. The military, on the other hand, is different. Their training grounds are reportedly on the astral battlefield, with high mortality rates. Honestly, I suggest going to school. I came from a school, and the exposure and options are broader. After hearing Yuan Ye's explanation, Shen Shu asked almost without hesitation, you don't seem to recommend the military? Yuan Yi paused. It's not that I don't recommend it. Although I hate to admit it, you really are a genius. Someone like you, as long as you survive, can make a huge contribution to the Federation. And the universities run by the military have a higher death rate than some units. Although the training at the military academy is brutal and dangerous, it serves as a shortcut to power and resources. Shen Shu understood this well, and his gaze remained firmly on Yuan Yi as he made his decision without hesitation. The military it is. Shen Shu was fully aware that his so-called genius was nothing but an illusion built on accumulated moments of wisdom. To truly become strong, he had to place himself in danger and engage in constant battles on the battlefield. The sight of the surrounding beast carcasses and the scent of blood seemed to reveal a harsh truth. The battlefield was the quickest way for him to acquire those moments of wisdom. Of course, participating in martial competitions for extra income during his free time was also a good idea. Yuan Yi sighed and shook his head, as if he had anticipated Shen Shu's decision. His eyes swept over the scattered corpses, and he thought to himself, a hungry tiger just released from its cage doesn't need comfort. It needs prey. Shen Shu yearned for combat and the opportunity to continuously push his limits. You should pay attention to the people coming later, Yuan Yi added, unable to resist. They are a branch of the military. As he finished speaking, a deep hum echoed through the night sky. A jet-black shuttlecraft silently descended and hovered above the 2 men. The hatch opened, and 2 young men in black combat uniforms swiftly jumped down. Each had a golden short sword embroidered on their chest, a distinct emblem. The tall young man leading them nodded slightly to Yuan Yi. Brother Yuan. Then, his cautious gaze swept the area, and he seemed slightly surprised to see Shen Shu. Although hunting missions typically prohibited outsiders from observing, he didn't comment further due to Yuan Ye's presence. Instead, he took out a device to verify Lu Qingshan's identity. Moments later, the 2 completed their task and returned to Yuan Yi. Brother Yuan, we owe you for this one, Lin Shen said. With the martial exams coming up, even these lowlifes dare to show up. We've all been pulled into this by the Golden Eagles. But you went a bit overboard, smashing them to pieces. By the way, when did you awaken your psychic power? Yuan Yi shrugged and deflected the credit to Shen Shu without hesitation. It wasn't me, it was him. Lin Shun examined Shen Shu from head to toe, frowning. Him? How could someone at the peak of the mortal realm take down a trained fighter? Looks like you forgot your training again. Peak. Yuan Yi snorted. With your eyesight, no wonder you're just a hunter. Upon hearing this, Lin Shen took another closer look at Shen Shu and suddenly exclaimed, wait, that's not right. If he's not at the peak, then how is his vitality so strong? A look of realization flashed in his eyes. Body refinement technique? This level of intensity must be beyond perfect, right? Ultimate level. Shen Shu's eyes widened in surprise as he scanned Lin Shen up and down. He didn't expect that this young man, who seemed to be about his age, would be the first to see through him so quickly. Lin Shen nodded slightly, explaining calmly, yes. This time, those lowlifes targeted him, but he turned the tables on them. The one who awakened the psychic power wasn't me, it was him. Upon hearing this, Lin Shen scrutinized Shen Shu again. He furrowed his brows, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Wow, you really lucked out. encountering someone with dual cultivation of martial and psychic arts here. Yuan Yi didn't continue with small talk with Lin Shun and went straight to the point. I heard the military is recruiting this time? Lin Shun's expression froze momentarily, but seeing Yuan Ye's inquisitive gaze, he smiled wryly. Since the news is out, I might as well say it. He took a deep breath and continued. Yes, they are recruiting. There's a real change at the front lines, Brother Yuan. The battlefield in the astral realm is not what it used to be. The military needs fresh blood. Universities are too slow. This time, not only commoners, but even some high-profile figures' children might be recruited by the military, so there's internal resistance. Not just the military, we will also pick promising candidates early. Yuan Yi nodded and then asked, will Luo City be involved? The military will definitely send people, Lin Shun replied as a matter of course. Yuan Yi shook his head. You know that's not what I meant. Lin Shun looked troubled. Brother Yuan, Luo City doesn't even have a single skin refiner yet. He stopped mid-sentence, seeing Yuan Ye's calm gaze, and shook his head helplessly. I'll take a look when the time comes. Yuan Yi smiled slightly. This kid is progressing rapidly with an ultimate-level body refinement technique. If he can get the military's resources, you might find yourself relying on him in the future. Lin Shin just chuckled at that, thinking to himself, a genius? Which place doesn't have geniuses? It's just a favor to Yuan Yi. After all, he ended up like this because he stood up for their interests back then. All right, Brother Yuan. Lin Shin finally conceded. At worst, I'll make an extra trip. As the shuttle departed, Shen Shu hesitated for a moment before speaking. Instructor Yuan. Before he could finish, Yuan Yi waved him off. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket, placed it at the corner of his mouth, and lit it with practiced ease. The match struck the side of the box, sparking and illuminating his deep-set eyes. Funny thing, Yuan Yi said, taking a deep drag and exhaling a swirl of smoke. Last time I taught you the secret strength technique, you picked it up quickly. Yet the subtle force technique you taught me has been incredibly beneficial. Old injuries are hard to heal, but new ones don't leave any hidden problems. He paused, looking at Shen Shu intently. Do you know what this is called? Shen Shu shook his head slightly, waiting for him to continue. Yuan Ye's lips curled into a small smile. It's called giving roses to others, leaving fragrance in your hand. In simple terms, I see potential in you, and maybe one day you'll be able to help me out. He patted Shen Shu on the shoulder. So, no need to thank me. Besides, all this is the result of your own hard work. I just gave you a nudge. As night deepened, Yuan Yi glanced around with a hint of regret in his voice. I was hoping to see you shine in the exchange competition, but now it seems he smirked. Except for a few, the others are probably no match for you. With that, he extinguished his cigarette and waved goodbye. All right, get some rest. Shen Shu watched Yuan Yi leave, understanding that even though Yuan Yi and Lin Shun had only a brief conversation, it might have already altered the course of his future. Without Lin Shun, the military would still recruit, but it would be routine. With Lin Shun's introduction, Shen Shu would have a quicker insight into the military's inner workings and seize fleeting opportunities. The next morning, in the gravity chamber, Shen Shu slowly opened his eyes at Yuan Ye's call. After a night of training, the medicinal power in his body had been completely absorbed. As the automatic door opened, Yuan Yi observed Shen Shu's calm and composed demeanor, showing no signs of yesterday's fierce battle. A mischievous thought crossed his mind. With a loud smack, Yuan Yi slapped Shen Shu's shoulder. Shen Shu looked at him in confusion, only to hear Yuan Yi say, Shen Shu, I take back what I said before. It's not about you beating my rival's disciple, but he paused, with a tone full of youthful fervor. I want you to beat everyone. Show those guys that what I can't accomplish, I can still get someone to do. Shen Shu shook his head helplessly but nodded solemnly in agreement. Soon, the group boarded the hovercar. Shu Ayahan's complex gaze lingered on Shen Shu, whether due to previous defeat or other reasons. Guo Gang hesitated to speak several times, making the atmosphere in the car slightly awkward, perhaps because they had all been defeated by Shen Shu, making them uneasy in his presence. As the hovercar slowly ascended, Shen Shu looked down through the glass at the city he had lived in for many years. Luo City was indeed remarkable. When Shen Shu stepped into the real big city of this world, he finally understood why Yuan Yi was eager to leave Luo City. The new Union City-State, a secondary city aspiring to become a primary one, unfolded before him in a breathtaking scene. Skyscrapers towered like a forest of steel, with airships weaving through them, broadcasting the latest news. On the ground, hovercars flowed like rivers, and occasionally, martial artists clad in exosuits streaked by, showcasing the city's technological prowess. Shen Shu and his companions, except for Shu Ayahan, couldn't help but show expressions of envy. The level of prosperity here not only rivaled that of primary cities, but also boasted 3 starway passages, underscoring its significance. On the eve of the martial exams, the new Union City-State organized a grand exchange event, gathering elites from 33 tertiary cities and 8 secondary cities. This was not only a chance to broaden their horizons, but also a perfect opportunity to understand the caliber of young talents from other cities. Yuan Yi glanced at the bustling scene outside the window, a fleeting trace of melancholy crossing his eyes, before he turned to the others and said, "We've arrived." Listening to these numbers, Shen Shu felt for the first time the vast scale of this world. As the hovercraft slowly descended, a staff member approached, routinely checking the list before nonchalantly saying, "Luo City First High, 5 exchange participants." He quickly logged the information into their wristbands and guided them to the conference hall connected to the hotel. As soon as they stepped into the hall, a man with pale skin and a slightly effeminate appearance approached, swirling a glass of wine, a clear sneer on his face. "Oh, isn't this Yuan Yi, Major Yuan?" Behind him stood someone Shen Shu found vaguely familiar, Zhongluo. Zhonglu visibly paused upon seeing Shen Shu, but quickly shifted his gaze to Shu Aihan, who was not far away. Yuan Yi rolled his eyes and retorted without hesitation. "You effeminate fool. You really like barking wherever you go, huh?" Even in Luo City, Yuan Yi's sharp tongue was as cutting as ever. The man referred to as the effeminate fool, Zhan Lan, had his smile freeze instantly, then snorted coldly. "Still so cocky, even here in Luo City, huh? But it doesn't matter. That place will eventually wear down your spirit." His gaze swept over the people behind Yuan Yi, pausing for a second on Shen Shu before locking onto Shu Aihan, sarcastically adding, "What? To get out of Luo City, you even brought along the young daughter of the Shu family?" Yuan Yi couldn't be bothered to respond, directly snapping back, "You're not worthy of hearing anything. Just a lackey barking and prying. Go back and tell Song Shang his father came to put him down again." With that, Yuan Yi turned to leave. Seeing this, Zhan Lan reached out to stop Yuan Yi, but the moment he made contact, he felt a powerful force surge through him. Boom! The dark energy exploded inside him, causing him to involuntarily step back a few paces. "You really figured it out?" Zhan Lan's face showed a mix of surprise and confusion. Yuan Yi mercilessly mocked. "Unlike you, useless lot, who, despite enjoying so many resources, only dare to hide here." These words made Zhan Lan's face turn extremely dark, but Yuan Yi didn't care in the slightest and walked away directly. As Shen Shu passed by Zhan Lan, he glanced at him briefly. Moving through the bustling hall to the hotel corridor, Shen Shu couldn't help but ask, "Is he your enemy?" Yuan Yi was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. "Him? He's not worthy. Just a cripple from the Starfield battlefield. Why does it seem like you have many enemies?" Shen Shu continued to probe. Yuan Yi candidly admitted, "No need to feel it. I do have quite a few enemies." "What? Afraid of being targeted?" Shen Shu shook his head. "Why be afraid? So that's why you were so pumped up this morning, telling me to beat everyone up." Yuan Yi paused, a bit surprised. Was it that obvious? Then he changed the subject. "All right, you all should rest up. The exchange match starts this afternoon. I have some matters to take care of." With that, he quickly left. The rest of the group returned to their rooms to rest. Just as Shen Shu was about to take a nap to prepare for the afternoon's exchange match, Shu Aihan suddenly returned, standing at the door with a complicated look in her eyes. She abruptly asked, "Shen Shu, why did you do that to me?" In front of Shen Shu's room stood a beautiful woman with a graceful figure, her eyes filled with a mix of resentment and anger. This beauty, named Shu Aihan, bit her lip, her eyebrows furrowed with fury. "Why did you do that to me?" she demanded, her voice full of grievance and confusion. Shen Shu was taken aback by the sudden accusation but quickly regained his composure. He chose to deny it. "What are you talking about? We were just having a normal sparring session. You can't be trying to extort me just because you got hurt, can you?" Hearing his rapid denial, Shu Aihan became even more incensed. "Deny it all you want. Gua Gang spread rumors, and instead of refuting them, you joined him in making a big deal out of it." Upon hearing this, Shen Shu instantly understood the situation. He had previously used Shu Aihan to bait admirers and gained a lot of attention, but he didn't expect her to confront him so soon. What surprised him even more was that the rumors were started by Gua Gang. "If it's Gua Gang spreading rumors, you should confront him," Shen Shu said calmly, then added, "Are you questioning me because among those troublemakers, there's someone you actually like?" Shu Aihan didn't expect Shen Shu to not only refuse to apologize, but also to make such a malicious assumption about her. She trembled with anger but suppressed her fury and said, "I don't know why you're doing this, but I'm here to warn you. Among the people you've offended, many have strong connections. Take Zhong Li's father, for instance. He works at the Education Bureau. If he holds a grudge, even if you're a talent, you'll never have a chance if he covers you with a dirty rag." She paused before continuing. "You might not know, but Yuan Yi came to Luoqing in the same way." Shen Shu merely frowned slightly and remained silent. Seeing this, Shu Aihan's eyes softened, and she said in a gentler tone, "I heard you've awakened your psychic power. If you're willing to help me in the future, I can help you resolve these issues." It turned out that after Shu Aihan's family learned of her injury, they didn't want to cause trouble for Shen Shu. Instead, upon discovering Shen Shu's rapid rise, they were interested in forming an alliance. After all, the Morning Star wasn't just a battleground of strength, but also a field of family interests. Shu Ahan waited quietly for Shen Shu's response. However, Shen Shu simply shook his head and said indifferently, I see. Anything else? Hearing the implied dismissal in his words, Shu Ahan wasn't angry. She just snorted and said, if you change your mind, you can find me anytime. With that, she turned and left Shen Shu's room. As soon as she stepped out, Shu Ahan saw Gui Gang lingering at the door. Gui Gang was taken aback and wanted to greet her, but Shu Ahan ignored him, merely snorting before turning away. Watching Shu Ahan's departing figure, Gui Gang took a deep breath and mustered the courage to knock on Shen Shu's door. Moments later, Shen Shu found himself staring at a card placed before him, scrutinizing the anxious Gui Gang standing opposite. This contains the money I earned from that incident. 84,000 federal credits, Gui Gang said sincerely. I was just trying to get more members and make some money. Of course, if you could teach my competitors a lesson, that would be even better. It turned out that after Shu Ahan confronted Gui Gang's father was also warned. That night, Gui Gang nearly had his legs broken by his father, which led to today's apology and compensation. After all, Shen Shu's father had been running a business in Luo City for over a decade, so it didn't take much to find out how much Luo City's top school and Yuan Yi valued Shen Shu. Shen Shu looked at Gui Gang, who was sincerely apologizing in front of him, and the bank card he was offering, with a slight smile on his lips. In a way, I should thank you, Shen Shu chuckled, pushing the card back to Gui Gang. If it weren't for your rumors, I might not have improved so quickly. As for the job at Chaoyang Martial Arts School, that was my choice, and I was just doing my duty. You should keep this card. Gui Gang was taken aback. He had thought Shen Shu hadn't forgiven him yet. He stood up abruptly, urgently explaining, Shen Shu, I did want you to teach the others a lesson, but I never expected Zhonglu to be such a sore loser that he would use his family connections against you. I can't help with other things, but you must accept this money. Upon hearing this, Shen Shu frowned slightly. Against me? You didn't know? I thought Shu Ahan came to you just to talk about this. Gui Gang was momentarily stunned, then explained, the person you met today, Zhang Lan, is the traditional martial arts coach from Blue City. Zhonglu has already said he plans to teach you a lesson in this exchange match. Not only that, but he also threatened to ruin your martial arts exam. Although his father is only the deputy director of Blue City's Education Bureau, Blue City is a second-tier city, and Luo City falls under its jurisdiction. Gui Gang's face showed a hint of guilt as he spoke. Can a deputy director interfere with the martial arts exam? Shen Shu asked. No, they can't. Gui Gang answered firmly. Shen Shu rolled his eyes. Then what are you saying? You're making it seem like a big deal. But, Gui Gang added, they can review your eligibility for the martial arts exam and decide whether you can participate. Shen Shu frowned, pondering for a moment. Gui Gang suddenly thought of something and quickly said, unless you achieve outstanding results in this exchange match and get officially recorded, that might make Zhong Li's side back off a bit. However, he paused, considering Coach Yuan's relationship with Zhong Li, this exchange match might not go smoothly for you. After Gui Gang left the room, Shen Shu closed his eyes and thought for a moment, then walked to the window, gazing at the airships passing by and the bustling cityscape. Tisk, bureaucracy is a real pain, he murmured to himself. Looks like I'll have to fight my way through. Better remind Yuan Yi to keep quiet. I wanted to help him save face, but now I'll just have to beat those guys badly. In the afternoon, following Yuan Ye's notification, the conference hall was already filled with people. Top students from various schools and third-tier cities sized each other up, while the coaches chatted and compared notes on the side. Meanwhile, martial artists from second-tier cities gathered together, sneering and making comments. I really don't get why they always bring in these third-tier city nobodies. What are a bunch of low-level fighters doing here? One martial artist mocked. Just to make up the numbers, another chimed in. If you can't beat us, at least with so many third-tier city participants, you won't look as bad. Ha! A burst of harsh laughter echoed unabashedly throughout the hall. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became tense. The surrounding contestants heard the arrogant remarks, and anger appeared on their faces, but no one dared to speak up and retort. Shen Shu observed the scene silently, turning to look at Gui Gang with a questioning gaze. Gui Gang noticed Shen Shu's look and quickly explained in a low voice. Of course, everyone wants to teach them a lesson, but unfortunately, we lack the strength. We competitors from third-tier cities are still using the basic rock body tempering technique. Meanwhile, those from second-tier cities have better resources and switch to more advanced techniques as soon as they enter the mortal realm. Not only do they progress faster, but their techniques are also tailor-made for them. After hearing this, Shen Shu merely nodded lightly, showing no intention to confront the others. This made Gui Gang both relieved and grateful. Change techniques. Shen Shu asked thoughtfully. That's right, Gui Gang explained. The rock body tempering technique is solid, but the progression is too slow. The further you practice, the harder it gets to advance. But those students from second-tier cities start practicing skin-strengthening techniques as soon as they reach the mortal realm. Most of them are at the peak of the mortal realm now, and even those who haven't started skin strengthening aren't far off. A hint of envy flashed in Gui Gang's eyes as he continued. Actually, I had the chance to switch to some basic skin strengthening techniques, but my father told me that martial arts require a solid foundation. The rock body tempering technique became the universal introductory technique because it builds a strong foundation. He pointed to himself with a wry smile. That's why I'm only at the fourth stage of the mortal realm now. At that moment, a cough suddenly came from the center of the hall. Ahem, quiet please. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to a middle-aged man standing under the spotlight, exuding a powerful aura. The entire hall fell silent in an instant. The martial arts exchange competition is about to begin, the man said in a deep voice. I am Li Changcheng, the deputy director of the new Union Federation Heritage Department. To better showcase individual strength and team coordination, and in response to the Federation's call, the rules of this competition have changed. This statement caused an uproar in the hall. However, the students from second-tier cities appeared particularly excited, as if they had anticipated this. Li Changcheng continued. The traditional unknown format will be replaced by a team battle with schools as units. Each group will consist of 10 teams, with only one team advancing from each group. The winning teams will proceed to the second stage of the competition. As soon as he finished speaking, the hall erupted with exclamations and discussions. Many people displayed expressions of shock and confusion, with some even questioning directly. 10 teams? Isn't that too many? If teammates hold you back, won't it bury individual achievements? Li Changxing was prepared for this and immediately explained, when challenges arise, it's the time to distinguish between the strong and the weak. This assessment covers multiple aspects, including coordination during chaos, endurance in prolonged battles, and individual combat abilities. All these factors will be included in the subsequent evaluations. Even if someone loses, they can still earn rewards based on their scores. He glanced around, a slight smile on his lips. Considering this is the first time adopting the new format, we've decided that even participants with lower scores will receive at least one body refinement pill. And the highest scorer in the first stage can choose between a rare bone tempering technique, a combat technique, or a mech suit. Li Changxing paused and added, additionally, we are honored to have invited Professor Zhao Chong from the Federal University, Major General Sun Wu from the military, and several officials from the Spirit Control Department to observe the competition. As he finished speaking, a tall, robust young man and a middle-aged man with a scholarly and amiable demeanor entered the center of the hall simultaneously. Upon learning their identities, many contestants' eyes lit up with fiery determination, as if seeing a pathway to higher aspirations. Participants joined this exchange competition not only for the generous rewards, but also because those with exceptional talent had the chance to be directly recruited by top universities. In previous years, only universities from first and second-tier cities attended, but this time even the prestigious Federal University sent a professor, providing many with an opportunity. Even the proud youths from second-tier cities showed a spark of excitement in their eyes. What's the second stage? Someone in the audience curiously asked. Zhao Changqing calmly answered. The second stage is led by the military and involves trials in the Star Realm battlefield. Upon hearing this, many people looked stunned, especially the participants from third-tier cities who mostly had no access to the Star Realm battlefield. Yuan Yi, being well-informed, shook his head and quietly explained to Shen Shu and the others. This is a big deal. It seems the military is trying to recruit talent, and the universities are worried they'll snatch everyone up, so they're even sending professors. But it's good news for you. Perform well, and you might get a pre-admission offer. Before he finished speaking, the coaches from each school began drawing lots, preparing to head to the martial arts arena. The arena was bustling with people, and as the new city federation aiming to become a first-tier city, its scale was comparable to a large sports venue. The stands were filled with students, and as the participants entered, discussions erupted. They're here. I heard this brawl is even tougher than before. Absolutely, look over there. Someone gestured with their mouth, indicating the dozen doctors checking medical equipment at the edge of the field. Even though they're using weapons made of special materials, 3 medical teams have been called in to prevent casualties, with an emergency team outside. Someone raised a question. Isn't the brawl too harsh on the participants from third-tier cities? People around them scoffed. Aren't they just here to make up the numbers every year? The new federation covers their travel and accommodation costs, and there's a participation award. What more do they want? I think this brawl is just a stage for those tough guys to show off. If someone can dominate the entire arena, they might get a pre-admission offer from Federal University. Yeah, but if they don't get the offer and the military takes an interest, they might end up on the battlefield risking their lives. That would be a disaster. The audience was abuzz with discussions, many speculating on who would score the highest points. Most mentioned were notable figures from second-tier cities, but the name that came up the most was a certain Songda. As nearly 300 participants entered, someone suddenly shouted, Songda. Shen Shu looked over and saw someone in the audience holding up a support sign for Songda. At the front of the group, a tall, handsome young man was waving to the crowd. Shen Shu thought it was a fan who had snuck in, but Yuan Yi suddenly turned around and raised an eyebrow, saying, Hey, Haven't you been asking me who I'd like you to beat? That's him. He nodded towards the confident young man. Fourth level of the skin refinement stage. Practicing with skins? It's not like I haven't done it before, Shen Shu remarked with a dismissive tone. Yuan Yi shook his head, his expression serious. It's different. The one you fought had no real technique. Only after Varon used his psychic power did it pose any threat, and even then, it was just basic skills. He glanced at Shu Ayahan nearby, lowering his voice. But that guy is different. He's like Shu Ayahan, training in a unified realm technique with lightning attributes. Coupled with portable armor, he can maximize his combat power. His skills may not be the best, but they're top tier in the new union. Yuan Yi then gave Shen Shu a teasing look. So when I said you should beat him up, it was just talk. If you can just hit him with some internal force, that'd be good enough for me. Hearing this, Shen Shu looked seriously at Songda at the front of the group. Soon after, once everyone had chosen their custom weapons, the arena was quickly enclosed by walls glowing with blue light, isolating the space. The competition was set for 6 matches, with 3 taking place at a time. The teams for the first 3 matches were chosen to enter the arena, while Shen Shu and others watched from below, taking the opportunity to observe their opponents. Compared to the nervous faces of participants from third-tier cities, the local students, who were at least at the peak of the mortal realm, appeared more relaxed and at ease. Their eyes scanned the surrounding teams with a predatory gaze. There are no restrictions on the rules. Begin the match. With the sound of the whistle, the teams on the arena began to guard against each other, none willing to make the first move and waste their energy only to be taken advantage of. However, on Arena 2, 2 teams from second-tier cities spontaneously formed an alliance. Let's clear out the small fry first. Then we'll settle the score between us. They openly divided the tasks and launched a surprise attack on the other teams, catching them off guard and knocking 2 people off the stage right away. Coaches from the sidelines immediately protested, but Zhao Chongqing dismissed their objections with a casual remark. The rules don't prohibit alliances. This not only silenced the dissent, but also revealed the true purpose of the exchange match to let the third-tier cities serve as a backdrop, while also giving them a chance. Almost immediately, on Arenas 1 and 3, teams from third-tier cities, seeing the unfavorable situation, quickly formed alliances. Let's clear them out first. Many participants from third-tier cities blushed with anger, their years of being suppressed by second-tier cities erupting in an instant. If they could join forces to eliminate the second-tier teams, they could seize this rare opportunity. A group charged aggressively towards a second-tier team, the shouts of battle echoing loudly. However, they overlooked a crucial point. While teams from the same school might not have much strategy, a mix of many teams is a different story. Indeed, the second-tier teams were initially a bit flustered but soon used their strong individual skills to suppress the opponent's first wave of attack. They even took the initiative to charge into the besieging teams, and without coordinated teamwork, the third-tier city teams quickly found themselves at a disadvantage, with some choosing to stand by and watch. Before long, those teams that were the most straightforward and willing to exert themselves were the first to be eliminated, with 3 members knocked out, and the situation on the field changed rapidly. Seeing this, the other teams didn't feel pressured by their reduced numbers. Instead, they continued to observe, even intentionally holding back, hoping to exhaust the second-tier team's stamina. This indifferent attitude was evident in the arena. In the spectator seats below, Zhao Chong couldn't help but shake his head, frowning. Indeed, the integration of third-tier cities into second-tier ones needs to speed up. At the very least, they need to absorb promising talents. The gap between them is just too wide. Before Zhao Chongsheng could take pride in the advantages of second-tier cities, Sun Wu bluntly interrupted. Even if they merge, it will only produce more sheltered talents. His expression was stern, his gaze sharp. If these people received military education, with their shaky foundations, they wouldn't just struggle against these ordinary fighters. Even a basic military formation could overwhelm them. These words left Zhao Chong and Zhao Chongxing exchanging glances, momentarily speechless. They both knew the front lines were strained, and the military had been pushing for younger recruits, suggesting that students undertaking martial exams should undergo stricter military training rather than so-called elite training. However, this proposal had been stalled by the Federation for one reason. While widespread military education could improve the military situation, it might also stifle many geniuses. The Federation's ability to withstand numerous external threats thus far was due in part to the military's efforts, but also the professional talent and top researchers cultivated by elite universities. Moreover, military training was genuinely life-threatening. Allowing the military to select candidates was a result of extensive compromise. In the arena, faced with attacks from multiple teams, the second-tier team seemed to struggle slightly, but since their opponents weren't united, they weren't in any real danger. Before long, a cheer erupted from the spectators. The battle on Platform 2 had concluded, with the final skirmish between 2 second-tier teams ending as a weaker member was first defeated, leading to a quick conclusion in a situation of many against few. Zhao Chongqing watched the team standing on the stage, a look of approval in his eyes. Guisu performed well. If it weren't for him shouldering the pressure of two opponents, the battle wouldn't have been resolved so quickly. But Zhao Chong and Sun Wu merely nodded, without additional reaction. This made Zhao Chongqing sigh inwardly at Zhao Chang's high standards and wonder what Sun Wu was pretending about. Wasn't the military in need of people? At this moment, Sun Wu crossed his arms, looking serious. If we were just recruiting for ordinary military units, Guisu would certainly be qualified. But this time, we're not just recruiting ordinary personnel, we're selecting true talents for the military's future. Didn't the Federation say the military's combat methods couldn't cultivate top-tier powerhouses to intimidate foreign races? The military is spending a lot this time, determined to prove them wrong. Before long, battles concluded on all three platforms. The shouting from the audience grew louder, with the victors on all three platforms being second-tier teams. Below the arena, Shen Shu watched the three battles, frowning slightly. On one hand, the martial artists from second-tier cities were indeed strong, with better endurance and skill proficiency than teams from third-tier cities. On the other hand, Shen Shu was contemplating how he would fight on the platform and integrate other forces if he were in their place. Not only him, but also those around him like Xu Aihan and Guo Gang were furrowing their brows, each calculating their strategies. Meanwhile, an unexpected development was quietly unfolding. Yuan Yi patted Shen Shu on the shoulder, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Ready? It's almost your turn to go on stage. His gaze swept over the faces of the group, quickly catching the hesitation in their eyes. Having worked in both the military and educational institutions, he instantly understood their thoughts. What's wrong? Intimidated by this free-for-all? Yuan Yi chuckled lightly, his tone teasing. If you want to be a spectator while others fight, you need the strength to back it up. Instead of watching others rush to their demise, why not dive in and target the strongest opponent? Guo Gang and Xu Aihan looked puzzled. Targeting the strongest seemed like a quicker way to lose, didn't it? But Shen Shu already had a knowing smile. Yuan Yi was hinting. Rather than hoping other teams would work hard with them, they should just start fighting. Why overthink it? They're all enemies anyway, just go for it. As the second half was about to begin, the participants took the stage according to their draw order. Yuan Yi gave Shen Shu another pat on the back, a sly glint in his eye. Go on, kid. You're lucky to be in the same arena as Songda. On the other side, as Songda stood up, the audience erupted in cheers. Under everyone's gaze, he confidently strode towards Arena 1. Shen Shu and his team also stepped onto the same arena. As the numbers were complete, the light screen closed, and the countdown to the match began. At this moment, Song Shang stood up and approached Yuan Yi, greeting him with a smile. Major Yuan, long time no see. On the arena, Shen Shu whispered to Xu Aihan and the others, I have a plan. Even if we don't beat Songda, we can still earn a lot of points. Hearing this, Guo Gang's face lit up, ready to ask for details. Suddenly, a voice chimed in. Hey there, I'm Lu Shan. This Songda is infamous in the second-tier cities. How about we form an alliance? Take him out first, then settle the score among ourselves. Xu Aihan was about to agree, but Shen Shu immediately declined. No. Shen Shu's refusal surprised Lu Shan and confused Guo Gang and Xu Aihan. Lu Shan was a bit irritated. Oh, you want to sit back and watch? Careful, we might take you out first. Shen Shu didn't reply, his gaze fixed across the arena on Songda, who was casually chatting with his teammates. Just then, the start whistle blew. Lu Shan tried once more to persuade Shen Shu, but in the next second, Shen Shu suddenly appeared in front of him. With a precise slap to Lu Shan's neck, the latter lost consciousness instantly. Without hesitation, Shen Shu tossed the unconscious Lu Shan off the arena. This unexpected turn of events left Shen Shu's teammates dumbfounded, and even Songda, who was ready to clear the arena, was momentarily stunned. The audience burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Shen Shu calmly watched the panel display. Defeated a level 4 mortal, gained 1 hour of Sage's moment. The audience erupted in astonishment. Shen Shu's actions were like a heavy hammer, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Is this guy out of his mind? He can't even handle the opponent, and now he's turning on his own team. One spectator shouted in confusion, eyes wide with disbelief. Someone nearby snickered, a mocking smile on their face. You don't get it. This is a smart move. Knowing he can't beat Songda, he's racking up points by taking down his own teammates first. Despite this, the competitors from the third-tier cities, though wary of Songda, didn't regard Shen Shu as much of a threat. On the stage, Shen Shu moved with lightning speed, grabbing 2 more teammates and mercilessly tossing them out of the ring. With the deeper practice of the rock body refining technique, Shen Shu felt his strength soaring. His vitality and physique were becoming formidable, making it difficult for even opponents several levels above him to withstand his attacks. Damn it! Get him out first! A furious shout rang out as someone charged at Shen Shu. In the blink of an eye, not only Shen Shu but also Guo Gang and others were targeted by other teams, quickly finding themselves surrounded. This scene piqued Songda's interest from the other side of the stage, a hint of curiosity appearing on his face. Shen Shu, is this your plan? Xu Aihan gritted his teeth, feeling the sudden increase in pressure, and demanded. However, Shen Shu had no intention of answering and instead plunged directly into the crowd. Though Shu Ahan was reluctant, he had no choice but to follow closely. After all, they were all in the same boat. Follow him. Shu Ahan gritted his teeth and joined Shen Shu in the melee. Shen Shu's expression was cold and focused entirely on the battle before him. As he had thought earlier, just go for it. Just as Shen Shu was about to throw another opponent out of the ring, a sudden clap of thunder resounded. In the next second, a figure appeared like lightning in front of Shen Shu, delivering a fierce kick aimed at his head. Bang! In the rush, Shen Shu barely managed to raise his arm to block. Below the stage, Zhao Chang's eyes lit up with a hint of excitement. To have cultivated a lightning attribute technique to this level, this Songda is indeed something. That contestant probably won't handle this well. Zhao Changcheng, hearing this, beamed. Songda is certainly one of our new union's top talents. By the way, didn't his brother Song Shang participate in the beast trial before? These two are indeed the Song family's twin stars in the new union. Sun Wu, standing nearby, sneered disdainfully. Song Shang? Huh, isn't he the deserter? Since this is his brother, I actually have more faith in that kid from the third-tier city. His sharp gaze fixed on Shen Shu. Such abundant vitality must be from the rock body refining technique. Judging by his physique, it might even be at the perfect level or higher. To have reached mortal realm level 7 in a resource-scarce place like a third-tier city, even if he loses to Songda now, his talent isn't inferior. Sun Wu squinted slightly, continuing his analysis. Moreover, as someone who's been active on the front lines for years, I've keenly sensed that Songda's strike on Shen Shu was probably more bark than bite. That kid from the third-tier city seems to have already neutralized Songda's elemental vitality. This statement drew the attention of the other two. Although Sun Wu was from the military, his status and insight were undeniable. Zhao Chang immediately turned to Zhao Changqing, asking urgently, "What's that kid's name?" Zhao Changqing quickly glanced at the contestant list and replied, "Shen Shu." At this moment, the fierce battle on the stage continued. Seeing that Shen Shu wasn't kicked off the stage with a single blow, Songda frowned slightly, surprised. He sneered, glancing at the charred marks on Shen Shu's arm, and disdainfully said, "You've got some skill. No wonder you dared to snatch points right under my nose. You've taken enough points just now, so step down yourself. Don't say I didn't give you a chance." Shen Shu shook his numb arm, looking directly at Songda. He had initially planned to clear out the others first, monopolize all the sage moments, and then deal with Songda. However, the opponent was in such a rush. Shen Shu raised an eyebrow and said, "You're in such a hurry? In a hurry for what?" Songda was momentarily stunned by this seemingly out-of-context remark. In a hurry to step down. Before Shen Shu's words had fully landed, he shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, charging fiercely at Songda. The smile on Songda's face froze instantly. This small fry from a third-tier city not only refused to surrender, but dared to attack? Arrogant, he shouted angrily, his fist wrapped in crackling electricity, striking towards Shen Shu. Seeing that Shen Shu neither dodged nor avoided, a hint of cruelty flashed in Songda's eyes. Although that previous kick had demonstrated Shen Shu's formidable physique and vigorous energy, dealing with the lightning attribute wasn't something that could be done through sheer physical strength alone. At this critical moment, Songda suddenly sensed a looming danger, followed by a stabbing pain in his mind. Psychic force? He thought, shocked. The next second, it was as if a thunderclap resounded on the stage. Shen Shu delivered a heavy kick, sending Songda flying unexpectedly, stumbling to the edge of the platform. The audience collectively held their breath at the sight. Standing behind Shen Shu, Shu Ahan was filled with shock. She could no longer sense Shen Shu's level, having initially thought it was due to his more abundant energy. Now she realized Shen Shu had already surpassed her. What had he experienced in such a short time? Whoa, look! Songda is about to be out. With an exclamation, the crowd watched as Songda teetered on the edge, nearly falling off. The more alarming part was that after landing a hit, Shen Shu didn't stop. He followed up immediately. Just as Songda was about to fall, he finally snapped back to reality, managing to barely hold himself at the edge. The audience breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that the top genius from Xinlian wasn't eliminated so swiftly. But then, with a bang, the final dark force burst forth, cutting off Songda's lifeline and sending him plummeting off the stage. Though the sound was not loud, it caused the expressions of several heavyweight spectators below to change dramatically. Hearing the familiar sound, Song Shang gritted his teeth and looked at Yuan Yi. Dark force? Did you really figure it out? Sun Wu and Zhao Chang were equally shocked. Is this the dark force of the bone refining realm? It doesn't seem like it. The power seems greater. Their gazes shifted from Songda to Shen Shu. A participant from a third-tier city had instantly demonstrated a formidable physique beyond perfection with the rock body refining technique, combat-level psychic force, and even the techniques of the bone refining realm. Such a level of combat power was on par with those monsters from first-tier cities. Undoubtedly, Shen Shu would become a key focus for them. As for Songda, Zhao Chang sighed. What a pity, If he'd been a bit more cautious, he wouldn't have fallen. Before he could finish, everyone was surprised to see Shen Shu swiftly reach the edge of the stage and grab Songda by the collar, pulling him back from the brink. Recovering from his injuries, Songda looked at Shen Shu with a pale face, struggling to speak. Why? Why? At this moment, Songda realized that if it weren't for Shen Shu's help, he would have been out of the competition long ago. The specially built stage, the opportunity to join the Federal University, all of it would have become a pipe dream. He looked at his opponent Shen Shu with a puzzled expression. Noticing Songda's confusion, Shen Shu grinned and said, "Because that would be too easy on you." For a moment, Songda was at a loss for words. The next second, a fist the size of a sandbag came crashing down on his face, accompanied by a voice shouting, "I promised someone I'd give you a good beating." Bang! Even though Songda had toughened his body, when the punch landed on his face, he felt a wave of dizziness. Blood splattered, and his handsome face instantly twisted with pain. However, Songda wasn't concerned with his injuries. Instead, anger and humiliation overshadowed the pain. "You're looking for trouble," Songda roared. In an instant, countless arcs of electricity burst from his body, spreading across the ring. Even Songda's teammates felt a tingling sensation. Their blood and energy momentarily halted. However, in the next second, bang! Another heavy punch landed on Songda's face, the force so great that it stopped him from retaliating. Shen Shu, bathed in lightning, seemed completely unharmed. How is he unaffected? Even from below the stage, Songda's martial arts coach, Zhao Chongqing, couldn't help but exclaim. Zhao Chong hesitated for a moment before explaining. The attribute blood energy might affect others, but for Shen Shu, it's probably not enough. His blood energy is too abundant, his foundation too solid, far beyond what Songda's simple lightning attribute can shake. But that lightning attribute was almost unstoppable in the new union. Zhao Chongqing protested incredulously. Sun Wu gave a slight smirk. That's because everyone's foundation is unstable. Then how can he even affect my blood energy, General Sun Wu? How do you explain that? Zhao Chongqing pressed on. Sun Wu glanced at him, offering a kindly smile. It means your foundation isn't solid either. You. Zhao Chongqing was about to lose his temper when Zhao Chong quickly intervened. Old Zhao, don't get angry. Seeking validation, Zhao Chongqing said. How can I not be angry? Are you saying my foundation is less stable than a student from a third-tier city? Professor Zhao, what do you think about this? Zhao Chong didn't answer immediately, just looked quietly at Zhao Chongqing. Under the gaze, Zhao Chongqing's skepticism slowly faded, replaced by confusion. Could it really be more stable than mine? Zhao Chong sighed and explained. The Federation used to use the rock-solid body tempering technique as the foundational martial art not only because it can be practiced at any stage, but also because it produces warriors with top-tier blood energy and physique at the same level. Although the newly developed attribute blood energy is indeed effective and sometimes miraculous, it usually doesn't work against the rock-solid body tempering technique and might not even match up to it in combat skills. But against someone with abundant blood energy and a strong physique, comparing skills is futile. Everyone understood what this meant. Then isn't the rock-solid body tempering technique unbeatable? Someone asked. Of course not. Zhao Chong shook his head, looking towards the ring. We all know how powerful the rock-solid body tempering technique is, so why did we stop practicing it and switch to other techniques? Zhao Chongqing almost instinctively responded. The path to advancement is arduous, and the amount of energy and vitality required is daunting. Zhao Chong nodded in agreement, acknowledging that although Shen Shu was robust and full of energy, Songda was not far behind. After all, he had mastered the skin level, and with his skilled techniques, the disparity shouldn't have been so vast. Sun Wu let out a cold laugh and pointedly remarked, people tend to focus on rapid progress, overlooking what truly matters. Zhao Chong remained silent, inwardly agreeing with Sun Wu's insightful observation. Shen Shu's ascent to the 7th level of the mortal realm, with its inherent vitality and effort, was indeed not inferior to Songda's. All eyes were on the arena. Shen Shu was astride Songda, raining punches down on him. Songda's prized vitality, in front of Shen Shu, was rendered ineffective, leaving him defenseless. Shen Shu furrowed his brows, even suspecting that Songda might be setting a trap. It wasn't paranoia. Songda appeared too weak, not even comparable to Lu Qingshan and his fierce beast. To guard against unforeseen events, several ethereal blades hovered around Shen Shu, ready to respond to any sudden developments. However, throughout, Shen Shu never sensed any significant threat. Songda's only attempt at counterattack was a frantic flailing of punches. This is the genius Yuan Yi talked about. Shen Shu couldn't help but scoff in disbelief. In truth, Songda wasn't weak. It was merely due to being countered by Shen Shu, his lack of battle experience leading to panic, coupled with Shen Shu's disruption of his sea of consciousness and the constant disturbance of his vitality by Shen Shu's hidden strength. These factors combined to make this young man, who held New Union's high hopes, appear as defenseless as a pawn. Moments later, Songda's arms dropped limply, and he fainted. Shen Shu stood up and kicked him off the platform. A system prompt appeared. You have defeated a 4th level skin practitioner, earning 10 hours of sage time. Though defeating wasn't the same as killing, and the reward time was limited, Shen Shu didn't mind. He turned to face the remaining opponents on the platform, his gaze piercing. In an instant, the previously divided group united. Someone, seeing Shen Shu's bloodied fists and Song sorry state, quickly spoke up. Friend, let's talk this out. I surrender. Shen Shu shook his head, replying coldly. That's not how it works. In the next moment, his figure blurred into several shadows, darting like a phantom. Bang, bang, bang. Almost like a punch per person, these contestants, hailed as school geniuses, family hopes, and admired children, who had trained hard and faced dangers to stand on the platform, were nothing more than lambs to the slaughter in front of Shen Shu. They were punched off the platform one by one, and those at the skin level were treated to Shen Shu's thunderous kick. Guo Gang and Shu Ayahan were dumbfounded, and even Zhonglu, who had already advanced, was stunned. Genius? In front of Shen Shu, so-called genius was merely the threshold for qualifying to be knocked out by him. On the platform, after Songda was kicked off, Shen Shu swept through the arena like a fierce beast. Every punch he threw carried astonishing power, sending his opponents flying off the stage one after another. The scene was overwhelmingly one-sided, with no one able to stand against him. The referee stood in stunned silence for a moment before finally managing to announce. Platform number 1. Over. The winner is Luo City, First High School. The audience was silent, everyone staring at Shen Shu in disbelief. Someone whispered, wow, that was intense. Is he on something? Shock and suspicion spread through the venue. Below the stage, Yuan Yi observed Shen Shu, noting that he still maintained his scholarly and laid-back demeanor, as if the astonishing performance earlier had nothing to do with him. This reminded Yuan Yi of when Shen Shu first showed his potential at Luo City First High. Suddenly, Sun Wu stood up and started clapping vigorously. His action seemed to break some kind of taboo, and the other spectators quickly followed, their applause thunderous. Sun Wu's eyes were filled with enthusiasm and anticipation. At that moment, a familiar figure entered the hall. Shen Shu recognized it as Lin Shun. Lin Shin quickly walked over to Sun Wu and whispered something in his ear. This scene did not escape Shen Shu's notice. As the applause resounded, Yuan Yi casually leaned back in his chair and lit a cigarette. He took a deep drag and blew a cloud of smoke towards Song Shang, mocking. Huh? Song Shang, did you come here just to show off your brother who got knocked out in the ring? Do you think such petty tricks can stop me from coming back? Compared to when you sold out your teammates in the astral realm, this is nothing. Song Shang remained expressionless, as if he hadn't heard Yuan Yi's taunts. Yuan Yi continued to provoke. Why the deadpan face? After dodging the military tribunal, you should keep a low profile instead of acting all high and mighty. He leaned closer to Song Shang, noticing a slight twitch at the corner of his eye, and grew even more smug. Song Shang, who are you pretending for? Song Shang's knuckles cracked as he clenched his fists, but he forced a smile. You're lucky you didn't die in the ambush and met such a talent in Luo City. Maybe you really can use him and your past connections to return to the battlefield. Too bad. You don't seem to know much about this young fellow. Song Shang gave Yuan Yi a meaningful look. The Federation has rules. Martial artists who haven't participated in the martial exam are forbidden from engaging in illegal activities, like underground fighting. Yuan Yi's smile froze. He knew Shen Shu had been to underground fighting arenas. Song Shang continued. If someone reports him, do you think he can still qualify for the martial exam? Can he still rightfully stand on this platform? Yuan Yi tried to remain calm. So what? It's a minor issue. Do you think they'll let a genius like Shen Shu slip away? Song Shang displayed his signature smile. Some things aren't worth much until they're brought into the open. But once they are, it's a different story. As soon as Song Shang finished speaking, Shen Shu's brow furrowed slightly. He was about to respond when he noticed a fierce look suddenly appear on Song Shang's face. What's in it for me? Song Shang sneered. How do I remember saying the same thing to you before? Your comrades brought it upon themselves. I was just trying to survive. His voice grew louder, eyes flaring with anger. If you hadn't insisted on blowing things up, calling me a deserter, a traitor, trying to seek justice for those damned comrades of yours, I wouldn't have been stuck in New Union City. At this point, Song Shang took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. A smile reappeared on his face, but it was laced with a cold edge. I really don't have a strong grip on Shen Shu, he said softly. But you, just be prepared to stay stuck in Luo City for the rest of your life. Don't even think about staying at the inheritance department your teacher found for you. Song Shang's gaze suddenly shifted to Zhang Lan and Zhong Lu not far away. At this moment, Zhong Li's face was unsightly, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. When he noticed Song Shang's gaze, his face turned pale, but he gritted his teeth. Just as Sun Wu was about to pull Shen Shu aside for a chat, a voice suddenly rang out in the venue. I report. Zhong Lu stood up, his voice trembling with nervousness. I, Zhong Lu, am formally accusing the winning team from Luo City High School, Shen Shu, of engaging in illegal activities, unlawful killing, and buying unknown substances on the black market. His voice grew louder, almost shouting at the end. I accuse Shen Shu of violating federal law. He is unqualified to participate in the exchange competition or the federal martial arts exam. Here's the evidence. Zhong Li's words echoed through the large venue, freezing the previously lively atmosphere. People around started whispering and exchanging glances. Shen Shu, who had just come down from the stage, clenched his fists as he looked at the standing Zhong Lo. His companions, Xu Aihan and Gua Gang, were clearly not expecting Zhong Lu to target Shen Shu at this moment. Ridiculous. Sun Wu frowned and shouted. All participants undergo checks before the competition. There can't be any use of illegal substances. If this student has any issues, they should be addressed afterward. Zhao Chong and Zhao Chongqing were about to speak up and suppress the matter when another voice intervened. Major Sun, that's not right, Song Shang said with a smile, looking at Sun Wu. This student is accusing Shen Shu of being unqualified for the exchange competition, and he's even provided evidence. Ignoring it would damage the credibility of our new Union City. Sun Wu narrowed his eyes, glaring coldly at Song Shang. At this moment, Zhan Lan directly connected Zhong Li's wristband to the venue's virtual screen. Instantly, videos began playing on the virtual screen. In one scene, a fighter lay prone in front of Shen Shu in an arena. As soon as the skull crusher finished speaking, Shen Shu stomped down, crushing the person's skull. Subsequent footage showed various scenes of Shen Shu in underground fights. Apart from the first bloody scene, the rest were simple victories over opponents. The final video depicted Shen Shu being chased down an alley. He first punched a knife-wielding assailant to death, then hammered a leader-like figure to death. The video ended with a frame of Shen Shu turning back to look at the crowd. His eyes were filled with calm, indifference, and ferocity, like a tiger eyeing its prey. The audience erupted in an uproar. Shen Shu's cold gaze sent shivers down the spines of many present. Looking back at the refined Shen Shu on stage, many felt like they were staring at a tiger in human skin. At this moment, Lin Shun, standing beside Sun Wu, glanced at Shen Shu with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Violation. Zhan Lan's roar was like a thunderclap, instantly igniting the emotions of the entire venue. The audience, who were already enraged by the fall of their own, began to echo, violation, violation. The cries rose and fell like waves. In this secondary city, many have ventured into the astral passage and have even witnessed death firsthand. To them, an underground fight is no big deal, except when it involves killing. However, human nature is such that most people are a herd, easily swayed. When Zhan Lan, the teacher, took the lead, his students followed suit, then their friends, and soon the entire venue was involved. Sun Wu watched coldly, a flicker of chill in his eyes. At that moment, Lin Shen leaned in to whisper something in his ear. Moments later, a mix of surprise and shock appeared on Sun Wu's face. Are you sure? Sun Wu asked urgently. Lin Shen nodded solemnly. Absolutely. The travel records of the hovercraft and my enforcement records were both active at the time. Hearing this, a smile tugged at the corners of Sun Wu's mouth. He stepped forward, and in an instant, a tidal wave of energy and blood surged forth. The full might of his Guan E-level power was unleashed, like an invisible mountain pressing down on everyone, suffocating. Sun Wu, Zhao Chongqing was furious. This is the new Union Commonwealth, not your military headquarters. Zhao Chong also narrowed his eyes, speaking coldly. Sun Wu, even if you're from the military, isn't it against regulations to suppress students in a controlled area? Sun Wu merely glanced at them dismissively. Don't try to pressure me with that. I only know that Shen Shu personally eliminated the Varong science, severing Varong's psychic control. I have every reason to suspect Shen Shu entered the underground fighting to help the military draw out the science. Not only did we fail to protect him, but you've also exposed his identity in public? Zhao Chongqing, you owe me an explanation. Zhao Chongqing was stunned, incredulously retorting. You, Sun Wu, use force in our venue, and I owe you an explanation? A flicker of anger crossed Zhao Chang's eyes, while Shen Shu was equally shocked. Was he really involved with the military's plan in the black market? This thought had never crossed his mind. Sun Wu, Shen Shu is just a student from a third-tier city. How could he possibly have any coordination with you? Stop making baseless claims. Zhao Chongqing was infuriated by Sun Wu's unreasonable behavior, yet he felt helpless against a rising star in the military's youth faction. Sun Wu maintained his imposing presence, only glancing at Lin Shun by his side. Lin Shun understood and began explaining to Zhao Chong and Zhao Chongqing, while also retrieving the enforcement video from the time. After a brief silence, Zhao Chong remained speechless. If they were out of options, he wouldn't mind extending an olive branch at a critical moment. After all, Shen Shu's talent indeed had the potential to compete for Federal University. Little did he expect that this would involve the science, a matter of great importance concerning alliances and positions. In the internal struggles of the Federation and external issues, no one dared to act rashly, as the consequences could be severe. Zhao Chongqing was equally stunned, inadvertently glancing at Song Shang not far away, his eyes filled with unwillingness and resentment. Shen Shu's display of strength left everyone present in awe. Not only had he personally slain Valen's kin as a mortal, but he also effortlessly defeated an opponent in an underground boxing match. His abilities sparked discussions and skepticism among the crowd. At that moment, Sun Wu decisively stepped in to calm the situation. In a loud voice, he announced, after consultation with the leadership, Shen Shu is cleared of any issues. The video was part of a classified mission to lure out the kinsman. Zhao Chong immediately supported this statement. Sun Wu's assertive demeanor felt like a mountain pressing down on everyone. He surveyed the room, his voice cold. Now, let the exchange competition continue. With his words, the tense atmosphere dissipated instantly. The audience collectively gasped. Although many still harbored doubts about Shen Shu's true identity, they were more intimidated by Sun Wu's display of power and decisiveness. Sun Wu's gaze swept over Zhong Lu, Zhan Lan, and Song Shang, a hint of coldness in his eyes. He ordered, take away the student suspected of leaking secrets and disrupting order for investigation, along with his teacher and Song Shang. Lin Shen immediately stepped forward to execute the order. Zhong Lu tried to protest, claiming his father was the deputy director of the education department, but Lin Shen knocked him out before he could finish. Zhao Changcheng could only close his eyes in resignation, knowing the education department had no sway over the military. Zhan Lan remained silent despite her fear, while Song Shang's eyes were dark, clearly not expecting Sun Wu to handle the matter so forcefully. With the commotion settled, the exchange competition resumed, though the atmosphere was far less enthusiastic than before. Shen Shu's performance was certainly shocking, but Sun Wu's decisive approach left everyone on edge, both fearful and somewhat angered. Zhao Chong couldn't help but voice a warning. Major General Sun, your decisiveness is commendable, but have you considered the aftermath? These are top students from various schools, each with numerous families behind them. Is it worth offending so many for one student? Sun Wu scoffed. And that's why you people can never defeat the beasts, Valen, or any other races. Zhao Chong was left speechless, retorting, are all military personnel this arrogant lately? Sun Wu shrugged off the comment. Let me tell you, even if someone wanted to deal with me, it would only happen within the military. Their way of dealing would be sending me to the astral battlefield to bring back the heads of a few fourth-tier beasts or kill a Valen leader. It's no issue for me. He looked Zhao Chong in the eye. Shen Shu is ours for sure. Professor Zhao, are you going to fight us for him on behalf of the Federation? Zhao Chang's face darkened. It's Shen Shu's choice. With his talent, he might fare better in the Federation. Puffed, naive, Sun Wu sneered. He won't go to the Federation. Are you threatening a student privately? Zhao Chong accused. Sun Wu immediately denied it. Of course not. We're just firm in our stance, but not unreasonable. The virtual video caused some minor issues, but it only reinforced my belief that Shen Shu is a true tiger. Your schools can't nurture such a fierce beast. Recalling Shen Shu's fierce gaze after defeating Wu Hai in the video, Sun Wu's face lit up with a smile of anticipation. I can't wait to see his performance in the next stage. With Sun Wu's decisive approach, the exchange match quickly concluded. As the crowd began to disperse, Sun Wu made a point to approach Shen Shu, though his gaze first fell on Yuan Yi standing beside him. I remember you, Sun Wu said, frowning slightly as he recalled. You once delved into the study of internal force, calling it a weapon against fierce beasts. Later, during a joint exercise, the secret was leaked by the familiars, resulting in significant casualties. You made quite a stir back then, but I heard that some high-ranking officials and senior military figures got involved, and the matter was quickly settled. Hearing this, Yuan Yi slowly stood up, a wry smile appearing on his face. Ah, those were my younger days. Smack. Sun Wu firmly patted Yuan Yi's shoulder, his tone resolute. Don't worry, those old guys will eventually step down. Talent like yours will be recognized and utilized sooner or later. Then, Sun Wu turned his attention to Shen Shu, a look of approval flashing in his eyes. Besides, you've taught such an outstanding student. He looked directly at Shen Shu, speaking sincerely. I have faith in you. You're well suited for the military. I do have some preliminary recruitment slots available. It all depends on your performance in the second phase. With those words, Sun Wu nodded at Yuan Yi and turned to leave. Shortly after, Zhao Chang also approached Shen Shu for a brief chat. Compared to Sun Wu's straightforward manner, Zhao Chang's attitude was much more tactful. The Federal University allows geniuses to grow comprehensively, Zhao Chang said with a smile. Get some good rest. I'm looking forward to your performance in the second phase in 3 days. With both leaders extending olive branches, the surrounding competitors cast envious glances. But all they could do was envy, as none could so effortlessly dominate a ring like Shen Shu. Before long, Shen Shu and his group returned to their room under the complex gazes of others. Inside, Shen Shu noticed Yuan Yi's hesitant expression and spoke directly. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't act constipated. Yuan Yi was taken aback, surprised that Shen Shu had spoken up first. You really have no sense of hierarchy, he retorted out of habit, then cleared his throat and walked to the window. Although I find you a bit abnormal, I didn't expect you to be this abnormal. But this time, it's my fault for dragging you into this. Oh, how so? Shen Shu asked, leaning back on the sofa with a raised eyebrow. He didn't mean to disrespect Yuan Yi. He just wanted to break the awkward tension. Yuan Yi took a deep breath at Shen Shu's demeanor. Could you at least pretend to be curious or serious? This is a major event that changed my life. Ahem. Shen Shu, caught off guard while drinking water, quickly sat up straight. Please, continue. Ah, forget it. Just stay as you were, Yuan Yi said, gazing out at the buildings outside. After a moment of contemplation, he began. To put it simply, I was once considered a genius too. After transferring from school to the military, I was filled with ambition to make a mark. Later, the Federation organized a joint trial to compare the capabilities of university and military students. Many talented individuals participated, including Song Shang and me. Yuan Ye's gaze grew distant, as if reminiscing about the past. However, he continued, the familiars infiltrated the trial, and it was eventually discovered by Walloon. They set a trap. To save his own life, Song Shang exposed the positions of other comrades, using our lives as his cover. Yuan Ye's tone remained calm, trying to keep his account concise, but his clenched fists revealed the turmoil within. In the end, many of my friends sacrificed their lives. They could have survived. Song Shang not only emerged unscathed, but also gained a promotion opportunity due to the deaths of many competitors. This fact made Yuan Yi grit his teeth in anger. He slammed his fist on the table, producing a dull thud. Why? Yuan Yi protested furiously. Those who died fighting bravely are seen as failures, while those who abandoned their comrades and survived are hailed as future stars. I can't accept that. Determination flashed in Yuan Ye's eyes as he continued. So I decided to expose this. I used all my connections and resources to bring the truth to light. The military was furious about the matter and intended to punish Song Shang severely. However, the forces behind Song Shang intervened, and in the end, he only lost his reputation and opportunities for advancement in the university and the Federation. The military also closed its doors to him. Yuan Yi turned to Shen Shu with a wry smile. And I, naturally, became the target of their retaliation. But they dared not openly provoke the military, so I was gradually demoted until I became an ordinary coach at the legacy department here in Luo City. He suddenly showed a hint of a relieved smile. I thought this would be my life from now on, spending my days with those kids. But unexpectedly, I met you. Yuan Ye's expression became serious again. Although Sun Wu protected you this time, you weren't really out there fishing for the clan members. This matter can't withstand close scrutiny, so I've already contacted Lin Shen. I'll take full responsibility. His voice carried a touch of sentiment. I've lost my edge over the years. You carry on with my dreams. After hearing Yuan Ye's words, Shen Shu was momentarily speechless. He remained silent for a moment, then walked to the window and suddenly asked, what's the most important thing in the Federation? Yuan Yi was taken aback, then answered without hesitation, strength. Strength is everything. Shen Shu patted Yuan Yi on the shoulder and said confidently, don't worry, it won't be long before everything is resolved. Yuan Yi was amused by Shen Shu's confidence and shook his head, saying, all right, if you have any other violations, tell me now so we can sort things out. No, really, there are none. I'm a model student, Shen Shu declared earnestly. Seeing that Shen Shu indeed had no other issues, Yuan Yi sighed in relief and suddenly remembered something. By the way, didn't Wen Chongqing say someone would assess your psychic power during the exchange? It should happen in the next couple of days. Plus, you used psychic power in the exchange match, so the people from the Yuling department must have noticed. You're quite lucky. Noticing the mix of envy and schadenfreude in Yuan Ye's eyes, Shen Shu felt puzzled. What do you mean? Yuan Yi pondered for a moment and explained, psychics, or people from the Yuling department, hold a special status throughout the Federation. They only cultivate psychic power and are mainly responsible for identifying clan members and dealing with the Valen race. The Valen race has naturally strong psychic abilities, which can severely disrupt our forces in battle, so psychics hold high status. He gave Shen Shu a meaningful look, but in the Federation, the more privileges you enjoy, the greater the price you pay. If both the psychics and the military take an interest in you, your future work will be quite diverse. Yuan Yi patted Shen Shu on the shoulder. All right, get some rest. I expect the second phase of the exchange match will let you experience a real astral battlefield. It's not like the exchange match, it's genuinely life-threatening. Oh, and the rewards for the exchange match will be distributed tomorrow. With that, Yuan Yi left the room. Shen Shu remained standing, the words life-threatening and rewards echoing in his mind. He glanced at his status panel. Remaining sage time, 72 hours. With so much sage time, I'll wait and see what good techniques or skills the rewards offer, Shen Shu thought to himself. Knock, the door sounded. Shen Shu got up to open it, and saw Shu Ayahan's stern face at the entrance. What's up? Shen Shu raised an eyebrow and asked. We've just been informed that it's time to collect our rewards. Shu Aohan maintained his icy demeanor, yet there was a barely noticeable change in his gaze toward Shen Shu. Nodding in acknowledgement, Shen Shu threw on a jacket, closed the door, and followed Shu Aohan out. When they reached the hall, the other teams were already gathered. The previously noisy scene fell silent the moment Shen Shu stepped in, as all eyes instinctively turned towards him. His stunning performance yesterday and the ensuing commotion forced these self-proclaimed geniuses to re-evaluate the team from a third-tier city. Standing in the crowd, Guogang felt relieved as he watched Shen Shu's back. Fortunately, he had taken his father's advice and promptly confessed and apologized to Shen Shu. Offending someone like him would have made it difficult to find peace in the future. Before long, led by Zhao Chongqing and Zhao Chong, the group was ushered into the new Union Inheritance Department. You have all excelled in the exchange competition, representing the pinnacle of local student talent. Zhao Chongqing surveyed the group. As a result, New Union is offering you access to bone tempering techniques and skills. Additionally, if anyone aspires to become a mecha pilot, we can provide a set of class mecha as a reward. Shen Shu couldn't help but marvel. 6 arena battles, 6 teams, 30 people, each receiving a bone tempering technique. New Union is indeed wealthy. Such resources only allow them to compete with first-tier cities. How deep must the foundations of those first-tier cities be? Zhao Chongqing opened the door to the technique section, revealing rows of neatly arranged chips. Everyone's eyes gleamed with excitement, each chip containing precious bone tempering knowledge. Remember, don't bite off more than you can chew. It's best to choose techniques and skills that resonate with you, Zhao Chongqing advised, gesturing for everyone to enter. Just as Shen Shu was about to follow the others in, Zhao Chong suddenly blocked his path. This action not only made Shen Shu frown, but also surprised Zhao Chongqing. With a smile, Zhao Chong asked, "You're practicing the pan-sure body refining technique, right?" Shen Shu hesitated for a moment before cautiously nodding. Noticing Shen Shu's wariness, Zhao Chong explained with a smile, "I mean no harm. I stopped you to suggest that since you've built your foundation with the pan-sure body refining technique and reached this level, you shouldn't change techniques lightly. If you must, you could try the Great Sun Furnace technique of the Federation's Unity Realm, which is an extension of the pan-sure technique." Shen Shu's pupils contracted sharply at these words. "Unity Realm?" he repeated softly, his voice filled with surprise. Catching this reaction, Zhao Chong was secretly pleased. Even the most talented individuals from third-tier cities hadn't encountered truly top-notch techniques. "Can I choose a Unity Realm technique?" Shen Shu inquired. Zhao Chang's expression faltered for a moment. Then he explained, "That's not possible. However, if you apply to our Federation or join me for internal testing at Federation University after this, I can assure you that once you're admitted, you will receive such techniques." Shen Shu paused for a moment, then almost immediately shook his head. "No thanks, I'm going in to pick something now." Huh. Zhao Chong was taken aback by Shen Shu's decisive refusal. Just moments ago, there seemed to be a hint of interest, so why the sudden change? But only Shen Shu knew the reason behind his choice. Although Shen Shu was very eager for the martial arts techniques, what he truly longed for was the sage's moment. He understood well that even with the best techniques, without the enhancement of the sage's moment, it would be difficult to achieve perfection, no matter how hard one trained, let alone any other achievements. Zhao Chongqing watched Shen Shu's departing figure and chuckled. "Hee, Professor Zhao, considering how much effort Major General Sun put in yesterday, thinking you could win him over with just a first-level technique seems quite unrealistic." In Zhao Chongqing's view, Zhao Chong had been at the university for too long and lacked the sophistication needed. If it were him, he would have given Shen Shu the Great Sun Cauldron technique directly. This technique is considered an advanced version of the rock body technique, even superior to some techniques of the condensing level. With this, if Shen Shu mastered it, he would be grateful. If not, the blame could be shifted to the military, making them the scapegoat. By now, Shen Shu had arrived at the technique center. Although he had no intention of changing his technique, he still silently noted the information of the Great Sun Cauldron technique. He headed straight to the skills section, scanning the names and descriptions on each chip: Tiger Palm, Mandarin Duck Kicks, 7 Stars Fist, Ice Finger. Each skill was marked with its requirements for vitality and physique. To prevent people from simply reading and memorizing the techniques, the chips had encryption measures, and the virtual images appeared somewhat blurry. Yet, despite this, Shen Shu could still sense the sharpness of the moves from the hazy images. He noticed Shu Aohan choosing a skill with an ice attribute, while Guogang directly opted for Upgrade Mech, which was said to cost at least 3 million on the market. Shen Shu quickly browsed through the skills, and although each was decent, none bore the label Precious, which left him a bit disappointed. Just as Shen Shu was about to choose a footwork skill, he suddenly spotted a unique virtual image in the corner of the shelf. The scene depicted a figure fighting relentlessly amidst a massive beast horde, with their vitality growing stronger, standing unyieldingly like a pillar. Shen Shu was instantly captivated, putting down the skill in his hand and striding over. He carefully read the skill description. Bone tempering level. Dragon battle in the wild precious. Residual vitality requirement. Vitality into bone or perfect rock body technique. Like a dragon in the field, ascending through countless battles. Like a warrior in the wild, fighting to the death without retreat. This skill is a vitality-consuming combat technique, unsuitable for those without abundant vitality. Mastery allows one to grow stronger with each fight. The more vitality consumed, the stronger the combat ability. However, this skill has no fixed moves or routines. One must synthesize various techniques into one. Failure to do so means it cannot be learned. Reading this description, Shen Shu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without hesitation, he picked up the chip and headed outside. When Zhao Chongqing and Zhao Chong saw Shen Shu choose this skill, they were momentarily stunned. Zhao Chongqing couldn't help but ask, "Shen Shu, are you sure?" The description does sound impressive, but while its potential is high, its baseline is very low. You might end up consuming more vitality than the power you gained before mastering it. Facing the skepticism, Shen Shu replied resolutely, "This is the one." The skill seemed tailor-made for him. Once everyone had made their choices, Zhao Chongqing nodded and said, "I've recorded the chosen skills into each of your wristbands for single use. Remember, these are your rewards and cannot be shared privately. Doing so is illegal at best and could lead to severe consequences, like losing your martial abilities. The Federation strictly controls the dissemination of skills and techniques, as some could be lethal if practiced privately, not to mention the scarcity of resources for everyone to train. All right, you have 2 days to learn as much as you can. The second phase of testing will commence promptly in 2 days." As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Shu eagerly dashed back to his room. Guo Gang raised his hand to invite Shen Shu out for a celebratory meal, only to see him vanish from sight. Awkwardly, Guo Gang coughed and turned to Shu Ayahan. Ayahan. No. Shu Ayahan promptly declined. Back in his room, Shen Shu immediately focused on studying all the explanations of dragon battle in the wild, while carefully watching related videos, striving to grasp the essence of this magical skill. In the first hour, he was wholly absorbed, hoping to master the skill as soon as possible. Shen Shu consumed a clarity potion and a body refinement potion, feeling the effects spread throughout his body. By the third hour, the contents of dragon battle in the wild were etched deeply into his mind, with every detail of the technique clearly visible. As Shen Shu delved deeper into dragon battle in the wild, he gradually realized why this technique demanded such a high level of vitality. Unlike conventional martial arts, dragon battle in the wild does not focus on specific moves, but rather emphasizes the use of vitality. Just as when Shen Shu threw a punch, his bones, meridians, and vitality worked in harmony. Dragon battle in the wild revolutionized the use of vitality, transforming steady output into explosive bursts. This is practically burning one's blood for a desperate fight. Shen Shu marveled to himself. No wonder it requires such a high level of vitality. It's not something the average person can handle. He felt fortunate for his abundant vitality. Even if he exhausted his vitality, he could activate Sage Moment to instantly recover. For most, this technique would be a desperate move, but for Shen Shu, it could be used as a regular attack. Time flew by, and by the 18th hour, Shen Shu had mastered the method of burning vitality. Thanks to his previous training in the rock-solid body technique and dark force, which had continuously honed his body and increased his vitality, he found learning this technique to be effortless. By the 26th hour, Shen Shu had a sudden insight. By incorporating transforming force, he could not only burn more vitality, but also avoid self-harm. This discovery propelled his dragon battle in the wild to the level of mastery. By the 39th hour, Shen Shu integrated his understanding of swift wind and sudden rain and all his thoughts on the technique. As the technique's introduction suggested, the key to raising its potential was to incorporate one's unique traits. With this integration, Shen Shu was surprised to find that not only had dragon battle in the wild reached perfection, but even the word deficient in its name disappeared. In just 39 hours, Shen Shu had not only perfected the technique, but also eliminated its flaws. This was partly due to the boost from Sage Moment, but the insights he had accumulated from practicing other techniques were invaluable. Next, it's time to reach the ultimate level. Shen Shu took a deep breath. To achieve that, I must forge my own path. After careful consideration, he consumed another vitality potion to replenish what he had expended during his practice. From the 40th to the 60th hour, Shen Shu continuously pondered the essence and limitations of dragon battle in the wild. He felt a deep connection with the technique, but sensed there was room for improvement. Compared to merely burning his body and vitality, he found this process of testing his insight more profound. Shen Shu began to wonder, since he was already fighting to the brink of defeat, why not deliver a final, fatal blow to his enemy at the moment of death? In the 70th hour, inspiration struck Shen Shu like lightning. He comprehended the ultimate level of the bone refinement stage. Dragon battle in the wild dragon roar. This was a roar that wagered everything, a powerful punch against death itself. It provided a terrifying boost to the next attack based on the amount of vitality burned. Reflecting on his realization, Shen Shu's breath quickened. The original dragon battle in the wild already enhanced attacks by burning vitality, and as the battle continued, the output would increase. But this newly realized dragon roar was even more extreme, disregarding self-harm for an unimaginably powerful output. At this point, only 2 hours remained of Sage Moment. Shen Shu deeply appreciated this hard-won understanding, feeling exhilarated by the achievements he had reached in such a short time. Based on current calculations, Shen Shu can burn up to 30 of his life force at once. He can ensure this won't be fatal, and he should still be able to fight normally, but the other consequences are unpredictable. Shen Shu tried to imagine the effects of stacking a series of enhancements like Thunderstrike, Dark Force, Dragon Battle in the Wild, and Dragon Roar on top of Thunderstrike, but found it beyond his imagination. After all, normally just Thunderstrike combined with Dark Force is already unbearable for ordinary martial artists at the skin training level. Shen Shu closed the panel and began repeatedly using Dragon Battle in the Wild to burn his life force, carefully feeling its power. Currently, the initial boost is only about 40, but as the battle continues, this boost will gradually increase. This is precisely what makes Dragon Battle in the Wild so fascinating, and spending 70 hours to master it was indeed worthwhile. For the next 2 days, Shen Shu took a rare opportunity to relax and enjoy the luxurious life of a second-tier city. In Luocheng, he had to fight every day to gain sage moments. But here, he finally had the chance to rest for a while, letting his guard down. Of course, Shen Shu still hoped to find someone to practice with. Can I join you for practice? I promise I'll hold back. Shen Shu eagerly asked. Oh no thanks, Shen Shu. Even if you hold back, we really can't handle it. In the hotel gym, the others quickly waved their hands, faces full of fear. After 2 days together, they found that Shen Shu was usually quite amiable, at least not prone to injuring people. But once sparring began, it was a completely different story. Many recalled past sparring experiences and couldn't help but shiver. It was so brutal that even trying to escape the gym would be met with being forcibly dragged back to continue. Just as Shen Shu was about to persuade them to practice together, a commotion was heard at the door. Ahem, everyone, tidy up. It's time to get down to business, Zhao Chongqing said, looking at everyone in the room. Hearing this, Shen Shu clenched his fists. 2 days of rest were enough. He couldn't miss out on the opportunity to earn sage moments any longer. Soon, they arrived at a massive plaza. Here, beams of light occasionally flashed, and the people who emerged carried a heavy scent of blood. Dozens of powerful auras and soldiers guarded the area. This is the Star Realm Passage. Sun Wu and Professor Zhao are already waiting for you on the Star Realm battlefield, Zhao Chongqing said, paying a fee of about 500,000 per person for the passage, all covered by the new union. As the beam of light suddenly lit up, everyone felt themselves lifted into the air. The next second, it was as if they were thrown into a wildly spinning washing machine, the world spinning for several minutes. Ugh, Shen Shu barely held it in, but Guo Gang vomited onto the ground beside him. Even those who had been here before looked quite pale. Seriously, we can connect to the Star Realm battlefield, but why can't the passage be more stable? A participant who knew a bit about the situation couldn't help but complain. Comfort is possible, as long as the new union isn't afraid the passage will be discovered. Sun Wu's voice came from nearby. You're just nauseous for a few minutes. If the passage were stable, it would be easy to locate. Then, instead of me, you'd be facing beasts. Once everyone recovered, Sun Wu waved his hand and said, all right, the second phase is about to begin. The rules are simple. In 3 days, you'll hunt beasts. Whoever hunts the most will receive the second phase reward. The minimum requirement is to hunt 3 beasts of your respective level and survive, with beast cores and recording devices as proof. He announced the rewards directly. The first place can directly enter the military or federal university without an exam, plus a resource reward of 10 million. Second and third places will receive material rewards, technique rewards, etc. Others will receive rewards based on their ranking. The hunting range is near the Star Union Passage, in the C-zone of the Star Realm battlefield. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a trace of energy and a miniature device appeared behind everyone's ears. The C-zone map has been sent to your wristbands. To ensure your safety, this energy trace can handle beasts below level 4, and the survival device can activate passively when you're near death. All right, you can start now. As Sun Wu finished speaking, everyone was stunned. What? We're starting already. As soon as everyone arrived, Sun Wu was eager to start the second phase. This sudden arrangement left the participants exchanging puzzled glances. A crowd of onlookers had gathered around the camp, making it seem somewhat inappropriate to begin under so many watchful eyes. Noticing their hesitation, Sun Wu frowned slightly, his tone a bit impatient. What are you standing around for? Waiting for me to invite you to dinner? He gestured towards the passage outside the camp and continued. You have only 3 days. Your wristbands will record your points for slaying the beasts in real time. Suddenly, as if remembering something important, Sun Wu's face broke into a cryptic smile. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Due to Zhong Li's previous actions, many of the clans have taken notice of the situation here. You need to be wary not only of the beasts, but also of those who appear to be friendly humans. So, let me emphasize again, there is a risk of death in this trial. You can still opt out now. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances. Despite the unexpected start, no one chose to withdraw. Someone murmured, where there's battle, there's injury. Where there's a battlefield, there's death. Besides, quitting now means saying goodbye to any future with the military or top universities. As they spoke, one participant already started walking towards the camp's exit. At that moment, Guigang suddenly asked, "Excuse me, can we use mechas in the second phase of the battlefield?" Sun Wu thought for a moment and replied, "As long as they are below Class A, you can use them. Let me stress again, this is both a trial and a test of life and death, so there aren't many restrictions." With that, he turned and headed to the command center prepared inside the camp. Seeing this, the rest began to head out of the camp. Shen Shu, aware of the unfamiliar terrain, decided to shield the group by staying in front, following behind them. Inside the command center, Zhao Chong watched Sun Wu return, a hint of concern in his eyes. Using so many kids as bait, is this really your military style? Sun Wu responded calmly. Zone A is already in full battle, and other areas will soon follow. This trial might be the largest scale attack by the clans in history. If we don't seize this opportunity to eliminate some now, who knows where we'll find them when the trial begins. Zhao Cheng's expression was complicated. Although he disagreed with the military's approach, he still said, "Even if I have orders from above to cooperate, Sun Wu, if there are any oversteps, I will stop you." Given Sun Wu's actions over the past few days, Zhao Chong had no doubt that if sacrificing some could gain greater benefits, Sun Wu wouldn't hesitate to do so. Huh. You don't need to worry about that, Sun Wu chuckled coldly. The Spiritual Bureau has already controlled some of the clans and spread the word. With my abrupt start and the previous announcements, quite a few clans have likely infiltrated the camp and heard the news. From here, we just need to wait. He turned to Lin Shin beside him. Are the arrangements outside ready? Yes, some of our guys are following them. They'll only intervene when it's most dangerous, Lin Shin replied. Sun Wu nodded and looked up at the virtual display screen, closely monitoring the development of the situation. Meanwhile, the participants had already ventured deep into the astral battlefield. Along the way, the sight of numerous beast corpses and dried blood was chilling. To enhance their strength, many chose to form alliances for exploration. Seeing this, Shu Ayahan, unusually, spoke to a few classmates from Luo City. We should also discuss our next steps. Shu Ayahan suggested that everyone act together, emphasizing the importance of looking out for each other, and mentioned that he had some knowledge about the star battlefield. The others agreed, but when Shu Ayahan asked for Shen Shu's opinion, Shen Shu shook his head and declined. I'll pass, Shen Shu said calmly, catching a faint, unpleasant smell in the breeze. Shu Ayahan was puzzled and asked, why? Shen Shu, don't be stubborn. The star battlefield is dangerous. If you're worried about the distribution of rewards, we can allocate them based on contribution. Shen Shu glanced at the group and explained calmly. The efficiency is too low. On our way here, every low-level beast we encountered was attacked by everyone. It's safe, but inefficient. Beasts have instincts. Seeing so many people, they run away. Besides, he paused, your pace is a bit slow. With that, after briefly understanding the situation in the star battlefield, Shen Shu headed straight towards the heart of the area. Shu Ayahan wanted to say more, but realized Shen Shu was already a small dot in the distance. It dawned on the group that Shen Shu's vigor was so abundant that while they rested, he was left waiting, wasting time. Meanwhile, at the border between the B and C level areas, the space suddenly rippled. Figures appeared as if passing through a mirror. The newcomers bent over, vomiting, clearly affected by the spatial transition. Moments later, a subordinate reported to the frail middle-aged man leading them. Brother Chong, 7 are dead, 13 remain. Hearing this, Mu Chong, known as Brother Chong, showed a pained expression. Damn unreliable smuggling route. 7 people, they were hard-earned subordinates. But he quickly smiled and addressed the group. It's worth it. The wild dogs knew it was a trap and still stationed people at the camp. We can use their lives to attract the military and those from the hunting golden eagles. The world is unfair, making us talentless mortals. But if we can capture these geniuses, the Lord might let us occupy their bodies. Brothers, today is the day to change our fate. Just then, a roar interrupted Mu Chong. A protective 3rd-level barbarian rhino charged at them. Mu Chong turned to face the rhino, his eyes turning black as an invisible force surged towards the rhino's mind. Due to a mental imprint, the rhino stopped before Mu Chong with little resistance. Mu Chong told his subordinates, I have one thing to say. The more you kill, the happier the Lord is. Now, go find your beasts. With that, his followers quickly dispersed. In the command room, Sun Wu was observing Shen Shu's performance. He watched as Shen Shu nearly killed a 2nd-level armored crocodile, known for its defense, with a single punch, a hint of admiration in his eyes. At that moment, Lin Shen entered and whispered to Sun Wu, "Many people are leaving the camp suddenly, with low ranks, probably as bait. There's also movement in the heart of Sea Zone, close to Shen Shu. Should we warn him?" Sun Wu pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "No need to warn him. Just notify the followers to ensure protection. By the way, did I hear he chose Dragon Battle in the wild?" Zhao Chang confirmed, "Yes. It seems he's already grasped the basics. No surprise, considering he mastered the rock body technique to perfection." Sun Wu smiled. "Looks like he's still experimenting, not yet satisfied. Share the location of nearby beast groups with him." Zhao Chang immediately objected. "Isn't that inappropriate?" Sun Wu replied. "Then announce it to everyone first, marking it as a 4th level leader beast group. Whoever dares can go." Although Zhao Chang felt uneasy about this, he eventually nodded in agreement. While Shen Shu was still searching for beasts, his wristband suddenly received a location message. The notification read, "This location is a 4th level leader beast group. Avoid provoking them recklessly." Seeing the coordinates not far from him, a hint of excitement appeared on Shen Shu's face. As he made his way through the astral battlefield, Shen Shu found that the number of fierce beasts was not as dense as he had anticipated. Instead, there were numerous human warriors hunting. Being new and inexperienced, Shen Shu resorted to picking off scattered 1st and 2nd-tier beasts. When he noticed a helpful marker indicating a cluster of beasts, Shen Shu headed in that direction without hesitation. The dry branches and grass rustled around him, leaving scratches on his clothes. Before long, a heavy scent of blood and stench filled the air. Suddenly, a thunderous moo echoed. Shen Shu looked towards the sound and saw a dense group of beasts not far away. The continuous, thudding noise revealed that the horned bulls were colliding with each other. Armored horned bulls. Shen Shu squinted, recalling what he had learned in school about these beasts. Known for their defense and brute strength, these herd-dwelling omnivores were a common sight on the astral battlefield, often driven by the Valen tribe for massive charges. Without the ability to hover, even a bone-tempering realm warrior could end up trampled to mush. As Shen Shu pondered over the situation, he noticed something unusual. The herd seemed particularly tense. Soon, he spotted the reason. At the center of the herd lay a significantly larger horned bull, curled up with its 2 sharp horns broken halfway, and bleeding scratches on its neck and body. Meanwhile, in the command room, the leader of the horned bulls is injured. "Why don't you just kill it?" Zhao Chang asked curiously. Sun Wu shook his head and explained, "Horned bulls are stubborn. Since the shadow leopard ambushed and injured it, it's bound to seek revenge. Besides, leaving this herd here can deter beasts trying to escape from the interior. I also think this herd is a perfect test for the students' abilities." As he spoke, Sun Wu glanced at the positions of the other students, noticing they were all moving toward the herd. These students might manage to kill 1 or 2 beasts, but a whole herd of horned bulls is beyond their capability. Aren't you quite optimistic about Shen Shu? Even he has to stay put and observe here, you think?" Before Zhao Chang could finish, Shen Shu suddenly charged out. How dare he? Shen Shu had observed enough and suddenly burst out of the grass. Since the horned bulls had eaten most of the surrounding wild grass, his movement quickly caught their attention. Instantly, several bulls raised their heads, but, seeing it was just a young human, they settled back down. However, the bulls that had been clashing horns roared and charged at Shen Shu. Boom, boom, boom. A charge of even just 2 or 3 horned bulls produced a deafening sound. Facing the charge of these beasts, as massive as off-road vehicles, required immense courage. At this moment, everyone in the command room held their breath, waiting to see how Shen Shu would respond. In their view, the best strategy for Shen Shu would be to dodge and then attack the bulls' weak spots while their massive bodies struggled to turn around. Facing the charging herd of horned bulls, Shen Shu stood his ground without a hint of retreat. His eyes were sharp, and his body leaned slightly forward, ready to counterattack. Just as the bulls were about to collide with him, Shen Shu's figure flickered, and several ethereal blades appeared out of thin air, piercing accurately into the beasts' minds. The bulls were stunned by the pain, momentarily pausing. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Shu delivered a fierce straight punch to the center of the bull's forehead. A loud bang echoed as the massive creature was lifted off the ground, as if it had hit an invisible wall. The combined force of dragon battle in the wild, dark energy, and the punch exploded within the bull's vulnerable skull. A system notification promptly sounded. You have killed a Tier 2 horned bull, gaining 15 hours of sage time. Before Shen Shu could check the notification, another bull charged at him. Instead of retreating, he advanced, reaching out with both hands to firmly grasp the bull's horns. The stones beneath his feet cracked under the immense pressure. The bull's eyes turned blood red as it desperately tried to gore the audacious human. However, a faint red mist of blood energy suddenly rose from Shen Shu's body. His arm muscles bulged, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. He shouted, "Get down," and forcefully pressed down with both hands. Boom! The bull's head smashed heavily into the ground, embedding itself in the soil. Shen Shu quickly followed up with a kick, and the bull's hard skull cracked under the blow, sending its massive body flying back into the herd. The system notified again. You have killed a Tier 2 horned bull, gaining 18 hours of sage time. Shen Shu looked at his achievements, a look of delight on his face. The combined power of dragon battle in the wild, thunderstrike, and dark energy far exceeded his expectations. That last kick, fueled by burning blood energy, had increased his damage by at least 45, and this boost would continue to grow as the battle progressed. The entire herd of horned bulls was thoroughly enraged by Shen Shu's performance. Previously lazy bulls now stood up, roaring in anger. At the command of the largest bull, dozens of horned bulls rushed towards Shen Shu, eager to pierce the challenger with their sharp horns. Despite the daunting scene, Shen Shu did not retreat. Instead, he charged straight at them. This spectacle left everyone in the control room stunned. They had never seen such a violent genius, daring to clash head-on with an entire herd of horned bulls, especially one led by a Tier 4 bull. Sun Wu couldn't sit still and immediately ordered, "Tell the people following Shen Shu to rescue him immediately, if anything goes wrong." Everyone in the room stared intently at the screen, trying to find a trace of fear on Shen Shu's face. However, his expression remained unusually calm, like the calm before a storm. The only oddity was the slight movement of his lips. Zhao Chong asked in confusion, "What's he saying?" After several attempts to read his lips, Lin Shin uncertainly replied, "I think it's all in." Swoha is a kind of wisdom, said Nicholas Zhou, a self-proclaimed life philosophy mentor, master of betrayal, and creator of loyalty. Shen Shu devoted all the sage moments he had recently gained to practicing the rock-solid body technique. In no time, by the 21st hour, his arduous training had propelled him to the 8th level of the mortal realm. Known for its difficulty in breaking through and progressing, the rock-solid body technique offers immense benefits with each breakthrough, a temptation even geniuses find hard to resist. At this moment, facing the charging horned oxen, Shen Shu's vitality surged with his breakthrough. The faint mist of blood energy surrounding him suddenly intensified, filling his body with powerful energy. A fiery determination burned in his eyes, and his fighting spirit soared. The boiling blood energy not only enhanced his combat strength, but also invigorated his spirit. Instead of retreating from the charging oxen, Shen Shu advanced. With his entire body brimming with energy, he delivered a powerful kick to the first ox that charged at him. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as the ox's head was instantly deformed, its massive body crashing backward. Blood spattered as the fallen ox's body was impaled by the horns of its companions, tripping 2 or 3 more oxen. Dust rose into the air. Relying on his combat intuition, Shen Shu accurately grabbed the thrusting horns through the dust and leaped onto the back of an ox. The other oxen became momentarily confused as their instincts took over. Seizing the moment, Shen Shu rained punches down on the armored back of the ox. In the command room, Zhao Chong shook his head and said, "After this, we need to find a suitable weapon for Shen Shu. Except for their bellies, the oxen are almost all hard bones and armor. Riding on them makes it hard to exert force, and such attacks can't inflict fatal damage. Unless he knows some penetrating technique, but with his level in the rock-solid body technique, that's unlikely. Prepare to send and help before the kin notice, so we don't disrupt the plan." Sun Wu, however, looked hesitant. If it were anyone else, he might agree. But this Shen Shu was something else. Besides, his mentor was Yuan Yi, who had studied hidden force techniques for years. Perhaps to prove Zhao Chong wrong, or maybe to confirm Sun Wu's suspicions. The next moment, the ox that had taken several punches suddenly let out a wail of pain, thrashing around in an attempt to shake Shen Shu off. But with another punch from Shen Shu, a dull thud echoed so loudly it could almost be heard through the monitoring headphones. The once rampaging ox immediately ceased all movement and collapsed. Meanwhile, more and more competing students gathered around the horned oxen herd. "We're late. Someone else has already made a move on the oxen herd," a student murmured. "It doesn't matter," another replied. "Among the students, only a few of us have the highest ranks. If we don't dare to act, it probably isn't a competitor. Let's just watch and see if we can pick up any leftovers." A group of participants from several second-tier cities gathered, keeping a close eye on the chaos within the oxen herd, waiting for the right moment. At that moment, a sharp-eyed observer suddenly clicked his tongue softly, furrowing his brow. Why does that figure look so familiar?" He squinted, and then exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't that Shen Shu?" Almost simultaneously, Gua Gang, who was on guard around the herd of horned bulls, also recognized the figure. He widened his eyes, murmuring in disbelief, "Is that really Shen Shu?" Shocked, Gua Gang felt a surge of worry. He turned to his companion, urgently asking, "Should we go and help?" Upon hearing this, Shu Ayahan's eyes flashed with seriousness. She bit her lower lip and replied solemnly, "Difficult." Her gaze was fixed on the distant battlefield, where the horned bull herd had begun to encircle Shen Shu. Amidst the swirling dust, the entire herd of horned bulls became agitated. The other bulls stood up, ready to join the fray. Even the severely injured Tier 4 leader, the armored horned bull, forced itself to stand, its eyes gleaming with anger. Seeing this, the courage Guagang had just mustered instantly vanished. He hesitated for a moment before suggesting again. Should we report this to the instructors? Hearing this, the tension in Shu Ayahan's eyes gradually faded. She knew some inside information and explained in a low voice. Sun Wu and the others are aware that there might be an attack by the followers, yet they started the exchange match so hastily, clearly as a bait. There must be instructors secretly following us. She paused, adding, Shen Shu taking on the entire herd of horned bulls looks dangerous, but it should be manageable. Meanwhile, Shen Shu's protective instructor, Lu Li, was extremely anxious. Listening to the orders from Lin Shan, he found himself in a dilemma. This is too dangerous. How can I save him? Lu Li muttered to himself, sweat beading on his forehead. He knew this was no longer about courage, but about the possibility that he might not be able to save him at all. Lu Li looked around, seeing the situation becoming more chaotic. The entire herd of wild bulls was becoming restless, and more fierce beasts were appearing in the distant wasteland, gathering sporadically, with their numbers increasing. Some were attracted by the scent of blood, but among them were certainly beasts controlled by the followers. In the command room, Sun Wu stood up, thought for a moment, and then sat down again. He said in a deep voice, I can't act yet. If we only catch these small fry, it's meaningless. Those beasts are just testing us. If we reveal our cards first, the plan will fail. He paused, calmly adding, as for Shen Shu, everyone has to face the consequences of their decisions. With Sun Wu's assessment, all the accompanying protective personnel fell silent, quietly observing Shen Shu's battle. At the center of the battlefield, Shen Shu was fully focused on handling the onslaught. Around him, more than a dozen horned bulls had fallen, their crimson blood staining the ground. The remaining bulls, driven mad by the blood, charged at Shen Shu recklessly, even at the risk of harming their own kind. Shen Shu darted back and forth in the confined space, moving with ghostly agility. He punched a bull in the waist, the internal force exploding the blood energy within it. Coupled with the deadly strikes of the ethereal blade, the bull's internal organs were instantly shattered. A system prompt echoed in Shen Shu's mind. You have slain a Tier 3 horned bull, gaining 35 hours of sage time. At hour 102, with more and more blood energy, your breakthrough becomes increasingly difficult, but through perseverance and medication, you overcome the challenge. You have broken through to the 9th tier of the mortal realm. Shen Shu had no time to check the status panel. He only felt the blood energy in his body surge once more. He quickly turned back, kicking out with a forceful blow. With a loud bang, a mist of blood erupted. This kick was more terrifying than any previous attack, shattering the skull of a bull and bursting into a cloud of blood. The system prompted again, Dragon Battle in the Wild Current Boost, 100. Watching its kin fall one by one, the Tier 4 leader, restrained by the pressure of the surrounding personnel, could no longer be held back. Its pupils filled with blood, it charged at Shen Shu with reckless abandon. Moo! With a thunderous roar, the frenzied horned bulls around Shen Shu reluctantly scattered. The ground shook, stones flying. In an instant, the charging leader closed the distance of dozens of meters. Shen Shu was about to dodge, but was locked by a powerful blood energy, nearly immobilizing him. As the horns neared, the ethereal blade frantically slashed at the leader. Moo! A shrill cry echoed. At the moment of impact, Shen Shu narrowly avoided the most dangerous horn, but was still sent flying by the immense force. Splash! A spray of blood marked a vivid arc in the air. Shen Shu, suspended in midair, became the focal point for everyone present. Even Sun Wu couldn't help but clench his fists. He was torn, wanting to call out for help, but he knew doing so would jeopardize the plan. In the end, he sighed in resignation and closed his eyes. Life and death are determined by fate, Sun Wu thought. Even an injured Tier 4 beast is beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Just as Sun Wu couldn't bear to witness the fall of such a prodigious talent, Lin Shun's startled exclamation reached his ears. What the hell? Sun Wu's eyes snapped open, and he was astonished to see that Shen Shu, far from losing consciousness, was actually fighting back. Amidst the battlefield, Shen Shu, in a critical moment, grasped the horn of the horned ox leader. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his stark white teeth contrasting sharply with the crimson blood, adding a hint of madness to his painful struggle. Despite having inner energy to protect him, Shen Shu felt his bones ache and his insides churn. This attack vividly illustrated the vast gulf in strength between them. Shen Shu had initially thought he could escape even if he couldn't win, but the horned ox leader seized the perfect opportunity. However, this didn't mean Shen Shu was ready to concede. He tightened his grip on the horn and punched fiercely towards the leader's eye. Bang! The punch seemed to hit solid iron, and the horned ox merely closed its eyes to easily withstand it. But in the next instant, with a sudden burst of hidden strength, the horned ox leader let out a piercing howl, blood seeping from its eye. The intense pain drove it to thrash its head wildly, trying to throw Shen Shu off. Shen Shu quickly released his grip and landed on the ground. Just when everyone thought he would flee, he did something completely unexpected. He maneuvered to the horned ox leader's injured right hind leg, where 3 ghastly wounds marred its surface, as if clawed by another beast. These wounds had begun to heal but were bleeding again due to the recent charge. Crack! With the sound of a stone underfoot, the horned ox leader seemed to sense something and forcibly opened its eyes. But it was too late. Dragon roar, thunderstrike. Instead of running away, Shen Shu launched a counterattack against the Tier 4 beast. This scene left everyone incredulous, a single question echoing in their minds. How dare he? With Shen Shu's low shout, his blood energy ignited instantly. He kicked his right foot fiercely at the joint of the horned ox leader's injured leg. Boom! Thunder clapped. Crack! To everyone's shock, they saw the horned ox leader's already injured right leg grotesquely bend and deform under Shen Shu's kick. Moo! A more agonizing wail than before resounded across the battlefield. Shen Shu's right leg went numb from the impact, but when he saw the deformed joint, he froze. He had expected his strongest attack to at least fracture the horned ox leader's bone, but feeling the recoil from the strike, he completely lost confidence in battling the beast. His most powerful move had merely altered its joint's shape. Shen Shu was completely unaware that his astonishing performance had already caused a stir among those around him. Sun Wu and Zhao Chong stood in the command room, staring at the virtual screen in shock. Zhao Chong was the first to react, urgency in his voice. Sun Wu, we must save Shen Shu. With that, he rushed out of the command room. Sun Wu didn't stop him. He just stared at the screen in disbelief. A mere mortal cultivator had managed to injure a Tier 4 beast and nearly cripple the leader of the armored horned bulls, a creature known for its defense and equivalent to a bone-tempering realm existence. Even a skin-training realm expert might not be able to shake it with all their might. Sun Wu noticed a fleeting look of disappointment on Shen Shu's face after Zhao Chong left. This subtle expression made Sun Wu even more puzzled. He shook his head with a wry smile, muttering to himself, I really can't figure it out. Then he ordered Lin Shun beside him. Have the beast hunters prepare to take action. After speaking, Sun Wu also quickly left the command room. He decided to close the net early because the value Shen Shu was showing far exceeded the expectations of the entire plan. As Sun Wu and Zhao Chong left the command room, the other side's followers were also getting restless. They heard the horned bull leader's bellow and immediately realized someone was attacking it. A follower urgently reported, Sun Wu and his team have left the command room. Something major must have happened here. In an instant, a complex expression of fear and excitement flashed in the eyes of the followers. The fear stemmed from Sun Wu's power as a unified realm expert, a level that even their leader Wild Dog could barely control bone-tempering realm beasts. But there was more excitement, as they realized this could be a great opportunity to strike a blow against the Federation right under the military's nose. Wild Dog's eyes gleamed with fervor as he loudly ordered, with the blessing of the main god, Sun Wu's departure must mean something unexpected happened. I'll have the beasts intercept them on the way, and we'll take the chance to slaughter everyone. Even if we can't kill all the contestants, we must make the military pay dearly. He added with a sinister smile. Mu Chong and those fools were too scared of the military to come, so all the benefits are ours. Brothers, after we kill them, rush to the border of the Clevel battlefield. There's a hidden smuggling passage. Now, control the beasts and charge. Yes, the followers responded in unison, their faces showing fanatical expressions. They knew that if they could kill these so-called geniuses and take their bodies, they would not only receive rewards from the main god, enhancing their mental power and beast control abilities, but might also gain the special talents of those geniuses. In an instant, the beasts that had been lurking around the battlefield surged towards the horned bull herd like a tide, with the followers close behind. Meanwhile, Shen Shu did not flee to the surrounding open areas, but instead maneuvered within the horned bull herd. The frenzied horned bull leader, though limping, was still hot on his heels. It seemed dangerous, but Shen Shu not only cleverly avoided its attacks each time, but also caused the irrational bull leader to inadvertently harm its own kind. This Tilbert's with an Estone tactic was a textbook example of kiting. Bang! Shen Shu punched the head of an injured horned bull, and with a burst of internal force, the bull fell heavily. The system notification immediately sounded. You have killed a Tier 3 horned bull, gaining 40 hours of sage time. Remaining sage time, 160 hours. Shen Shu's internal force was particularly effective against these thick-skinned beasts. He weaved through the horned bull herd with agility, dodging attacks while continuously taking the lives of other horned bulls. The system kept updating his status. In the first hour, your blood energy consumption increased during the battle, constantly honing your body as you fought. By the 120th hour, constant blood energy pounding has brought you to the peak of Tier 9. But the blood energy is still insufficient. Your physique is too strong. To further reach the skin training realm, you need more blood energy to break through your muscles and skin, reshaping it. At the 160th hour, the abundant blood energy is causing a slight swelling sensation. If you can maintain this for a while longer, you might be able to break through to the skin training realm during battle. Seeing the prompts on the panel, a gleam flashed in Shen Shu's eyes. He realized that although he couldn't deal with the horned bull leader now, if he could break through to the skin training realm, he might have a chance to seriously injure it. With this in mind, he charged toward the remaining fewer than 10 horned bulls nearby. At that moment, a few figures appeared in the distance. Gua Gang staggered over, his legs still trembling slightly. This was his first time facing a tier 4 beast, but he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Shen Shu, run. There are a lot of beasts coming from the outskirts." After Gua Gang finished speaking, he staggered away as if all his energy had been drained. Moments of silence were broken by the sudden rustling in the dry grass, and a ferocious beast charged out. Following it, like a tide, more beasts emerged from all directions, surrounding everyone. In this dire moment, a simultaneous urgent notification blared through everyone's earpiece. The kin have controlled the beasts to launch an attack. The match is paused. Everyone must follow the security personnel and evacuate immediately. Sun Wu's voice was laced with evident shock, clearly taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Logically, although Shen Shu and the Horned Ox had taken up some time, it was only the first day of the exchange match, and the kin shouldn't have revealed themselves so soon. However, due to these unusual actions, they had made their move early. Sun Wu couldn't help but sigh. Life is unpredictable, like sausage wrapped in another sausage. As the evacuation order was issued, a powerful presence suddenly appeared behind Shen Shu. A deep voice said, "Shen Shu, I'm with the military. I'll hold off the Horned Ox leader. You need to evacuate. It's too dangerous here." It was a military member responsible for Shen Shu's safety, now revealing himself. At that moment, Shen Shu had just claimed the life of another Horned Ox. A system notification echoed in his mind. "You have slain a tier 3 beast, gaining 20 hours of sage time. Current remaining sage time, 50 hours. Hearing the military member's words, Shen Shu's gaze fell on the rampaging Horned Ox leader nearby, filled with reluctance. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "How much sage time would I get if I managed to kill that one?" As soon as he spoke, his panel displayed a warning. At the 50th hour, a crack appeared on your arm's skin. Looking down, Shen Shu saw a crack on his arm, yet due to the binding blood energy, no blood flowed out. Seeing this, Shen Shu gritted his teeth and said to the military member, "Help me hold it off." Upon hearing this, the military member, Lu Li, nodded seriously. To him, Shen Shu's performance would undoubtedly earn him a place in the military, and he might even become his superior one day. He immediately stirred his blood energy, determined to help Shen Shu hold off the Horned Ox leader even if it meant injury. However, Shen Shu's next words left Lu Li momentarily stunned. "Once I break through to skin training, let's take it down together." Lu Li was incredulous. "Did I just hear that right? Me? Hold off a tier 4 beast? And you're planning to train your skin? Don't you know that requires abundant blood energy?" But the next second, a muffled sound echoed from behind. Shen Shu swiftly dispatched the remaining horned oxen with 2 quick punches. In mere moments, what was once a herd of over 30 armored horned oxen was reduced to just the leader. Watching all its kin and offspring fall, the horned ox leader let out a heart-wrenching roar and charged at Shen Shu, ignoring Lu Li's attempts to block it. "Moo! Shen Shu, run!" Lu Li, who was initially trying to hold it back, was knocked aside. He was only at the 9th stage of skin training, able to pull but powerless against the frenzied armored horned ox. Seeing this, Shen Shu did not run towards the main group. Bringing such an enraged tier 4 beast towards them would only worsen the situation. The main group, not far away, clearly understood this. They watched Shen Shu with complex expressions, readying themselves for their own escape. But in the next moment, something unexpected happened. Shen Shu made a swift turn and charged directly towards the oncoming horde of beasts emerging from the dry grass. From above, the clan appeared like hunters driving a pack of wolves, while the students seemed like a flock of sheep awaiting slaughter. However, from within this flock emerged a tiger disguised in sheep's clothing. Shen Shu charging into battle with a frenzied armored horned ox. The clan members were taken aback by the sight. "Kill him," barked Wild Dog. Instantly, the beasts at the forefront lunged at Shen Shu, their sharp fangs glinting, ready to tear his flesh apart in the next moment. But Shen Shu's reaction was quicker. His foot lashed out like lightning, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. In the blink of an eye, his foot landed heavily on the head of a hunting wolf. Bang! The wolf was kicked into the air, crashing into the beasts behind it, carving a bloody path through the horde. A system notification immediately sounded. "You have slain a tier 3 beast, earning 15 hours of sage time." Although the hunting wolf wasn't as strong as the armored horned ox and offered less sage time, Shen Shu wasn't concerned. There were plenty of beasts here. Charging along the bloody path he had created, Shen Shu grabbed a beast pouncing from the side by the throat and slammed it to the ground. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere. As he continued to slay more beasts, cracks appeared on his skin, some of which even peeled away to reveal the delicate new skin beneath. Red halos shimmered across this new skin, as if trying to break free from its confines, but remained trapped within. Just then, he heard the rumbling of hooves behind him. The armored horned ox, enraged by Shen Shu's attack, was closing in fast. Yet Shen Shu remained calm, deliberately baiting the ox. The ethereal blade hovered around him, continually striking the beasts attempting to attack him. Any beast hit by the ethereal blade would pause momentarily, only to be knocked away by the rampaging ox. Shen Shu first used his mental power to heavily wound the beasts, then the ox would finish them off, and finally, Shen Shu would use the ethereal blade to harvest sage time. In the blink of an eye, he had accumulated 50 hours of sage time. Watching from a distance, Wild Dog's eye twitched in disbelief. What the hell? Why does that mad ox keep attacking us? But soon, he realized something was amiss. A clan member, seeing Shen Shu deep within the beast tide, harbored a deadly intent. He hid among the beasts, intending to use mental power to injure Shen Shu and let the surrounding beasts swarm and kill him. But just as his mental power was about to reach Shen Shu, Shen Shu felt as if his mental power had been slapped, not painful, but extremely humiliating. In the next second, the ethereal blade followed the trace and struck forward. Ah! A piercing scream rang out, injuring the beast he controlled. He's adept in both martial and mental skills. Wild Dog quickly grasped the situation and decisively ordered, "Take him down. It's worth it if we can kill him." Meanwhile, after Shen Shu killed several more beasts, his status panel suddenly changed. A system notification sounded. At the 360th hour, your old skin has shed, and the new skin bears more blood energy. From now on, you are impervious to blades and spears. Skin training stage, complete. You have broken through to the skin training stage. Current level, skin training 1. As the panel indicated, Shen Shu's skin began to peel away like a snake shedding its skin. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sun Wu was shocked to learn that Shen Shu had charged alone into the ferocious beasts controlled by the feral clan. Sun Wu thought to himself, Shen Shu's actions could be seen as brave or recklessly foolish. He's merely a contestant, not part of the military or any other department. What benefit does he gain from killing so many beasts and confronting the feral clan heathen? The only explanation is loyalty, a genius devoted to the Federation, willing to fight fearlessly for others. Such talent is far more valuable than ordinary brilliance. Military members were surprised to see Shen Shu seemingly engage in what they called the roaming dragon, a term used to describe certain fierce fighters who maneuver unpredictably on the battlefield. They hadn't expected to use it for Shen Shu today. Sun Wu's voice came through again. If Shen Shu is in danger, commence the encirclement immediately. Zhao Chong has already gone over. Just as he finished speaking, a cacophony of roars erupted from his direction. A large number of beasts were launching an assault on the camp. With many personnel deployed to protect the contestants and complete the encirclement, the camp was somewhat vulnerable. Although some had warned of this risk, Sun Wu dismissed those concerns. As a top-tier warrior, he was the undisputed master of this Clevel Starfield battlefield. Sun Wu unleashed his energy in an instant, a dense aura of blood and power pressing down on the beasts attacking the camp. In the next moment, with a loud boom, a beast exploded, blooming into a blood flower before Sun Wu. The beast's obstruction only delayed Sun Wu for a few minutes. Meanwhile, as the old skin on Shen Shu was almost completely shed, he clenched his fist tightly. With a resounding boom, his nearly tangible energy produced a sonic boom. Just then, the familiar rumbling sound was heard again. The persistent armored horned bull had returned. A cold glint flashed in Shen Shu's eyes. This time, he didn't dodge. To the surprise of onlookers, he spun around and grabbed the charging bull's horn. The immense impact caused Shen Shu's feet to carve a small trench in the ground, but he held firmly onto the horn, refusing to be thrown off. The energy surged through Shen Shu's body like a fierce dragon. With both hands gripping the horn tightly, the armored horn bull seemed to come to a halt, or rather, it could no longer push Shen Shu back. The bull's right hind leg, which Shen Shu had kicked earlier, was now severely twisted, and blood gushed like a fountain, turning the ground beneath it crimson. Seeing this, Shen Shu let out a heavy breath, his eyes narrowing slightly. "You've been chasing me for so long. Now it's my turn," Shen Shu growled, exerting a sudden burst of strength. With the amplification from the dragon battle in the wild and the exhaustion of the armored horn bull, he managed to press the massive bull's head to the ground. Grabbing one horn with one hand and clenching his fist with the other, Shen Shu delivered a series of heavy punches to the bull's head. Each strike resounded with a deafening crash, sending dust flying and blood surging. The astonishing scene left all the onlookers gaping in disbelief. "Is he even human?" One of the nearby second-level contestants couldn't help but mutter. In the next moment, everyone gasped. Shen Shu suddenly lifted his leg and delivered a fierce kick that sent the armored horned bull flying. The once sturdy bull horn snapped during the tumble, leaving a deep imprint on the bull's brow. Its fractured skull pierced the skin, and blood gushed out like a fountain. The once ferocious fourth-tier beast now lay on the ground like an old dog with broken bones, barely clinging to life. It struggled to stand, but collapsed repeatedly. Seeing this, Shen Shu unhesitatingly stepped forward to deliver a few more heavy punches. A system notification promptly sounded. You have slain a fourth-tier beast, earning 300 hours of sage time. Phew, that was tough. Shen Shu panted heavily, inwardly thankful that his combined efforts and the beast's weakened state led to his victory. Just as he was about to catch his breath, a shout echoed from nearby. Danger! A gust of foul wind rushed toward him, and relying on his combat instincts, Shen Shu instinctively rolled to the side. Even so, he felt a sharp pain in his back as blood instantly soaked his clothes. Roar! A massive black leopard appeared a short distance away, roaring with its blood-stained claws extended toward Shen Shu. Damn it! A cold glint flashed in Shen Shu's eyes. His newly healed skin had been torn again, but he remained on high alert. This beast's strength was not to be underestimated. Lu Li, seeing that Shen Shu survived the shadow leopard's ambush, breathed a sigh of relief and shouted, "It's a fourth-tier shadow leopard controlled by the followers. Just hold on. Reinforcements are on the way." With that, he led his men toward Wild Dog and the others, aiming to eliminate the followers and ease Shen Shu's burden. Wild Dog, initially panicked by Shen Shu's escape from a lethal strike and the sight of Lu Li's group charging at them, quickly regained his composure upon seeing Shen Shu injured. He turned to the followers behind him and barked, "Don't panic. If we kill Shen Shu, we'll achieve great merit." A threatening glint appeared in his eyes. "Otherwise, the Lord God won't forgive us." The followers shivered at his words, their panic replaced by ferocity. They began to manipulate the surrounding beasts, coordinating with the shadow leopard to attack Shen Shu. Facing the charging shadow leopard again, Shen Shu frowned. He had some confidence against the slower armored horned bull, but against this swift beast, he found himself at a loss, forced to constantly evade. Meanwhile, the encroaching beasts were steadily shrinking his space to maneuver. Just hold on a little longer. The surrounding protectors rushed toward Shen Shu, but they were too far to provide immediate help. Taking a beating wasn't Shen Shu's style. As the shadow leopard charged once more, a wild determination flashed in his eyes. Instead of dodging, he charged right at the sharp claws. Under Wild Dog's ecstatic gaze, the shadow leopard's claws slashed across Shen Shu's chest, blood spraying out instantly. Zhao Chong, having just arrived, shouted in anguish, "Shen Shu." Feeling the sensation of claws tearing through flesh, the shadow leopard's eyes gleamed with disdain. Yet, as it reveled in its triumph, a large hand suddenly clamped around its neck. Then, a tremendous force surged from its neck. Bang! Shen Shu, with extraordinary strength, slammed the shadow leopard down from midair. Before it could struggle, he swiftly landed two precise heavy punches on its flailing front paws. With two crisp cracks, the paws broke. Without pausing, Shen Shu swiftly raised his right leg. The air was thick with danger as the shadow leopard recalled the terrifying scene of Shen Shu once smashing a horned cow's skull with a single kick. Driven by instinct, it opened its massive jaws, attempting to bite Shen Shu and force him back. However, this decision was a grave mistake. Bang! Shen Shu's foot was instantly surrounded by a blood-like aura, resembling the roaring head of a dragon. This kick landed precisely in the shadow leopard's open mouth, and the concentrated aura shattered all its teeth like a battle axe. The leopard's head slammed heavily into the ground, raising a cloud of dust, with red and white fluids splattering everywhere. Its body twitched twice before falling still. A system notification sounded. You have slain a Tier 4 beast, earning 300 hours of sage time. A wild dog's piercing howl tore through the sky. As the controller of the shadow leopard, its mind was severely damaged, and the iron brand of Valen's imprint was nearly shattered. Not far away, Zhao Chong, who was about to assist, was stunned by the scene before him. Shen Shu's performance was like that of an enraged master, ending the battle with a single war stomp. At that moment, everyone realized they had underestimated Shen Shu's strength. Not only was he physically powerful with abundant vitality, but he was also a comprehensive combat genius. In defense, Shen Shu was faster than an armored horned cow. In attack, he was stronger than the shadow leopard. Coupled with his terrifying close combat skills, Shen Shu was undoubtedly a true, all-around warrior. However, even such a formidable fighter could not avoid injury. Zhao Chong was about to help Shen Shu retreat from the battlefield, only to be shocked to see the terrifying wound on Shen Shu's chest healing at an incredible speed. Shen Shu's status panel showed. At the 30th hour, despite expending a lot of vitality, the strength and healing ability of his regenerated body had improved. At the 50th hour, all the expended vitality was fully restored, and the negative effects of the dragon roar were completely eliminated. In just an instant, with the investment of sage time, Shen Shu returned to his peak condition. As long as there was sage time, Shen Shu could maintain optimal combat readiness. The shadow leopard's attempt to exchange injury for injury ended in its own demise, while Shen Shu emerged unscathed once again. Zhao Chang approached Shen Shu, shocked, and asked, "Are you a monster?" His formidable aura suppressed the surrounding beasts, making them almost too afraid to move. Shen Shu, puzzled, asked, "Professor Zhao, why are you here? Isn't the competition still ongoing?" Hearing this, a question mark slowly appeared in Zhao Chang's eyes. He then realized that since entering the battlefield, Shen Shu had been relentlessly fighting, still thinking he was in the midst of the competition. Shen Shu's bold move of charging into the midst of the fierce beasts caught Zhao Chang's attention, revealing something unusual. He couldn't help but wonder if Shen Shu was risking his life merely to ease the pressure on those around him, or if he had other motives. Just as Zhao Chang was about to step in and crush the surrounding beasts, Shen Shu suddenly shouted, "Professor Zhao, let me handle this." Before the words even finished echoing, Shen Shu's figure flickered like a phantom among the beasts. Each punch he threw landed with precision on the beasts' vital points, killing them instantly, regardless of their rank. The cries of the wild dog gang's followers filled the air as Shen Shu moved with such speed. It seemed as if he was competing with Zhao Chang for the kill. Seeing this, Zhao Chang frowned and said, "You. Never mind, there are people assigned to deal with the followers over there. Their psychic power comes from Valen, which is quite sinister. It's better to leave this dangerous work to the professionals." Hearing this, Shen Shu sighed inwardly. These beasts were rare opportunities for sage-like moments. Seeing only low-level beasts left around him, he couldn't help but argue, "I also have psychic power. I'm not afraid of danger. I can achieve merit too." Zhao Chang was taken aback and explained earnestly, "Indeed, killing and capturing the followers can earn merit, but you need to understand your role. You're just a contestant and at best a future star of the Federation. What merit are you looking for? Besides, your psychic power hasn't been certified by the Spirit Control Bureau, nor have you received professional training, making it easy for Valen to leave hidden dangers." As he spoke, a group of figures in white robes appeared in the distance. Zhao Chang, feeling more justified, said to Shen Shu, "See, the Spirit Control Bureau is here. If even small tasks require you, we might as well retire." Just then, a whistling sound came from the sky. Sun Wu appeared above the battlefield, relieved to see Shen Shu unharmed and actively dealing with the beasts. He immediately ordered, "Military, hunt and kill all surrounding beasts. Everyone else, cooperate with the Spirit Control Bureau to eliminate the followers." Sun Wu only glanced at Shen Shu from afar before surveying the battlefield. With Zhao Chang present, it was enough. He needed to ensure no other threats lurked nearby. The faces of Wild Dog and his men turned pale as they saw the Spirit Control Bureau members and others surrounding them from all directions. Their venomous gazes fell on the lively Shen Shu not far away, filled with hatred. Suddenly, Wild Dog sneered, "Want the Spirit Control Bureau to interrogate me? Not a chance." Before he finished speaking, his psychic power surged like a tidal wave over the followers behind him. "Boss Wild, you," one of the followers managed to say before collapsing as if his backbone had been removed, eyes rolling back, dying on the spot. This scene was beyond anyone's expectations. The white-robed personnel nearby shouted, "Trying to spirit bind. Dream on." Instantly, everyone felt the surroundings distort as a massive wave of psychic power rushed toward Wild Dog and his men. After absorbing the followers' psychic power, Wild Dog didn't choose to confront directly. Instead, he charged toward Shen Shu like a mountain. Despite the Spirit Control Bureau's best efforts to block him, some of the psychic power broke through. Sensing the incoming psychic attack, Shen Shu's eyes narrowed slightly. In the next second, several ethereal blades, supported by his powerful psychic power, formed an impenetrable net, shredding the incoming force into pieces. At that moment, Zhao Chang felt a gust of wind pass by. A few shadows flashed, and Shen Shu was already in front of Wild Dog. Meeting Shen Shu's deep, cold eyes, Wild Dog felt as if he was being stared down by a natural enemy, rendering him immobile. In the next instant, Shen Shu's large hand was firmly pressed against Wild Dog's face. In an instant, a surge of unstoppable power erupted from those knuckled hands. Shen Shu swiftly grabbed the stray dog's head and slammed it hard onto the ground. Thud! With a dull sound, blood immediately gushed from the dog's mouth. Amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, Shen Shu picked up the bloodied head of the stray dog once more. The dog coughed, blood continuously oozing from its mouth, yet it remained conscious. This was unexpected for Shen Shu, as he knew Zhao Chang and Sun Wu could easily end the fight, but they had chosen to leave the task to the Yuling department, believing that these individuals were more valuable alive. At that moment, the stray dog's eyes were blank. Although Shen Shu had held back, the attack was far beyond what a telekinetic could endure. Moments later, the dog slowly regained some awareness, its eyes filled with a mix of ferocity and madness as it stared intently at Shen Shu. "Ha ha ha, you're doomed," the stray dog laughed maniacally. "The clan won't spare you, and neither will the main god." Shen Shu narrowed his eyes slightly, exerting a bit of pressure with his hand. Instantly, the dog felt an excruciating pain as if its head were about to explode, letting out a piercing wail. Just then, A sharp voice interrupted Shen Shu's actions. Shen Shu, you can't kill him. Shen Shu frowned slightly, the voice strangely familiar. He turned to see four members of the Yuling department behind him, one of whom was a familiar face. Wen Chongqing. Shen Shu recognized her. Wen Chongqing sighed deeply, having initially thought Shen Shu's mind was disturbed by spiritual interference, losing control over his soul. However, in the next moment, an ethereal blade pierced through her telekinesis. Wen Chongqing felt a sharp pain in her mind, and a figure was already standing before her. Though the rock mine technique works well for me, it took quite an effort to use it, Shen Shu said coldly. Then, Shen Shu threw the stray dog in front of the white-robed individuals, casually wiping the blood from his hands onto Wen Chongqing's white robe, and said indifferently, well, we're even now. Shen Shu bore grudges, but was not unreasonable. Wen Chongqing had humbled herself significantly, and although she inadvertently led him down the path of the rock mine technique, it surprisingly suited him. Thus, he only brought Wen Chongqing's mental state to near collapse, without further action. Everyone's attention had been focused on the stray dog, and no one expected Shen Shu to suddenly strike at Wen Chongqing. This scene made the surrounding older telekinesis users look at Shen Shu with caution. Do you have a grudge against each other? An elderly man with graying hair asked, puzzled. He had sensed Shen Shu's telekinetic attack just now, but there was no intent to kill. Originally thinking it was out of shock, he didn't expect Shen Shu to act so decisively and without hesitation. Wen Chongqing, enduring the pain, explained, Mr. Ma, this is Shen Shu, the person I mentioned to you, whom we need to evaluate after our mission. Ma Wenyuan's tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly. I remember now, he's the student who awakened due to your oversight with the rock body technique? Then you got what you deserved. He then turned to Shen Shu, just about to ask something, when Zhao Chong suddenly appeared beside Shen Shu. The tension in the room was broken by Shen Shu's firm voice. No need to erase, he declared, his gaze fixed on Ma Wenyuan. Both Ma Wenyuan and Zhao Chong looked surprised. Why? Zhao Chong asked, frowning in confusion. To him, being targeted by the Blood Clan was like carrying a ticking time bomb. Shen Shu was silent for a moment, a glint of determination in his eyes. He straightened his back, speaking with newfound confidence. Bait them. Since the Blood Clan is so persistent, I'll use myself as bait to draw them out. That's absurd. Zhao Chong almost blurted out. He had planned to recruit Shen Shu into the Federal University, but now that seemed unlikely. However, Ma Wenyuan seemed intrigued. He looked Shen Shu up and down, a slight smile on his lips. Interesting kid. With your character and the ethereal blade technique, you're not one to remain in obscurity. At that moment, a whooshing sound filled the air. Sun Wu descended from the sky, landing beside the group. He first saluted Ma Wenyuan, then turned to the others to announce. Although the exchange competition was interrupted by the Blood Clan, I believe there's no dispute about the first place this time. To clear out the Blood Clan, the competition is suspended, and everyone will receive a third-place reward. Sun Wu's gaze finally settled on Shen Shu, just as Zhao Chong spoke up eagerly. Shen Shu, join the Federal University. Zhao Chong urged. I can apply for cultivation techniques, skills, and a training fund for you. More importantly, I'll recommend you to enter the Star Academy, where the future elites of the Federation gather. Even Ma Wenyuan was surprised by this offer. The Star Academy not only represented power, but also unlimited connections and resources. Sun Wu shook his head, a hint of disdain in his voice. Zhao Chong, you don't understand Shen Shu. He's not someone to mingle in political circles. He turned to Shen Shu and said solemnly, join the military. As long as you hunt fierce beasts and fight on the battlefield, the military will give you everything you deserve. More importantly, I can offer you a recommendation for the Asura trial. The Asura trial? Ma Wenyuan and Zhao Chong exclaimed simultaneously, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Shen Shu noticed the shock in the eyes of those around him, realizing that this so-called Asura trial seemed to be a force comparable to, if not surpassing, the prestigious Star Academy. Despite this revelation, there remained a clear hint of confusion in his eyes. Seeing this, Sun Wu explained directly, the Asura trial is essentially the military's highest level of talent cultivation. In terms of resources, equipment, and support from various departments and logistics, there are no limits for the Asura trial. Once you complete it, you earn the Asura title and a major general rank, with your actions accountable only to the military and the Federation. Simply put, Asura is the embodiment of the military. After finishing, Sun Wu fixed his gaze on Shen Shu's deep eyes and added, you enjoy fighting and killing, don't you? I guarantee that once you're out of here, you'll be fighting so much that you'll never crave battle and bloodshed again. Hearing this, Shen Shu's heart skipped a beat. The temptation was immense. Without hesitation, he replied, I'm in. Sun Wu smiled smugly, glanced at Zhao Chong, and said, good, you won't need to participate in the martial exam. Lin Shun will accompany you for now, so you can get used to life in the military. I have some matters to attend to here. With that, he left the scene. All participants withdrew in an orderly fashion. Meanwhile, not far away on the battlefield, Mu Chang and others were ruthlessly attacking their fierce beasts, risking injuries to disguise themselves as ordinary beast hunters. Mu Chang gritted his teeth, cursing through the pain in his mind. Damn it! Those useless wild dogs not only failed the mission but also exposed us. Suddenly, he noticed Shen Shu beside a person in white robes and was startled. Chase target? Is this the high-value target marked by wild dogs? Just as he was about to observe more closely, the white-robed figures abruptly stopped and turned back. Mu Chang's heart raced, and he instinctively slashed at the beast beside him. On the other side, Ma Wenyuan, preoccupied with controlling the wild dogs, couldn't extend his telepathy that far and left after a quick glance. Mu Chang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, a smile of excitement creeping onto his face. He thought to himself, the spirit division will surely erase the chase target's memory, but I've memorized his face. At this moment, everyone looked at Shen Shu at the forefront of the group with mixed emotions. Those unfamiliar with him felt envy and jealousy, while Shu Aohan and others had more complex expressions. Shen Shu had transformed from an overlooked student to someone everyone admired. Many had anticipated seeing him defeated by true geniuses in the exchange competition, hoping it would restore some balance. Yet, Shen Shu had emerged like a fierce tiger from the mountains, dominating everyone with unmatched prowess. Guo Gang simply sighed, as he was well aware of Shen Shu's terrifying strength. Shu Aohan stood at the edge of the Star Realm battlefield, her heart swirling with complex emotions. She not only knew Shen Shuqiang, but also understood what it meant to be contended for by Zhao Chong and Sun Wu, and even to be personally inspected by a Ling Shi. This was no ordinary matter. Everyone quickly left the Star Realm battlefield. When Chongqing waved and shouted, Aohan, come with us. Shu Aohan hesitated for a moment, then followed. She intended to bid farewell to Shen Shu, but saw he was intently telling Ma Wenyuan, I promise, once I clear the beast from the Star Realm battlefield, I'll come straight to you. Ma Wenyuan shook his head helplessly, and Lin Shen beside him turned his face away. Shen Shu's enthusiasm was even more fervent than that of the beast hunters. Ma Wenyuan remarked, indeed, Sun Wu made the right choice bringing you into the military. Looking at you, you'd be stifled in the Federation. Suddenly, Ma Wenyuan's eyes lit up, and he said, by the way, since you know the ethereal blade, I'll teach you some reconnaissance techniques later, and you can replace us in capturing the affiliated clans. This suggestion instantly dispelled Shen Shu's idea of returning to the Star Realm battlefield to continue his sage moment. However, Lin Shen suddenly objected. Chief Ma, isn't this inappropriate? Shen Shu has already been taken by our military. Ma Wenyuan interrupted dismissively. What's wrong with the military? Doesn't the military need our help to fend off the Valen? Doesn't the military need us to identify the affiliated clans? I know Sun Wu values him, but I'm not stopping him from joining the military. Hearing this, Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, Ma Wenyuan's words made him widen his eyes again. As long as you have talent and ability, why not hold two positions? This statement was like a bomb, causing a stir among the crowd. If Shen Shu being under the military's protection meant he could walk freely in the Federation, gaining the identity of Yuling Si would make him truly unrestrained. Yuling Si not only identifies the affiliated clans and defends against the Valen, but also gathers intelligence from these individuals, wielding power even greater than the ancient Jinyui. Some politically sensitive individuals hesitated to speak, but Ma Wenyuan just shook his head and said, I said, you need talent and ability. While he appreciated Shen Shu's enthusiasm, he wouldn't force it without talent. The path of mental force requires insight. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. Shen Shu's combat prowess was indeed formidable, but mental force depended solely on talent and insight. Despite being in his 60s with white hair, Ma Wenyuan reaching the Ling Shi realm at his age was considered genius within Yuling Si. Even at headquarters, he was a well-known figure, overseeing a branch of Yuling. This demonstrated the high talent requirements for an Yin Shi. Before long, they arrived at a Yuling Si branch. The pure white chapel gleamed with holy light under the sun. Just as Ma Wenyuan led the group to enter, a voice rang out at the door, Shen Shu? It was Song Shang. He had just been dealt with by Sun Wu, and after the investigation, he was preparing to leave when he saw Shen Shu returning with the group. Lin Shen whispered to Shen Shu. He does have some background in the Federation, but without any leverage, it's hard to act against him. Shen Shu frowned slightly at this. Strong background? It's moderate at best. It's mainly because his sister married well. But now that the military has dealt with him, those behind him won't dare to protect him openly, as his value isn't that significant anymore. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let the investigation proceed. After hearing Lin Shen's words, Shen Shu realized. So Song Shang has some background, but not much. It seems the resistance to helping Yuan Yi settle things won't be too great. With that, he followed Ma Wenyuan into Yuling Si without looking back. Seeing this, Song Shang's expression changed abruptly. After contemplating for a moment, he also turned and followed them inside. The interior of the Yuling department was nothing like what Shen Shu had expected. Beneath its medieval exterior lay a world filled with futuristic elements. Advanced technological equipment was everywhere, making it feel like a modern tech museum. Noticing the surprise on Shen Shu's face, Ma Wenyuan chuckled and said, "Surprised, aren't you?" Shen Shu nodded, his eyes scanning the machines moving around. He openly admitted, "I thought practitioners were more like ascetic monks." Ma Wenyuan shook his head with a smile. Many think of the Yuling department that way, but in reality, the cultivation of mental power varies from person to person. Some believe that good food and drink can enhance mental power, while others are convinced that asceticism is the true path. It's not one size fits all. He pointed to the high-tech equipment around them. These are essential for us. Our physical strength isn't as formidable as you martial artists, so technology is our key to self-defense. He leaned closer to Shen Shu and whispered mysteriously, "Actually, the first portable machines were developed for us, but they turned out to be more effective with you martial artists." As they walked, Ma Wenyuan, like a talkative elder, enthusiastically introduced the Yuling department to Shen Shu. Occasionally, someone would stop to greet Ma Wenyuan with respect, to which he responded with a slight nod, indicating his esteemed position there. Before long, they arrived at a gloomy and oppressive corridor. Several stern-faced practitioners stood in their way. Ma Wenyuan gestured, and the Wild Dog clan member, bound by mental power, floated over to one of the practitioners. "He's all yours," Ma Wenyuan said succinctly. The practitioner glanced at the new arrival and replied indifferently, "It'll take a week." Ma Wenyuan responded directly, "Doesn't matter if he lives or dies, soul searching is fine too." This statement seemed to trigger something, and the previously expressionless practitioner suddenly had a gleam of excitement in his eyes. "Understood. Just an afternoon. I'll extract all his secrets." With that, he eagerly dragged the Wild Dog deeper into the corridor. The bound Wild Dog finally realized the fate awaiting him and began to struggle frantically. But as traitors to the Federation, they were destined to face interrogation by the Yuling department. Ma Wenyuan turned to Shen Shu and explained, "This is the interrogation area. Zhou Lao, who you just saw, may only be a practitioner, but he's extremely skilled in interrogation and soul searching. The clan identification techniques you're about to learn were partly revised by him." Ma Wenyuan then led the group to the entrance of a pure white room. He signaled for Lin Shun to stay outside and drew a manuscript from his sleeve, handing it to Shen Shu. Mental power is different from martial arts. Sometimes it's about the essence passed down. This Soul Master's manuscript will help you feel the author's intent. The name isn't important. What's important is the essence within, Ma Wenyuan said earnestly, entrusting this precious legacy to Shen Shu. With that, he sat down cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes to rest. Seeing this, Shu Ahan followed suit and sat down in the same manner. Meanwhile, Shen Shu decided to sit on the ground and began to focus intently on reading. The Power of Thought. Without detection, you will be tricked to death. The title was indeed abstract. Shen Shu started to read the booklet, trying to grasp the spirit that Ma Wenyuan had mentioned the author conveyed. However, faced with the text that seemed like cryptic scribbles, his understanding was not as expected. Time slowly passed by. After 3 hours, Shen Shu was still clueless. He couldn't help but wonder if Ma Wenyuan had been drunk. Was this really the power of thought? Compared to the ethereal blade, the gap was just too vast. However, by the 9th hour, Shen Shu suddenly had a moment of insight. The booklet seemed to be conveying the concept of abstraction itself. 24 hours later, following the thread of abstraction, Shen Shu felt as if he had a breakthrough, like seeing the moon after clouds parted. He felt he had grasped something and silently congratulated himself, thinking he was a genius. Yet, by the 36th hour, Shen Shu realized how laughable his genius dream was. He had only found the first correct door in a maze. Still, this was a crucial step from 0 to 1, as he had begun to understand the basics. As time went on, Shen Shu continued to make progress. By the 81st hour, he experienced a rare moment of enlightenment that led to a comprehensive breakthrough. He kept experimenting and refining, gradually allowing his thought power to capture the surrounding details. After 134 hours, Shen Shu had tried all possible pathways. Although he had wasted quite a bit of time, his thought power grew stronger as a result. 152 hours in, Shen Shu's abilities improved once more. He could now clearly perceive the mental seas of those around him and even discern their weaknesses. However, by the 230th hour, a problem arose. Despite the enhancement of his thought power, it became harder to harness due to the influence of the rock. 300 hours later, Shen Shu's thought power had grown strong enough to fill a 10-meter radius around him. In both mental and physical realms, nothing could escape his notice. With such immense thought power, he felt he could merge and crush other thought powers. This realization significantly boosted Shen Shu's combat abilities. His perception of his surroundings became highly detailed, and his close combat skills advanced to a new level. During the remaining moments of enlightenment, Shen Shu continued to refine his skills. By the 430th hour, he suddenly felt a sense of clarity. Even with his eyes closed, He could clearly sense everything within a 10-meter radius. Originally, Shen Shu intended to break through to the ultimate realm in one go. But seeing that reaching perfection had already consumed so much of his enlightened time, he wisely stopped. He realized that the power of thought, a skill requiring comprehension, could only be accumulated over time, akin to a bottomless pit. Shen Shu slowly opened his eyes and returned the booklet to Ma Wenyuan. Seeing Shen Shu's actions, Ma Wenyuan looked slightly surprised. To him, it seemed Shen Shu had just finished reading the booklet and had stopped. Was it too difficult? Ma Wenyuan sighed and shook his head, thinking he might have misjudged Shen Shu. He originally thought Shen Shu had some talent, being able to learn the ethereal blade on his own, but it turned out he had this kind of nonchalant attitude. Nevertheless, Ma Wenyuan tentatively asked, "Is there anything you don't understand?" Shen Shu pondered for a moment and shook his head. To reach perfection, he had tried every possible approach and had no questions. Seeing this, Ma Wenyuan felt even more disappointed and lost interest in Shen Shu, turning his attention to Shu Aihan. "I heard from Chongqing that you have a preliminary understanding of detection techniques. Show me your thought power and share your insights." Upon hearing this, Shu Aihan immediately released her thought power. Her thought power was like fine threads, trying to intertwine with Ma Wenyuan's thought power to search for traces of the seal. Witnessing this, Ma Wenyuan showed a satisfied expression. After all, Shu Aihan had achieved such progress in just half a month, proving her to be exceptionally talented and diligent. Subsequently, without even glancing at Shen Shu, Ma Wenyuan casually asked, "Shu Aihan started learning a bit earlier than you. What do you think of her thought power?" After a moment of contemplation, Shen Shu replied, "Not bad, but her thought power is too weak. It might handle small fry, but against something with slightly stronger thought power, any resistance could easily lead to backlash." Hearing Shen Shu's words, Ma Wenyuan shook his head speechlessly. "Oh, it seems you have quite the insights." His gaze became sharp as he fixed his eyes on the young man who seemed indifferent to thought power and said, "In that case, why don't you show me your detection techniques?" Marvin's words were like a heavy hammer, striking a warning bell in Shen Shu's heart. He looked down at his hands, feeling the solid, rock-like power within him. Unlike Shu Aihan's gentle and harmless testing methods, Shen Shu's examination techniques were unconventional and forceful. He glanced up at the elderly man with white hair before him, internally conflicted. Finally, Shen Shu sighed and decided to be honest. "Forget it, you're not a bad person. I feel guilty about this." Marvin was momentarily stunned by his words, then laughed wryly. "So I should thank you? Are Sun Wu and Zhao Chong blind to have taken a liking to an arrogant maverick? Since you're unwilling to let me test you, I'll take the initiative." Before he finished speaking, Marvin's energy surged like a tidal wave. Shen Shu's pupils contracted. Instinctively, his gaze sharpened. His previously dormant energy erupted, surrounding and crushing the oncoming wave like a towering mountain. Boom! The two forces collided fiercely. Although Shen Shu's rock-solid energy slightly fractured, he felt no discomfort. This energy needed to be shattered and reshaped for optimal use. In contrast, Marvin felt as if a mountain had descended upon him, forcing him to exert all his strength to barely withstand the immense pressure. Seeing this, Shen Shu quickly withdrew his force, having gathered most of the information he needed about Marvin. Once Marvin calmed down, he stared at Shen Shu in disbelief. "How is that possible? Is that your energy? How did it become so strong?" The old man stared wide-eyed, as if witnessing an unbelievable phenomenon. After all, Shen Shu was merely an energy practitioner who had awakened his power only recently and hadn't shown such formidable strength in previous battles. Embarrassed, Shen Shu scratched his head and explained, "This is the energy from the rock body forging technique. As I enhance my physical body, my energy also increases. While it seems abundant, it's fundamentally like a rock and not easily controlled." To Marvin, these words were particularly grating. Acquiring energy easily? It was unheard of. After a lifetime of rigorous training, he nearly stumbled under Shen Shu, a junior. More astonishing was that under Shen Shu's overwhelming energy, all of Marvin's secrets were laid bare. Suddenly, a realization struck Marvin. "Is this your examination method?" Shen Shu nodded slightly, admitting, "My method is to directly apply pressure. If the other party resists, all information is revealed. If not, it applies some pressure, but usually isn't too problematic. The advantage is speed. The downside is its violence. Anyone with some energy will instinctively resist." "Your examination method is too overbearing," Marvin murmured. Then his eyes lit up. "If that's the case, you might be particularly suited for interrogation." Before he finished speaking, Marvin suddenly grabbed Shen Shu's hand excitedly and said, "You're practically a born practitioner. You must join us." Lin Shen stared blankly at the white robe forcibly given to Shen Shu and the green badge symbolizing the status of a Yuling Division member. With furrowed brows, he pondered to himself, how did Shen Shu suddenly become a Yuling Division Yin scholar? What shocked him even more was that the eye-like emblem at the center of the badge, resembling a black hole, was actually the symbol of the Foreign Affairs Inspection. Lin Shen knew well that with this badge, Shen Shu now had the power of inspection. Not only would Song Shang be wary of making any rash moves, but even the forces behind him would have to think twice. The Yuling division was not to be trifled with. They had the ability to uncover anyone's deepest secrets. Ma Wenyuan's voice interrupted Lin Shen's thoughts. Although this bronze badge may not match your talents, you're new and unfamiliar with the procedures, so bear with it for now. Once you're able to complete tasks independently, you'll be upgraded to a silver badge, granting you executive powers. He continued, Nian scholars are rare, especially geniuses like Shen Shu. If not for your lack of experience, I'd have considered promoting you directly to deputy leader. As he spoke, Ma Wenyuan handed Shen Shu a notebook. This is a manual on interrogation and soul search techniques. Start learning it. Suddenly, Ma Wenyuan remembered something and asked, by the way, I forgot to ask earlier, where did you learn the ethereal blade? Upon hearing that Shen Shu had acquired it from the black market, Ma Wenyuan's expression darkened. It's fortunate you didn't end up brain dead from practicing such an incomplete technique from unofficial channels. Here's what we'll do. I can help you apply for the full version of the ethereal blade. Once you've completed a few tasks and mastered the inspection and soul search techniques, you'll have earned enough points to exchange for it. I'd give it to you outright, but the rules don't allow it. Ma Wenyuan's concerned words drew the attention of those around them. The usually stern elder was now acting like a caring guardian, making people speculate about Shen Shu's background. Who is this kid? No idea. Could he be the child of some high-ranking soul master here for training? Listening to the whispers around him, Lin Shen's expression turned peculiar. He thought to himself, high-ranking soul master's child? A month ago, Shen Shu was just a student from a third-tier city, even resorting to underground fights to make ends meet. Now, he's the prized recruit both the military and Yuling division are vying for. Under Ma Wenyuan's urging, Shen Shu donned the Yuling division's white robe. From a distance, it appeared to be an ordinary white garment, but once worn, it felt like a portable exosuit, lightweight yet highly functional. The lining contained various survival and defense technologies, and the entire robe could change form based on personal preference. It wasn't overly loose, and gold threads intricately traced its details, with blue and gold star-like patterns adorning the hem and cuffs. Shen Shu, already tall and striking, looked even more distinguished in the white robe, exuding an aura of grace and elegance. His handsome features, combined with the attire, left people in awe of his talent and appearance. Even Lin Shen couldn't help but remark, wow, I heard the military is changing their uniforms. If they look this good, that would be great. At that moment, Lin Shen caught sight of a figure out of the corner of his eye, and just as he was about to intervene, he heard Song Shang say to Shen Shu, wow, I didn't expect the Yuling division to take an interest in you, Shen. I wonder if I'm still worthy of speaking with you. Shen Shu turned around and scoffed, worthy my ass. Song Shang's face froze, and those who had been admiring Shen Shu couldn't help but shake their heads in disapproval. How could someone who looked so ethereal speak so crudely? Seeing Song Shang's dismayed expression, Shen Shu suddenly smiled and said, though you're not worthy, I'm curious to hear what pearls of wisdom might come from your mouth. Song Shang gritted his teeth, fists clenched, with a fierce glint in his eyes. He was about to teach Shen Shu a lesson when he suddenly sensed several sharp auras locking onto him. Among them, the pressure from Lin Shen, who stood beside Shen Shu, was particularly palpable. However, what unsettled him the most was the overwhelming psychic power that seemed ready to swallow him whole. Surprised, Song Shang glanced at Ma Wenyuan, speculating to himself. Is the chief officer of the Yuling department really willing to intervene for Shen Shu? After a moment of hesitation, he suppressed his anger and forced a smile, saying, well, could we talk in private? Hearing this, Shen Shu turned to look at Ma Wenyuan, who immediately pointed in a direction and said, there's a reception room to the right. The two then made their way there, with Lin Shen standing watch nearby. Once inside the reception room, Shen Shu sat at the head of the table, staring coldly at Song Shang. Go ahead, he said bluntly, already suspecting that Song Shang's visit had something to do with Yuan Yi. Suppressing his humiliation and anger, Song Shang managed a faint smile. I didn't expect someone who made mistakes to have taught a student like you, Shen. But the Yuling department values loyalty above all. You wouldn't want Yuan Ye's background to affect your future, would you? Shen Shu didn't respond immediately, only letting out a cold laugh. What are you trying to say? Song Shang resumed his confident smile. What I mean is, if you distance yourself from Yuan Yi, I can help you climb the ranks effortlessly in the future. All it would cost you is to say that Yuan Yi forced you to fight in illegal martial arts matches. Huh. Shen Shu suddenly burst into laughter, catching Song Shang off guard. Song Shang continued. I may have issues with Yuan Yi, but not with you. If you cooperate with me, I guarantee Yuan Yi won't have a chance to retaliate against you. As he spoke, he took out a card from his pocket and slid it across the table to Shen Shu. There's 1 million here, just for a single sentence from you. Shen Shu's laughter faded as he suddenly asked, Song. He hesitated, unsure how to address him. You can call me teacher, Song Shang interjected at the right moment. Huh. Do you even deserve that? Shen Shu sneered. Song Shang, what level is your cultivation? Thinking Shen Shu was assessing his abilities, Song Shang smiled confidently. Bone refinement, level 8. Not bad. Shen Shu licked his lips. Have you awakened your psychic power? Song Shang frowned slightly, displeased with Shen Shu's questioning tone. I have, but my talent in that area isn't high. Oh, Shen Shu showed a look of understanding. So you're just a useless drifter trying to convince me to betray a former teacher in exchange for 1 million and your so-called influence on my future? Song Shang's face darkened, but he leaned closer as Shen Shu gestured for him to do so. When Song Shang was near, Shen Shu whispered, Did you know that I can take down a level 4 fierce beast? Song Shang's pupils contracted at this revelation. Before he could react, a sharp pain suddenly struck his consciousness. Shen Shu then grabbed his head and slammed it onto the table. Bang! Hearing the noise, Ma Wenyuan pushed the door open immediately. Before he could step inside, a figure flew out from the room. Thud! Song Shang crashed heavily into the wall, the impact so great that even Ma Wenyuan felt the wall shake. Shen Shu stepped over the shattered table, the wood chips crunching beneath his feet. He walked straight up to Song Shang, looking down at his former rival. Song Shang was clearly still reeling from the sudden attack, his face pale and forehead beaded with cold sweat. No wonder you managed to escape before. You're just a useless waste, Shen Shu sneered. Keeping you around is a waste of resources. You. Song Shang's face flushed with anger, but under the watchful eyes of Ma Wenyuan and Lin Shan, he had to suppress his fury. Shen Shu narrowed his eyes, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Quite the restraint. Didn't you say we had no quarrel? Well, now we do. If anything happens to Yuan Yi, even if he twists his ankle on the stairs, I'll hold you responsible. Song Shang's eye twitched, and he gritted his teeth. Shen Shu, do you really think participating in an exchange competition and getting some ranking will change the world? Let me tell you, you'll soon understand how this world operates. You'll pay for your actions today. Instead of getting angry, Shen Shu laughed and turned to Ma Wenyuan. Chief Ma, Song Shang attempted to bribe the Spirit Division's Nianshi to persecute the loyal. When the scheme was exposed, he resorted to personal threats. What kind of behavior is that? Everyone present was taken aback. Ma Wenyuan, coming to his senses, hesitated. This needs to be handed over to the Federation. Shen Shu shook his head, a glint in his eyes. No, he threatened Nianshi. I think he's in cahoots with the renegades. The crowd exchanged glances, inwardly impressed. Who said he was a newcomer unfamiliar with the process and unable to handle cases? His tactics were remarkably seasoned. Song Shang was panicked, shouting, Shen Shu, you're slandering me. Unfazed, Shen Shu flipped his wrist, projecting a virtual video into the air. Didn't you record? So can I. He looked at Ma Wenyuan. Of course, the final judgment is yours to make. Ma Wenyuan glanced at Song Shang on the ground, then at Shen Shu beside him, deciding almost immediately. I also believe he's with the renegades. Zhou Lao, here, came a ghostly voice. Investigate if there's any truth to it. This is a setup. Song Shang exploded, unable to conceal his bloodlust. Just as Ma Wenyuan and Lin Shan were about to restrain him, Shen Shu suddenly turned and kicked. Boom! It sounded like a thunderclap. Song Shang, though larger, was kicked back against the wall by Shen Shu, leaving a dent as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Shen Shu stepped on Song Shang's chest, looking down at him coldly. Causing trouble, under arrest. Song Shang, I can kill you right now. Feeling the increasing pressure from Shen Shu's foot, Song Shang experienced a genuine threat of death for the first time. Immersed in a peaceful era for too long, he hadn't been on the battlefield for ages. Even if his power surpassed Shen Shu's, a toothless, clawless man obsessed with revenge against a coach from a third-tier city couldn't possess much fighting strength. Song Shang gave up resisting, but still gritted his teeth in accusation. Shen Shu, this is persecution. Shen Shu leaned down and whispered in his ear. Didn't you do the same once? The words hit Song Shang like a thunderbolt, making him tremble. Shen Shu waved his hand, and Zhou Lao immediately stepped forward to take Song Shang away. This scene left the onlookers in a state of shock, as if Shen Shu were the chief here. The actual chief, Ma Wenyuan, looked at Shen Shu with a complex expression but said nothing. Others showed varied reactions, some with admiration, some with indignation, but most were stunned and intimidated by Shen Shu's style. The once peaceful Spirit Division had welcomed a young man whose arrival stirred the stagnant waters like a hurricane. Ma Wenyuan gazed deeply at Shen Shu, a complex glint in his eyes. Shen Shu's methods were seen by some as iron-fisted, while others accused him of abusing his power. Ma Wenyuan looked around at the astonished onlookers, all holding their breath, waiting for his response. He weighed the situation internally, questioning whether it was appropriate to directly recruit Shen Shu into the Yuling Division based solely on his talent. However, he also considered that this young man might inject new vitality into the stagnant environment. Disperse, disperse. Ma Wenyuan waved the crowd away. What's there to see? Haven't you finished your work? The crowd scattered quickly like startled birds. Turning to Wen Chongqing, Ma Wenyuan's tone softened. It's better to resolve disputes than create them. You owe him. So introduce him to the necessary procedures within the Yuling division. He then looked at Lin Shun. By the way, Lin Shun, since Shen Shu has joined the Yuling division, shouldn't participating in the capture of the affiliated clans be considered as familiarizing with the military's procedures? Lin Shun quickly nodded in agreement. The military and the Yuling division have always been connected, often needing to cooperate when dealing with troublesome affiliated clans or actions on the interstellar battlefield. The military even established the Golden Eagle and Hunter units to facilitate this collaboration. Ma Wenyuan nodded in satisfaction. Then when the stray dogs find some information, take Shen Shu to familiarize him with the procedures. Understood, Lin Shen replied. Ma Wenyuan patted Shen Shu on the shoulder, intending to offer some words of encouragement, but recalling Shen Shu's earlier conduct, he simply said, even though you hold dual positions, both the Yuling division and the military are federal departments. I hope you don't waste your talent. I have faith in you. With that, he turned and left, as the military exam was approaching and his duties were demanding. Watching Ma Wenyuan leave, when Changqing glanced at Shen Shu, a hint of bewilderment in her eyes. As a veteran of the Yuling division, she had always shown respect to aristocratic children even at the bone-tempering stage 8. Yet Shen Shu arrived with a commanding presence, turning the world upside down. Only now did she realize how generous Shen Shu's words truly were. After a moment of reflection, when Changqing felt a sense of relief and said, let's go. I'll tell you about the Yuling division. You too. She gestured to Shu Ayahan, glancing at the narrow-end room before turning to another reception room. The Yuling division's main duties involve monitoring and handling matters related to psychic power, when Changqing began explaining. Externally, we collaborate with the military or act independently against Walloon. Internally, we monitor the infiltration of affiliated clans, making arrests when necessary. Apart from direct orders from the Federation and joint military actions, the Yuling division has extensive authority, even directly intervening in other departments. Other organizations can question, protest, or even file complaints against us, but they cannot interfere with our actions. At this point, when Changqing glanced at Shen Shu, observing his reaction, such words could entice any ambitious person, yet Shen Shu merely nodded calmly. Surprised, when Changqing continued, of course, with great power comes great responsibility. If we interfere with the Federation's normal operations without solid evidence, there are internal penalties within the Yuling division. At best, you could be reassigned. At worst, your psychic power could be erased, and you'd be stripped of your identity in the Yuling division. Her tone grew more serious. So, it's fortunate the chief officer was present today. If you had acted alone without concrete evidence as you did today, you would have faced punishment. Be cautious in the future. When Changqing intended to warn Shen Shu to be more restrained, but realized Shen Shu had misunderstood her intentions. Just as she was about to explain, Shen Shu spoke first. The concrete evidence is that the captured individuals have connections with the Varlon and even possess the Varlon seal, Shen Shu stated firmly. With such people, the spirit enforcers have unlimited law enforcement authority. When Changqing nodded slightly and continued, as for monitoring other positions, there are others responsible. Given your combat abilities, she paused, her gaze sweeping over Shen Shu, and your involvement with the military, you are likely to be tasked with the most dangerous capture missions, possibly even entering the astral battlefield to directly confront the Varlon. As when Changqing elaborated, Shen Shu's understanding of the spirit enforcers deepened. He thought to himself, this is practically a combination of an intelligence agency, the Jinui, and the disciplinary committee, with the ability to collaborate with the military. This department wields enormous power, like a sword hanging over everyone, bound to attract scrutiny. When Changqing turned to Shu Ayahan beside her and said, you have great potential and should be able to join the joint military and spirit enforcers dual cultivation program. For now, learn from me. Dual cultivation? Shen Shu's eyes lit up. Can I join? When Changqing was taken aback, you? That's for the new generation's trials. Why are you interested? I'm the new generation too. Shen Shu exclaimed, eyes wide. Sensing the awkwardness, Lin Shun interjected. The dual cultivation program is indeed promising, and the Federation supports it. But you're already a candidate for the Shura trials, just waiting for the martial exam to select others. Your training is far more intense than that of the dual cultivation program. Besides, that program aims to create special operations personnel for the military or bronze inspectors for the spirit enforcers, and you're already a bronze inspector. So don't get involved. Shen Shu pouted and gave up on the idea. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. A staff member entered. The interrogation department has found some information on the Varlon, and the situation is complicated. They need you to go there. The group exchanged glances and then followed the staff member out. At the interrogation department, Zhou Lao said grimly, we've uncovered several of their secret bases and have dispatched teams to handle them. But this task is tricky, and Officer Ma specifically asked for you to handle it. When Changqing glanced at Shen Shu, understanding that Ma Wenyuan wanted to test Shen Shu's abilities. Zhou Lao waved his hand, and a virtual screen appeared before them, showing a photo of a middle-aged man. Zhou Lao quickly introduced Zhong Tianxiang, Deputy Director of Education in Blue City, a second-tier city. This task is challenging for 3 reasons. Investigation in a different location, incomplete evidence, and his son Zhong Lu is currently detained in New Union City State. According to the memories of a wild dog, Zhong Tianxiang is suspected of providing the Varlon with information on geniuses above grade B in Blue City and its managed cities. Blue City is overseen by a Moki Angren, and both belong to a Varlon family called Hill. Hearing this, Shen Shu's heart tightened. Zhong Lu. Hill. It felt like a gathering of foes. Zhou Lao rubbed his temples and continued. That's all the information we have. I must emphasize, there's no concrete evidence against Zhong Tianxiang. And with the martial exam approaching, if you forcibly arrest him, they might report you for disrupting the exam, and you know the consequences. You can seek assistance from the local spirit enforcers. Also, during my soul search, I triggered a seal, so they definitely know the wild dog has fallen. He glanced at Shen Shu and added, so, whatever you plan to do, you need to act fast. Upon hearing this, Shen Shu abruptly stood up. What are you doing? When Changqing asked, surprised. Without looking back, Shen Shu walked out the door, saying resolutely, heading to Blue City. Watching Shen Shu's departing figure, when Changqing was momentarily stunned before quickly following. Before long, they boarded the airship and left the Yuling Division. Meanwhile, in the top-floor office of the Yuling Division, a staff member reported to Ma Wenyuan. Officer Ma, Shen Shu and his team have left. Should we contact Blue City and coordinate with them? Ma Wenyuan set down the document he was holding, his gaze sharp as he looked at the staff member. No need to offer help proactively, but do fulfill any requests Shen Shu and his team make to the best of your ability. The staff member paused, realizing that while the two approaches seemed similar, they were fundamentally different. The latter clearly carried a sense of testing. Suddenly, the staff member received a new message, listened intently, and said, Officer Ma, news just came in that Shen Shu and his team have gone to the police station to take someone. They want to take Zhong Lu away. Upon hearing this, Ma Wenyuan raised an eyebrow, showing a hint of surprise. He was in such a rush before that I thought he didn't notice Zhou Lao specifically mentioning him. Zhong Lu is indeed a breakthrough point. We'll see how they use it. As I said, if Shen Shu asks for it, help them. Understood. The staff member replied and exited the room. Ma Wenyuan stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, deep in thought. Laid out on his desk were all the records of Shen Shu's family lineage up to the present. As a special department, the Yuling Division had strict vetting mechanisms and entry procedures. For instance, Shu Ayahan, with a decent background in education and a vendetta against the clans for his family's death, was admitted due to these accumulated factors. Similarly, Wu Nian's dual cultivation required observation of both strength and loyalty to the Federation. But Shen Shu? His background was so simple, it was almost plain. A month ago, he was unremarkable, yet in a short time, he appeared before everyone with overwhelming prowess. Although his cultivation level wasn't high, not even reaching the pinnacle of the second tier, his combat power was extraordinarily formidable. To fight a fourth-tier beast with a refined skin realm was a leap in power that couldn't be explained by the Pan-Sure body refining technique alone. Only if Shen Shu's techniques were perfected could he achieve this. But how could that be possible? Shen Shu was so young. Where did he find the time and energy? Was he truly a polymath? A prodigy beyond prodigies? Even the mind power, which tests talent and comprehension, seemed to be mastered by him in an instant. It's known that Shen Shu's blood energy and mind power were based on the Pan-Sure body refining technique, akin to training with weights from the start. Especially when Ma Wenyuan faced Shen Shu's mind power directly. It was no longer like rock, but more like a mountain, leaving him in awe. Although Shen Shu couldn't control it perfectly, that mind power was far beyond ordinary. Faced with such an anomaly, Ma Wenyuan dared neither to leave him unchecked nor to employ him fully, choosing instead to bring him under his wing. As the head of the Yuling Division branch, wielding such authority, he was not a simple figure. Shen Shu, have you truly comprehended all techniques at once? Or are you hiding some unknown secret? Ma Wenyuan muttered to himself, determined to uncover the truth about Shen Shu bit by bit. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shen Shu unceremoniously tossed Zhong Lu onto the Yuling Division's hovercraft. Zhong Lu staggered, looking around in fear, uncertain of the fate that awaited him. Before Shen Shu could speak, Zhong Lu impatiently interrupted him. Shen Shu, what do you think you're doing? Let me tell you, my dad is the deputy director of the Launching Education Bureau. If you dare to touch me, then... Before he could finish, Shen Shu cut in, his tone calm, yet slightly mocking. Then I'll be in big trouble. Why are all of you people like this? Zhong Lu was taken aback, frowning slightly. All of us. Shen Shu shook his head, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Yeah, Song Shang liked to say that too. Isn't your dad the deputy director of the Launching Education Bureau? I'll take you to him right now. Hearing this, Zhong Li's eyes widened, caught off guard. What? Has my dad already gotten me out of this? Shen Shu chuckled softly, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Yes, your dad certainly has some influence. Even the Yuling division asked me to come along to apologize. I remember when I first beat you up at the Chaoyang martial arts school, your friend said I wouldn't be able to take the martial exam. Zhong Li's face turned rigid, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. That's impossible. I'm me, and my dad is my dad. We might have grudges, but my dad isn't the type to abuse his power. He took a deep breath, trying to sound more composed. Every year he collects information on the talented youth in the cities under Launching's jurisdiction, reports it to the Education Bureau, and helps the Federation screen for talent. When I threatened you, at most, I meant removing your information from the collection, so you wouldn't enter the talent pool. My dad is a legitimate federal official. Zhonglu looked at Shen Shu earnestly, his eyes showing a firm defense of his father. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Shen Shu and the others exchanging serious and solemn glances. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Zhonglu hurriedly added, "Don't doubt it. My dad really has no ulterior motives and even goes out of his way to support talented individuals, some of whom have joined the Yuling division and the military." When Changqing's expression changed sharply upon hearing this, his brow furrowing tightly. If Zhong Tianxiang indeed had issues, this would be a significant problem. Shen Shu narrowed his eyes slightly, continuing to probe. No wonder Mr. Zhong is so capable, directly getting the new Federation city-state to release people and making me go to him to apologize. Zhong Li's face lit up with a smug smile. Heh, Shen Shu, I'm not dumb. Don't try to play me. We do have some personal grudges, and I even considered reporting the video to the Education Bureau at the time, which would have made it impossible for you to take the martial exam. But now I admit, you really have skills. He then turned his gaze to Shu Ayahan, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. I didn't pursue you just because your family has some influence. I genuinely like you. It's just that your cold demeanor is something I've never encountered before. It's thrilling. I just wanted to chase you. I'm a fool. Looking back at Shen Shu and Shu Ayahan, he spoke with a hint of resignation. If you two are really together, I have no complaints. Shen Shu was taken aback by Zhong Li's words, and Shu Ayahan was also caught off guard. What are you talking about? Shu Ayahan retorted, a faint blush appearing on her face. Zhongli laughed, a knowing look in his eyes. Heh, you're like me. The more someone fawns over you, the less you care. But Shen Shu, he not only ignores you, but also. Seeing Shu Ayahan's expression change, Zhongli quickly stopped himself, swallowing the last words, beat you up. He turned back to Shen Shu, his tone becoming serious. The reason I'm telling you all this is to let you know I'm not stupid either. Zhongli stood in front of Shen Shu, his expression complicated. Taking a deep breath, he began to explain his situation. My father worked his way up from a third-tier city and is now the deputy director at the Education Bureau. He does have some skills, but the reason the Yuling department personally escorted me back this time was mostly due to Song Shang's instigation to report you. He paused, looking directly at Shen Shu. Shen Shu, you have strength and capability. There's no need for us to become mortal enemies. This whole situation was orchestrated by Song Shang and his group, and they eventually sold me out. I'm willing to give you an explanation. You go on with your life, and I'll persuade my father to withdraw the complaint. Let's just call it even. What do you say? Sincerity was evident in Zhong Li's eyes. During his detention, he had already come to terms with the fact that anyone a major general from the military would protect despite solid evidence against them was no ordinary person. From any angle, continuing to oppose Shen Shu was an unwise choice. At the Education Bureau, he had seen too many people who were once unknown suddenly soar to great heights. Such individuals might be easy to bully now, but once they rise and come back to settle old scores, it could be disastrous. Shen Shu listened, looking at Zhong Lu with a complex expression, inwardly sighing. If you had known it would come to this, why did you act that way in the first place? As if reading Shen Shu's thoughts, Zhong Lu shook his head candidly and said, blame that idiot Guigang. If it weren't for him spreading rumors, would I have done such a thing? At that time, I was infatuated with Shu Ayahan. You, coming from a third-tier city, what did I have to fear? As for what happened later, that was all Song Shang's doing. That's a grudge between them and me. He continued, let's resolve this properly. I'll help you get the complaint withdrawn, and you don't hold a grudge against my father. The Yuling department won't need to trouble themselves investigating him anymore. How about we all get along peacefully? As he spoke, Zhong Lu turned to look at Wen Changqing. He had encountered people from the Yuling department before and had never heard of them sending someone to apologize. This could only mean one thing. The Yuling department was angry and intended to deal with his father. Shen Shu and the others exchanged a glance. They knew that while spoiled brats could be unreliable, most weren't foolish. They knew how to pick on the weak and were even willing to apologize when necessary. Unfortunately, this time the Yuling department's target was Zhong Li's father, and Zhong Lu himself was merely caught in the crossfire. Looking at Zhong Lu, Shen Shu gave a meaningful smile. All right, then I'll shake hands with your father, and we'll let this matter slide. Zhong Lu felt a surge of joy. This time, he had resolved the crisis not by relying on his father, but through his own abilities. Although he had lost some face in the process, he felt the cost was entirely worth it. The hovercraft emitted a low hum as it glided slowly through the bustling city. Shen Shu gazed out the window at the rows of towering skyscrapers, feeling a sense of disorientation. The earlier intense battle and the subtle pressure from Sun Wu and the Yuling division starkly contrasted with the peaceful and serene scene outside, leaving him with a sense of unreality. At that moment, when Changqing approached Shen Shu, speaking with a note of caution in her voice, if Zhong Tianxiang really has issues, we must handle it carefully. Don't act impulsively. The kind of family that doesn't need to control fierce beasts has more concealed seals, which might even be completely hidden. Only advanced scrutiny methods can uncover them. Acting rashly could alert them. When Changqing was anxious, she vividly remembered Shen Shu's decisiveness in accusing Song Shang of being an accomplice to the family in front of the Yuling division. She feared Shen Shu might recklessly take down Zhong Tianxiang without proper evidence. If Zhong Tianxiang truly had issues, it would be easier to handle. However, if he were innocent and reported them for disrupting the martial exam, not only could Shen Shu's newly acquired inspector status be at risk, but as the team leader, she would also be held accountable. Shen Shu nodded in acknowledgement, and just as when Changqing was about to relax and contact the Blue City Yuling division to investigate Zhong Tianxiang's recommended candidates, Shen Shu suddenly asked, "What exactly do you mean by seal concealment and disguise?" When Changqing stopped in her tracks and explained in detail, "We have soul-searching techniques. Naturally, they have countermeasures. If they know their accomplice is exposed, the seal will self-destruct. We've extracted so much information thanks to Director Zhou's extensive experience. As for concealment, the seal is hidden in a corner of the mind, making it difficult to detect with general scrutiny. But comprehensive scrutiny might infringe on personal privacy, and without concrete evidence, it would only exacerbate tensions between other departments and the Yuling division." Shen Shu nodded thoughtfully. He understood that the Yuling division wielded significant power, and other departments would inevitably band together to resist them for self-preservation. Refusing an investigation shouldn't automatically imply they are part of the family, as everyone has some privacy and personal matters, after all. When Changqing earnestly advised, "As a newcomer, you need to be steady to go further." Seeing Shen Shu didn't argue, she exhaled deeply, feeling that this young man was quite reasonable. Not far away, Shu Aihan witnessed the exchange and recalled Zhong Li's earlier words, involuntarily clenching her fists. She thought to herself, "Could I really start liking someone who hit me? That would be too." At this thought, Shu Aihan's cheeks flushed. She quickly shook her head, trying to stay calm. Moments later, Shu Aihan mustered the courage to approach Shen Shu. She stood there awkwardly, unsure of what to say. When Shen Shu turned to look at her, she straightened her posture, a flicker of delight in her eyes. Shen Shu frowned at Shu Aihan. "If you have something to say, just say it." His cold tone left Shu Aihan momentarily speechless. After stammering for a while, she finally asked, I just wanted to ask, will you be going back to Luo City?" Shen Shu pondered for a moment before replying, "Yes, I will. My home is there." "Okay," Shu Aihan replied softly, a barely noticeable hint of anticipation in her eyes. After Shu Aihan hurriedly left, her footsteps gradually faded away. As she walked, she kept replaying the scene in her mind, with Shen Shu's cold demeanor still echoing in her ears. He was really harsh just now, Shu Aihan thought. But strangely, I didn't get angry. She furrowed her brow, feeling perplexed. Not far away, Lin Shen silently observed the scene. He slightly furrowed his brow, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. "What are they doing?" Lin Shen murmured to himself, his gaze shifting back and forth between the direction Shu Aihan had gone and where Shen Shu stood. Interrupted by Shu Aihan, Shen Shu's thoughts drifted away. He started to miss his hometown, his grandparents' kind faces appearing in his mind. "I wonder how they are doing now." Shen Shu sighed softly. Then, images of Zhao Yang and Sun Wang also invaded his thoughts. What could they be up to now? Meanwhile, as everyone embarked on their journey to Blue City, a different scene was unfolding in the deepest part of the Blue City Starfield battlefield. Mu Chang, drenched as if he had just been pulled from the water, was kneeling before a mysterious spirit creature, pleading desperately. "Master." Mu Chang's voice trembled. "This failure is all because of Wild Dog's reckless actions. But I have remembered the appearance of a genius, someone marked and pursued by Wild Dog before his death. His name is Shen Shu." Hearing this name, Sierra, who was punishing the followers, momentarily froze. "Shen Shu." Sierra squinted his eyes. "Is he from Luo City?" Mu Chang was taken aback and then cautiously asked, "Master, have you also turned him into one of the followers?" A dangerous glint flickered in the spirit creature's eyes. The thought of Shen Shu opposing his telekinesis with mere mortal strength filled the spirit creature with fury. Realizing his mistake, Mu Chang quickly added, "A genius who caught the attention of the main god. Yet Zhong Tianxiang's submitted list didn't include him. Clearly, he didn't do his job well. I have already confirmed Shen Shu's identity, and when the time comes..." "Enough," Sierra interrupted impatiently. If not for wanting to deal a heavy blow to the Federation, he would have crushed Mu Chang on the spot. Suppressing his urge to kill, Sierra commanded decisively, "Bring me Shen Shu, by any means necessary, dead or alive." As soon as the words fell, the spirit creature collapsed as if its soul had been extracted. Seeing this, Mu Chang breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to have narrowly escaped. But soon, his expression changed again. "Bringing Shen Shu over is easier said than done," he pondered. "Wild Dog has already alerted him. How can we, mere minions, snatch him from the spirit agency and the military? Unless..." He slid his wristband, pulling up information he had previously requested from Zhong Tianxiang. Luo City. Only his grandparents are left. Mu Chang's gaze fixed on Shen Shu's virtual image, a sinister smile curling his lips. "Shen Shu. Oh Shen Shu," Mu Chang muttered to himself, a dangerous glint in his eyes. "If your grandparents were to suddenly pass away, would you come back for the funeral?" Shen Shu was unaware that he had caught the attention of a certain group, nor did he know that someone was planning to target his family. The hovercraft descended with a roar into a bustling cityscape, where skyscrapers stood in close succession. Although it wasn't quite as grand as the new federal city, it certainly outshone Luo City. Shen Shu closed the soul-searching technique manual given to him by Ma Wenyuan. After more than half an hour of reading, he barely finished the text but remained clueless about its intricacies. He sighed inwardly, realizing that his understanding and talent still needed improvement. As the cabin door slowly opened, a uniformed man approached briskly. "I'm Lin Feng from the Blue City Spirit Control Bureau." He displayed his credentials, wearing a formal smile. When Changqing glanced at the ID, frowning slightly. "Just an external team leader? No bronze inspector accompanying?" Although Shen Shu had just joined the Spirit Control Bureau and attained the bronze inspector status, it was still a significant position. Blue City's arrangement seemed somewhat dismissive. Sensing Wen Changqing's dissatisfaction, Lin Feng explained, "Our bronze inspectors are all out on missions, so I was sent to welcome you. If there's any oversight, please forgive us. We've arranged accommodations and a welcome banquet." "We..." Shen Shu interrupted his polite chatter. "No, I want to see Zhong Tianxiang now. We've brought his son back. It's only right to meet the deputy director." Lin Feng's expression shifted as he glanced at the young people behind Shen Shu. Forcing a smile, he said, "Isn't that great news? I heard the Spirit Control Bureau from the new union is handling cases across regions, and our leaders are prepared to meet with Zhong Tianxiang for a meal. Wouldn't that make it easier for you to report back?" Shen Shu shot him a cold look and revealed his identity. "I'm an inspector, and I want to see Zhong Tianxiang now." Lin Feng was taken aback. He couldn't contend with a recognized inspector from the new union, especially one so young. As he was about to speak further, Shen Shu stepped forward, slightly lowering his head to meet Lin Feng's eyes. "We can eat later, and meet the leaders later. But if we delay this mission, you're aware of the penalties within the Spirit Control Bureau." Lin Feng's face darkened, and he awkwardly smiled. "Of course. If you wish to see the Deputy Director of the Education Bureau, follow me." He turned and headed to his hovercraft, flying towards the Education Bureau, with Shen Shu and his team following closely. There had always been a competitive relationship between Blue City and the new union. While the new union aimed to become a level 1 city, Blue City, although not obstructive, couldn't help but feel competitive. Moreover, the new union's Spirit Control Bureau handling a case in Blue City's territory was significant. Unwritten rules dictated that newcomers should first show respect, meet with leaders, say a few good words, and report their tasks. Yet Lin Feng didn't expect the newly appointed inspector from the new union to be so young, nor did he anticipate the lack of deference. He felt secretly frustrated, but had no choice but to comply. After he reported the situation to his superiors, the atmosphere in the banquet hall suddenly became tense. Sun Dianjing, the deputy chief of the Yuling department, snorted coldly, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. "Since the other party is so confident, we don't need to keep compromising. Let's handle this by the book." His voice was icy, carrying an undeniable determination. Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes showed a hint of understanding. He nodded slightly, indicating his agreement with the decision. When Changqing looked at Shen Shu and couldn't help but sigh. "After all, we're handling a case in a different place. We should at least meet the local person in charge. Whether we directly approach Zhong Tianxiang or investigate the records, it will be much more convenient. Besides, he can't run away," she said, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness, as if persuading Shen Shu to follow the usual procedures. Shen Shu pressed his lips together, frowning slightly. He understood Wen Changqing's point. Much like in his past life when capturing criminals, it was necessary to gather evidence, witness statements, and physical proof, reviewing more information before questioning suspects. This was the standard procedure, but overlooked a crucial factor: time. If Zhong Tianxiang indeed had issues, could someone among the talents he recommended warn him? Besides, Shen Shu's mental review had reached a perfect level. One try could reveal everything. In this situation, directly meeting Zhong Tianxiang was the wise choice. Seeing Shen Shu remain silent, Wen Changqing sighed again. She seemed to foresee Shen Shu's future. Either he would turn from a cool, handsome guy to a frustrated failure or become a shrewd, worldly veteran. This is the process every newcomer to the Yuling department undergoes. Their initial passion quickly battered by various rules until they become sophisticated and slick. Before long, the hovercraft landed in front of the Education Bureau building. Lin Feng adopted an official attitude and reminded them, according to regulations, we need to record our entire mission. As a staff member of the Blue City Yuling department, I will supervise. If there are any violations, we have the right to stop and report them. When Changqing sighed again upon hearing this, Shen Shu merely cast a cold glance at Lin Feng before heading into the building with Zhonglu. Even Zhonglu, no matter how clueless, could sense something was off. Shen Shu and his team didn't seem like they were here for negotiations. They were clearly here to cause trouble. Not only Zhonglu noticed this, but many others also cast curious glances at them, especially since Lin Feng was wearing the Yuling department's enforcement robe. It was as if Shen Shu and his team were in plain clothes. Yet someone in uniform was filming them, negating the purpose of wearing plain clothes. Seeing the situation, Shen Shu narrowed his eyes slightly, patted Lin Feng's shoulder, and said, "You can," before heading straight upstairs. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianxiang was in his office packing up, preparing to leave. Suddenly, a rapid knocking on the door startled him. He quickly sat down, pretending to be working. A female voice came from outside the door. "Deputy Director Zhang, the Yuling department." Before she could finish, there was a loud bang, as Shen Shu kicked the door open. Lin Feng was stunned by the scene. Shen Shu's voice came from outside, with a hint of mockery. "Deputy Director Zhang, I brought your son to you." Although Shen Shu was infuriated by Lin Feng and the others' so-called official business, he decided to stick to his original plan. He carried Zhonglu into the room, intending to hand him over to the other party and take the opportunity to get close enough for a handshake, using his mental power to conduct an examination. If everything was normal, he could simply say he was angry because of Zhong Li's report. If there was a problem, not only Zhong Tianxiang would be in trouble, but Lin Feng and the others present would not escape unscathed. Inside, Zhong Tianxiang looked at the broken door with a tremor in his heart. When he saw the visitor, he involuntarily murmured, "Shen Shu." This barely audible sound was keenly picked up by Shen Shu. What was even more suspicious was that Zhong Tianxiang did not immediately look at his own son, but instead stared intently at Shen Shu's face, squinting his eyes to scrutinize him. Without revealing any emotion, Shen Shu approached with Zhonglu and extended his right hand, saying, "Deputy Director Zhong, I am with the Yuling Division's Inspectorate." Zhong Tianxiang glanced at his son being held, and, thinking the other was truly there to hand him over, reached out to shake hands. At that moment, a mountainous mental force swept into Zhong Tianxiang's mind. He struggled to suppress the impulse to retaliate, secretly pleased. Shen Shu is young, and though his mental power is strong, my seal is personally hidden by the main god, undetectable unless one has reached a higher level. If I can endure this, I might still have a chance to escape. However, just as Zhong Tianxiang breathed a sigh of relief, Shen Shu suddenly grabbed his head and slammed it onto the table. With a loud bang, Zhonglu cried out, rushing to his father, "Dad! Shen Shu, what are you doing?" Lin Feng sneered from the side. "Young people can't hold their temper. Inspector Shen, this is violent enforcement." Shen Shu could no longer contain his anger and shouted, "Violence, my ass. He's a scion." Lin Feng was stunned. How could the deputy director of the education department be a scion? He knew some scions could have false memories to mislead the Yuling division, which is why Zhou Lao repeatedly emphasized finding evidence. Ignoring the other's shock, Shen Shu stared at Zhong Tianxiang and demanded, "You know me." What? He was well aware that he was not so prominent that Zhong Tianxiang would ignore his son upon meeting him. The only explanation was that his appearance was more shocking to Zhong Tianxiang than his own son. Zhong Tianxiang continued to grit his teeth and deny. "You're slandering me. I want to report you." Seeing that he still wouldn't admit it, Shen Shu stopped wasting words and looked directly at his own panel. The information from the soul-searching technique appeared before him. In the first hour, the obscure characters became simpler. By the 45th hour, the principles of soul-searching were clear, and he had preliminarily mastered the introductory techniques. At the 90th hour, Shen Shu's soul-searching skills advanced by leaps and bounds. The mistakes he had made while learning interrogation techniques now served as an advantage, fortifying his mental strength like an unbreakable stone. This powerful force easily crushed the opponent's consciousness and precisely captured information, rapidly elevating Shen Shu's soul-searching skills to a masterful level. Time flew by, and soon it was the 200th hour. Shen Shu's mastery of soul-searching was now complete, with his skills honed to perfection. Without hesitation, he chose to enhance his abilities with the remaining 230 hours of sage time. Instantly, the mysteries of soul-searching flooded his mind, as if they were an innate instinct. Shen Shu no longer hesitated, directing his rock-solid mental power straight into Zhong Tianxiang's sea of consciousness. Fear instantly appeared on Zhong Tianxiang's face, his earlier arguments rendered powerless in the face of soul-searching. He looked at the young Shen Shu in disbelief, unable to comprehend how his opponent had achieved such proficiency in interrogation and soul-searching. In despair, he could only hope that Shen Shu's accomplishments in soul-searching were not profound enough. You can't do this. You have no evidence. You can't search my soul. Zhong Tianxiang shouted in vain, his voice filled with fear and despair. However, as Shen Shu's mental power crushed through inch by inch, a glint of coldness flashed in Zhong Tianxiang's eyes, and his hope was completely shattered. He no longer hid his mental power and released it instantly. In a flash, the expressions of those around from the Yuling division changed drastically. They had all encountered the subjugated clans and knew well that this mental power was fundamentally different from that of ordinary mind practitioners. The subjugated clans, marked by the Valen family, possessed a mental power with a viral sense of control and implantation. This was one of the characteristics that allowed the Valen family to control fierce beasts. Zhong Tianxiang's mental power surged like a tide, swiftly enveloping everyone in the room, especially Shen Shu. However, when he tried to find a gap in Shen Shu's mental power, he discovered that it was as steady as a rock, with no flaws to exploit. Just as Zhong Tianxiang attempted to use his mental power to fight for a glimmer of hope, he suddenly felt his body lift off the ground. Shen Shu stood up abruptly, grabbing Zhong Tianxiang and slamming him hard against the wall once more. Thud, the dull sound of impact echoed as dust fell from the wall. This strike left Zhong Tianxiang in a fragmented state, akin to being disconnected from the internet during a crucial moment in a game, catching him off guard. Immediately, Shen Shu initiated the soul-searching. His mental power was like a voracious beast, slowly crushing and devouring Zhong Tianxiang's mental power. Fragments of Zhong Tianxiang's memory began to surface in Shen Shu's mind. Stop touching, we need to learn this foreign language, Shen Shu frowned, puzzled by this seemingly unrelated learning scene. But for Shen Shu, no obstacle encountered during soul-searching was insurmountable. His mental power was strong enough to prevent any backlash, and the soul-searching process was meticulous. A flood of memories surged into Shen Shu's mind. Soon, he pinpointed several key pieces of information. Chief Zhong, it seems the new alliance is specifically looking for you this time. Be cautious. A voice echoed in the memory. All right. Thanks, Deputy Chief's son, Zhong Tianxiang replied. No worries, it's probably just a routine check. The candidates you recommended earlier were excellent. I hope you continue the good work. The scene shifted, and another conversation emerged. Luocheng is under your jurisdiction. Give me the information on someone named Shen Shu. The failure of the wild dog operation was all because of him. Shen Shu? Found it, sending it to you. What are you planning to do? It's hard to target Shen Shu directly now. I need to find a way to draw him out. The memory scene abruptly ended. Shen Shu clenched his fists, burning with anger. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Zhong Lu, who was still in shock. He realized that although Zhong Tianxiang's mental power had targeted everyone, it had spared Zhong Lu. This realization made Shen Shu even angrier. Without hesitation, he swung a fierce punch at Zhong Tianxiang's abdomen, venting his inner fury. Bang! A dull thud reverberated, and Zhong Tianxiang was hit so hard he nearly vomited. Before he could regain his senses, Shen Shu had already grabbed his hair like an eagle's claw and yanked it upward. Where is Mu Chong? Shen Shu asked coldly, his tone carrying an undeniable threat. This question wasn't baseless. It was based on Zhou Lao's earlier speculation that Mu Chong was in charge of Blue City. Zhong Tianxiang forced a bitter smile, suppressing his pain. I don't know. He calculated in his mind that as long as he could stall for time until the main god consciousness descended, perhaps he could drag Shen Shu to death with him. Soul-searching would inevitably trigger the steel seal, which was his last hope. A glint of coldness flashed in Shen Shu's eyes, and he stopped entangling with Zhong Tianxiang. He swiftly turned and grabbed Zhong Lu by the neck, lifting him up. Zhong Li's body, not yet tempered, couldn't withstand Shen Shu's strength, and his face turned purple as he struggled weakly. Zhong Tianxiang's expression changed drastically, but quickly returned to calm. Just a useless person. Kill him if you wish. He feigned composure, but his tone couldn't hide a slight tremor. Upon hearing this, Shen Shu tightened his grip, looking at Zhong Tianxiang with a cold gaze. All right. His tone was flat, as if discussing something trivial. Zhong Tianxiang, before his death, tried to control his son Zhong Lu. Zhong Lu, in a courageous act, fought against his father and died heroically. I'll arrange for him to receive posthumous compensation. These words widened Zhong Tianxiang's eyes, and even Lin Shun and Wen Chongqing behind him were momentarily bewildered. For a moment, they couldn't distinguish who the real villain was. Seeing Zhong Li's life nearing its end, Zhong Tianxiang finally broke down. I really don't know where Mu Chong is, he shouted hoarsely. But he asked me to send people to Luo City and gather students under the guise of protecting the martial exam. He should be heading to Luo City. Hearing this, Shen Shu slowly released the barely conscious Zhong Lu. This information matched his deductions closely. As the words of betrayal spilled out, Zhong Tianxiang seemed to lose all his strength, collapsing to the ground. His mental power began to crumble and dissipate inch by inch, the process excruciatingly painful. Give me a quick death, Zhong Tianxiang pleaded, his voice so weak it was barely audible. Shen Shu looked down at the pitiful Zhong Tianxiang with no trace of pity in his eyes. Thank you for your cooperation. But you gathered students together for the convenience of the family hunt and caused so many deaths. This is what you deserve. With that, Shen Shu turned and left, leaving Zhong Tianxiang to struggle in his agony. His footsteps gradually faded, marking the end of this brutal interrogation. Shen Shu walked in with a determined stride, exuding an intense aura. Wen Changqing and the others instinctively took a step back as tension filled the air. Just then, Lin Shen broke the silence. What's happening in Luo City? As someone from the military, Lin Shen typically kept his distance from the affairs of the Yuling division. However, if the Zhuanzu threatened local law and order, it was time for him to intervene. Shen Shu cast a cold glance at the still-dazed Lin Feng, his voice unsettlingly calm. The Zhuanzu are planning to attack Luo City. Though Shen Shu's tone was even, Lin Shen detected a suppressed fury in his deep gaze. He immediately responded, I'll contact the military and gather the nearest forces for defense. With that, he quickly headed towards the door. At this moment, Lin Feng snapped back to reality, his voice tinged with panic. Impossible. That must be false memory. Luo City is just a Tier 3 city. How could it be a primary target? Lin Feng knew that whatever Shen Shu had seen, it wasn't good news for them. The deputy director of Blue City's education department was a Zhuanzu, and the detestable Zhong Tianxiang had close ties with Blue City's Yuling division. Understanding the implications of Shen Shu's words, Lin Feng instinctively objected. However, the next second, Shen Shu's anger could no longer be contained. He stepped forward abruptly, grabbing Lin Feng by the neck and lifting him. A fierce glint flickered in Shen Shu's eyes, his voice low and dangerous. You're attacking a colleague, Shen Shu. Seeing Shen Shu lay hands on Lin Feng, Wen Changqing couldn't help but exclaim, quickly stepping forward to hold down Shen Shu's wristband. Youngsters are too impulsive. The wristband can record this. Take it off first. Lin Feng struggled, his voice squeezing out from his throat. Hearing this, Shen Shu's grip tightened. Colleague? I suspect you're colluding with the Zhuanzu. Not just you. Your leader Sun Dianjun leaked information to Zhong Tianxiang before we arrived. Lin Feng, you better hope your leader isn't Sun Dianjun. Hearing this, Lin Feng froze. His leader was indeed Sun Dianjun, and today's actions were all suggested by him. If what Shen Shu said was true, whether Sun Dianjun would face consequences was uncertain, but Lin Feng knew he was certainly doomed. You're slandering. Lin Feng struggled to defend himself. Shen Shu coldly replied, I'm not interested in talking to you. Save your energy for explaining to the investigators. With that, he flung Lin Feng aside like a kite with a broken string, sending him crashing heavily into the wall, coughing up blood before falling still. Shen Shu turned to Wen Changqing, his tone urgent. Contact Ma Wenyuan. Tell him Zhong Tianxiang is a Zhuanzu who has collected lists of talented students from various levels and even recommended many into federal units. It's up to him how to handle it. I need to head back to Luo City. Ever since learning that a deranged Zhuanzu specifically requested his information and headed to Luo City, Shen Shu had been restless, a sense of agitation welling within him. Watching Shen Shu prepare to leave, when Changqing made a decisive choice, I'll stay here. Ao Han, go with Shen Shu and help him coordinate the Yuling division's forces across regions. Hearing this, Shu Ayahan immediately agreed and jogged to catch up with Shen Shu. Before long, the hovercraft took off once more. Shu Ayahan went straight to the controls, skillfully inputting various commands. Moments later, Shen Shu felt the hovercraft accelerate with a jolt. Shu Ayahan turned back and said, I've set the fastest route and activated emergency mode. The hovercraft sped towards Luo City, carrying them into an unknown crisis. No city or defense system can stand in our way. As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly accessed the internal panel of the new Federation Spirit Division. The screen flashed with urgent red alerts. The Qin are about to attack a federal city, and all Spirit Division members near Luo City must assemble immediately. The response was swift, like a tidal wave. Within moments, 4 teams had answered the call. Team 7 was only 300 kilometers from Luo City and was rushing there at full speed. Team 9, the Golden Eagles, was also rapidly approaching from 430 kilometers away. Meanwhile, Lin Shun turned to report to Shen Shu. I've informed Major General Sun Wu of the situation. He's urgently dispatched a team of hunters and has alerted Luo City to activate the city's defenses and thoroughly check all suspicious individuals. Shen Shu nodded slightly, his expression remaining calm, though his constantly bouncing leg betrayed his inner anxiety. Suddenly, his wrist communicator beeped, and Yuan Ye's face filled the screen. What's going on? I'm in class. Why so many calls? Is the education department having you gather all the students for protection? Shen Shu got straight to the point. Yuan Ye's smile faded as he answered seriously. Yes, is there a problem? Shen Shu initially wanted to suggest dispersing the students, but reconsidered, thinking that if the Qin were already in Luo City, scattering might lead to greater casualties. He frowned in thought for a moment, then briefly informed Yuan Yi of the recent developments. Upon hearing the situation, Yuan Ye's face changed dramatically. If it's really the Qin responsible for Blue City's attack, this is indeed critical, Shen Shu calmly analyzed. I suggest transferring students in batches to different safe zones to avoid being caught all at once and to prevent unnecessary losses from over-dispersal. Yuan Yi nodded repeatedly. Shen Shu added, and my grandparents, they might also be targets. Instructor Yuan, they're my only family. Yuan Ye's expression turned solemn. Don't worry, I'll personally ensure their relocation. With that, he immediately ended the call. Shen Shu leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes in contemplation. Despite the turmoil within him, his face remained as calm as still water. The atmosphere inside the hovercraft grew increasingly tense. Elsewhere, Mu Chang was issuing orders to a dozen Qin members. The main god was extremely dissatisfied with our previous actions, but in his mercy, he has given us a chance to redeem ourselves. Follow the marked locations of the schools and kill everyone you see. Meanwhile, other Qin within the city will create chaos to distract the city's defenses and mobile units. These Qin, with only skin-level training, could easily handle a high school in a Tier 3 city using their mind power and beasts granted by the Steel Seal. As long as they hit the right targets, victory was assured. The Qin members wore bloodthirsty grins, and Mu Chang also smiled with satisfaction. I'll go to the Heritage Division to capture Shen Shu's family, Mu Chang said fiercely. I want to record a masterpiece of brutal slaughter. Mu Chang stood at the edge of the hovercraft, his brow furrowed. The plan to capture Shen Shu's family swirled in his mind, but Hill's dissatisfaction hung over him like a sword. Simply capturing two elderly people, one of whom was half paralyzed, wouldn't suffice. Mu Chang gritted his teeth and decided. There must be a video left behind that would drive Shen Shu to madness. Just as they were about to leave the hovercraft, a stern command rang out. No passage allowed here. The city's mobile defense team had already set up no passage signs on the perimeter and was preparing to activate the air restriction device. A flash of seriousness crossed Mu Chang's eyes, and he thought, how did they respond so quickly? Could it be that the martial exam has caused an early lockdown? He forced himself to remain calm, opened the hatch, and put on a professional smile. Officer, we're from the Education Department, here to protect the martial exam. These are our travel documents. The mobile team leader took the documents, suspicion flickering in his eyes. While pretending to examine them, he secretly contacted his teammates and superiors. To buy time, the leader feigned enthusiasm and said, Oh, you're from the Education Department. We were just about to welcome you. The leadership instructed us to treat you well. Would you like to visit the Education Department first? The leaders want to introduce you to some of Luo City's outstanding talents. Behind Mu Chang, the vassal's eyes lit up. Killing officials and destroying talents would be a significant achievement. However, Mu Chang hesitated not a bit. A powerful mental force erupted from him, invading the mobile team's minds like a virus. In an instant, all the team members collapsed to the ground. With a blank expression, Mu Chang drew a sharp knife and, to the vassal's shock, swiftly slit each person's throat. Warm blood splattered on his face, accentuating his menacing expression. Brother Chang, have you lost your mind? This will alert them, one of the vassals cried out in terror. Mu Chang sneered, severing the team leader's arm to remove his wristband. He checked the communication records, where an urgent call for help stood out. Mobile Unit 2 has detected suspected vassals, requesting backup. See that? Mu Chang said darkly. They saw through us long ago. They were wary from the moment we claimed to be from the Education Department. So, should we retreat? Another vassal asked, trembling. Mu Chang spun around, slamming the bloodied flat of his knife against the speaker's face. Retreat. His voice was low and dangerous. Thinking of retreating now? Are you that naive? You think you can escape by retreating? Do you really believe the master will spare us? Mu Chang sneered, drawing a bloodline across the man's face with his blade. Blood slowly trickled from the wound, and the surrounding people fell silent in fear. Mu Chang continued with a grim smile. Either complete the mission or become food for the master. Understand? Understood. The terrified followers responded, trembling. Move out, Mu Chang commanded, and they immediately abandoned their hovercrafts, each heading towards their designated targets. They also gathered ferocious beasts they had collected through various means, preparing for the upcoming action. Meanwhile, schools across Luo City were urgently evacuating students. Yuan Yi watched as the students of Luo City High safely left and patted the principal on the shoulder, saying, These kids are in your hands now. The city defense personnel will soon take over the outer protection. With that, he rushed towards the hospital under the jurisdiction of the Heritage Department. Not long after, Luan Fu, the head of Luo City's inspection office, excitedly told Yuan Yi, Yuan Yi, the followers are causing chaos in different parts of the city. If we concentrate our forces and eliminate them directly, it would be a major achievement. Yuan Yi immediately countered. Our mission is to minimize casualties. The military and mobile units will handle the followers. You just need to protect the civilians as best as you can. Although Luo City was only a third-tier city, its basic city defense and mobile armed forces were more than adequate to counter the followers. However, as the chaos spread throughout the city, Luo City quickly descended into turmoil. Gamblers, with sinister smiles, used the power of their steel marks to slaughter ordinary citizens wantonly. A breakfast shop owner set his shop ablaze. These were followers marked with steel, and although not as powerful as Mu Chong and his ilk, the power granted by the marks was enough to wreak havoc in the city. Following Yuan Ye's instructions, Luan Fu cursed under his breath. No wonder I can only be the head coach. Still thinking about protection? Protecting doesn't earn as much credit as killing followers. At that moment, a subordinate shouted in panic. Chief, the followers are charging towards us. Hesitation flickered across Luan Fu's face before he shouted. Hold them off. I'm on my way. Meanwhile, Mu Chong observed the approaching inspection officers with cold disdain. He had initially planned to let them go due to time constraints, but they delivered themselves instead. With a wave of his hand, several second-tier beasts charged forward. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets from the explosive guns left blood flowers on the beasts. However, under Mu Chong's mental interference, the officers felt their minds go blank. In the next second, the beasts lunged at their heads with open jaws. Blood sprayed everywhere, creating a horrifying scene. Luan Fu, who had just arrived, staggered back in shock. How can these followers be so strong? He muttered in fear. And why do these beasts look so familiar? Aren't they the ones we captured when we shut down the underground fighting ring? The beasts should have been executed. However, a person claiming to be from a pharmaceutical company had offered an irresistible price to use the beasts for experiments. Ultimately, Luan Fu pocketed the money and found an excuse to cover it up, compensating for the loss of his share of the black market profits after its closure. Mu Chong glanced at Luan Fu indifferently. In the next moment, a beast lunged at him. No, I helped you. Luan Fu's words were cut short as the beast bit into him, violently shaking and tearing his body. In an instant, only a bloody mess remained. Mu Chong had already reached the Heritage Department's direct hospital, heading straight for a location he had previously scouted. Outside the inspection office, shortly after Mu Chong left, a group of mysterious individuals arrived quietly. The leader surveyed the bloody scene and the mutilated body of Luan Fu with a frown, then immediately ordered a retreat. Luan Fu is dead. Just deal with the remaining loose ends, he instructed in a low voice. One of his companions couldn't help but question, is it really worth such a big operation for a third-tier city? The leader shook his head helplessly. Whether it's worth it or not, how can we defy Prince Hill's orders? The military has already begun their actions, and our task is complete. Before the words were fully out of his mouth, the group discreetly left amidst the chaos, blending into the darkness outside the city. Meanwhile, the hospital under the Legacy Department was in chaos. The sudden beast attack caused panic, and those with stronger abilities spontaneously fought back. Mu Chong took advantage of the situation to sneak into the hospital, heading straight for his target's room. As he opened the door, the smile on Mu Chong's face froze. The empty hospital room made his eyes widen with rage. Where is everyone? Feeling the residual warmth on the bed, Mu Chong sneered and muttered to himself. Oh, trying to run? In an instant, veins bulged on his forehead, and his mental power surged like a tide around him. Quickly, he locked onto a direction and smirked coldly. Still have special protection? Seems like you care a lot about your family. Mu Chong charged deeper into the hospital like a whirlwind, effortlessly overcoming anyone who stood in his way with his mental power. At this moment, Yuan Yi sensed the mental sweep, his expression darkening. He's here. He turned to the nurse beside him. Hide them well. I'll hold off the intruder. Grandfather Shen urgently grabbed the nurse's hand. We two old folks aren't worth it. Officer Yuan, take the young girl and leave. Yuan Yi gently freed himself from the old man's grip. I promised Shen Shu to ensure your safety. He patted the nurse's shoulder. I'll leave it to you. Though her hands were trembling, the nurse nodded firmly and pushed the automated wheelchair towards the scanning room. Mu Chong soon confronted Yuan Yi, glancing disdainfully. Bone refinement stage? You think you can stop me? Without a word, Yuan Yi threw the collected drugs to the ground. Instantly, a pungent toxic gas spread, courting death. Mu Chong shouted angrily, his mental powers sweeping over instantly. Buzz. Despite being prepared, Yuan Ye's mind went blank, even feeling a compulsion to submit. Mu Chong sneered. So what if you're at the bone refinement stage? My powerful mental force can easily influence you, even though these powers will eventually be reclaimed by the main god. Suddenly, Mu Chong felt a sharp pain in his head. His expression darkened, his temples throbbing. The continuous use of mental power was overwhelming his mental sea, and even the mark left by Hill was beginning to crack. Feeling the excruciating pain from his mental sea, Mu Chong regretted releasing all the beasts to create chaos. Now, he had to face the current predicament alone, with the burden on his mental sea growing heavier. Mu Chang reluctantly drew his knife from behind his waist and walked towards Yuan Yi, determined to end him personally. Suddenly, he felt a surge of energy within him, and the air he inhaled destabilized his already weakened state. His face changed drastically, and he cursed under his breath, quickening his pace as the blade, charged with blood energy, aimed directly at Yuan Ye's neck. At that critical moment, Yuan Yi moved instinctively. Years of relentless martial arts training had honed his senses to detect danger even when his consciousness was hazy. He instinctively stepped back. The blade sliced through, and blood spurted from Yuan Ye's chest. The intense pain instantly dispelled his dizziness. Seeing this, Mu Chang endured the severe pain, intensified his mental power, and unleashed all his energy, determined to kill Yuan Yi. With a final burst of clarity, Yuan Yi stepped forward. The sharp blade pierced his abdomen, but he held on to Mu Chang tightly, punching him repeatedly in the back. The internal energy exploded within Mu Chang. Yuan Ye's physique was superior, and combined with the energy in the air, as long as he could hold Mu Chang, he could ensure the safety of the Shen family's members, even if it cost him his life. Mu Chang spat blood. Realizing Yuan Ye's intention, his eyes widened with rage. "You're courting death." He unleashed all his energy and mental power, twisting his hand holding the knife, desperately trying to break free from Yuan Ye's grip. At this crucial moment, the roar of a hovercraft approached from afar. With a whoosh, a loud crash came from above, and the ceiling collapsed instantly. Yuan Yi felt someone grab the back of his collar, and a surge of energy flowed into him, miraculously beginning to heal his injuries. Transformative energy. Yuan Yi opened his eyes and saw a familiar face. He forced a smile. "Heh, your family is safe." Shen Shu heard this, and his fists clenched involuntarily. "I'll handle the rest," Shen Shu said, handing Yuan Yi over to Lin Shun, who had rushed over. Without a word, Lin Shun immediately took Yuan Yi to the medical bay inside the hovercraft. Shen Shu turned, his gaze fixed on the person bound by mental power. Mu Chang met Shen Shu's eyes, filled with a murderous intent that seemed almost tangible, and couldn't help but tremble, as if being stared down by an enraged tiger. Shen Shu, if you kill me, your danger will only increase." Mu Chang stammered. "The clans won't spare you. Valen won't spare you. You'll never have peace." Shen Shu remained silent, delivering a powerful kick. With a loud crash, Mu Chang was sent flying through the wall like a broken kite. Shen Shu's energy roared like a ferocious beast as he instantly appeared before Mu Chang, stomping down with force. Boom, dust flew, debris scattered, and the ground caved in instantly. Shen Shu stood on Mu Chang's chest, blood continuously pouring from Mu Chang's mouth. He enunciated each word clearly. "It is you who will never have peace. All of you will pay for what you've done today." Mu Chang, who had been so arrogant in front of Yuan Yi, now struggled helplessly. His once proud mental power was crushed and consumed by Shen Shu, and his entire body's meridians were shattered by Shen Shu's energy. Just as Mu Chang was about to be crushed, the pressure suddenly lifted, and fresh air filled his lungs again. Surviving the brink of death, Mu Chang looked at Shen Shu in confusion as he crouched down. Scared, Shen Shu shook his head slightly. He had already probed Mu Chang's mind, and, upon learning what this beast intended for his family, changed his mind. He leaned in and said, "Dying like this is too easy for you." With that, Shen Shu suddenly grabbed Mu Chang's arm. Mu Chang's eyes filled with terror. "Wait. No. Ah." Amidst his painful screams, Shen Shu tore off one of his arms. Mu Chang watched in horror as his skin, muscles, and bones were ripped away piece by piece, the excruciating pain and psychological shock nearly breaking him. "Maniac! Maniac! You're the real demon!" Mu Chang screamed hysterically. Shen Shu remained silent, somewhat dazed by the bloody scene he had caused. He wasn't afraid. Instead, he felt a tinge of satisfaction from Mu Chang's fear and tears. He smiled. "Relax, take a deep breath." With that, he grabbed Mu Chang's other arm. "We're not done yet." After Lin Shun and the others finished clearing out the surrounding beasts, their attention was drawn to the deep pit at the center of the hospital. Inside, Shen Shu was covered in blood, the crimson liquid blooming on his white robe like blossoming plum flowers. He slowly turned around, his pale face splattered with blood, his gaze icy. More chilling was the sight behind Shen Shu, where a limbless person was struggling weakly, emitting faint groans. Shu Ayahan couldn't help but gasp, instinctively stepping back a few paces. Lin Shen's expression was grave as he tried to approach Shen Shu. "Your family is already safe. Why go this far?" Shen Shu spoke coldly. "Don't come any closer. That guy is coming." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful psychic force erupted from Mu Chang. Once on the brink of death, Mu Chang suddenly opened his eyes, glaring with hostility at those in front of him. Hill's consciousness had descended upon Mu Chang, and upon seeing Shen Shu, he was momentarily stunned. "You're not dead?" The familiar voice brought Shen Shu back to the first time he encountered the kindred. "Were you waiting for me?" Hill scoffed, his tone filled with contempt. This is just a psychic manifestation. You can't hurt me or catch me. Shen Shu's voice was icy as he replied. You talk too much. He leaned down to look at Mu Chong, or rather Hill, who was possessing him. Cherish your last moments. I will kill you in the most miserable way. No sooner had he spoken than Shen Shu abruptly lifted his foot and stomped heavily on Mu Chong's head. With a bang, it exploded like a watermelon, blood splattering across the pit. Shen Shu turned expressionlessly and walked toward Lin Shun. Where else are there kindred in Luoqing? Feeling the intense killing intent emanating from Shen Shu, Lin Shun swallowed hard. Luoqing High School. Without another word, Shen Shu boarded the hovering craft, with Lin Shun and the others following closely. With a hum, the craft swiftly ascended and left. Survivors trembled as they emerged from the hospital, looking at the gruesome scene in the pit and the surrounding beast carcasses. Many were so weak in the knees they collapsed, sobbing uncontrollably. On the craft, Lin Shun reported to Shen Shu, the support troops are in place, and the kindred situation in Luoqing will not worsen. It's only a matter of time before they're eradicated. Your family has been moved to a safe house. Shen Shu nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Shun took a deep breath and revealed his true purpose. The kindred are like rats within the Federation, causing limited damage. But Hill is different. He is a minor noble of the Valen race, and his father is a level 1 Valen. Even without the assistance of soul warriors, Major General Sun would struggle to defeat him. Considering your talent and psychic abilities, I advise you not to provoke or challenge him lightly until you reach the bone-strengthening stage. Building up your strength is the right path. Shen Shu frowned slightly and responded seriously. I'm of average talent and not skilled in psychic abilities. What good is building up strength? These words left Lin Shen stunned, and even Shu Ahan nearby was dumbfounded. Lin Shen thought Shen Shu was speaking out of frustration and couldn't help but retort. Man, you're recognized as a talent by both the Yuling department and the military. What are you good at? Shen Shu asked in a deep voice, looking out at the increasingly familiar scenery and the bloody battle scenes within the city. I'm good at killing, he replied coldly, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Before he finished speaking, Shen Shu decisively opened the door of the hovercraft and leapt out. The howling wind slapped against his face, and his clothes flapped wildly in the high altitude. The buildings on the ground grew larger and larger, rapidly expanding. Just as he was about to land, a sound like the roar of a dragon echoed across the sky. A thick, tangible blood-red aura enveloped Shen Shu in an instant. Students at Luoqing High School all looked up simultaneously, watching the blood-red meteor descending from the sky. Excitement appeared on their faces as they murmured, "The military is here to save us." Sun Wang and Zhao Yang, caught in the crowd, also couldn't help but glance upward. The next moment, with a loud bang, the meteor crashed heavily into the midst of the battling forces. Dust and smoke rose, obscuring everyone's vision. Clunk, 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 heavy footsteps emerged from the smoke. Both the kin and the mechanized troops stared in shock at the swirling smoke. Suddenly, the shadow of a massive fierce tiger appeared, looming menacingly. Like an arrow released from a bow, Shen Shu shot out of the smoke. With a thunderous bang, a skin-training kin was instantaneously reduced to a mere shadow, leaving only a mist of blood in the air. As Shen Shu had stated, the surging blood energy, powerful physique, unyielding willpower, and a series of combat-enhancing techniques had shaped him into what he was now, a warrior born for battle and slaughter. You have killed a level 3 skin-training kin, gaining 15 hours of sage time. The system notification chimed, but Shen Shu didn't even glance at the panel. The ground shattered again as Shen Shu charged at his next target like a pouncing tiger. A kin, still in shock, suddenly felt a large hand pressing against their face. In an instant, an unstoppable force came. Bang! Shen Shu grabbed the person's head and slammed it into the ground, leaving shattered and deformed skull fragments. Damn it! Kill him! The remaining kin went mad, hurling their willpower at Shen Shu. Faced with such an onslaught, Shen Shu merely turned back coldly, then crushed them with his overwhelming willpower. In mere moments, the once formidable kin fell one after another. As Shen Shu crushed the last kin's skull, the brutal battle came to a complete end. Lin Shun, who had just disembarked from the hovercraft, witnessed the entire scene and couldn't help but gasp, recalling Shen Shu's earlier words. At this moment, Sun Wang and Zhao Yang, who finally saw the newcomer clearly, exchanged uncertain glances and whispered, "Is that someone from the military? Why does he look so much like Shen Shu?" Shen Shu's keen ears picked up on the voice. He turned around, smiled faintly in their direction, and waved before heading back to the hovercraft. Seeing Shen Shu's face, Zhao Yang shook Sun Wang's arm excitedly, his voice trembling. "Damn, that's Shen Shu. And he even waved at us." Sun Wang was stunned for a moment, then smiled wryly. "Ha! Damn, he showed off again." But soon, genuine joy appeared on his face. "It's great. Our big guy is finally doing well." On the hovercraft, Lin took a deep breath and silently watched Shen Shu's back. He wanted to tell Shen Shu that reinforcements had arrived, and there was no need to fight so desperately, but the strong smell of blood from Shen Shu stopped him. Instead, he quietly recorded Shen Shu's every move, not to betray him, but to help the military fully analyze Shen Shu's characteristics in order to tailor weapons, training plans, and mechs for him. As Shen Shu leaped off the hovercraft again, Lin directed him through the earpiece. The remaining brood and beasts are scattered. I'll guide you from the craft. Got it, Shen Shu responded briefly. Lin glanced at Shu Ayahan, who immediately began compiling information. Moments later, Shen Shu's wristband displayed the locations of the beasts and brood. Shen Shu then moved swiftly through the city like a bolt of lightning. Suddenly, the city's silence was shattered by the roar of a beast. A beast was savagely ramming the iron door of a small house, already bent and cracked. Through the gap, its large eyes locked onto the man inside holding a knife, with a child clutched by his mother behind him. The man gritted his teeth, determination etched on his face. Take Meow Meow inside. I'll fight it. He swung a kitchen knife, striking the beast's nose fiercely. In the next moment, blood splattered everywhere, covering the man in red. Am I really this strong? He marveled at the knife in his hand. That's when he noticed a young man pulling his foot from the beast's forehead. Are you alright? Shen Shu asked. The man shook his head numbly. Someone will come to handle the rest. Just stay inside, Shen Shu said, easily closing the iron door, leaving only a pool of blood oozing in. As the man stood in shock, a shout came from inside the house. Oldly, if we're going to die, we'll die together. His wife rushed out, holding a wooden club, and burst into tears upon seeing her blood-soaked husband. What are you crying for? I'm not dead, the man coughed. You're okay? And the beast? His wife asked in disbelief. I took it down with a mysterious guy, the body's right outside, he explained, stopping her from peeking through the door. All right, back inside, he urged, shoving her back while glancing at the bloodstain outside, murmuring, such a young rescuer. Meanwhile, Shen Shu continued to dart through the city. His powerful physique and blood aura meant he needed no rest, and his precise mental power left the brood defenseless. Suddenly, a message came through the mobile unit channel. Coordinate with the Yulingsi, don't act rashly. There's a group of brood here. Shen Shu immediately changed direction. Just as the Yulingsi prepared to advance with the mobile unit, a loud shout came from behind. I'll handle this. Before anyone could react, Shen Shu had already stormed into the brood's hideout like a whirlwind. Instantly, the chaos of battle erupted there. As mental forces like swords and blades pierced towards Shen Shu's mind, the nearby Yuling division officer's face suddenly changed. He cursed under his breath, wondering who this reckless person was, and prepared to intervene. However, in the next instant, the room erupted with intense fighting sounds. Bang! Thud! Crack! In no time, Shen Shu emerged from the room, calmly stating, it's done. With that, he sped off to other locations based on the information provided by Lin Shen. Hearing this, the Yuling division officer rushed inside to check, and the scene left him speechless. 3 servants lay with twisted necks, clearly lifeless. The beast that had been lying in ambush was now crumpled on the floor like a rag doll. Upon closer inspection, the beast's skull was severely deformed, some even shattered. Who the hell is this guy? The Yuling division officer wondered in shock. The same question lingered in the minds of other support unit members. With Shen Shu's efficient slaughter, the pressure on the battlefield eased significantly. At this moment, no one cared about credit. With civilian casualties mounting, ending the battle quickly was the best course of action. Their only concern was, who exactly was this person who fought like a god of death? Whether it was beasts or servants, in Shen Shu's hands, they were like paper, utterly defenseless. Each strike was lethal, clean, and precise. Wow, who's this guy's commander? Exclaimed the Golden Eagle, called in for support, as he watched Shen Shu's departing figure. Seems like he's the new inspector from the new Alliance Yuling division, named Shen Shu, someone replied. Meanwhile, Lin Shen, aboard the floating craft, watched as Shen Shu annihilated most of the scattered servants and beasts in just over an hour, a look of bewilderment on his face. Shen Shu's killing speed far exceeded his expectations. Anymore. Shen Shu's voice suddenly came through the earpiece. Lin Shen quickly cleared his throat. Hold on. He turned to Shu Ayahan, who was sweating profusely. Shen Shu was killing monsters faster than she could organize the information. Realizing she couldn't keep up, Shu Ayahan announced over the channel. All servants and beasts have been cleared. With this announcement, several support units immediately shared the remaining target locations. They weren't incapable of handling it. They just wanted to witness the prowess of this ultimate tough guy and monster-killing demon named Shen Shu. As information from all sides converged, by evening, the chaos across Luo City had mostly subsided, with the military conducting final checks. Almost every support unit came to meet this new inspector from the new Alliance Yuling division. Inspector Shen's strength is beyond our expectations. We barely had to lift a finger, and it was all resolved here. Indeed, we should keep in touch if needed in the future. Each support team was savvy enough to know that making an acquaintance with such a powerful and young inspector was worth the effort. Not at all. Thank you all for your support and assistance. Shen Shu will remember this. Shen Shu humbly replied. Hearing this, the support teams exchanged smiles, said their goodbyes, and prepared to leave. They each had their tasks and had only come due to the servant attack on the city. After seeing them off, Shen Shu let out a long breath. The military was already conducting screenings, and there wasn't much more he could do. He glanced at his current panel. 880 hours remaining in the sage moment. These hours were more than enough to handle any emergency situations. Seeing Shen Shu in a daze, Lin Shen thought he was worried and patted his shoulder to comfort him. All right, things are pretty much wrapped up here. I've also reported to Major General Sunday. Your grandfather's injuries are almost healed by the inheritance division, and the military will take care of the rest, ensuring he's back to full health. Your family will also be settled within the military, so you don't need to worry about their safety anymore. Don't be so tense. Go home and see your family. Hearing the words, go home, Shen Shu was momentarily stunned. What was supposed to be a simple participation in an exchange match had unexpectedly led to a special recruitment by the military, and eventually, he even became an inspector. It had indeed been some time since he last went home. As Shen Shu was about to head towards the safe house, Lin Shen quickly stopped him. Are you going like this? Even though the inspector's uniform of the Yuling division has a cleansing function, you should at least wash up, he said, pointing towards the bathroom. Shen Shu looked down at the bloodstains on his clothes and silently nodded before heading into the bathroom. The hot water washed over him, gradually softening the dried blood crusts. He had lost count of how many people and beasts he had killed. Apart from the initial anger and slight disgust when he killed Mu Chong, Shen Shu had become almost numb. At his feet, the dissolving blood crusts formed a small red puddle. After a while, Shen Shu quickly washed his white robe and activated the cleansing and drying functions. When he emerged from the bathroom, Lin Shun and Shu Aihan couldn't help but be taken aback. If Shen Shu had previously seemed like a fierce deity fallen to earth, he now appeared as a gentle and refined scholar. The indifference in his eyes, combined with the lingering ferocity, gave him the air of a young general. Lin Shen couldn't help but remark, with your looks, even if you don't go to the battlefield, you'd make an excellent figurehead for propaganda. As he spoke, he opened the hatch. The city is mostly cleared of the beasts now. With so many entering the city, someone will have to be held accountable. But the follow-up investigation will be handled by others. You should go spend some time with your family first. Shen Shu nodded and was about to leave when he turned back to ask, how is Yuan Yi? Lin Shen hesitated for a moment before replying. His physical injuries aren't severe, but his spiritual sea has taken quite a hit. Combined with the accumulation of hidden injuries, he needs conservative treatment for now. We're contacting people from the Yuling division to help with his recovery. Shen Shu paused at the door of the hovercraft. Is there anything I can do to help? Lin Shen thought for a moment. There's a force within Yuan Yi that's helping to alleviate his injuries and dissolve the hidden wounds. It's likely the one you often use. If you have time, you could help dissipate some of the dark energy, which would make treatment easier. But there's no rush. Go see your family first. Shen Shu hesitated briefly before finally stepping through the hatch and heading to the safe house. As soon as Shen Shu walked in, his grandparents' eyes filled with tears. Shen Shu hurried forward, and his grandmother held his hand, recounting recent events. His grandfather, too, seemed much more cheerful, with a newfound vitality in his once cloudy eyes. The Shen Shu who had nearly wiped out the entire clan and beasts in Luo City now resembled a gentle tiger finding warmth at home, listening quietly to his grandmother's chatter. His grandfather's back injury, which had once paralyzed him, was no longer a major issue at the hospital of the inheritance division. At least, with Shen Shu's current status, what once forced him to fight illegal boxing matches for survival had become a minor issue that others were eager to help resolve. Instructor Yuan's kindness to Shen Shu's family was like the warm sunshine of spring, gentle yet impossible to ignore. He not only provided Shen Shu's grandparents with the best medicine and medical equipment available in Luo City, but also considered installing mechanical exoskeletons for them. However, considering their age and the hospital's capabilities, this idea was eventually shelved. Shen Shu nodded silently, feeling a surge of gratitude in his heart. Without Yuan Ye's timely help, his family might have been in a dire situation. Just then, his grandmother gently tugged at his sleeve, her brow furrowed, and her eyes pleading. Xiao Shu, your grandpa is much better now. We should go home. There are still so many wounded outside who need care, and we can't keep occupying these precious medical resources. Shen Shu pondered for a moment before finally agreeing with a nod. As night fell, the moonlight poured down like water. The hovercraft slowly descended, and the elderly couple finally returned to the home they had lived in for most of their lives. Stepping over the familiar threshold, their faces lit up with joyful smiles. Although Shen Shu now had the means to provide them with better living conditions, the elderly couple remained attached to the small house, filled with countless memories. Shen Shu also took the opportunity to relive the warm memories of his childhood. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the curtains into the room. Shen Shu, come out and have breakfast, his grandmother called. Shen Shu put on a robe with a golden nebula pattern and fastened his combat belt, looking more upright and spirited. He took a deep breath and opened the door. His grandmother looked him over carefully and said with a smile, Shen Shu, have you grown taller again? You're at the age for growing, so eat a few more eggs. After days of rushing and fighting, Shen Shu was famished. He sat at the table, eagerly peeling an egg and devouring it with some pickles. His grandfather also joined them for the rare, warm breakfast. Seeing Shen Shu devour his food, his grandmother's smile grew even wider. She said softly, Shen Shu, your grandpa and I are fine now, so don't put too much pressure on yourself. Practice martial arts when you need to, and make friends when you can. Shen Shu choked on his egg and quickly sped up his eating. I'm done, Grandma. I need to go see Instructor Yuan today. With that, he hurried away from the table, as if escaping. Watching their grandson's flustered back, the elderly couple exchanged a knowing smile. In the days that followed, Shen Shu's life gradually returned to normal. The military took full control of Luo City and was conducting a large-scale sweep of the remaining factions. Meanwhile, companies and officials linked to the beasts were swiftly removed. Shen Shu returned to the old house each night to rest and visited Yuan Yi during the day, occasionally chatting with Sun Wang and Zhao Liang at Luo City No. 1 High School. However, knowing Shen Shu was coming, the school always prepared a grand welcome, making Shen Shu reluctant to visit more than once. At the Luo City Military Treatment Center, Shen Shu was focused on healing Yuan Ye's injuries. As the last trace of his energy flowed into Yuan Ye's body, Shen Shu exhaled deeply and remarked, Luckily, my vitality is strong. It's a miracle you've survived with injuries this severe. Yuan Yi grinned. I planned to learn how to heal myself while dealing with these injuries, but I didn't expect to get such a great opportunity. Having Luo City's hero, Shen, personally take care of Mimi luck is unmatched. Not far away, Sun Wang and Zhao Liang couldn't help but joke. That's right. If Shen Shu returns to school, even just shaking hands with the principal would make him proud for a long time. Zhao Liang smirked, a hint of mockery in his voice. I heard that the principal now reports to the Education Bureau with his legs crossed, acting even more high and mighty than the Luoqing Education Bureau. Their teasing made Shen Shu smile slightly. He shook his head gently and did not respond. After laughing, Sun Wang turned his gaze to Shen Shu, curiosity in his eyes. By the way, Shen Shu, now that you've been specially recruited, are you still going to take the martial arts exam? Shen Shu skillfully peeled an apple with a fruit knife, not pausing his actions. I probably won't go back. As he spoke, he handed the peeled apple to Yuan Yi. Yuan Yi took a bite and suddenly thought of something, mumbling with his mouth full. So, if we want to find you in the future, we'll have to go to the military department? You better work hard so that when we join the military department, mentioning your name will actually help us. Hearing this, Shen Shu paused, frowning slightly. You two are planning to apply to the military department? Sun Wang nodded, explaining, Yeah, don't flatter yourself thinking we're going there just for you. The truth is, with our grades, we can't stand the lousy schools, and the top schools won't take us. Going to the military department is better, with all the resources and subsidies. Listening to them, Shen Shu hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded. True. Just then, a rapid knocking interrupted their conversation. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Shun entered, nodding at Yuan Yi before quickly walking over to Shen Shu and speaking in a low voice. Something's happened. The Yuling department in Blue City is filing a complaint against your previous soul-searching testimony about suspecting Sun Dianjing, and many people previously associated with Zhong Tianxiang are also protesting. Chief Ma is backing you up, but the Yuling department needs you to go back. Hearing this, Shen Shu slowly put down the fruit knife in his hand, his gaze turning cold. They need me to go back just because they're complaining? Zhong Tianxiang being a member of the clan is already an undeniable fact. What's there to doubt? Lin Shen's expression was a bit odd as he whispered. Well, some shady things can't be discussed openly. Even Chief Ma is being held back by various constraints, so they need you to return. Yuan Yi sensed the seriousness of the situation, coughed twice, and waved his hand. Cough, cough. All right, you've stayed long enough. Get out of here already. Sun Wang also noticed the situation, comforting, We'll visit your grandparents regularly. Don't worry, and just go. Shen Shu gave an apologetic smile, stood up, and prepared to leave. As he walked out the door towards the hovercraft, he asked casually, Sun Wang and Zhao Liang should have no problem getting into the military department, right? Lin Shun was taken aback, then replied, With the military department expanding its recruitment, there should be no problem. Shen Shu nodded slightly, contemplating. He knew that Lin Shun, being astute, had already understood his intentions. Shen Shu was not a saint, but he knew that if he had the ability yet didn't look after his former 3 back-row warriors, it would be quite unkind. However, he also understood that when emotions mix with interests, they can easily become tainted, so he added, Let them rely on their own strength as much as possible. I'll be their last resort. Lin Shun recognized Shen Shu's genuine feelings for the two and nodded in agreement. Understood. I'll make arrangements. As Shen Shu boarded the hovercraft, a hum sounded, and they sped towards Blue City again, leaving behind a trail of blurred shadows and unfinished conversations. The hovercraft slowly ascended, and Shen Shu withdrew his gaze from the gradually shrinking buildings. Lin Shun was focused on organizing the documents in his hands, a hint of satisfaction on his face. This time, your timely discovery of Zhong Tianxiang being a member of the Venerable clan and the effective measures you took have basically secured your position as an inspector, Lin Shun said as he handed the organized documents to Shen Shu. As for your actions in Luo City, where you eliminated most of the Venerable clan members and fierce beasts, including a bone refining realm member like Mu Chang, and prevented a Tier 3 city from being severely damaged, both the Spirit Administration and the military will reward you generously. You can rest assured about that. Shen Shu accepted the documents, and Lin Shun continued. The situation in Blue City is complex. Major General Sun's intention is to let you choose a cultivation technique or skill first, as a token of our sincerity. After all, since you've joined the military, we need to offer something in return. Hearing this, Shen Shu was momentarily stunned. He had originally thought that material rewards would only come after formally joining the military, but they came much sooner than expected. He glanced down at the documents and was taken aback. More than half of the dozen or so techniques and skills were rare treasures. He looked at Lin Shun in surprise. Lin Shun smiled proudly. Rest assured, since you've joined the military, we won't let you suffer any loss. Moreover, you're a candidate for the Asura trial recommended by Major General Sun, and combined with your recent military achievements, you have enough merit to choose something good. He pointed to a few techniques. During your battles, the data model analyzed your combat style, which is mostly close range and aggressive, relying on strong vitality and physique to overpower your opponents. So, we've selected some techniques from the martial arts library for you. Shen Shu followed Lin Shun's finger. Bone refining realm. Turbulent world fist rare. 1 punch stirs the winds and clouds. 2 punches move mountains and seas. 3 punches cause the sky to fall and the earth to crack. This technique is colloquially known as the farmer's 3 punches, with only 3 moves, each increasing in power, and the third punch can injure enemies across realms. It's a very fitting martial art for you. And this one, skin refining realm. Soul severing grapple rare. Although not a bone refining realm technique, it aligns well with hidden strength and is extremely effective against humans, though not so much against fierce beasts. Lin Shun operated the device a bit and pulled up a new page. By the way, Major General Sun knows about your cultivation of the rock-solid body refinement technique, and this can also be exceptionally granted to you. Unifying realm, Great Sun forging cauldron technique rare. Uses abundant vitality to forge an eternal flame cauldron. This is likely what Zhao Chang used to tempt you to join the Federal University. After all, given his position, the most he could offer was a unifying realm technique, and this was the only one that could attract you. Seeing the astonishment in Shen Shu's eyes, Lin Shun couldn't help but smile with pride. A university, in terms of heritage and resources, could never compare to the military, which has been fighting on the front lines. What Major General Sun told you about fairness wasn't just empty words. The current Federation isn't as great as you might think. Previously, we couldn't give you this because you had just joined and had no achievements, and even if we applied for you, there would be subsequent scrutiny. But now, things are different. Listening to Lin Shun's words, Shen Shu felt a surge of emotion but maintained a calm exterior. He was inwardly grateful for choosing to join the military, as it not only brought him merits, but also the opportunity for sage-like moments. I'll take the Great Sun forging cauldron technique. Shen Shu decisively made his choice. Lin Shun nodded as if he had anticipated this. No problem. Lin Shun's voice echoed cautiously inside the carriage. Just be prepared. You're only at the skin training stage. I suggest you minor in the Great Sun technique and major in the rock technique, starting with building your apertures. Once your vital energy and blood have accumulated sufficiently, you can proceed to create the cauldron. As he spoke, Lin Shun handed a detailed document to Shen Shu. The scenery outside the window flew past rapidly, with some distance still to Blue City. Shen Shu took the document unhurriedly and began to read it carefully. Each page of the document was accompanied by written explanations and video demonstrations, with key points and potential pitfalls highlighted. These were valuable annotations left by the military, paving the way for future learners. Go ahead and read it, Lin Shun added. But remember, you must not share the technique carelessly. Shen Shu nodded solemnly and immersed himself in the precious material. The detailed annotations gradually drew him in, and this opportunity to study in advance would undoubtedly save him a significant amount of precious learning time. The document described the cultivation process in detail, using vital energy and blood to create apertures at the nodes of the meridians, then connecting these apertures to form the cauldron. Finally, the energy and blood are poured into the cauldron to be compressed and refined, eventually forming an everlasting great sun of energy and blood. Shen Shu could not help but marvel at this. Although the rock body refining technique had already pushed the tempering and absorption of energy and blood to the extreme, the Great Sun Cauldron technique introduced a new method. It allowed for the energy and blood to be further refined and compressed, enabling it to carry more. No wonder people said this technique was only suitable for practitioners of the rock body refining technique. Shen Shu thought that if someone with weak energy and blood recklessly attempted it, even if they managed to create the apertures and form the cauldron, the compression might cause their cultivation level to regress instantly. The Great Sun Cauldron technique, inspired by ancient wisdom, set up 365 apertures. The more apertures opened, the more energy and blood could be compressed and carried. There were no shortcuts on the path of cultivation. Only through relentless practice could one imprison the boundless Great Sun within a mortal body. At the end of the document, there were records of auxiliary potions and methods for cultivation. However, many of these potions were unfamiliar to Shen Shu, let alone obtainable. Looks like I'll have to rely on myself, Shen Shu muttered, closing the document and handing it back to Lin Shun, then turning his attention to the panel before him. The Great Sun Cauldron technique at the unification stage, remaining sage time, 880 hours. With a wave of his hand, the sage time began to flow like water. In the first hour, he attempted to gather energy and blood to forge an aperture. By the second hour, what used to be his greatest reliance, the surging energy and blood, now felt like a dragon trying to pass through the eye of a needle, difficult to control. A slight mistake led to meridian damage, but fortunately, internal energy protected him, and he was unharmed. After 8 hours of relentless effort, Shen Shu finally completed the first aperture, though it hadn't yet met the technique standard, prompting him to continue expanding it. By the 15th hour, his skills had become more refined, and the previously surging energy and blood entered the aperture. However, the continuous exertion left his energy and blood somewhat depleted, as practicing a unification stage technique at the skin training stage was evidently taxing. After 25 hours, Shen Shu had recovered and begun forming the second aperture. By the 40th hour, the second aperture took shape, but his energy and blood were again exhausted. Shen Shu halted the sage time, a hint of confusion crossing his eyes. Just 2 apertures had depleted his energy and blood twice? More surprising was that as energy and blood entered the apertures, he could distinctly feel his body's capacity for energy and blood increasing again. Just 2 apertures provided nearly 10% more capacity than before. Considering his energy and blood had been refined to the utmost by the rock body refining technique, the difference was striking to Shen Shu. Fortunately, Shen Shu practiced the rock body refining technique, allowing for quick recovery and increased capacity. Otherwise, it would have taken much more time. With this in mind, Shen Shu took out a few body refining pills and energy and blood potions, preparing to continue his cultivation journey. In the 41st hour, Shen Shu swallowed a body tempering pill and a qi and blood elixir, feeling the medicinal powers circulate within him. Just an hour later, he found himself needing to take another body tempering pill. The effect is too short-lived, he muttered to himself, recalling the miraculous elixirs mentioned in the cultivation manual that were worth millions. He couldn't help but lament how martial arts were truly a money pit. At that moment, Lin Shen noticed Shen Shu's actions and said in surprise, "You're starting your cultivation already?" As he spoke, he pulled out several bottles of crystal-clear blood-red elixirs and body-tempering pills from his pocket and handed them to Shen Shu. "Don't use those old ones. They tend to leave residue." Looking at these high-grade elixirs, Shen Shu felt both grateful and helpless. It was like he was smoking cheap cigarettes, and someone suddenly handed him an expensive cigar. Although he wanted to refuse out of pride, Shen Shu took them directly, silently vowing, "I'll pay you back someday, you generous big spender." With the help of these high-quality elixirs, Shen Shu's cultivation speed increased significantly. By the 50th hour, he had opened his 3rd acupoint. By the 123rd hour, he had opened 12 acupoints. And by the 180th hour, he had reached 18 acupoints, his qi and blood so abundant that he could easily surpass most bone refinement stage cultivators. Great Sun Cauldron Technique Beginner Level, Breakthrough to Skin Training Stage Level 2. The system's voice echoed in Shen Shu's mind. Remaining sage time, 700 hours. Shen Shu exhaled a long breath, feeling the changes within him. The qi and blood that had almost overflowed now became more contained. The acupoints seemed like his power banks, not only storing more qi and blood, but also strengthening the acupoints and meridians with the nourishment of the qi and blood. Although he wanted to wait for more elixirs to improve efficiency, thinking about recent events, Shen Shu gritted his teeth and decided to invest all his remaining sage time in cultivation. Time flew by as Shen Shu continuously used the rock-solid body technique to acquire new qi and blood and open more acupoints. By the 400th hour, he had opened 38 acupoints, his qi and blood had entered the bone, and his physique strengthened further to reach skin training stage level 3. By the 520th hour, the number of acupoints increased to 52, the qi and blood were further compressed, but the capacity increased, reaching skin training stage level 4. Finally, in the 700th hour, Shen Shu opened his 81st acupoint, forming a small circulation within his body. His qi and blood transformed from deep red to a strange hue with a faint golden tint, concealed within the acupoints. These were the essences of qi and blood about to coalesce into the Great Sun. Skin training stage level 5. Unity Great Sun Cauldron Technique, small achievement. The system notification rang out again. At this moment, the 81 acupoints within Shen Shu's body were faintly connected, forming a complete small circulation. Each acupoint contained a shimmering essence that flickered in and out, with qi and blood surging inside like a rushing river. The sudden surge in power made it difficult for Shen Shu to adjust immediately. He took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and felt the immense strength contained within. Reflecting on his journey from fighting underground boxing matches to becoming a sparring partner, and then hunting fierce beasts and clans, Shen Shu couldn't help but feel a deep sense of emotion that left him in silent contemplation for a long time. On the astral battlefield, Shen Shu made a name for himself by holding off a fourth-tier horned ox, earning his place in the military. At this moment, he felt that all his efforts had finally paid off. Sensing the surging power within him, he realized his strength had multiplied. He couldn't help but wonder what would happen if someone were to directly take on his fully charged lightning strike now. Just then, his wristband rang. He glanced down and saw it was a call from Ma Wenyuan. Shen Shu answered, and Ma Wenyuan's weary voice came through. Shen Shu, where are you guys now? Shen Shu looked out at the increasingly clear cityscape and replied briefly, almost there. Ma Wenyuan's tone immediately became more spirited. Great. Just to confirm, your soul-searching skill is indeed at a high level, right? Shen Shu frowned slightly and answered succinctly, yes. Good, Ma Wenyuan said. When you get to Blue City, don't act rashly. I'll handle Sun Dianjin's side. You just need to assist with the investigation. Shen Shu narrowed his eyes and asked, why? Ma Wenyuan sighed and explained, although Sun Dianjin has informed Zhong Tianxiang, he is still the deputy head of the Yuling Division. Despite some personal issues, the Yuling Division is in need of personnel right now. I hope you understand. Hearing this, Shen Shu let out a cold laugh. You've looked into Sun Dianjin, haven't you? His actions go beyond just notifying Zhong Tianxiang. Don't get involved in this. I'll take care of it, Ma Wenyuan said before ending the call. Shen Shu's gaze sharpened as he thought to himself. In the end, it's all about protecting each other. He recalled the information he had extracted from Zhong Tianxiang's memory. Every year, Sun Dianjin took several psychic talents from Zhong Tianxiang, supposedly to aid his own psychic cultivation. It was because of this transaction that Zhong Tianxiang could receive advance notice during investigations. As Shen Shu was pondering, Lin Shen suddenly spoke from behind him. Even though Ma Wenyuan asked you not to interfere, you still have your military status. The Federation may appear thriving on the surface, but internally, it's already riddled with corruption. This time, you might get to witness it firsthand. Lin Shen continued. No matter the outcome, you're ultimately part of the military. As General Sun Wu promised, while you may not have many privileges, the military ensures that those you face won't have privileges either. That's fairness. That's also the intention of Major General Sun Wu. After hearing this, Shen Shu couldn't help but scoff. Are you guys always so cryptic? It seems like there's more to your words. Just tell me why me. Lin Shen was momentarily taken aback, snapping out of his self-satisfied demeanor. After a brief hesitation, he explained, the reason is simple, because you can search souls. So, as long as someone tries to make you compromise, the matter won't be an issue. Chief Ma Wenyuan advises you not to get involved because you've just joined the Yuling Division and your foundation is still shallow. It's for your protection. As for us, we respect all your choices. Lin Shen gave a meaningful smile. At that moment, the hovercraft began to descend slowly. Through the porthole, Shen Shu could clearly see a large group of people in white robes gathered at the landing site, awaiting their arrival. At the Spirit Bureau of Blue City, Shen Shu and his team had just landed, and the cabin door slowly opened. Members of the Blue City Spirit Bureau, who had been waiting impatiently, began to whisper among themselves. One of them couldn't hold back and asked loudly, who is Shen Shu? Upon hearing this, Shen Shu calmly glanced at the questioner. I am. Do you have any business with me? His youthful face and the faint bloody aura visible through his psychic perception drew the attention of many present. Quite the attitude, making so many of us wait for you. Another member mocked. The new Union City hasn't even reached a first-tier city status, yet its inspectors act like they're from one. Laughter and ridicule echoed around. Shen Shu narrowed his eyes and coldly glanced at the speaker. If you don't want to wait, you can leave. This statement was like a bomb, instantly igniting the atmosphere at the scene. Huh? Not quite a team player, are we? Such a strong attack, someone remarked with a smirk of schadenfreude. Initially, the group intended to give this sensible inspector a way out, but now? Not a chance. What a sharp-tongued kid, someone sneered. I heard this kid is from the military. Indeed, even with the inspector's badge, he can't change his biting nature. Lin Shun, standing behind Shen Shu, was taken aback and angrily pointed at the speaker. What the heck? He was about to lash out when Shen Shu held his hand down. Shen Shu calmly pointed at the person who had just spoken. You. The named individual suddenly felt uneasy. Shen Shu continued, record this. A member of the Blue City Spirit Bureau is deliberately obstructing the investigation and attempting to sow discord between the Spirit Bureau and the military. There is a preliminary suspicion of being an accomplice to the enemy. I expect a reasonable explanation from the Blue City Spirit Bureau. Otherwise, I can't account to this young Major General's confidant from the military. Lin Shen looked confused. Huh? I need to account for something like this. The members of the Blue City Spirit Bureau exchanged glances, their eyes wide in disbelief. They thought to themselves, wasn't this inspector just appointed? How is he so familiar with the procedures? Shu Ayahan watched the scene unfold and was stunned. The Blue City Spirit Bureau members were always so arrogant, used to giving others a hard time, never having faced such a setback. She couldn't help but chuckle, her laughter cutting through the silence. Just as someone was about to retort, Shen Shu's gaze swept over them. Do you have something to say? Under pressure, the person stammered. You're abusing your power. Shen Shu sneered. Huh. If you have doubts, feel free to report me to higher authorities. But right now, I suspect you're obstructing my investigation and colluding with the previous speaker while also defaming me. What's your name? This was like being called out in class, immediately deflating the Blue City Spirit Bureau's stance. They looked at each other, speechless. With Shen Shu's inspector status, which was a level above theirs, and the military backing him, what could they say? Seeing the group's silence, Shen Shu let out a cold laugh. Since none of you have anything to do and are blocking me for no reason, what are you trying to do? Obstruct an inspector's investigation? Is the Blue City Spirit Bureau collectively covering up? These words left everyone stunned, and the look in their eyes towards Shen Shu was filled with disbelief. Shen Shu let out a cold snort, his gaze as sharp as a blade sweeping over the people blocking his path. Step aside, all irrelevant personnel, he commanded, his voice cold as iron, leaving no room for argument. Instantly, the previously aggressive crowd reluctantly parted, creating a path for him. With confident strides, Shen Shu walked through the crowd and entered the Blue City Spirit Bureau. His arrival caused quite a stir, drawing the attention of many to this young inspector. Some eyes showed helplessness, others had complex expressions, and some even carried a hint of disappointment. These silent questions seemed to ask, can such a young inspector truly handle the job? At that moment, a middle-aged man noticed Shen Shu's presence. He was initially taken aback, but soon wore a meaningful smile. This man was Li Nuadun, one of the deputy heads of the Blue City Spirit Bureau. He had instructed earlier that if Shen Shu appeared humble, he should be allowed in. If he was aggressive, they would deal with him. Seeing how smoothly Shen Shu had entered, Li Nuadun was secretly pleased, thinking this was someone easy to manipulate. Li Nuadun stepped forward with a tone that carried a hint of superiority. So, you must be the inspector who mistakenly judged our deputy chief, Sun Dianjin? Though you falsely accused our deputy chief, we are magnanimous and have decided not to report you. All you need to do is apologize to our deputy chief. Upon hearing this, Shen Shu's eyes narrowed slightly, and a faint, meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. All right, lead the way. This simple response made Lin Shun, standing nearby, glance sideways. He knew Shen Shu's character too well to believe he would admit fault so easily. Li Nuadun, unaware of Shen Shu's temperament, thought the inspector was intimidated. He chuckled inwardly, considering that the so-called genius selected by the military and recommended by Ma Wenyuan was nothing but spineless in the face of authority. He calculated that if Shen Shu admitted his mistake and Sun Dianjin had recently advanced to a spirit practitioner, even the Soul Master wouldn't have much to say. Then, by shifting the blame onto Shen Shu, he might even drag Ma Wenyuan down with him. With this in mind, Li Nuadun's smile deepened, and he patted Shen Shu's shoulder with a hint of arrogance. Admitting mistakes and correcting them is a great virtue. You have a promising future. Those who had initially held hope for Shen Shu looked on, shaking their heads in disappointment at the young inspector. Shen Shu observed coldly, taking everything in. He thought to himself, it seems this Sun Dianjin does have some issues. Although the situation was urgent and there was no time for a thorough investigation, for him, what could be more direct and efficient than a soul search? Li Nuadun led a few people to an office door. Shen Shu's eyes sharpened, his vigilance heightened. It was unusual for someone he had pointed out as a major suspect to remain so calmly in the office. As the door swung open, a powerful surge of mental force crashed over them like a tidal wave. Even Shen Shu felt the veins on his temples throb. Sun Dianjin looked up at them, wearing a disdainful smile. A moment later, seeing Lin Shun and others in pain, Sun Dianjin finally reined in his mental force, feigning apology. Sorry, everyone, I just broke through to a spirit practitioner, and my mental force is a bit uncontrollable. As the mental force subsided, Lin Shun's eyes carried a hint of gravity. A deputy chief who is a mental practitioner and one who is a spirit practitioner are two entirely different matters. No wonder the chief of Blue City was so adamant about protecting this person. Shen Shu stared intently at the man, a slight smile tugging at his lips, his eyes glinting with coldness. So, you've advanced to a spirit practitioner, huh? Shen Shu had no idea what being a Ling Shi entailed, but he clearly felt that Ma Wenyuan's previous warnings and the discomfort surrounding the entire situation were linked to this mysterious identity. Taking a deep breath, he was about to enter the office when Sun Dianjing suddenly looked up, coldly stating, "If you want to apologize, do it here. My office does not welcome those who spread rumors and falsely accuse colleagues." Lin Shun, infuriated by these words, immediately retorted, "Sun Dianjing, even though you've been promoted to Ling Shi, Shen Shu is still one of us in the military. Don't go too far." Sun Dianjing dismissively replied, "The military? He has no say in the internal affairs of the Yuling division." Just as Lin Shun was about to argue further, Shen Shu raised a hand to stop him. He looked directly at Sun Dianjing, his voice calm, yet powerful. "Do you think I'm here to apologize?" Sun Dianjing responded as if it were obvious. "Why else would you be standing here? Perhaps he has some issues, but as long as he's not truly part of the Jianzhu, when he becomes a Ling Shi, those issues are irrelevant." Shen Shu let out a cold laugh, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Oh, you say I falsely accuse colleagues. Now, I'll ask and you'll answer." He stepped forward, his voice steady and strong. "Sun Dianjing, when I came to arrest Zhong Tianxiang, you tipped him off and sent Lin Feng to obstruct us. That's one." Shen Shu continued to advance, each step pressing on Sun Dianjing's conscience. "You took many talented students from Zhong Tianxiang, and while a few became subordinates of the Yuling division, many disappeared. That's two." Sun Dianjing's eyes narrowed as he shouted angrily, "I said you can't enter this room." In an instant, a tsunami-like force of mental power surged towards Shen Shu, fiercely attacking his mind. Despite the excruciating pain, Shen Shu remained unwavering, continuing, "Zhong Tianxiang managed to sit as the deputy director of the Education Bureau in Lan City under the guise of a Jianzhu, repeatedly evading scrutiny, and you're connected to this. That's three." Sun Dianjing's mental power was nearly breaking Shen Shu's indomitable will, but Shen Shu still stared coldly at him, enunciating each word. "Therefore, I have the right to question, arrest, and search your mind." Shen Shu stepped forward again until only 7 steps separated him from Sun Dianjing. Suddenly, the floor exploded with sound. Shen Shu, like a boulder slicing through a tsunami, instantly appeared before Sun Dianjing. In his shocked gaze, Shen Shu grabbed his head and slammed it onto the desk. The desk shattered with a crack, splinters embedding into Sun Dianjing's cheeks, blood immediately flowing. As Sun Dianjing's eyes turned bloodshot and he attempted to resist, Shen Shu lifted his head again and slammed it down forcefully. This blow was so intense that dust fell from the floor below, causing everyone to look up towards Sun Dianjing's office. Watching the now semi-conscious Sun Dianjing, Shen Shu grabbed his hair, lifting him up, and said coldly, "Now, I will conduct a mind search. You have the right to object if you are not a member of the Jianzhu Federation." This scene stunned everyone present, including Lin Shen and Li Nuodan. They were left speechless, watching Shen Shu hold the nearly unconscious Sun Dianjing, unsure of how to react. As Lin Shen observed the familiar style of Shen Shu, he finally understood the previous silence. A sly glint flashed in Shen Shu's eyes, and a subtle smile appeared on his lips. It was clear he had intentionally set up Li Nuodan for ridicule. Lin Shen couldn't help but think to himself, "This guy is quite the performer." Shen Shu spoke slowly, with a hint of amusement in his voice. Sun Dianjing didn't object to the soul search. Just as Li Nuodan was about to retort, Lin Shen quickly turned his head, his gaze sharp as a knife. Sun Dianjing just resisted law enforcement, leaving Shen Jianxia with no choice but to act. "What do you intend to do?" His voice was full of menace, and he leaned forward slightly, closing the distance between him and Li Nuodan. Startled by the sudden pressure, Li Nuodan stepped back, gritting his teeth. "Our officer Wu will be back soon, along with your officer Ma. Let's see how you explain yourselves then." Despite his bravado, Li Nuodan knew deep down that it was too late to stop what was happening. Shen Shu's mental force surged into Sun Dianjing's mind like a tidal wave, unstoppable. Sun Dianjing's mind was like a vast starry sky, far more expansive than Zhong Tianxiang's. At its center floated a pale blue sphere, surrounded by an aura resembling spiritual energy. Shen Shu wondered, is this what the mind of a spiritualist looks like? Before he could ponder further, Sun Dianjing's memories flooded into Shen Shu's mind. Scene after scene flashed by. Powerful families, nepotism, false accusations against civilians, framing colleagues, colluding with Zhong Tianxiang, torturing the innocent. Each crime was more outrageous than the last. Shen Shu's anger grew, and he finally understood what Sun Wu meant by the parasites within the Federation. Shen Shu increased the pressure, causing Sun Dianjing to scream in pain as he woke. Staring at his bloodied face, Shen Shu's voice was icy. "For those you wrongfully condemned to death, this damned world should be destroyed. Now, I feel the same way about you, you bastard." Almost consumed by rage, Shen Shu nearly crushed Sun Dianjing's skull. You can't kill me. I'm a spiritualist, Sun Dianjing managed to say through gritted teeth. Shen Shu sneered. I agree. Death is too easy for you. He grabbed Sun Dianjing by the hair and dragged him out of the office. Blood smeared a vivid red line across the shiny floor, from the hallway to the stairs, and into the lobby. Everyone was stunned by the horrifying scene. Suddenly, Shen Shu stopped and looked around, loudly declaring, if anyone has evidence against Sun Dianjing, you can report it to me privately. He deliberately avoided naming those who were forced to compromise. Just as Shen Shu was about to drag Sun Dianjing out the door, a furious shout came from outside. Let go of Sun Dianjing. Wuda's voice was filled with rage and disbelief. He had imagined countless scenarios he might encounter upon returning Shen Shu making peace with Sun Dianjing, or Shen Shu in a crisis at the Blue City Yuling Division. But he never expected to witness this. Shen Shu dragging Sun Dianjing out of the Yuling Division doors like a dead dog. Following the sound, Shen Shu turned to see an unfamiliar middle-aged man. However, as soon as he noticed Ma Wenyuan standing beside the man, he immediately understood the man's identity. Wu Da, the chief officer of Blue City. Shen Shu, unafraid, continued to hold on to Sun Dianjing and faced the stern-looking Wu Da, coldly saying, why should I let him go? This statement shocked everyone present. Since Wu Da became the chief officer of the Blue City Yuling Division, no one had dared to openly defy him. Even if there were grievances, no one dared to show them, unless they no longer wished to remain in the field. Wu Da was momentarily speechless, then laughed angrily. A mere inspector dares to defy his superior? It seems you need to be taught a lesson. Before he finished speaking, Shen Shu stepped forward, and Ma Wenyuan immediately activated his mental power. At this tense moment, a buzzing sound came from the sky. Who says Shen Shu is just an inspector? Sun Wu jumped down from a hovering craft, landing steadily near Ma Wenyuan. Shen Shu is not only one of your new alliance people, but also one of ours from the military. Oh, what's all the commotion here? Sun Wu noticed Sun Dianjing's miserable state, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Wu Da lowered his voice and asked, Major General Sun, isn't the military currently investigating the examination of the vassal families? Why are you here at our Yuling Division? Yes, we are investigating, Sun Wu replied, giving Shen Shu a meaningful look. A dangerous glint flashed in Wu Da's eyes. Shen Shu is one of yours? Then for his treatment of a member of our Yuling Division, I will certainly. Before he could finish, Sun Wu pulled out a document and tossed it over. Certainly what? Retaliate? Against whom? Shen Shu. Sun Wu's smile faded, his eyes cold and piercing. Is Chief Wu planning to retaliate against a candidate for the Shura trial? Trying to harm the future of our military? Are you looking to destroy our military? Wu Da took the document, seeing it covered with the military seals and even the stamp of the military committee. He knew the military had restarted the Shura trial and understood that those selected would be key focuses for the military. But he never imagined Shen Shu would be on that list. Gritting his teeth, Wu Da handed the document back, suppressing his anger. Major General Sun, you've misunderstood. I meant that Shen Shu's unprovoked treatment of my Blue City Yuling Division's deputy chief will certainly lead us to file a protest with the Federation. Recalling what Lin Shun had previously conveyed, Shen Shu understood and looked at Wu Da with disdain. Unprovoked. He squinted. Is that a tumor on your neck? This remark left Ma Wenyuan stunned, and even Sun Wu showed a look of astonishment. As Wu Da's words fell, a wave of overwhelming mental force surged towards Shen Shu. Ma Wenyuan reacted swiftly, his pupils contracting, as he intercepted the force with one equally powerful. Simultaneously, Sun Wu shouted, Wu Da, how dare you? The tension was palpable, and Wu Da was furious. Ma Wenyuan, Sun Wu, are you two really going to protect this subordinate who disrespects his superiors? Just as Ma Wenyuan hesitated to speak, Shen Shu suddenly stomped heavily on Sun Dianjing's foot. The sound of cracking bones accompanied by Sun Dianjing's agonized scream drew everyone's attention. Ma Wenyuan was stunned and demanded, what are you doing? Shen Shu glanced at him coldly and retorted, is disrespecting a superior enough to be considered a disgrace? With that, he grabbed the hair of the now conscious Sun Dianjing and lifted him up. You flatter me. Can't see the disgrace under your command, but can see me disrespecting a superior? Sun Dianjing, eyes wide with fury, roared, Shen Shu, you'll die a horrible death. Chief Wu, I'm innocent. Shen Shu chuckled disdainfully, turning to Ma Wenyuan, who was struggling to maintain order, and sighed. Chief Ma, this has been going on for some time. It seems you know what Sun Dianjing has done. So I ask you, how should he be dealt with? With that, he threw Sun Dianjing to the ground like a rag doll. Ma Wenyuan was caught in a dilemma. He had long been aware of Sun Dianjing's actions and had warned Shen Shu against acting rashly to avoid being targeted. Now, looking at those around him, he sighed. Shen Shu was forcing him to take a stand. After a moment of hesitation, Ma Wenyuan spoke with difficulty. Sun Dianjing has made mistakes, but he has been promoted to a spirit officer. He can go to the front lines to atone for his sins. Having said this, he closed his eyes in shame. Sun Wu sneered, atonement? Can it bring back the lives of those he harmed? Sending such a disgrace to the front lines? Are our lives not worth anything? He then looked at Shen Shu and said solemnly, for harming civilians, oppressing colleagues, killing comrades for promotion, and using mental force to kill the future of the Federation, I believe Sun Dianjing deserves death. Shen Shu nodded in agreement. I concur with Major General Sun's view. In an instant, fear filled Sun Dianjing's eyes as he screamed hysterically, Chief Wu, you must save me. I did it for Blue City for. Before he could finish, Wu Da interrupted sharply. Silence. He then looked at Shen Shu with a grim expression. Sun Dianjing is guilty of many things, but he is currently responsible for overseeing the battlefield in Blue City's Star Realm and some areas of Blue City. Let him live for now to complete his duties. The deceased are gone, and the Blue City Spirit Command will provide proper compensation. A spirit officer cannot die like this. Shen Shu pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. All right, since Chief Wu has spoken, I cannot refuse. However, to prevent Sun Dianjing from escaping responsibility later, I need him to confess his past deeds on the spot, with my soul searching as evidence. For every lie, a bone will be crushed. Hearing Shen Shu's concession, a faint smile appeared on Wu Da's face. However, as the last sentence reached his ears, that smile froze instantly. Wu Da pondered internally. Saving Sun Dianjing wasn't his primary goal. Without those scandals, once Sun Dianjing advanced to a higher rank, he could return to a first-tier city, or even the Federation. But if those scandals were exposed now, returning to the Federation, or even to Blue City, would be problematic. Various charges like negligence and poor oversight would be enough to overwhelm him. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Wu Da weighed his options. The Federation had a large population, and Sun Dianjing had merely made some minor mistakes. If he could spare him, Sun Dianjing might save more people in the future. Why hold on to such trivial matters? Shen Shu shook his head, his tone resolute. If I let him go, it's like killing myself. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly twisted and broke Sun Dianjing's arm. The crack of bones breaking was particularly jarring in the silence. You may begin, Shen Shu said coldly. Sun Dianjing was terrified but still stubbornly said, I did nothing wrong. I did it for Blue City. Before he could finish, Shen Shu crushed one of his fingers. The sound of bones shattering was horrifying. Shen Shu looked at him indifferently, as if he were looking at a dying dog. I don't want to hear it. Maniac. I'll fight you, Sun Dianjing roared. The next second, Shen Shu grabbed Sun Dianjing's head and slammed it to the ground. I wasn't asking for that, he repeated, his voice full of impatience. The scene shocked everyone present. In the Blue City Spirit Control Department, those who witnessed it crouched down, some even bursting into tears. As the sound of bones being crushed continued, Sun Dianjing finally broke down. He couldn't stop himself from confessing all his crimes, framing others, bullying colleagues, oppressing newcomers, and even causing the deaths of military personnel. His heinous acts were endless and appalling. The listeners trembled, some recalling unbearable memories, while others were a mix of confusion and anger. After Sun Dianjing finished his confession, Wu Da, with a grim face, almost spat out his words through gritted teeth. Can you let Sun Dianjing go now? Shen Shu released Sun Dianjing's hair, a cold smile on his lips. I let go. In an instant, as if seeing a way out, Sun Dianjing struggled and squirmed forward like a dying insect. Shen Shu turned to Wu Da, his tone eerily calm. So, Commander Wu, do you think Sun Dianjing's crimes warrant death? Wu Da, feeling the pressure, could only nod. Shen Shu smirked and continued. But in your value system, as long as someone is useful, they shouldn't die, right? Wu Da glanced grimly at Ma Wenyuan and Sun Wu, who were ready to restrain him, and took a deep breath. His usefulness alive outweighs his death. Shen Shu chuckled, his gaze falling on the squirming Sun Dianjing at his feet. But I don't see it that way. Before he finished speaking, to the horror of everyone watching, Shen Shu suddenly lifted his foot and stomped down forcefully. Bang! Like a watermelon being crushed, Sun Dianjing's head exploded under Shen Shu's foot. Fragments of bone flew, even reaching the threshold of the spirit control department not far away. Shen Shu nonchalantly wiped the blood splatter from his face and looked directly at Wu Da. Since he deserved to die, let him die. And my usefulness alive surpasses his. The air seemed to freeze. Shen Shu's words were like a judgment, yet also a merciless mockery. Everyone understood that Shen Shu never intended to spare Sun Dianjing. Wu Da stared blankly at the now lifeless Sun Dianjing at Shen Shu's feet, and in that moment, this teasing unleashed Wu Da's suppressed anger. His eyes were bloodshot as he clenched his teeth and shouted, You're asking for it. Before Ma Wenyuan could react, Sun Wu quickly intervened, grabbing Wu Da's arm in an attempt to restrain him. At this tense moment, Shen Shu approached leisurely, a faint smile playing on his lips. Why is Officer Wu angry? Shen Shu asked softly, his tone carrying a hint of provocation. Even though Sun Dianjing is dead, I'm still alive. According to your logic, I can also atone for my sins. Suddenly, Shen Shu tilted his head, a sly glint in his eyes. No, he answered himself. What sin have I committed? Shen Shu stepped forward, stopping 7 paces from Wu Da. He looked Wu Da straight in the eyes, his tone calm, yet cutting like a knife. Officer Wu, isn't it your failure to manage your subordinates properly that makes you guilty? Ma Wenyuan was struck speechless by these words. He realized that compared to Shen Shu, he was like an inexperienced recruit. No, not even that, more like an embryo. Sun Wu was also taken aback by Shen Shu's boldness. He thought to himself, dude, with this kind of investigation, aren't you going to end up probing the Federal Council? You're just an inspector. Throughout, Shen Shu's gaze remained fixed on Wu Da. He spoke slowly, each word landing like a heavy blow. You, the guilty, attack me, the innocent. I believe I'm entitled to defend myself. Sensing the situation deteriorating, Sun Wu tightened his grip on Wu Da. He lowered his voice, warning Shen Shu. Inspector, you're just an inspector, not high enough in rank. Sun Wu's blatant favoritism only fueled Wu Da's anger further. Let me go, he roared, breaking free from Sun Wu's hold. Wu Da glared at Shen Shu, his eyes practically ablaze. Fine. Very well. Wu Da growled through gritted teeth. Since you think you're useful, all the clans in Blue City are now your responsibility. You better not let a single one slip, or… Shen Shu interrupted with a slight smile. No need for or. Thank you for the generous offer, Officer Wu. Wu Da dismissed Shen Shu's words as deliberate provocation, waving his hand dismissively before turning to Sun Wu and Ma Wenyuan. I'll remember your actions today. We'll see each other at the Federal Council. Sun Wu merely sneered dismissively. Ma Wenyuan sighed heavily, looking at Shen Shu with resignation. Well, I'll report this truthfully. Wu Da will definitely have you seconded to Blue City and manage the clans. If you need anything, let me know. He glanced at Sun Dianjing's headless corpse and shook his head. Sun Wu looked at Shen Shu with admiration, chuckling. You've got guts. Don't worry, no one will use their power to suppress you over this. However, you might face brief detention, but don't worry, we won't mistreat you. He patted Shen Shu's shoulder before suddenly turning to Wu Da. Report to the Federation? Fine. You condoned your subordinates in unjustly killing someone from our military. I'll be informing the military committee about this. See you at the Federation. Now it was Wu Da's turn to look grim. He realized he too was a guilty man. Although Shen Shu executed Sun Dianjing in the presence of the Yuling Division, his detention was overseen by the military, the New Union Yuling Division, and the Blue City Yuling Division. Neither the military nor the New Union, not even those in Blue City, dared to act against Shen Shu. Some even secretly regarded him as a hero. At this point, Lin Shun, now part of the military guard, couldn't help but express to Shen Shu, "You're so gutsy. Really, you're the gutsiest person I've ever seen. What were you thinking? It was incredible, executing a deputy in front of a superior. Man, I'm really impressed. Did you have a grudge against him to act so ruthlessly?" Lin Shin's face was full of excitement. He had seen too many people escape punishment due to tangled interests, assuming Sun Dianjing would face the same fate. Shen Shu simply shook his head at this, calmly replying, "No grudge, just after searching his soul, it felt too cowardly not to finish him." Lin Shun was taken aback, incredulously asking, "Just for that?" Shen Shu pondered for a moment before seriously answering, "Just for that? Isn't life about having peace of mind?" While Shen Shu was on a vacation under supervision, the news of Sun Dianjing's public execution spread like wildfire throughout the Yuling Division. The rank-and-file members were abuzz with discussions, some secretly relieved, others openly celebrating. "I witnessed the whole thing and gave it a big thumbs up," exclaimed an excited member of the Yuling Division. Sun Dianjing got what he deserved, and it's about time the oversight department did something right. "I heard the young inspector's name is Shen Shu, and he was recruited exceptionally from Xinlian," another person added. "But now the chief of Blue City has reported him, so he might get into trouble once this blows over." "What nonsense is this?" someone grumbled indignantly. "We risk our lives fighting the vassals down here, while Sun Dianjing reaped the benefits and got promoted. Now that he's been exposed, it's Shen Shu who has to pay the price." "Don't overthink it," an experienced-looking person interjected. "Shen Shu is smart. He got Sun Dianjing to confess first before executing him on the spot. At most, it's a case of improper enforcement affecting public order." Such discussions echoed throughout the Yuling Division. The situation quickly escalated, like a bomb detonating beneath the surface of the Federation's waters, outwardly calm, but with turbulent undercurrents. 3 days later, at the Morning Star Federation Council, Lance, the counselor from Blue City, glared at the military personnel in black uniforms across the table, demanding, "Your military executed a spiritualist just like that. Don't you owe us an explanation?" An elder from the military was about to speak to ease the tension when a young officer beside him slammed the table. "An explanation? Why should we give you one?" the young officer retorted furiously. "The Federation gave your Yuling Division the authority to oversee other departments and investigate the vassals. What have you done with it? Falsifying achievements and even wrongfully accusing our military personnel. Every investigation into the vassals is either a storm or chaos on the astral battlefield, or your internal staff can't be audited properly. Now that we've cleaned up a bad apple for you, instead of being grateful, you demand an explanation from us, you pest. Not far away, Sun Wu watched his colleague's impressive performance, a slight smile playing on his lips. Lance, rendered speechless by the tirade, could only shout in frustration. You. Seeing the situation about to spiral out of control, the person at the head of the table picked up a gavel and struck the desk several times. Bang, bang, bang. The noisy meeting hall gradually quieted. Luo Xiao, the Federation's coordinator on Morningstar, coldly surveyed the room and said sternly, "This is the Morningstar Council, not a place for your military to argue." The young officer, hearing this, reluctantly pursed his lips. Luo Xiao glanced at a document just handed to him, then turned his gaze to a person in a white robe, sitting not far away with closed eyes. Shen Shu is from the Xinlian City Yuling Division, and the one he killed was also from the Yuling Division. What do you soul practitioners think about this? The white-robed soul practitioners opened their eyes at his words. One of them spoke up. Spiritualists can be decisive on certain battlefields. Sun Dianjing indeed made some mistakes, but his method of enhancing spiritual power was by driving his colleagues. Without reporting to the Federation and executing him privately due to these mistakes, I suggest we strip Shen Shu of his spiritual power, expel him from the Yuling Division, and let him redeem himself through service. Upon hearing this, a military member nearby let out a cold laugh, their mouth twitching as if ready to retort. At that moment, another white-robed soul practitioner suddenly spoke. "I disagree." This remark prompted the first speaker to turn around, looking at the speaker in surprise. Shen Shu was specially recruited into the Yuling Division by Ma Wenyuan. The second soul practitioner said slowly, with an air of authority. Shen Shu took only 10 minutes to grasp the basic inspection methods and demonstrated his exceptional soul-searching skills in practice. This ability, which requires immense willpower, was executed by Shen Shu on individuals like Zhong Tianxiang and Sun Dianjin, showcasing his extraordinary talent as a Nian practitioner. In my view, he has the potential to become a soul master. This statement was like a bombshell, leaving everyone present in shock. A soul master is a rare existence in the entire Federation. Kong Lingqiu turned his sharp gaze towards Yang Hai, his tone carrying a hint of skepticism. I don't know if Soul Master Yang Hai was acting out of protection for student Wu Da, or if there were other motives, but it seems rash to want to eliminate such a promising talent so easily. Moreover, Sun Dianjin severely damaged the discipline of the Royal Spirit Division, causing quite a stir. Even if Shen Shu hadn't killed him on the spot, I wouldn't tolerate such a person. Facing Yang Hai's indifferent gaze, Kong Lingqiu surveyed the room and continued. As for Soul Master Yang Hai's justification that Sun Dianjin was pushing his colleagues to enhance their Nian power, I would like to ask, if Shen Shu killed Sun Dianjin because of a similar clear-mindedness, would he also be blameless? Yang Hai merely returned a cold stare. Although both were Soul Masters stationed on Morningstar, they clearly had differing philosophies. Yang Hai hadn't anticipated that Kong Lingqiu would show him no respect today. So, Sun Dianjin, a spirit practitioner, just died in vain? What about the Star Realm battlefield in Blue City and the investigation of the retainers? Yang Hai asked coldly. Kong Lingqiu chuckled confidently and replied, "That's simple, isn't it written in the documents?" Wu Da suggested that Shen Shu take over Sun Dianjin's duties, eliminating the retainers and dealing with the anomalies in the Blue City Star Realm battlefield. This suggestion stunned the military members across the table. Although this task could indeed showcase Shen Shu's abilities, it seemed too daunting for him, especially with the impending Shura trial. As they prepared to argue, Kong Lingqiu turned to the military and made a surprising proposal. I heard Shen Shu has also become a seed for the Shura trial. In that case, to ensure Shen Shu is not influenced by external forces, why not let the military oversee it? Hearing this, Yang Hai's expression changed dramatically. Kong Lingqiu actually wanted the military to intervene in this matter? How can you supervise when the judge is also a participant? I object. This should be monitored by Wu Da and the Blue City Royal Spirit Division. Yang Hai retorted passionately. Seeing the tension rising, Luo Xiao on the podium struck a small hammer. Having seen through the military and Kong Lingqiu's determination to protect Shen Shu, he announced, "In that case, let's put it to a vote." Moments later, the voting results were in. Military oversight received 12 votes in favor, 5 against, and 3 abstentions. Luo Xiao glanced over the results and declared with a hammer strike, "The agenda is concluded. Proceed according to the vote." Moving on to the next topic. He continued, "According to internal Federation directives, the Walloon tribe, in conjunction with Voidstar beasts, is exerting pressure on the Federation. Morningstar, as a significant talent pool planet for the Federation, has become a primary target for the Walloon tribe's harassment. The Voidstar beasts are likely assisting the Walloons in finding passages to the Star Realm battlefield. With the Chi-Si experts engaged with the Walloons and unable to be redeployed, we need to face potential crises in the Star Realm battlefield on our own. At the Blue City Yuling Division's detention area, Shen Shu was enjoying a rare moment of leisure. His sage time balance was as high as 400 hours, with 300 hours earned from personally taking down Sun Dianjin. However, Shen Shu hadn't touched this wealth, saving it for emergencies. As Shen Shu was about to continue his attempt at opening acupoints, Lin Shen's footsteps echoed down the hallway. With a serious expression, Lin Shen stood before Shen Shu and, feigning severity, said, "Ahem, Inspector Shen, you've really messed up this time. The matter has reached the Dawn Star Council." Shen Shu glanced up, immediately catching the hint of suppressed smugness in Lin Shen's eyes. He shook his head lightly and responded calmly, "Oh." Seeing this, Lin Shen was somewhat disappointed and pressed on. "The council has decided to severely punish you." "Oh." Shen Shu remained as calm as ever. The smugness in Lin Shen's eyes vanished, replaced by a hint of confusion. He couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you worried at all? Could you be an illegitimate child of some big shot in the Federation?" Hearing this, Shen Shu's lips curled up slightly as he explained, "First of all, you're not hiding your smugness very well. Secondly, while the Federation has its internal issues, it generally abides by the law. Although I killed Sun Dianjin, he resisted arrest first and even publicly confessed to his crimes. At most, my actions were a bit excessive. Besides, haven't you all been keeping an eye on this case? What do I have to fear?" He continued to analyze. "The military wants to recruit me, so naturally, they'll work on this matter. I don't believe the military hasn't had any setbacks with the Yuling Division over the years. From a broader perspective, the military will likely take this opportunity to suppress the Yuling Division, so I won't be in trouble." Listening to this, Lin Shen couldn't help but click his tongue. "Regardless of anything else, your mindset is indeed suited for cultivating mental power. You've become quite famous on Dawnstar this time." He lowered his voice. "Your superior's superior, that is, Ma Zhuguan's teacher, Kong Lingqiu, the Soul Master, even risked exposing internal discord within the Yuling Division to speak up for you. He said you have the potential of a Soul Master. Just for that statement, no one in the Dawn Star Yuling Division will dare to openly trouble you in the future." As he spoke, Lin Shen opened the door to the detention area and added, "But there is a price. You have to clean up the mess left by Sun Dianjin. The military will supervise and assist, and you can also form your own team. The official order will be issued soon." Sure enough, in the afternoon, Ma Wenyuan came personally to officially convey the Federation's order. Although there would be military supervision, dealing with the troublesome nature of the vassal clans was still no small task. "By the way," Ma Wenyuan took something from his pocket. "This is for you, the complete version of Mind Power, Ethereal Blade. It should have been given to you after the Zhong Tianxiang incident, but it was delayed due to matters here in Blue City." He patted Shen Shu on the shoulder. "I've already had some intelligence on the Blue City vassal clans analyzed. I still have to handle new union affairs, but if you encounter difficulties, contact me anytime." With that, Ma Wenyuan turned and left. In his eyes, Shen Shu was no longer just a mental power prodigy. Whether it was his mindset, methods, or combat strength, he had likely entered the top tier within the entire Federation. Although he was recruited by Ma Wenyuan into the Yuling Division, this person was destined not to become a cog in the Federation like others. Shen Shu's unconventional ways made Ma Wenyuan realize that instead of trying to restrain him, it was better to cooperate as much as possible. Besides, the issues on the astral battlefield had already left him overwhelmed. After Ma Wenyuan left, Lin Shen patted Shen Shu on the shoulder and handed him a thick stack of documents. "All right, buddy, while your previous methods were effective, now you really need to dig out some key information from these clues." Shen Shu took the documents and skimmed through a few pages before a system prompt sounded. 10th hour. You have thoroughly read the documents and identified several key figures. Without hesitation, he tossed the documents aside, leaving Lin Shen stunned. Those are crucial documents about Zhong Tianxiang and Sun Dianjin's close interactions. Someone inside the Blue City Yuling Division snuck them out to thank you, Lin Shen hurriedly explained. Finished reading, Shen Shu replied succinctly. Time is tight, and the task is heavy. We need to act quickly. His sage mode was running out, and he had to make the most of it. As Shen Shu headed straight for the exit of the Yuling Division, he found dozens of people gathered outside. A woman emerged from the crowd and knelt before him. Thank you, Inspector Shen, for capturing and killing Sun Dianjin. I, Bai Yin, am willing to go through fire and water for you. The others followed her lead. Shen Shu recognized Bai Yin. She and the others were victims of Sun Dianjin's cruelty. He patted Bai Yin on the shoulder and softly said, just live well. As Shen Shu was about to leave, Lin Shen grabbed his sleeve. Why leave alone? These are the practitioners of Blue City. You're unfamiliar with the place, so why not take them with you? Shen Shu suddenly realized and cleared his throat. If you're willing to join me in cleansing Blue City's followers, then follow me. With that, he strode towards the hovercraft. Bai Yin and the others followed without hesitation. Shen Shu's Yuling Division uniform had now transformed into a black cloak, as he found the previous white too conspicuous. Blue City Entertainment Arena. Shen Shu softly announced the destination. The black hovercraft ascended slowly, blending into the blood-red sunset. Blue City Entertainment Arena was a legitimate boxing venue, unlike the underground black boxing in Luo City. According to the documents, 3 promising students had come here after communicating with Zhong Tianxiang and then vanished. The arrival of the Yuling division instantly cooled the once bustling venue. Bai Yin and her group expressionlessly expanded their spiritual power to scan the surroundings, while others directly entered to search. Why is the Yuling division here? 2 fighters whispered. Don't worry, it's probably a routine check. The boss will handle them. At that moment, a figure suddenly flew out, crashing heavily onto a bright light box, clothes torn by glass, in a sorry state. Boss? The 2 fighters exclaimed. Why is the Yuling division wronging people? The thrown-out Li Meng wailed in pain. Shen Shu calmly stepped forward, looking down at the plump boss. I'm looking for someone, he said evenly. 3 months ago, 3 students came here through Zhong Tianxiang's introduction and then disappeared. I'm asking you, where are they? A flicker of panic crossed Li Meng's eyes, and he hurriedly shook his head. I don't know, but I'll definitely cooperate with the investigation. Shen Shu smiled, patting Li Meng's shoulder. Good, cooperation is all I need. Note that Li Meng voluntarily accepts an inquiry and soul-searching. No, I didn't. Li Meng shouted angrily, his eyes wide with rage and his face twisted into a terrifying expression. He kept backing away, trying desperately to escape the dangerous situation. However, his struggle was in vain. A gust of wind blew, and Shen Shu appeared beside Li Meng like a phantom. In an instant, a large hand clamped around Li Meng's throat. Shen Shu's psychic power pressed down like a mountain, and Li Meng immediately felt suffocated. Pushed to his limits, Li Meng finally dropped his pretense. With a buzzing sound, his stamped psychic energy erupted, sweeping toward the ordinary people around him like a violent storm. Oh no! Stop him! Bai Yin exclaimed. But before her words finished, the scene before her left her stunned. With a loud bang, Shen Shu punched Li Meng in the stomach with a blank expression. The immense impact made Li Meng's eyes bulge, but with his throat constricted, he couldn't breathe and could only struggle wildly like a dying dog. Shen Shu remained as cold as ice. He thought to himself, whether it's a psychic practitioner or those stamped by Valen, they all have a fatal flaw. Once you get close, they're like a fallen phoenix, not even as good as a chicken. Stay still, Shen Shu whispered. Then without further ado, he began soul-searching. Moments later, with a crisp crack, he easily snapped Li Meng's neck, discarding the body like trash. A system notification echoed in Shen Shu's mind. You have killed psychic practitioner Li Meng, gaining 10 hours of sage time. Shen Shu felt a tinge of disappointment. As expected, these artificially enhanced followers offer limited sage time. He turned to the people around him and ordered, evacuate the civilians here. Capture all his subordinates. With that, Shen Shu walked straight towards the interior of the arena. Not long after, a loud crash sounded as a wall inside the arena collapsed. A fierce beast was sent flying out, landing heavily on the ground, and after a few struggles, it stopped moving. The sudden scene caused the surrounding civilians to scream. Bai Yin and the others looked into the arena, only to see that Shen Shu had killed the beast with a single punch, then walked out as if nothing had happened. Inform the military and the Spirit Bureau to clean up here. You all come with me. Shen Shu's words carried an undeniable authority, making Bai Yin and the others stand straighter involuntarily. Yes, they responded in unison. The previously panicked civilians were now in awe. Shen Shu, dressed in a gold-trimmed black robe, with sharply defined features and a calm demeanor, drew everyone's attention. As he passed by, people held their breath in reverence. This scene quickly spread. For instance, several Spirit Bureau members recounted the incident at home over drinks, describing how a second-in-command was executed by a young man in front of their superior. No one believed it at first, but today's events reminded them of the recent rumors. This is the real Spirit Bureau. Those who had publicly declared their willingness to follow Shen Shu into danger now watched his back with fervent eyes and quickened breaths. There was no corruption or collusion, not even a bloated judicial process. The entire procedure could be summed up in 8 words: locate, investigate, soul search, execute. Swift and decisive. Shen Shu calmly boarded the hovercraft, heading toward the next target. The followers, to prevent one person's capture from implicating others, did not leave many clues in Li Meng's memory. However, for Shen Shu, it was enough. Shen Shu, you need to restrain yourself with soul searching. Too many times can affect your psychic power, Lin Shen warned with a serious expression. In response, Shen Shu merely shook his head with a smile. It doesn't affect me, he explained, partly because of the rock-solid body technique, which made his psychic power difficult to manipulate, both by himself and others. On the other hand, with the presence of the sage moments, Shen Shu can not only swiftly clear the influence of these memories on him, but also use this influence to strengthen his mind power. Lin Shen watched Shen Shu's performance, a hint of indifference flashing in his eyes. However, one thing is certain, When a Ling Shi inspector skilled in investigation, soul searching, and even combat is given the freedom to act, the impact on the clans will be devastating. In just 2 days, Shen Shu executed 10 clan members with such high efficiency and ruthless methods that even the military, initially planning to assist, was taken aback. Yet, with the death of these clan members, the hidden clans within Blue City quickly reacted. As Shen Shu landed in a warehouse in Blue City, a strong smell of blood hit him. He saw 2 fierce beasts had already spread out, biting and killing most of the staff originally there. Bai Yan frowned and said, "Inspector Shen, these clans seem to have received orders to stop hiding and start direct destruction." Shen Shu squinted slightly, while the clan member looked at him with madness, gritting his teeth. "Lapdogs of the Federation, you've finally come." "What? Not hiding anymore," Shen Shu said calmly, glancing at the snarling beasts. With a wave of his hand, the ethereal blade flew out, directly piercing the beast's vulnerable sea of consciousness, shattering the steel seal within. "Ah!" The clan member immediately screamed in pain. The next second, Shen Shu appeared in front of him, grabbing the clan member's head, his mind power tormenting the steel seal in the clan member's mind like a tease. Moments later, with the arrival of a different aura, the clan member suddenly opened his eyes. Upon seeing Shen Shu, the anger in his eyes reached its peak. "It's you again?" "Yes." Shen Shu looked at him indifferently and said bluntly, "I will root out and kill all the clan members in Blue City. But I find it too boring. I'll give you a chance to kill me and have your people come here to find me." He laughed angrily at this. "Do you think I'm an idiot? Giving you a chance to catch us all?" Shen Shu quietly watched his angry eyes, his thin lips slightly parting. "You might be mistaken. Even if they don't come, I can still catch them all. Now it's up to you to decide whether you want to expose them directly and be hunted by the military in Ling Shi, or take a gamble." He sneered. "Mu Chong didn't kill you, and you expect these weaklings to?" Shen Shu shrugged. "It's up to you. Whether you think it's more important to cause chaos in a final frenzy before death, or to come here and use these people's lives to gain more information about me." His eyes gradually calmed, staring intently at Shen Shu. "You are really arrogant. You haven't even removed the mark on you." A smile appeared on Shen Shu's fair face. "Isn't this giving you a chance? Let's see if you're up to it." Suddenly, a smile appeared on Here's face. "Shen Shu, only children make choices. I can have it all." Bai Yan's expression turned grim. "We've received reports of many clan members causing chaos within Blue City. And," she glanced around, "there are many civilians and clan members here." Here looked at Shen Shu, smiling. "Shen Shu, now I'm giving you a chance. Kneel down and admit your mistakes, and maybe I'll spare those civilians." "You've really overstepped," Shen Shu said coldly, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Hill watched Shen Shu with interest, knowing full well that Shen couldn't possibly meet his demands and was merely trying to retaliate. With the Blue City clan facing consecutive incidents, Hill realized that staying hidden was no longer an option. He decided to have his men reveal themselves early while setting up an ambush to give the Spirit Control Division a big surprise. However, Hill hadn't anticipated that Shen Shu was the one orchestrating the purge of the clans, nor did he expect Shen to lure him out by tormenting the Steel Seal. Nevertheless, Hill was eager to see Shen Shu fail. Shen Shu glanced around, noticing that a crowd of civilians was gradually gathering around the warehouse, with clans lurking menacingly in the background. Some civilians trembled, tears in their eyes. Others stared blankly, moving mechanically. Bai Yan's expression was grim. She knew that casualties were inevitable in such operations, but they were usually the unfortunate victims of clan persecution. The civilians before them were clearly being used as human shields by the clans. Acting rashly could harm innocents and potentially traumatize colleagues with great potential but fragile minds, or even provide ammunition for those looking to slander Shen Shu. Gritting her teeth, Bai Yan declared, "Inspector Shen, let me handle these civilians." If someone had to bear the blame for killing innocents and causing widespread civilian casualties, she was willing to take it on. Since the moment Shen Shu killed Sun Dianjing, she had resolved to lay down her life for him. Shen Shu simply waved his hand, his gaze shifting to the smug Hill. "Is this your audacious move? Using ordinary people to block me?" Hill, full of himself, replied, "Isn't that what you humans love to do? Shen Shu, others have tried great purges before, but unfortunately, your indiscriminate killing only drives more people to resent the Federation and join us. But if you choose not to kill, what then? How will you decide?" He let out a piercing, sinister laugh. Shen Shu stared at him coldly, then glanced at the display. As time passed, his understanding of the ephemeral blade advanced rapidly. With the previous enhancements and Sun Dianjing's mental power baptism, Shen Shu quickly forged 30 ephemeral blades, grasping the secret of mental force, tangible yet intangible. He no longer fixated on the shape of the mental force, destroying all the formed ephemeral blades, and grasped the true essence of ephemeral. With a thought, the destroyed blades could instantly morph into any shape, causing greater destruction. In just 80 hours, Shen Shu had honed the ephemeral blade to perfection. far surpassing his previous progress. Seeing Hill's smug expression, Shen Shu suddenly smiled and said, "Why should I choose?" With a casual flick of his hand, the next moment, Shen Shu's telepathic power spread rapidly like a web, firmly controlling the minds of all the civilians and severing the hold the thralls had over them. In an instant, horrific screams echoed everywhere. Under Shen Shu's control, countless threads of sharp telepathic energy transformed into executioner's blades, enveloping the minds and imprints of the thralls. Shen Shu stared at Hill, a flash of madness in his eyes, thinking to himself, "I hope you can withstand this." In the next moment, he tightened his telepathic grip abruptly, shattering all the imprints in an instant. A powerful surge of telepathic energy erupted, sweeping over the surrounding civilians like a tidal wave. Seeing this, Bai Yan's face turned pale, and he quickly shouted, "Protect the civilians." Several members of the spirit guards immediately erected telepathic barriers. However, Shen Shu's telepathic power moved faster, enveloping everyone and bearing the full brunt of the impact alone. Meanwhile, a flicker of pain crossed Hill's eyes. Although each imprint caused him only minor harm, the sheer number destroyed by Shen Shu in that instant resulted in significant cumulative damage. Before anyone could react, Shen Shu's figure suddenly vanished, reappearing beside the thralls who were clutching their heads in agony. He delivered a swift kick, sending blood spraying. Taking advantage of the thralls' momentary daze, Shen Shu, like a reaper in the night, swiftly ended the lives of the thralls. In no time, Shen Shu reappeared before Hill, slightly out of breath. Despite his formidable telepathic abilities, the recent actions had pushed his limits. However, this also caused his otherwise unyielding telepathic strength to weaken, saving him future effort in honing it. Hill glared at Shen Shu, eyes filled with pain and fury. As he was about to speak, "Shen Shu, I will," he was interrupted by a massive web of telepathic energy assaulting his mind. He barely managed to escape, unable to finish his threat. Looking at the dazed thralls in front of him, Shen Shu smirked and thought, "I wanted to test Valen's telepathic strength." With that, he searched the soul of the thrall before him and then snapped his neck. Surveying the crying or bewildered civilians, Shen Shu briefly said to Bai Yan and the others, "These people are in your hands now," then boarded the hovering craft. Bai Yan and the others watched Shen Shu's retreating figure in a daze, filled with awe. Such a formidable presence, yet he still took the time to protect civilians. If only they had encountered someone like him when they first joined the spirit guards. Meanwhile, the chaos throughout Blue City was being swiftly quelled by the military and spirit guards. As a second-tier city, Blue City's defenses were notably stronger than those of Luo City. The next day, Lin Shen looked at Shen Shu in disbelief and exclaimed, "3 days. You managed to root out almost all the thralls in Blue City in just 3 days." Shen Shu's relentless soul-searching left the thralls with no chance to regroup. In response to Lin Shen's amazement, Shen Shu merely nodded indifferently, "Yes." Seeing Shen Shu's calm demeanor, Lin Shen couldn't help but suspect he was showing off, awkwardly saying, "Come on, man, give me some reaction. You're making me look foolish." Shen Shu shook his head and replied calmly, "I only finished cleaning up inside Blue City. Not everything is done yet." Then, turning his gaze to Lin Shen, his tone became serious. "Tell me, what exactly happened on the astral battlefield?" In the astral battlefield, Lin Shen listened to Shen Shu, his gaze involuntarily drifting out the window. The scenery outside seemed to starkly contrast with the serious topic they were discussing. After a moment of contemplation, a complex look flickered in his eyes. "Since you're a reserve for the Asura trial, there's no harm in telling you this," Lin Shen said, pulling his gaze back to meet Shen Shu's eyes. Morningstar, as the Federation's rear and talent cultivation base, has invested a lot of resources to build astral channels. These connect to many low-intensity astral battlefields to prevent talents from becoming complacent in a peaceful environment. His tone carried a hint of approval. "It's indeed a clever move. The warriors of Morningstar can train on these battlefields, while the Valen clan, in an attempt to weaken the Federation's future strength, continuously sends beasts and their young generation into the battlefield. Over time, this has almost become an unspoken agreement between the two sides." Lin Shen's expression suddenly turned grave. "But now, the Valen clan wants to disrupt this balance." His voice lowered. "More and more of their kin and Valens are pouring into our side of the astral battlefield, even pushing towards forcing the Federation to withdraw." He painted a disturbing picture. If the cities cannot hold, the Federation would either have to destroy the channels, losing the opportunity for training, or face the danger of beasts and Valens flooding into Morningstar through the astral channels. A hint of worry flashed in Lin Shen's eyes. This has happened before. Some of today's third-tier cities were once second-tier, but fell because they couldn't hold the astral channels. He emphasized, "So, compared to the kin within Blue City, the real issue is the astral battlefield, which is where the military focuses its defenses." After hearing this, Shen Shu nodded in understanding, but then asked, "Defense? How exactly is it set up? Lin Shen paused for a moment, as if choosing his words carefully. By establishing direct defense lines within the astral battlefield, he said gravely, the astral channels can't withstand a large-scale retreat, and if they can't be held, many lives will be lost. He continued, Blue City, due to Sun Jianjing's promotion to a spiritual warrior, has significantly increased its strength against the Valen clan, and there was great hope to hold it. Lin Shen looked at Shen Shu meaningfully. That's why, despite Sun Jianjing deserving death, many advocated for his pardon first. Seeing Shen Shu fall silent, Lin Shen patted his shoulder, his tone softening. Don't feel like you were too impulsive. Right now, both sides are still in a standoff, and as a key city, Blue City has considerable military deployment. You shouldn't feel too pressured. However, Shen Shu shook his head, his gaze firm. I have never regretted killing Sun Jianjing, nor do I feel it was impulsive. He frowned in thought. I'm just wondering, since the military has deployed a large force, yet it's still a standoff, does that mean the other side also has a significant number of beasts, even Valens? Lin Shun had expected his explanation might shake Shen Shu's resolve, but instead, Shen Shu was analyzing the battlefield situation. He chuckled and shook his head. You do think things through. Then his expression turned serious. Just on Blue City's side, there are at least 15 fourth-tier beasts, and the kin have already hidden among them. Higher-level beasts haven't been found yet, since the Federation isn't easily bullied, and the front line is also applying pressure in the standoff. His tone became more somber. But once the war breaks out, fifth-tier beasts are likely to appear. The presence of fifth-tier beasts means the Valen clan is personally joining the battle. A single Valen requires a spiritual warrior to counter, not to mention the other beasts. The fate of Qinzi Star hung by a thread. Lin Shun gazed into the distance, his eyes filled with deep concern. 120 secondary cities, 6 primary cities. How many can we save this time? He murmured, his voice laden with helplessness. Shen Shu stood nearby, listening with an expressionless face. He simply replied, Got it. Lin Shun had long grown accustomed to this detached demeanor. The next day, Shen Shu unexpectedly declined the commendation ceremony from the Yuling Division and the military department. Instead, he arranged for Bai Yan and others to receive the awards on his behalf. This decision caused quite a stir within the Yuling Division. Previously overlooked, Bai Yan and her team had achieved remarkable feats in just 3 days under Shen Shu's leadership. Almost everyone received a 2-level promotion, and Bai Yan herself leaped to the 3rd rank, just a step away from the deputy commander's position. At the entrance to the astral passage, Bai Yan hesitated, wanting to express her desire to follow Shen Shu into the astral battlefield. However, Shen Shu raised his hand to stop her. The remaining work is up to you, he said calmly. Do it well. This is your chance to showcase your talent and create an ideal world. As soon as he finished speaking, a streak of light flashed, and Shen Shu, along with Lin Shun and others, vanished from sight. In just a few days of interaction, Shen Shu had seen the potential in these people. They were capable and ambitious, and their past experiences had given them a strong sense of justice. Shen Shu decided to give them a chance. Moments later, the sensation of the ground shaking ceased, and Shen Shu slowly opened his eyes. The scene before him made him frown slightly. A place once open to civilians for hunting and even selling fierce beasts was now heavily guarded by military equipment, resembling a fortified border. Shen Shu's gaze swept over the surroundings. Apprentices and ordinary warriors in rudimentary power armor were vigilantly patrolling. Lin Shen explained, This is the rear. So many of the young people you see are ordinary or in training. In this world, ordinary people are the majority. Only the soldiers on the federal front lines are stronger, as they're composed of talented individuals from the rear. Lin Shun led Shen Shu toward the gradually forming fortress ahead. Before long, they arrived at a large tent. Lin Shun lifted the flap. Go in, Major General Sun Wu is waiting for you inside. Entering the tent, Shen Shu saw Sun Wu frowning as he studied a virtual map. Sun Wu waved Shen Shu over. I heard you rooted out the clan members in Blue City in just 3 days. Well done, it eased some of the pressure in the city. Sun Wu's tone carried approval. Uprooting all the clan members in a city in 3 days is impressive. Even Wu De and his mentor would find no fault with it. Sun Wu pointed to the virtual map, a complex structure composed of bubbles of various sizes. Take a look at this, he said. This is a segmented astral battlefield built around a primary city. He pointed to a small bubble and explained, This is the astral battlefield of Blue City, and next to it is the new Union Commonwealths. Finally, he indicated the largest bubble at the center. This is the primary city, Dream City, the superior city of Blue City, and the new Union Commonwealth. These are the battlefields for you Asura trial candidates. Shen Shu's gaze fell on the virtual map Sun Wu was pointing at, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. Once, the astral battlefield was just an unreachable dream for him, but now it was about to become the arena he would step into. Sun Wu's voice interrupted his thoughts. Originally, your trial was scheduled after this astral battlefield confrontation. However, Some in the military believe that instead of letting you complete so-called tasks individually, it would be better to determine your ranks during this confrontation. Sun Wu turned to Shen Shu, his expression serious. The recruits selected from the Dawn Star will enter the astral battlefield during this standoff. This operation isn't just against the vassal clans. It's also about your Asura trial. The military will pick the best among you and invest more resources in them. Shen Shu raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. So soon? Sun Wu nodded, frowning slightly. It is indeed a bit rushed. I intended to prepare more supplies for you, but now. Before he finished speaking, Sun Wu waved his right hand, and a pitch-black long knife appeared out of thin air in front of Shen Shu. The blade was broad, resembling an ancient oxtail knife, and its dark scabbard gleamed with a cold arc under the light. Sun Wu looked at the knife, a complex expression in his eyes. This knife may look ordinary, but its material is special. According to your combat model, this is the most suitable weapon for you, designed for wide, sweeping attacks, and it's specially reinforced to match your extraordinary physique and combat needs. Give it a try. Shen Shu took the long knife, feeling its weight perfectly aligned with his own strength. He gently drew the blade, a sharp gleam flashing briefly. Sun Wu nodded in satisfaction. It's a single-handed sword, ideal for your close combat techniques, ensuring lethality without compromising agility. The blade uses the latest Federation technology, capable of absorbing energy from beast blood to automatically repair damage. Then, Sun Wu took out a few vials of potions and a small black and gold ghost face badge. Take these potions as supplies for battle. This badge is proof of your candidacy for the Asura trial. You're temporarily ranked as a major. It verifies your identity, rank, and role, and can record your kills of beasts and vassal clan valence. Shen Shu didn't immediately take them, but looked at Sun Wu, clearly understanding the saying. One who eats the food of others is bound to their mercy. Sun Wu laughed and scolded. Take it, it's my personal gift to you. Consider it an investment in you. Only then did Shen Shu accept the potions and the long knife. Sun Wu smiled. Though this Asura trial is rushed and underprepared, with higher risks, the rewards are also richer, especially the wartime rewards. Shen Shu stood in front of the military camp tent, listening to Major General Sun Wu's instructions. Sunlight seeped through the gaps in the tent, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Sun Wu's voice was deep and powerful. Your task is simple. Hunt the beasts and their kin in your own way to ease the pressure on our front line. Leave the rest to us. Shen Shu nodded slightly, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Sun Wu continued. This is both a test and an opportunity for merit. As long as you return alive, you'll earn a wartime third-class merit, 3 bottles of a-grade potions, 3 bone refining realm manuals, and a cash reward of 10 million. Hearing this promise, Shen Shu's eyebrows raised slightly, a trace of surprise in his eyes. The military's generous offer, even before the battle began, was indeed impressive. Sun Wu flashed a grin, his teeth stark white, with a touch of ruthlessness in his smile. Though what I'm about to say may be unpleasant, I must tell you that our military craves battle and war. Only through them can we achieve the fastest promotions and the most resources. Of course, that also means the greatest danger. He patted Shen Shu on the shoulder, his tone encouraging. The rewards I mentioned are just the baseline. If you perform outstandingly and achieve more kills, the rewards will increase. How much you can earn depends on your own skills. A bright glint appeared in Shen Shu's eyes as he calculated in his mind. His Great Sun Cauldron art had just begun, and he needed a lot of sage moments to temper his body. Top-tier potions could significantly enhance his cultivation efficiency, and he lacked advanced footwork skills. With this in mind, Shen Shu took a deep breath and firmly said, "All right." At that moment, Lin Shen hurried into the tent, looking grave. Major General, several reconnaissance teams deep in the Blue City Starfield battlefield have encountered a Tier 4 beast, a double-head serpent, and are requesting support. Sun Wu was about to take action himself when Shen Shu stepped forward. Sun Wu's lips curled slightly as he said to Lin Shen, "Give the location and the reconnaissance team's channel to Shen Shu. Let him handle it." Although Lin Shen hesitated, he followed the order. He led Shen Shu out of the tent, transmitting the relevant information to Shen Shu's wrist device. Your main task is to kill that Tier 4 beast and assist the reconnaissance team in retreating. I've sent you the beast's details. Although we've tried to scout the battlefield environment, remember, it's still the beast's territory over there, so be adaptable. Shen Shu nodded in confirmation, ready to set off. Lin Shen added, "If you encounter something you can't handle, remember to call for help." Shen Shu simply waved his hand and left. Under the watchful eyes of many soldiers, he dashed like a whirlwind toward the distant fields. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, 2 members of the kin were plotting. One spat disdainfully. "Pa, I don't see what's so great about being bait. Aren't these reconnaissance teams just expendable resources to the Federation? Who would really come to save them?" The other kin shook his head and explained. His Highness Hill said there's a mortal enemy of his in Blue City who might enter the Starfield battlefield. If we can lure and capture them, we might gain higher privileges. Even if no one comes, the two Tier 4 beasts will still have a meal, so our efforts won't be in vain. After hearing his companion's explanation, the previously disdainful kin put away his contempt. All right, let's do it your way. Have the chameleon hide, and I'll take care of attracting the target. A deathly silence enveloped the ferocious beast jungle on the interstellar battlefield of Blue City. The few remaining members of the reconnaissance team were like startled birds, their eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance, missing not even the slightest movement. After a long silence, Su Shanyao spoke uneasily. Something's not right. It's too quiet. One of the team members nervously looked at their injured captain, trying to comfort him. Maybe the beasts didn't follow us. Su Shanyao shook his head, his expression grave. A fourth-tier beast, the two-headed serpent, and its kin controlling them. How could we have escaped so easily? I fear we've become bait. He activated his communication device, observing the blocked signal, and gave a bitter smile. We're surrounded and cut off. At these words, the surviving team members turned pale. Although they had suspected it, hearing it confirmed sent a chill down their spines. Su Shanyao struggled to stand, his tone heavy. Prepare for sacrifice. He patted the hidden box at his waist, his gaze firm. If we're truly bait, then even in death, we'll take down a beast or two. The team members' expressions were complex, a mix of fear and anger. Just then, the sound of scales scraping against deadwood echoed through the jungle, and everyone held their breath. On the other side, the two-headed serpent raised its body as the kin noticed a figure rushing into the jungle without any concealment. Just one person, the kin sneered. Huh. What good can a bunch of trash attract? Shen Shu felt the malicious gazes surrounding him, an ominous feeling looming in his heart. He slightly drew the long knife at his waist, his mind reaching out around him. Soon, he located traces of several humans. With a few swift movements, Shen Shu reached a concealed spot. Su Shanyao was so startled by the sudden appearance that he nearly activated the honor pack at his waist. Shen Shu frowned, scanning the group, noticing the injuries on their legs. Su Shanyao recognized the badge on the newcomer's chest and urgently whispered, Major, are you alone? Didn't Major General Sun come? This might be a trap set by the kin. You must leave. Shen Shu had already anticipated this and merely nodded slightly. I know. His right hand rested on the hilt of his sword, warily surveying the surroundings. Suddenly, the sound of scales scraping the ground grew clearer, and the spine-chilling clacking echoed through the jungle. You're coming to the rescue alone? A voice suddenly echoed through the jungle, as a member of the Jianshi clan stared at Shen Shu from afar. Shen Shu glanced at him calmly and said, I thought you would keep hiding. The Jianshi was taken aback. He had hoped to intimidate Shen Shu and launch a surprise psychic attack. However, Shen Shu remained unfazed, his gaze fixed on the two-headed serpent lurking in the shadows, as if he had already seen through everything. The situation became awkward. Shen Shu cautiously scanned his surroundings, his combat instincts telling him there were more beasts nearby. Otherwise, he would have already dealt with the two-headed serpent. Seeing the ambush had failed, the Jianshi hesitated no longer and unleashed a psychic attack on Shen Shu. At the same time, the two-headed serpent lunged from the swamp in front of Shen Shu. Within Shen Shu, his blood surged like a waking dragon, radiating golden light from his acupoints, spreading instantly. The power of the Great Sun Cauldron technique was beginning to show its might. The serpent hissed as it struck at Shen Shu. With a swift motion, Shen Shu drew his long blade from his waist, its cold gleam flashing. The onlookers watched in shock as Shen Shu charged at the serpent. Attack! Su Shanyao shouted through gritted teeth. In the next moment, blood energy surged through Shen Shu's hand as he swung his blade fiercely at the serpent's neck. Blood splattered as the other serpent head lunged at Shen Shu's abdomen. Shen Shu quickly clenched his fist and delivered a powerful punch to the serpent's head, causing it to cry out in pain. With a thunderous stomp, Shen Shu crushed the serpent's head. The sound of cracking scales and splattering blood filled the air. The serpent's orange-red eyes were filled with agony, as if crushed by a mountain. Die! Shen Shu roared, his blood energy pumping furiously. The serpent head could no longer withstand the force and was driven into the ground. Bone fragments scattered, and blood spread. As the two-headed serpent was severely injured, the Jianshi in the distance screamed, and the psychic power enveloping Shen Shu's mind suddenly weakened. Just as Shen Shu prepared to deal with the serpent's last head, a sharp pain pierced his back. Danger! Driven by instinct, Shen Shu forced himself to sidestep. With a squelch, blood splattered. Despite being prepared, the beast's timing was impeccable. Not far away, a camouflaged chameleon shed its disguise, its mouth wide open, its barbed tongue piercing into Shen Shu's left shoulder. It didn't penetrate. The hidden Jianshi couldn't believe it. What kind of formidable physique was this? Two fourth-tier beasts. Su Shanyao was stunned. The enemy had prepared two fourth-tier beasts to trap them. Without hesitation, Su Shanyao charged at the chameleon. I'll hold it off for you. He activated the glowing pack at his lower back, intending to dive into the chameleon's mouth and take it down with him. Trading one life for a fourth-tier beast was worth it. The chameleon tried to retract its tongue and release Shen Shu, but to its horror, it found it couldn't pull back. It wasn't that it wanted to let Shen Shu go, it was Shen Shu who refused to let it escape. The muscles in Shen Shu's back tensed like iron walls, firmly locking onto the tongue that continuously released corrosive venom. He raised his hand and spared the dying two-headed snake, then swiftly turned around, his left hand wrapping around the tongue of the morphing lizard like lightning. With a sudden exertion of force, the lizard staggered, its painful screech echoing all around. Shen Shu's eyes sharpened as he noticed the flickering red light behind Su Shangyao. He took a step forward, swiftly grabbing the small pouch at Su's lower back and hurling it with force towards the creature hidden in the distant forest, which had been persistently disturbing his consciousness. With a loud bang, the morphing lizard screeched again, but there was no kill notification. Shen Shu smirked, thinking that the hidden creature was quite resilient. Before Su Shangyao could react, Shen Shu grabbed him by the collar and tossed him aside, shouting, "Move." Then he charged at the morphing lizard like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. With a powerful kick, infused with hidden force and the might of his martial techniques, he sent the lizard's head flying. However, Shen Shu still held the lizard's tongue tightly in his left hand, pulling it back. A flash of cold light, and his long knife pierced the lizard's head like lightning, penetrating it instantly. With a sudden force from his right hand, the lizard was split in half with a tearing sound, dead beyond any doubt. The system notification sounded, granting Shen Shu 250 hours of sage time. He yanked with his right hand, pulling out the tongue along with barbs and flesh from his left shoulder, gritting his teeth in pain. If not for his abundant vitality, his left shoulder might have turned to pus by now. Flesh wriggled, and vitality sealed the wound. Shen Shu quickly injected an grade potion, the intense medicinal energy surging through his body. The wound on his left shoulder healed instantly, even opening a new aperture. He flexed his left shoulder, then turned his gaze to the writhing two-headed snake, or rather, the headless snake not far away. One venomous head had been crushed, leaving a foul-smelling pit. The other, stronger head was barely hanging by flesh. Shen Shu pulled his long knife from the morphing lizard, its strange blood merging with the blade, making it even sharper. With a flick, blood droplets fell away. The dying two-headed snake saw Shen Shu approaching and issued a threatening hiss. Seeing that Shen Shu was unfazed, it summoned its last bit of strength and lunged at him. In the next moment, the blade flashed like lightning, and the long black sword pierced through the two-headed serpent's skull and mouth, pinning it to the ground. A system notification appeared. You have slain a Tier 4 beast, the two-headed serpent, and earned 280 hours of sage time. Shen Shu glanced coldly at the snake's corpse and continued into the depths of the jungle without hesitation. Moments later, two agonizing screams shattered the silence. Shen Shu reappeared, his pants stained with traces of blood. He muttered disdainfully, "Tisich, only this much sage time from two familiars." As he spoke, he removed the badge from his chest, dipping it in the fresh blood of the two-headed serpent and a shape-shifting lizard. The badge displayed, remaining sage time 950 hours. Meanwhile, the surviving members of the reconnaissance team stared at Shen Shu in shock, as if witnessing an unbelievable phenomenon. The ambush by two Tier 4 beasts had been resolved so swiftly by him. Su Shangyao, after hesitating for a long time, finally spoke up while staring at the badge on Shen Shu's chest. "Are you new to the Blue City Starfield battlefield?" Shen Shu merely nodded slightly, patted Su Shanyao's shoulder, and said in a calm tone, "Don't worry, you all made it out alive." His gaze fell on the empty spot at Su Shanyao's waist where a glory pack had once hung. "That thing is quite useful. Next time, try throwing it." Su Shanyao was taken aback, his emotions surging. The glory pack was meant to detect when beasts were devouring it, and could be detonated in a dire situation to ensure dying within the beast's mouth or stomach. He had indeed been prepared to sacrifice himself to buy Shen Shu time. Unexpectedly, Shen Shu had resolved the crisis with ease. Shen Shu looked around at the group and asked, "Can you still walk?" "The signal is blocked here. We need to get out of the jungle." The survivors exchanged glances and stood up, gritting their teeth. "No problem." Shen Shu nodded, sheathing his long sword and leading the way. Soon, they emerged from the jungle and regained signal. Shen Shu immediately contacted Lin Shun, who quickly arrived with his team. Seeing the few remaining members of the reconnaissance team, Lin Shun's eyes showed a hint of sadness. He asked Shen Shu with concern, "Are you all right?" Shen Shu replied calmly, "I'm fine. They may need medical attention." Lin Shun nodded, noticing the blood and wounds on Shen Shu, and reassured him, "It's all right. Beasts in such complex environments are indeed hard to deal with. Just getting the people out alive is an achievement." The reconnaissance team members looked puzzled at his words. Shen Shu merely nodded in agreement. Indeed, they were quite tricky, hidden too well. "There was one I didn't even notice." Lin Shen's expression changed dramatically. "Another one?" "Yes, a shape-shifting lizard," Shen Shu replied calmly. "Hiss." Lin Shun inhaled sharply, filled with relief. Two-beast ambush. Damn familiars. I'll report this, and Major General Sun Wu will definitely take them down. It's a good thing you made it back alive. Shen Shu was momentarily taken aback. Huh? No need. I've already killed them. He pointed to the badge on his chest. I've collected their blood. I just couldn't bring the bodies out while leading these people. After hearing Shen Shu's words, a question mark slowly appeared over Lin Shen's head, as if questioning. Is that even humanly possible? In the fort of the Blue City Starry Battlefield, Sun Wu listened intently to Lin Shen's report. When Lin Shen mentioned that Shen Shu, with merely skin training level strength, had not only killed 2 ambushing Tier 4 beasts, but also brought back the reconnaissance team unharmed, a flicker of disbelief crossed Sun Wu's face. Are you sure? Sun Wu instinctively asked, and Lin Shen solemnly nodded in confirmation. Sun Wu fell into thought and after a moment, slowly said, "Bring him in." He put down the communication device, gazing into the distance, murmuring to himself, "Is he a monster? Such a fierce person from the rear." Before long, Shen Shu entered the tent again. Sun Wu's gaze immediately locked onto the dark red bloodstains on Shen Shu's clothes and the large hole on his back. Injured? Sun Wu blurted out, then realized the question was somewhat redundant for a martial artist at the skin training level. Shen Shu nodded expressionlessly and answered succinctly, "Ambushed by a shape-shifting lizard. Just a minor injury." Sun Wu's lips twitched slightly, but before he could speak, Shen Shu had already taken off his badge and handed it over. "The heart blood of the beasts has been collected. You can check it," Shen Shu said calmly. After verifying it, Sun Wu hadn't had the chance to say anything before Shen Shu extended his hand and directly asked, "2 Tier 4 beasts. How many body refining potions can they exchange for?" Sun Wu couldn't help but chuckle and explained, "1 Tier 4 beast can roughly exchange for 4 bottles of a grade body refining potions. With your 2, you can probably get 8 bottles. Of course, you can also exchange for other supplies." Saying this, Sun Wu operated his wristband, and soon Shen Shu's wristband lit up, displaying a detailed exchange list. The list included options ranging from Guan E-level techniques, grade potions, to living supplies, federal currency, and even weapon forging. Shen Shu quickly browsed through it and noticed that some high-level supplies required astonishing military achievements, such as the Guan E-level technique needing the rescue of a city or the killing of 3 Tier 5 beasts. This list made Shen Shu realize the value of the Guan E-level technique and the injured handle knife provided by Sun Wu and his men previously. Sun Wu observed Shen Shu's reaction, his lips curling slightly upward, clearly hoping Shen Shu would appreciate their contribution and be more willing to serve the military. Sun Wu's gaze landed again on Shen Shu's back and suggested, "Although the Yuling Division's uniform can handle general situations, it's inadequate against Tier 4 beasts. I suggest using your military achievements from these 2 encounters, plus the Blue City Clan's military points, to exchange for a set of battle armor." Battle armor? Shen Shu frowned slightly. "Is it portable mech?" Sun Wu revealed a mysterious smile. "Yes and no. Battle armor predates portable mechs. Many martial artists aren't suited to portable mechs, which were essentially designed for psychics to protect their fragile bodies. We martial artists are different." Sun Wu lightly tapped his wristband, and a virtual image suddenly appeared before Shen Shu. It wasn't the expansive robe of the Yuling Division, but a meticulously designed combat suit. The base was a military uniform with a black fabric and red outlines, covered by a gilded 5-layer black defensive armor. The inner lining featured understated yet luxurious golden patterns. The critical areas, such as the chest, were protected by prominent armor, making the design both aesthetically pleasing and practical. "This is an advanced hunter combat suit," Sun Wu proudly introduced. "The inner lining is crafted with soft ceramic threads that disperse force and reduce impact and pressure. The outer carbon ceramic can withstand a full-force strike from a Tier 4 ferocious beast and also has self-repair and concealment functions. While it's not on the level of Asura grade, it's more than sufficient for you. So do you like it? Your military merits are just enough to exchange for it." Sun Wu wore a confident smile, certain that no one could resist such a practical and attractive battle armor. However, Shen Shu's expression showed hesitation. "I do like it," Shen Shu began slowly. "But if I have to trade in my achievements for it, then I'd rather not." Sun Wu was taken aback, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. This armor not only balanced defense and stealth, but also boasted an outstanding appearance. Every time the military recruited, members of the Hunter Division would wear it to make a statement. Yet, Shen Shu had refused it? "What do you want then?" Sun Wu asked, puzzled. "Potions," Shen Shu answered firmly, his eyes revealing a longing. To him, body-tempering potions were more appealing than armor because they could rapidly heal injuries and accelerate the opening of meridian points. Sun Wu was momentarily stunned, then gritted his teeth. "I believe in you. I'll give you the armor. You can exchange the potions as usual. Consider it my contribution to accelerating the progress of a Federation genius." Shen Shu looked troubled. "Isn't that too much?" "Don't worry," Sun Wu said decisively. "If you feel guilty, just contribute more and live up to the expectations of me and the military." Without waiting for Shen Shu's response, Sun Wu gestured for Lin Shun to bring the armor, pressing it against Shen Shu's chest. The armor instantly adjusted to Shen Shu's form, with the inner uniform clinging to his body, outlining his slender silhouette. Then, the outer carbon ceramic armor automatically covered him, with gilded threads flowing with energy to reduce damage. Shen Shu, who had seemed slightly frail, now exuded a completely different aura in the armor. His tall figure, deep and sharp eyes, combined with the fierce and solemn armor, made him resemble a young general, radiating a decisive and commanding presence. Sun Wu nodded in satisfaction. With this armor, even if you encounter a siege by Tier 4 ferocious beasts, you can hold out until I arrive. He then produced a bottle of body-tempering potion. I assume you're eager for the potion because of the Great Sun Furnace technique. I'll advance this to you. But remember, training requires gradual progress. Sun Wu patted Shen Shu on the shoulder. All right, go rest for now. The kinfolk just lost 2 Tier 4 ferocious beasts, so there might be some unrest coming. Dressed in battle armor, Shen Shu quickly adapted to the meticulously designed equipment provided by the military. The armor offered excellent protection without hindering his mobility. At this moment, all eyes in the fortress were on Shen Shu, filled with admiration and envy. Clearly, his heroic feat of returning with the reconnaissance team and slaying 2 fierce beasts had already spread. Before long, Lin Shun led Shen Shu inside a barack. You can rest here for now, Lin Shun said. Once they discover the beasts are dead, they might launch a large-scale attack. Hearing this, Shen Shu's eyes brightened slightly, contemplating the opportunity to absorb and digest the potions within the camp. The inside of the tent, though simple on the outside, was well equipped, even featuring a basic shower. Shen Shu sat on the bed and lightly tapped the armor on his chest. Instantly, the armor changed color and merged with his inner uniform, concealing itself at key points. This is really convenient, Shen Shu couldn't help but remark. He then took out the potions he had, arranging them neatly in front of him. Sun Wu had given him 3 bottles. He used 1 during battle, and with the 8 bottles he just exchanged for military merit, he had a total of 10. This adds up to a fortune in the millions, practically priceless outside. I hope to unlock more acupoints, Shen Shu murmured to himself, then picked up a body refining potion for injection. Time flew by as Shen Shu continuously broke through under the effect of the potions. In the first hour, he used an gray body refining potion and ran the Great Sun Cauldron technique. By the 4th hour, he had unlocked an acupoint, further enhancing his vitality. By the 20th hour, he had unlocked 5 acupoints. By the 50th hour, he had unlocked 12 acupoints, exhausting the grade body refining potions. Seeing the improvements on his panel, Shen Shu unhesitatingly injected another potion, continuing his relentless path of enhancement. Meanwhile, deep in the jungle, the corpse of the 2-headed snake attracted several fierce beasts. Their eyes glowed with desire as they paced restlessly around the body, eager to devour it. However, the faces of several vassals showed a grave expression. Damn it, that fool Lu Xine. A vassal standing on a massive violent bear couldn't help but curse. 2 people ambushed and still got counterkilled. As expected, you can't rely on trash from small cities. Even with the authority from Lord Hill to control Tier 4 beasts, they're still useless. Hearing this, the others' expressions also turned sour, but they only dared to sneak a glance at the bear, suppressing their discontent. At this moment, a vassal carefully examined the 2-headed snake's body, stood up, and said, "The deaths are thorough. It must have been a powerful bone refining realm. We should report directly to Lord Hill. The Blue City Starfield battlefield doesn't just have Sun Wu. There's another strong bone refining realm." This statement plunged the surroundings into silence. The vassal on the bear responded with a cold sneer. Huh, easy for you to say. Are you brave enough to face punishment? If you ask me, since they're bold enough to come out, we should attack the city, lure that bone refining realm out during the battle, and eliminate them to settle the matter. Hearing this, the vassal inspecting the body turned and gave the other a cold look, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Attack the city? Sun Wu is still at that fortress, and you, or, plan to take on someone at the Guani level? The words hit, or, the man atop the bear, like a heavy blow, leaving him speechless. His eyes widened with anger, scanning the other retinue member from the primary city star battlefield like a blade. Or remained silent, and the tension in the air was palpable. At that moment, Wei Jiang surveyed the surroundings with a voice low and authoritative. I'll report to Prince Hill. Listen up, none of you are to leave this forest or act without orders. Wait for Prince Hill's plan. His gaze sharpened. I'm telling you now, if anyone jeopardizes Prince Hill's opportunity, not even an earl can save you. With those words, Wei Jiang snapped his fingers. A piercing eagle's cry shattered the sky as a massive golden eagle swooped down from the clouds. Wei Jiang moved swiftly, grabbing the eagle's outstretched talons, and in an instant, he was airborne, disappearing from sight. Or watched Wei Jiang's departing figure and spat contemptuously. TCH. Who does he think he is? Just because he orchestrated the deaths of a few from the primary city, he thinks he's something. The atmosphere grew tense. A retinue member cautiously looked at or on the bear, his voice trembling slightly. Or, what should we do now? Or cast a cold glance around at the retinue members, a sly smile playing on his lips. Wei Jiang only said we can't move, but he didn't say anything about our subordinates. He paused. Send some retinue members with Tier 3 beasts to sweep through. With that, Or's gaze fell on the corpse of a Tier 4 beast on the ground. He lightly tapped the bear beneath him, and the massive creature understood immediately, opening its maw and swallowing the two-headed serpent's body like a snack. This sight agitated the surrounding beasts, causing them to growl uneasily. Sensing the unrest among the beasts, the bear slammed the ground with force, letting out a thunderous roar. Instantly, the once restless beasts retreated, fear flashing in their eyes. Or chuckled. Even among Tier 4 beasts, there's a hierarchy of strength. My bear might only be mid-upper Tier 4 in the primary city-star battlefield, but compared to you lot, it's unmatched. After the bear devoured the two-headed serpent and nibbled on the dismembered chameleon, it finally appeared satiated. Seeing this, Or waved his hand generously. The rest is yours. With that, he rode the bear away, vanishing into the depths of the forest. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hill's eyes flashed with anger upon receiving the retinue's report. 2 Tier 4s dead, just like that? Was it Sunwu? A nearby retinue member quickly responded. Your Highness, it doesn't seem so. Judging by the battle marks, it looks like the work of a newly arrived bone tempering level. Additionally, reports from other star battlefields indicate the presence of exceptionally strong individuals, some who have even appeared on the must-kill list. It seems the Federation is using this opportunity to train them. The death of the two-headed serpent is likely linked to these individuals. Hearing this, Hill furrowed his brow, his gaze settling on the bodies of the two-headed serpent and the chameleon. He pondered, a name surfacing in his mind. Shen Shu? He had encountered Shen Shu a few times and knew of the warrior's extraordinary physical strength. Yet, the obvious blade marks on the bodies gave him pause. After much contemplation, Hill looked up, his eyes resolute as he addressed Wei Jiang. Who it is no longer matters. Keep those beasts and retinue under control. In 2 days, during the martial exam, I will personally descend upon the star battlefield. No matter what, Sun Wu must be killed. Within the federal fortress on the battlefield of Blue City Astral Realm, Shen Shu was deeply immersed in his world of cultivation. Time slipped away like flowing water, and his strength steadily increased. By the 420th hour, he had opened 48 acupoints, breaking through to the 6th stage of the skin training realm. By the 630th hour, 69 acupoints glowed, achieving the 7th stage. By the 900th hour, 110 acupoints shone like stars, marking his accomplishment in the 8th stage. With his eyes closed, Shen Shu visualized a brilliant starry sky. The 265 acupoints he had opened shimmered like golden dots, sparse, yet forming an initial network. These acupoints were no longer confined to minor cycles within his body, but began to connect throughout, gradually occupying his entire form. The abundant qi and blood, along with increasingly dense golden essence blood, not only nourished the acupoints but also permeated his skin and filled his bones. Although he hadn't yet reached the bone refinement realms, qi and blood sealed within, forging jade-like bones, let alone the unity realm's heavenly jade bones, skin like the sky. Shen Shu's body was subtly progressing in that direction. He took a deep breath, calming his excitement. Perhaps due to cultivating the unity realm technique, his skin and bones seemed to undergo a form of refinement, giving him a sense of an unhindered path and an unending martial journey. Shen Shu couldn't help but imagine. What would it be like when all acupoints were opened and a grand cauldron was forged? However, the remaining 50 hours of sage time brought him back to reality. Despite consuming a significant amount of sage time, the benefits from the Unity Realm technique were undeniable. At this moment, Shen Shu's experience points had already exceeded expectations, but his body had not fully caught up. Under the intense nourishment of qi and blood, his skin, internal organs, and even bones were continuously strengthening. In just a short moment, his physique had improved significantly. Even without the aid of medicine, the continuous flow of qi and blood would allow him to live for 300 to 400 years. With his current abilities, he could easily become a long-lived and wealthy man. Yet, as Shen Shu took this step, who could resist the allure of touching the true world? Who could suppress the desire for immortality? His ambition had been ignited. Shen Shu reviewed his current abilities. Techniques: Ordinary Rock-Solid Body Technique, Supreme Unity Realm, Great Sun Cauldron Building Technique, Precious, Masterful Mind Power, Rock-Solid Body Technique. Martial Arts, Skin Training Realm, Ancient Comprehensive Martial Arts, Supreme Skin Training Realm, Serpent Step, Supreme Bone Refinement Realm, Dark Force Precious, Supreme Bone Refinement Realm, Dragon Battle in the Wild Precious. Auxiliary Techniques: Dragon Battle in the Wild, Dragon Roar. Self-created techniques: Thunderclap Supreme. Mind Power, mind power. Ethereal blade supreme, mind power. Undetectable until betrayed perfect, mind power. Soul search perfect. Considering the strengths and weaknesses of his techniques, Shen Shu frowned slightly. In close combat, thunderclap, combined with other techniques and his current physique, should be sufficient to handle most situations. The accumulation of the thunderstrike technique and various other skills had always been Shen Shu's ace in the hole. Now, with his enhanced physique and abundant vitality, even he couldn't fully estimate the power this move could unleash. Shen Shu boldly speculated that if a master at the Guani level were to take this kick unguarded, they would be severely injured, if not fatally wounded. However, apart from this ultimate move, Shen Shu's close combat abilities primarily relied on his formidable physique. He realized he urgently needed to acquire some close combat techniques to address this shortcoming. Recalling Lin Shun's previous recommendation of the Bone Refinement Realm's Chaos Fist, also known as the Farmer's Three Punches, Shen Shu felt this skill was well suited for him. Meanwhile, he noticed that his Serpent Step was somewhat lagging behind his current level of strength. More importantly, he lacked a sword technique that felt natural and instinctive to him. Shen Shu kept calculating, his gaze gradually becoming vacant. He meticulously reviewed all available skills and abilities, and amidst the complex information, Shen Shu astutely caught onto 4 key words: monster slaying and killing. Only through these 2 methods could he quickly gain the valuable sage moments. Where can I find so many fierce beasts? Shen Shu scratched his head in frustration, like a teenager unable to find his favorite website late at night. At that moment, a piercing siren suddenly blared outside the camp. Whew! Along with the alarm, Shen Shu heard the hurried footsteps of people outside. Swish! Shen Shu swiftly lifted the tent flap, seeing numerous soldiers rushing towards the fortress. Suddenly, bang! A young soldier stumbled and bumped into Shen Shu. Upon seeing Shen Shu's uniform and the badge on his chest, the soldier was so startled that he backed away repeatedly. Major, the young soldier stammered. Seeing the soldier's fearful expression, Shen Shu merely waved his hand and calmly asked, "What's going on?" Upon hearing this, the young soldier stood upright and reported loudly, "Major, this is an alarm for a beast attack on the fortress. I'm heading to Fortress C to assist with the defense." Hearing this news, Shen Shu's eyes lit up instantly, as if he saw an opportunity. "Take me there," he ordered decisively. The young soldier was taken aback for a moment, then snapped to attention and replied, "Yes, sir." With that, he jogged ahead, occasionally glancing sideways at the unusually young major. Shen Shu was wearing an elite uniform from the beast hunting unit, reminding the young soldier of the rumors he had heard during recruitment that members of the beast hunting unit could hunt down those fearsome creatures and beasts without the need for fortresses or firearms. He's really young, the young soldier thought to himself, marveling at Shen Shu's profile. Suddenly, a shout interrupted his thoughts. "Li Xian, get to your combat post immediately." Hearing the command from his captain, Li Xian snapped to attention, loudly responding, "Yes, sir." He quickly ran to his post and skillfully set up his weapon. At this moment, Captain Zhuang Xian dismissed the other team members and hurried to Shen Shu, respectfully reporting, "Major, all personnel in Fortress C are in their combat positions." It's Li Xian's first time in such a situation, so Shen Shu merely waved his hand and said directly, "Carry on with your duties." With that, he walked straight up to the fortress. Standing at a height, Shen Shu saw a horde of fierce beasts continuously emerging from the distant forest. The dust they kicked up as they ran resembled a giant beast gradually rising, opening its greedy maw towards the entire fortress. Facing such a number of beasts, Shen Shu's eyes gleamed slightly, as if he saw the prey he had long awaited. Li Xian watched the charging beasts nervously, his joints turning white from the tension. Yet, when he saw Shen Shu standing ahead, for some reason, his anxiety eased a bit. Even though Shen Shu appeared very young, there was an inexplicable aura of reliability about him. Li Xian couldn't help but think that as long as this major was present, the fortress would be safe. However, as Li Xian glanced again at the reassuring figure, he was horrified to see Shen Shu's body slightly lean forward, then plummet downward from the fortress. "Holy crap!" Li Xian exclaimed in shock. The wind rushed past Shen Shu's face, and in an instant, the battle armor hidden beneath his uniform emerged. Li Xian clung to the edge of the fortress, eyes wide with shock and confusion as he watched the falling figure. "Damn, which class is that from? How did someone fall off?" The platoon leader supervising the fort cursed, his eyes fixed on the figure plummeting straight down in Zone C. He immediately rushed in that direction, thinking he might still be able to save the person. Suddenly, a hand rested on his shoulder. The platoon leader turned to see the familiar face of Deputy Lin. Lin Shen patted his shoulder and said with a complex expression, "Don't go." The platoon leader's eyes widened as he urgently replied, "Deputy Lin, the beasts are still a distance away. We can save him." Lin Shen shook his head and pulled the platoon leader to the front of the fort, explaining, That's the person who ventured into the jungle alone and brought back Su Shanyao and the others. The platoon leader became even more anxious. Then we definitely need to save him. Lin Shen closed his eyes and suddenly slapped the platoon leader. What are you thinking? No wonder you haven't been promoted for so many years. He pointed at the figure charging towards the densest part of the beast horde. Does he need a lowly skin trainer like you to save him? Following Lin Shen's finger, the platoon leader saw Shen Shu with his blood and energy surging like a rainbow, charging into the thickest part of the beast horde with a blade in hand. Not just Lin Shun and the platoon leader, but Li Xian and others watched the scene intently. At this moment, the kin among the beast horde were also stunned by the sight. The leading kin sneered. Where did this fool come from, daring to charge into a beast tide? Although they were all at the skin training level, there were bone-strengthening experts stationed in the jungle. With the endless stream of beasts, even if that person was at the bone-strengthening level, he wouldn't last long. Brothers, crush this kid first. With the leader's command, the surrounding kin immediately drove the beasts to pounce on the nearby Shen Shu. Suddenly, the clear sound of a blade being unsheathed rang out. Shen Shu swung his long blade, instantly slicing through the beast in front of him. A thunderous explosion followed, sending the beast's flesh flying. A powerful hidden force spread like a shockwave. In the blink of an eye, the dense beasts blocking Shen Shu's path turned into a cloud of blood mist. System notifications flashed continuously. You have slain a Tier 1 beast, gaining 1 minute of sage time. You have slain a Tier 2 beast, gaining. Facing the most dangerous first wave of beasts, Shen Shu not only held his ground, but also carved a bloody path. Although the sage time gained wasn't much, Shen Shu couldn't complain given the dense horde of beasts. His eyes gleamed with a cold light, his blood and energy unabashedly surging skyward. Holding his long blade, he was like a lone boat against the current, slicing through the beast tide. Everyone on the fort watched in awe. The platoon leader exclaimed, "Holy crap," with disbelief written all over his face. Lin Shen's eyes also grew increasingly complex. Since discovering Shen Shu, he had stayed by his side, even helping choose the equipment and long blade for him. Because of Shen Shu's participation in the Asura trial, his combat model and analysis data were classified as confidential. But at the time, the combat analysis report he provided contained only one sentence. The subject, Shen Shu, exhibits an intense combat intent, with close combat abilities comparable to high-tier beasts, and a relentless desire to eliminate both beasts and their minions. He is the star of the battlefield, a dancer on the blade's edge, a top-tier killer. Warm blood splattered across Shen Shu's pale face, adding an unusual allure to his appearance. The long knife in his hand swung with the speed of the wind. Although he lacked intricate swordsmanship, his immense physical strength and vitality meant no beast could withstand the force of his strike. Suddenly, a beast lunged at his neck from the side while he was mid-swing. Its sharp teeth bit into his armor, leaving only a shallow mark. Shen Shu reacted swiftly, thrusting his hand into the beast's open mouth and forcefully slamming it to the ground. He stomped on its jaw and, with a powerful pull, tore the creature in half with a chilling sound of flesh ripping apart. This shocking scene instilled fear in the surrounding beasts. They looked past Shen Shu to see a trail of blood extending behind him, littered with severed limbs. The once relentless horde of beasts now instinctively chose to avoid him, as if he were a deterrent among them. From the fortress, someone murmured, 1,000 beasts avoiding a fierce tiger. The crowd watched the menacing aura behind Shen Shu, which seemed to resemble a mighty tiger. Lin Shun recalled Yuan Ye's previous description. Despite Shen Shu's tall and slender frame, he fought like a fierce tiger descending from the mountain, silencing geniuses and even the principal at school, earning the nickname Slim Tiger. Lin Shun's eyes brightened with understanding. He's not just a fierce tiger. He's a ravenous, slim tiger. 1,000 beasts avoid the slim tiger. As the beast horde retreated, several minions were exposed in front of Shen Shu. They stared in disbelief at him and the retreating beasts, muttering, "What? Even beasts are afraid." Shen Shu looked at the minions, a smile breaking across his pale face. However, his bloodstained appearance made them shiver. In a frenzy, they commanded the beasts to attack Shen Shu. At that moment, a scorpion hidden underground suddenly struck with its tail, aiming for Shen Shu's neck. In a flash, the scorpion's tail was severed. Shen Shu stepped forward, dust mixed with blood rising around him. Any beast that tried to block him was swiftly cut down. Shen Shu advanced through the blood and beast horde, step by step, towards the terrified minions. One minion, unable to contain his fear, shouted, "Impossible! He must be out of energy. Kill him." However, seeing the shadow of blood energy trailing behind Shen Shu, everyone understood that this seemingly frail young man was still full of vitality. Seeing the minions unable to control the surrounding beasts, Shen Shu sneered. These minions had sacrificed many third-tier beasts for their safety, and now only second-tier and even first-tier beasts remained. Tisk drain dry. Shen Shu muttered to himself. In the next moment, he appeared before the minions, coldly declaring, "Then die." With those words, his long knife swept through, and several human heads joined the beast carcasses on the ground. With a swift motion, Shen Shu's long blade carved a crimson arc through the air, the blood droplets tracing a fierce line on the ground. This display stunned the once formidable horde of beasts, especially the lower-tier ones controlled by the familiars, throwing them into disarray. From atop the fortress, Lin Shun's sharp gaze caught this pivotal moment. "Now's our chance. Open fire." His roar echoed around them. Commanders across the area immediately relayed the firing orders. In an instant, the fortress erupted like a fire-breathing dragon, unleashing a torrent of firepower directly at the beast horde. Despite being in the heart of the beast swarm, Shen Shu did not retreat with the aid of the fortress's firepower. Instead, he moved like a sharp blade, slicing laterally through the tide of beasts, aiming to sever the horde across the plains and forest. This sight stirred Lin Shun's blood and ignited the fighting spirit of everyone in the fortress. As a member of the beast hunters, Lin Shen understood that their usual missions involved decapitation strikes or rear searches. Even though the beast hunter teams were powerful, in such dense and relentless battlefields, facing the familiar psychic attacks, their options were limited. But today, Shen Shu demonstrated the might of a true warrior on the battlefield. Amidst the beast horde, Shen Shu moved as if unopposed. His formidable physique, abundant vitality, and even his psychic defenses were impeccable. Any psychic attack from the shadows was instantly pinpointed, and the attacker was dragged out from the dense throng of beasts. In the forest, Halls watched Shen Shu's actions. He noticed that Shen Shu didn't immediately kill the extracted familiars. Instead, like a fisherman enforcing the law, he continually eliminated the third-tier beasts controlled by the familiars. As these beasts dwindled, the lower-tier beast horde lost its previous momentum. "Damn it, I'll go kill him." One of the familiars, clearly impressed by Shen Shu's strength and youth, was eager to take him down, believing it would be a great achievement. Halls narrowed his eyes at these words. As a seasoned resident of a first-class city, he was arrogant but not foolish. "Fools will always be fools," he snorted. "You think Sun Wu let someone like him charge into the beast horde alone, just out of trust? I bet if you dared to rush out with a fourth-tier beast and failed to kill him immediately, Sun Wu would be upon you within moments. Prince Hill and the fifth-tier beasts haven't arrived yet. Sun Wu would discover and dismantle all our preparations. At that point, you wouldn't have enough lives to survive." The reprimanded familiar's face turned livid. They knew well that once outside the forest's protection, Sun Wu could crush them with sheer martial power and vitality. But as long as they remained in the forest, unless Sun Wu could eliminate them all at once. Once Prince Hill entered the battlefield through the rear tunnel, Sun Wu would be in trouble. At the very least, as long as they can hold Sun Wu back, the numerous Tier 4 beasts will be enough to crush the newly established fortress into dust. Hall squinted, a cold smile forming at the corner of his lips. He could almost envision the scene of Blue City being ravaged by beasts, the fall of a secondary city's astral battlefield, and with Sun Wu trapped, it would undoubtedly be a great achievement. "Are we just going to let him continue this slaughter?" someone asked uneasily. Hall's gaze was as sharp as a blade as he stared at Shen Shu in the distance. "Let him kill. Let the Federation enjoy a little success. The more he kills today, the more pieces the Berserk Bear will tear him into later. With such abundant energy and blood, the Berserk Bear will certainly enjoy it." The Berserk Bear beside him seemed to understand its master's words, opening its gaping maw, with saliva dripping down its fangs, forming a small pool on the ground. It exhaled white mist with its heavy breathing, its eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. Halls gently patted the bear's head. "Let's go. Withdraw some of the kin. Once Prince Hill arrives, the low-tier beasts will naturally be controlled." With the retreat of some kin, the previously overwhelming beast tide collapsed instantly. The beasts didn't even reach the base of the fortress before retreating back into the depths of the forest like an ebbing tide. Inside the fortress, Sun Wu frowned as he watched the retreating beast horde. Alarms rang in his mind. Something's not right. There are Tier 4 beasts in the forest, so why aren't any kin trying to attack Shen Shu? He rubbed his chin, hesitated for a moment, then ordered, "Since the kin in Blue City have mostly been dealt with, inform Wu De that if he wants to redeem himself, he should enter the astral battlefield now. Also, bring in the remaining bone-tempering stage fighters from Blue City." Meanwhile, Shen Shu rampaged through the beast horde like a harbinger of doom. All the beasts seemed terrified, avoiding his path. This peculiar scene made Shen Shu give up chasing the Tier 1 and Tier 2 beasts. Remaining sage time, 320 hours and 52 minutes. Despite Shen Shu's seemingly impressive achievements, almost single-handedly defeating the entire beast horde, the strongest opponents were only at the skin refining stage, so the sage time he earned wasn't much. Suppressing the urge to hunt Tier 4 beasts deeper in the forest, Shen Shu turned back towards the fortress. Amidst the awestruck gazes of many soldiers, he felt a bit uncomfortable. Lin Shen approached, observing Shen Shu's almost undiminished energy and blood, and his blood-stained appearance, he couldn't help but exclaim, "You really made a name for yourself this time. Did us a great favor." Shen Shu gave a shy smile, modestly saying, "It's not about doing favors. It's just about the lack of sage time." Lin Shun found it hard to reconcile this humble young man with the figure who had just rampaged through the beast tide. Half jokingly, he said, "Sometimes I wonder if you're some kind of interstellar creature turned human. Otherwise, how could your energy be so abundant?" As he spoke, he patted Shen Shu on the shoulder. "Plus, with your physical prowess, you could probably wrestle a tier 4 beast with just your body. And you're also trained in psychic power. TSK, TSK, TSK. Lin Shun clicked his tongue. "I finally understand why the Asura trials select people who are dual trained in martial and psychic arts. You're practically flawless." Upon hearing this, Shen Shu suppressed his embarrassment, cleared his throat, and calmly replied, "Not taking students." Lin Shun was momentarily speechless, responding only with a puzzled look. Lin Shun heard Shen Shu's abstract remark and stared at him expressionlessly, feeling a bit annoyed. Just as he was about to retort, a soldier hurried over, interrupting their standoff. "Deputy Lin, Major Shun, Major General Sun Wu wants to see you." Lin Shun immediately put aside his displeasure and quickly headed towards the main tent with Shen Shu. As they entered, they saw Sun Wu engaged in a conversation. The Major General gestured for them to wait while he continued his communication. "Something's off in Blue City. How's the reconnaissance going on your end?" Sun Wu's voice carried a hint of gravity. "All right, I understand." After the call ended, Sun Wu took a deep breath and looked at them with a serious expression. He paused for a moment before delivering the unsettling news. "It's not just Blue City. Several secondary cities are also showing unusual activity. Valen might be aiming to destroy a primary city's astral gate, using some secondary cities as bait. Blue City could be one of them. I suspect Valen has already gathered a group of tier 4 beasts in the jungle." Lin Shun frowned slightly, puzzled. "Didn't we anticipate this? With you personally overseeing the fortress and additional spiritualists on standby, as long as Valen doesn't attack with tier 5 beasts, we should be able to handle it, right?" Sun Wu's gaze sharpened as he looked directly at Lin Shun. "But what if Valen does bring tier 5 beasts?" Lin Shun was momentarily speechless, then furrowed his brow. "That's unlikely, isn't it? If they make such a move, the astral battlefield of a primary city would lack that kind of firepower, and we could clear it out. Valen wouldn't abandon a primary city's astral battlefield." Sun Wu rubbed his forehead and pointed to the map in front of him. "That's exactly the issue. I just discussed with the higher-ups. The primary city is unusually quiet, allowing us to clear out the exposed clansmen. But the quieter it is, the greater the risk, I feel." He continued, "Instead of guessing here, I've decided to enter the jungle ahead of schedule and see what Valen's up to. After all, the Blue City clansmen have mostly been cleared, and our pressure isn't as high as in other cities." Sun Wu then turned to Shen Shu. "As for you, although you're only at the skin training stage, your combat power is on par with seasoned bone refinement practitioners. I'm granting you the authority to adapt as needed and to advance your military merit exchanges. However, you can only advance the merit of up to 5 tier 4 beasts. This is a military regulation, not my personal decision. If you advance, you must repay. With interest borrow 5, repay 6. Just then, a flurry of footsteps approached from outside the tent. Wuda burst in, anger radiating from him. "Sun Wu, why disrupt the plan?" Wuda shot a glance at Shen Shu, then roared at Sun Wu, his voice filled with barely contained rage. "Don't think just because you're a young officer recalled from the front lines, you can do whatever you want here." Sun Wu merely gave him a cold glance and calmly replied, "Precisely because I was recalled from the front lines, I understand the situation better. The front is at a stalemate, with no breakthroughs, so Valen can only strike from the rear. Not just Morningstar, but other Federation talent cultivation planets face the same threat." Wuda's anger intensified, his face turning crimson. Sun Wu's disdainful smile broke the silence. His sharp gaze swept over everyone present, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "We're all facing the same situation, so what makes you special? The rear of Blue City is stable. Wouldn't it be better to remain calm and steady?" His words were like a sword, directly targeting the weaknesses of those present. Sun Wu continued, "To put it nicely, you're staying calm and steady, but to put it bluntly, you're just afraid to act, afraid of making mistakes. You, along with those in the talent cultivation planets in the rear, have grown too comfortable." Sun Wu's voice rose, anger sparking in his eyes. "The rear has been infiltrated by so many followers, and when they reveal themselves, you take action to capture them. But what were you doing before they showed themselves? The stability of the Blue City rear has been maintained by Shen Shu's efforts in clearing threats." His words were like a heavy hammer, striking at the hearts of those present. "The reason you're hesitant to act is because you're afraid of exposing your limitations. Without Shen Shu, if chaos erupted simultaneously on the astral battlefield and in the city, what could you, a mere chief officer of the Spirit Control Division, possibly do?" Faced with Sun Wu's questioning, Wuda's face turned beet red. He stiffened his neck, glaring at Sun Wu, his voice trembling with anger. Only death awaits. Hearing this, Sun Wu's lips curled into a cold smile. Well then, let's see Wu Chief Officer accompany me on a path to death. At that moment, Sun Wu's wristband lit up. He quickly swiped his fingers, projecting a virtual file in front of Wu Da. Sun Wu's voice carried a hint of mockery. The orders have arrived. You have no choice but to go. Wu Da looked at the file in front of him, his expression shifting unpredictably, but he gritted his teeth and stayed silent. Seeing no rebuttal from Wu Da, Sun Wu turned to the bone refinement and mind masters who had been transferred along with him, his tone stern. This is Lin Shun, my deputy. You will follow his instructions to help defend the fortress. His gaze was like a knife, cutting through everyone present. Let me make it clear, even though this is a temporary assignment, if anyone disobeys orders and causes instability at the fortress, I, Sun Wu, swear that the troublemaker and their family will face consequences. Sun Wu's threat hung like a sword over everyone's heads. Though those who had been transferred showed displeasure, they nodded and agreed through gritted teeth. Once arrangements were made, Sun Wu didn't make a grand exit. His clothes shimmered briefly as he suppressed his presence, silently heading into the forest. Despite his reluctance, Wu Da donned his portable armor and followed. Watching this unfold, Lin Shen's expression was grave. Just as he was about to organize the bone refinement masters, Shen Shu suddenly spoke up. I want to advance my military merits. Lin Shen was puzzled. Now? How many body tempering potions do you need? Shen Shu shook his head, denying it, then listed his requirements. A leg technique for bone refinement level, one that's fast. A copy of the farmer's 3 punches. A sword technique. Any extra merits should be used to exchange for body tempering potions. Lin Shen's confusion deepened, but he left the tent and soon returned with a brand new data card. When Shen Shu's wristband touched the card, several techniques appeared immediately. There are 2 leg techniques that meet your requirements. Choose one, Lin Shen explained. Bone refinement. Thunder technique as swift as thunder, increases speed by consuming blood energy, and the accumulated energy enhances your next attack. Bone refinement. Gentle breeze technique moves as quietly as a breeze, perfect for stealth and concealment. The former is faster but more conspicuous, suitable for combat. The latter is better for hiding and lurking. After a brief consideration, Shen Shu chose the thunder technique. The gentle breeze technique then disappeared from the card. Lin Shen also produced 5 A-grade body tempering potions from his pocket. This is what's left from the merits exchange. Accepting the potions, Shen Shu glanced at the new skills on his wristband and nodded in thanks. Lin Shen seemed to want to say more, but when he looked up, Shen Shu had already vanished without a trace. Lin Shen's pupils suddenly contracted, and alarm bells rang in his mind. Where did he go? His eyes scanned the surroundings like lightning, and in the next second, he caught sight of a ghostly figure silently tailing Sun Wu and Wu Da as they left. How dare he? Lin Shen's heart burned with anger. Just moments ago, Shen Shu had been asking him about techniques, leading him to believe the young man intended to rest and recuperate at the fortress. Who would have thought he'd slip away so quickly? Grinding his teeth, Lin Shen cursed inwardly. Doesn't he realize the dangers of the jungle far surpass those of a beast tide? Even a seasoned expert like Sun Wu, at the convergence stage, needs to travel with a spiritualist to avoid unforeseen dangers. Where does a mere skin refining stage practitioner get the nerve to take such risks alone? Meanwhile, Sun Wu also noticed Shen Shu quietly following them. He frowned and barked. Why are you tagging along? Hearing this, Shen Shu looked at him calmly and replied, Don't I have the right to adapt to the situation? Sun Wu was left speechless by Shen Shu's response. He had given Shen Shu the right to adapt so that he could protect himself in emergencies, either by retreating or using his robust vitality to fight freely. It was never intended for him to follow them into the jungle and court death. Get back now, Sun Wu shouted sternly. The jungle is not like the previous beast tide with only 3rd-level beasts. There could be 5th-level beasts and the Valen tribe stationed there. Besides, you don't have any escape techniques. Upon hearing this, Shen Shu squinted slightly, pondered for a moment, and then said, Does that mean if I have an escape technique, I can go in with you? Sun Wu was amused and scoffed. While everyone else is avoiding this place, why are you eager to come? Fine, if you can show me an escape technique I deem acceptable, I don't mind taking you along. Shen Shu didn't say more. Instead, he silently activated his wristband and began reviewing the thunder sprint technique. Seeing this, Wu Da couldn't help but mock. Shen Shu, sharpening your skills at the last minute has its limits. Do you really trust the technique you just learned? Everyone here is a genius. Do you think you're invincible? Ignoring the taunts, Shen Shu focused intently on mastering the thunder sprint technique. Time flew by, and the mysteries of the technique slowly unfolded in his mind. In the first hour, he had thoroughly studied the bone refining stage thunder sprint technique. By the 10th hour, he realized thunder sprint relied heavily on strong vitality, causing continuous explosions behind him to increase speed, with the dispersal of vitality enhancing subsequent attacks. By the 50th hour, he discovered the method of exploding vitality was akin to hidden force, except one exploded inside others, while the other exploded within and around oneself. By the 100th hour, the bone refining stage thunder sprint had reached perfection. By the 150th hour, his powerful vitality and physique gave him the confidence to experiment and master various uses of thunder sprint. By the 200th hour, he had fully mastered thunder sprint and integrated hidden force, increasing speed and efficiency. Because the use of hidden force was similar to thunder sprint, he learned faster by analogy. By the 250th hour, he had incorporated thunder sprint into various techniques, even using it to accelerate instantly while swinging a blade. He had developed new ways to employ thunder sprint. As the panel flashed by, the perfect mastery of the bone refining stage thunder sprint was etched in Shen Shu's mind. What was once obscure and complex became his most familiar technique, as if he had been immersed in it for a long time. Seeing the mocking smile still on Wu Da's face, Shen Shu simply looked at him calmly. In the next instant, with a sudden explosion of vitality under his feet, Shen Shu appeared before Wu Da like a ghost, mere inches away. In the next moment, a gust of wind whistled past, as Shen Shu's fist appeared like lightning before Wu Da. Even though the portable mech reacted quickly and the visor dropped instantly, Wu Da still felt a sharp sting on his face, as if he had been struck by a biting cold wind. At this moment, Wu Da was suspended in midair, 5 or 6 meters away from Shen Shu. Shen Shu had managed to close the distance in an instant, faster than the mech could respond. If he had harbored any ill intent, Wu Da might have already been a goner. Sun Wu stared at Shen Shu in disbelief. He immediately recognized it as the bone refining stage's thunderbolt technique. But wasn't Shen Shu just learning this skill? Unless the military's internal investigation had completely failed, Shen Shu shouldn't have had any exposure to this technique, not even a hint of understanding. Shen Shu relaxed his fist and gently tapped on Wu Da's face shield, speaking in a light-hearted tone. Sorry, I'm still getting the hang of it. Didn't mean to scare you, Officer Wu. Hearing this, Sun Wu's mouth twitched involuntarily. Couldn't control his strength? That was clearly a bluff. Shen Shu's ability to hover steadily in the air was due to his continuous use of Thunderbolt to propel his blood energy. Moreover, his precise control and mastery of the blood energy were likely more advanced than those of experts who had studied it for years. Recalling Wu Da's earlier comment about everyone present being a genius, Sun Wu felt utterly embarrassed. He cursed inwardly. Next time you show off, don't include me. I'm not worthy. Wu Da's expression shifted between anger and disbelief as he glared at Shen Shu. You? Sun Wu must have taught you this in private. Falsely accused, Sun Wu snorted and retorted without hesitation. Can't learn it yourself, so you blame others? When do I have time to give him private lessons? Hearing Sun Wu's blunt rebuttal, Wu Da's face turned various shades of red and white, left speechless. He recalled what he had learned about Shen Shu at the Dawnstar Council. In fact, Shen Shu's only recent downtime might have been while in custody. During that time, Sun Wu was also attending the council meetings. Wu Da reached a startling conclusion. Shen Shu might have picked it up on the spot. The thought sent chills down his spine. Could such a prodigy really exist, capable of mastering such advanced techniques after just one look? After a moment of silence, Sun Wu felt Shen Shu's gaze and, after some hesitation, spoke. Since you have the ability to protect yourself, you can come along. But let me be clear, if we encounter danger and I tell you to leave, you must do so immediately without looking back. Upon hearing this, Shen Shu gave a knowing smile. All right. Without mastering the Thunderbolt technique, no matter how eager he was, he would have had to stay behind at the fortress. Although the jungle held more opportunities for enlightenment, without sufficient strength, it would be suicidal. Now, with the bone refining stage's Thunderbolt and Sun Wu's company, it was undoubtedly his best chance to enter the jungle and seize those moments of enlightenment. As soon as the words were spoken, the group silently advanced into the depths of the forest, each person on high alert, ready to face the unknown challenges ahead. A breeze carrying the stench of fierce beasts blew through as Shen Shu and his group swiftly moved through the jungle. As they ventured deeper, the damp, foul odor grew stronger, indicating the presence of numerous beasts. Yet, the jungle was eerily quiet. Even Wu Da noticed something was amiss. Sun Wu squinted his eyes, scanning the surroundings warily. Something's not right, he murmured. We've reached the heart of the area, yet we haven't encountered a single Tier 4 beast. Even if controlled by the vassal clan, beasts retain their wild nature. How could they go from fighting each other in the morning to working together by afternoon? Without a Tier 4 beast in command, that's impossible. Gazing at the hidden group of beasts in the jungle, Sun Wu's unease intensified. Wu Da couldn't help but suggest, should we turn back? Sun Wu hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. No, we need to go deeper and find out what's going on. Meanwhile, deeper in the jungle, a massive three-headed dog lay lazily on the ground. In its presence, both Tier 4 beasts and the previously arrogant vassal clan members like Halls were bowing down. This fiery three-headed dog was a formidable Tier 5 beast. The three-headed dog glanced at the beasts and vassal clan members on the ground, its eyes showing a human-like disdain and greed. It then focused on the spinning astral passage nearby. According to Hill, this astral battlefield not only had a powerful expert to devour, but if it could open a path to Blue City, it could unleash havoc. Even if it couldn't open the path, the Tier 4 beasts here would suffice for its needs, possibly helping it break through to Tier 6. With this thought, it looked at the spinning passage, eyes full of longing. Soon, the passage's rotation sped up, and a figure gradually appeared. A person dressed in fine attire, with a refined face, emerged from the passage, resembling a classical noble. He looked human, except for a blue crystal on his forehead and two small horns protruding from his head. "Greetings, Prince Hill." The vassal clan members knelt in unison. Hill, having just crossed the astral passage, suppressed his discomfort and looked at the vassal clan before him, a flash of anger in his eyes. These useless fools, he thought. They couldn't even prevent the Federation from gathering information, forcing me to disrupt my plans and come here early. Once this is over, I'll reclaim the seals I've nurtured in them. Waving his hand, Hill commanded, "Report the current situation." Before Wei Jiang could speak, Halls eagerly stepped forward. "Your Highness Hill, we've arranged an attack on the city and weakened Blue City's vigilance. Although the military has established a fortress, I've followed your instructions to infiltrate vassal clan members from other places. Once the battle starts, we'll coordinate from inside and outside to capture it in one go." Seeing this, Wei Jiang's eyes showed a hint of disdain. As expected, Hill merely glanced coldly at Halls, and the next second, Halls felt intense pain in his mind. "A mere slave dares to stand on equal footing with me and say we?" Hill said coldly. Hill suddenly unleashed his psychic power, sweeping across the surroundings like an invisible wave. Initially intended to pressure the followers, it unexpectedly triggered a reaction. Deep in the jungle, a familiar and powerful oppressive force enveloped Wu Da, involuntarily reminding him of his past confrontation with the Valen tribe alongside his teacher. This moment of fear caused a fluctuation in his psychic power. Shen Shu immediately noticed the anomaly, her sharp gaze locking onto Wu Da. "Are you a traitor?" Sun Wu heard this and was puzzled. Before he could speak, Shen Shu coldly stared at Wu Da and said, "Let's go." Wu Da has been exposed. As soon as she finished speaking, an even stronger psychic force erupted from the depths of the jungle, shaking Sun Wu's mental sea. In an instant, he realized the gravity of the situation, glaring angrily at Wu Da. Damn it, a useless teammate. He should have stayed in the rear. After a second confirmation, Hill was furious. Damn it, how did you let them get here? With Hill's rage, the three-headed hellhound no longer concealed its strength, erupting into roaring flames and letting out a thunderous roar. The overwhelming pressure made the surrounding beast tremble, and it charged directly at Shen Shu and her group. "What are you waiting for? Move." Wei Jiang was the first to react, and his fourth-tier golden eagle swooped down, lifting him off the ground. Halls and the others quickly followed suit, and the jungle suddenly turned into a swarm of chaos, with countless figures rushing out. Seeing this, Sun Wu and the others no longer held back, but at that moment, a massive psychic force attacked, enveloping them and directly targeting their mental seas. Even someone as strong as Sun Wu felt a splitting headache. "Wu Da!" Sun Wu roared through gritted teeth. Wu Da, meanwhile, was exerting his psychic power with all his might, but was clearly struggling, only able to spare a little effort to help Sun Wu withstand the attack. The original plan was for Wu Da to deal with the Valen tribe while Sun Wu handled the fifth-tier beast, but now the plan had been completely disrupted before it even began. Seeing this, Shen Shu had to divert a thread of psychic power to assist Sun Wu. Regaining his composure, Sun Wu glared at Wu Da. "Aren't you a psychic warrior? Didn't you fight the Valen tribe before? How can you be so weak?" Wu Da's face turned grim as he defended himself. "This is a Valen noble. I'm lucky to hold my own. If it weren't for Shen Shu killing Sun Dianjin, two psychics could have held them off." "Damn it, you useless fool!" Sun Wu shouted, grabbing Shen Shu and charging out of the jungle. Wu Da, who usually put on a good show and was said to have faced the Valen tribe heathen, crumbled at the critical moment. On the other side, Wu Da looked extremely distressed. His fear before the battle was evident, and although he might have the power to fight the Valen tribe as a psychic, his internal fear had already destroyed his fighting spirit. He had managed to become the chief officer of Blue City because he had previously blocked the Valen tribe. But that confrontation shattered Wu Da's spirit, leaving him with no progress. As a psychic genius, he had worked hard for over a decade, only to reach the starting point of an ordinary Valen tribesman. The gap between psychics was immense, but he had hidden his cowardice well, never letting it be discovered. Roar! In the brief moment of delay, the three-headed hellhound had already caught up. Sun Wu gritted his teeth and said to Shen Shu, "Tell Lin Shun and the others to prepare to retreat, destroy the astral pathway, and report to the military that the Valen tribe might be planning a full-scale invasion of the astral battlefield." Then, Sun Wu turned to Wu Da. "Didn't you say you were ready to die before? Now's your chance." Hold off the Valen tribe, and I'll handle the Hellhound. Without giving Wu Do a chance to refuse, Sun Wu turned and charged at the Hellhound. In an instant, a surge of bloodlust erupted. The Hellhound was not to be outdone, its 3 heads spewing searing flames, engulfing Sun Wu. Wu Do was immediately targeted by Hill. Seeing this, Shen Shu didn't hesitate to dash out of the jungle, bloodlust exploding behind her. Watching the familiar figure, Hill grinned menacingly. Bring him back to me. At Hill's command, Halls led the charge, pursuing Shen Shu directly. Sun Wu watched as nearly 20 fierce beasts charged at Shen Shu. He was about to step in to help when he saw a surge of crimson energy behind Shen Shu, who swiftly left the battlefield. Sun Wu was taken aback by Shen Shu's decisiveness. At that moment, a massive 3-headed dog suddenly appeared before Sun Wu. The central head snorted, releasing scorching flames. Major Sun Wu, I didn't expect an early entrance to the battlefield would yield such unexpected gains, Sierra remarked with a cold smile as he looked down at Sun Wu. Hearing this, Sun Wu locked his gaze on Sierra, his fists clenching involuntarily, ready for battle. Huh, who would have thought a minor second-level battlefield could attract a noble from Valen? Sierra's smile widened. It usually wouldn't be worthwhile. But a major from the military is a different story. Leaning in slightly, he continued, Major Sun, I'll give you a chance. Accept my seal willingly, and I might spare your life. All right. Sun Wu responded almost without hesitation, catching Sierra by surprise. Raising his hands, Sun Wu said, I surrender. Come and brand me with your seal. He took 2 steps forward. Sierra chuckled. Do you really think I'm that foolish, Major Sun? If you were truly sincere, before he could finish, Sun Wu suddenly lunged, attempting to decapitate Sierra. Sierra was prepared, maintaining a safe distance from Sun Wu, with the 3-headed dog standing between them. His mental power expanded instantly, enveloping Sun Wu. In an instant, Sun Wu felt the world spinning around him. Wu Da! Sun Wu shouted in anger, drawing Sierra's attention to Wu Da. With just a glance, Sierra smirked playfully. So, you're one of the seeds we released. I'll give you a chance to attack Sun Wu, and maybe I'll spare your life. Sierra's tone was as if commanding a stray dog. The Valen clan often released certain mental and spiritual practitioners during battles to confuse the Federation. These individuals appeared normal but harbored a deep-seated fear of Valen nobles, which would explode when faced with them. The Federation, unaware, saw these individuals as valuable assets due to their experience in fighting the Valen, not realizing they were intentionally planted seeds meant to take root and grow, eventually becoming controllable hidden allies for the Valen. Upon hearing Sierra's words, Wu Da's heart trembled. The surrounding Valen mental energy coiled around his mind like a venomous snake, almost suffocating him. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed his mental power, directing it straight at Sun Wu. Sun Wu was struggling to fend off Sierra's mental energy with the resistance device on his battle armor, while also dealing with the 3-headed dog's attacks. He never expected Wu Da to actually turn against him. This unexpected betrayal caught Sun Wu off guard, allowing the 3-headed dog to seize the opportunity and swat him deep into the forest with a powerful paw. Wu Da fulfilled Hill's request and immediately felt the surrounding psychic energy dissipate. Like a drowning man grasping at straws, he frantically dashed out of the jungle. Hill watched this with a sly smile. Wu Da had become his pawn, more valuable alive than dead. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shen Shu burst out of the jungle like a crimson comet. However, he suddenly stopped at the forest's edge and quickly used his wrist device to send a message to Lin Shun, a 5th-tier beast, Valen nobility present, over 24th-tier beasts, Wu Da untrustworthy. After sending the message, Shen Shu turned to face the jungle behind him. On the fortress, some soldiers noticed the scene. Isn't that skinny tiger Shen Shu? What's he doing there? One soldier, using a laser imaging device, saw the horde of beasts surging from the jungle and exclaimed, Oh no! Beast attack! Shen Shu stood at the forest's edge, the thunderous sound of beasts charging filling his ears. The noise of trees toppling was relentless, and the pungent stench of beasts grew stronger. Though he could easily escape at this moment, he chose to stay, silently waiting and calculating time. Inhale, Shen Shu took a deep breath, calming the turmoil within and steadying his surging blood. A giant bear crashed through the obstructing trees, letting out an earth-shaking roar. Roar! Hall saw that Shen Shu hadn't fled but stood his ground, and his face lit up with joy. Kill him! Not only Hall's, but the surrounding beasts also had a crazed gleam in their eyes. Killing this human would surely earn them Hill's generous reward. The beasts rushed at Shen Shu like a tidal wave crashing against a solitary figure. Shen Shu slowly opened his eyes, his deep gaze calm. Suddenly, with a bang, an explosion sounded, blood mist spread, and Shen Shu's figure vanished. Amidst the puzzled gazes of many clansmen, Shen Shu, who had been fleeing, now charged towards them, his blood aura more intense than before. In the sequence of sonic booms, his form became a blur, moving so fast that others could only see a blood-red afterimage rushing at them. In a blink, That blood-red afterimage reached the giant bear. Before the bear could react, like blood calling thunder, with a crack, the sound of a dragon's roar and thunderclap erupted simultaneously. The bear's massive body was sent flying, its hard skull shattering from Shen Shu's thunderous strike. Blood mist exploded like a blooming crimson rose. The bear's corpse crashed into several beasts, carving a path of blood on the ground, twitching a few times before lying still. A system notification sounded. You have slain a 4th-tier beast, gaining 350 hours of sage time. At this moment, all of Shen Shu's techniques layered to a terrifying degree. Despite being at the skin refining stage, he had kicked a 4th-tier beast to death. Ah! Hall's let out a piercing scream. In the next second, a flash of cold light, and Hall's head flew high. His headless body knelt, spraying blood like New Year's fireworks. The clansmen watching swallowed hard. The bear, which had made them bow in submission, was killed so easily? With a crack, Shen Shu's right leg twisted unnaturally from the powerful attack it had just endured. Seeing this, the previously intimidated clansmen's eyes reignited with ferocity. Altogether, kill him. Facing the returning psychic energy and encroaching beasts, Shen Shu unhesitatingly took out body-tempering potions and injected 3 doses. The system notification sounded again. At the 30th hour, your fracture has fully healed, and your physical state has returned to its peak. In the midst of the crowd's terrified gazes, Shen Shu's twisted right leg suddenly returned to normal. He flashed a grim smile and vanished in an instant. Even the telekinesis of the Bloodline clan couldn't pinpoint his whereabouts, only catching a glimpse of a beast-like shadow of blood energy darting through the forest. What was once their home turf now felt like being stalked by a fierce tiger. Suddenly, a member of the Bloodline clan cried out in pain as an ethereal blade pierced through several minds. As everyone anxiously turned back, a shadow of blood energy appeared behind a ferocious beast. The blood energy accumulated from the thunder within Shen Shu erupted, aligning with the techniques being simulated on his panel. He had completely mastered the bone-refining realm sword technique, returned to simplicity, and further infused techniques like thunder and dark force into the bone-refining realm chaotic world fist, crafting his unique martial path. Shen Shu swung his blade at the rock ape, known for its defense. Initially met with resistance, his powerful force allowed the long blade to slice through the ape's arm as easily as cutting a watermelon. Amidst its piercing scream, Shen Shu let out a soft exclamation, sliding the blade from arm to waist, cleaving the rock ape in half. A system notification flashed. Kill the Tier 4 ferocious beast, earned 280 hours of sage moment. At that moment, a streak of light flashed behind Shen Shu. The screech of claws scraping against armor sounded as a lightspeed mouse launched a sneak attack. Relying on combat instincts, Shen Shu slightly shifted, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Immediately after, a lurking black snake lunged at Shen Shu's right hand. He quickly retreated, sweeping his long blade horizontally. However, at the cost of nearly being severed, the black snake coiled around the blade, aiming for Shen Shu's right arm. Forced to release the blade, Shen Shu was instantly swarmed by the surrounding beasts. After a brief chaos, they formed a fatal encirclement. Shen Shu faced a pack of hyenas with hungry eyes, a silver-furred wolf advancing step by step, while the other beasts waited for an opportunity. The Bloodline clan member controlling the black snake broke out in cold sweat, urgently shouting, "Kill him now! I've disarmed him." Surveying his surroundings, Shen Shu suddenly smiled. "Actually, I'm not a swordsman." Before the words settled, Shen Shu's blood energy erupted, propelling him in front of the silver wolf. 2 crisp sounds of blood energy explosions echoed from his elbow and fist as he smashed a punch onto the wolf's head. The dark force detonated instantly, followed by another punch. In an instant, the bones of the silver wolf shattered under the fierce attack of Shen Shu. Without pausing, Shen Shu delivered another punch. Bang! The ground beneath the silver wolf caved in, and its already fractured skull exploded completely. This was the power of the Chaos Fist, also known as the Farmer's 3 punches, where the combined force of 3 punches was as powerful as thunder. A system notification sounded. You have slain a Tier 4 beast, earning 300 hours of sage time. Just then, a hyena behind Shen Shu targeted his vulnerable lower leg for a sneak attack. Shen Shu keenly sensed it and swiftly turned around, stomping down hard. The lead hyena was instantly crushed into the dirt, blood splattering everywhere. Shen Shu then grabbed another hyena by the neck and slammed it into its companion. Amidst their piercing howls, Shen Shu delivered a punch, and the hidden force shattered the heads of both hyenas. The system prompted again, "You have slain." In the blink of an eye, the encirclement of beasts was completely broken by Shen Shu. However, the danger was not over. A chirping sound signaled another sneak attack by the Glimmer Mouse from behind. This time, Shen Shu was prepared. He quickly turned and caught the Glimmer Mouse in his grip. Applying pressure, he enveloped the small creature with his formidable blood energy. In the next moment, with a bang, the Glimmer Mouse exploded into a mist of blood, its remains casually discarded to the side. Shen Shu's hand bore deep, bone-revealing scratches from the glimmer mouse, but under the influence of sage time, the wounds healed instantly. At this moment, he seemed like a god of slaughter, instilling fear in the surrounding beasts, which began to frantically struggle to escape the control of their kin and flee into the depths of the forest. At that moment, the roar of a mech suddenly sounded from behind. Shen Shu's eyes narrowed, and he thought to himself, Wuda. Looking back, he didn't see Sun Wu's figure. Why would he come back? Recalling Wu Da's previous hesitant behavior, Shen Shu immediately reacted. With a burst of energy, Shen Shu instantly blocked Wu Da's mech. Wu Da, in his panicked retreat, mistook the sudden appearance of a blood shadow for a beast attack and hurriedly shouted, Prince Hill said to spare me. Recognizing Shen Shu, his expression quickly turned grim. Shen Shu. Hearing Wu Da's words, the questions Shen Shu had intended to ask were swallowed. He coldly stared at Wu Da, approaching slowly with an icy tone, You betrayed us. This accusation seemed to hit a sore spot for Wu Da, who instantly became agitated. I didn't. It was Sun Wu. It was you who acted recklessly and fell into the Valen trap. Shen Shu, you fled the battlefield and dare to accuse me. Facing Wu Da's outburst, Shen Shu remained silent, continuing his slow advance. His silence seemed to exert immense psychological pressure on Wu Da, who began to ramble defensively. Yes. It was because of you all that the battlefield was lost. It was because. Before he could finish, Shen Shu was upon him. Bunga punch shattered Wu Da's faceplate. He crashed to the ground like a meteor, with Shen Shu following closely, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Within the fortress of the Blue City Starfield battlefield, a dramatic scene was unfolding. Everyone watched in shock as Wu Da was slammed to the ground like a meteor by Shen Shu. A wave of disbelief swept over them. Why did Shen Shu attack Officer Wu? Could he have betrayed them? Lin Shen stood amidst the crowd. His eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the message Shen Shu had just sent. His gaze drifted over the bone-refining martial artist who had arrived with Wu Da, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Wu Da had returned, yet Major Sun Wu was nowhere to be seen. Shen Shu's assault on Wu Da was far from a personal vendetta. The truth was becoming clear. Shen Shu was not the traitor, Wu Da was. In a flash, Lin Shen retreated behind the crowd, exchanging a meaningful glance with several senior military officers. The next moment, he shouted, Restrain them. The senior officers moved like arrows released from a bow, swiftly subduing the bone-refining martial artists who had accompanied Wu Da. The captured martial artists were stunned, looking at Lin Shen in disbelief. Lin Shen, what are you doing? Lin Shen stared back at them coldly, his voice icy. As a spiritual warrior, Wu Da should have returned with Major Sunday. Why is he back alone, with no sign of Major Sun? These words struck everyone like a heavy blow. A terrifying thought emerged. If Wu Da had truly betrayed them, Major Sun Wu might be in grave danger. Lin Shen's expression was as grim as iron, his eyes fixed on the spot where Wu Da had fallen, while everyone else involuntarily turned their gaze in the same direction. They watched as Shen Shu unleashed his power, the force of his mech piercing through Wu Da's body. With a powerful punch to Wu Da's chest, Shen Shu's hand sliced into the gaps of the portable mech like a sword. Wu Da let out a pained scream, his vital energy flooding into Shen Shu's arm. Astonishingly, the seemingly indestructible portable mech was torn apart by Shen Shu as if it were paper. Wu Da coughed up blood, staring at Shen Shu in disbelief. He could never have imagined that a mere major, a martial artist only of the skin-refining stage, could so easily penetrate a portable mech supposedly capable of withstanding a direct hit from a fourth-tier beast. Shen Shu witnessed everything that had just happened, and fury instantly ignited within him. With a sudden burst of strength in his right hand, he exerted immense pressure that caused Wu Da's eyes to bulge. Under the watchful eyes of the fortress crowd, Shen Shu crushed Wu Da's skull with his bare hands. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and Wu Da's body convulsed twice before hanging limply. This scene sent chills down the spines of those in the fortress behind him. Taking a deep breath, Shen Shu tried to calm the storm within him. He realized the situation was more severe than he had anticipated. Without waiting for others to react, Shen Shu grabbed Wu Da's corpse and dashed towards the fortress with incredible speed, like a blood-red meteor. The scent of blood emanating from him made those around feel as if they had fallen into an icy abyss. He glanced at Lin Shen before tossing Wu Da's body over. He's betrayed us. The portable mech wasn't destroyed in time. It should have records. Shen Shu then turned his gaze to several controlled bone refinement practitioners. I need to search their souls. His words left everyone around him in shock. One bone refinement practitioner suddenly struggled and resisted, injuring a nearby military member. Shen Shu appeared in front of him in an instant, delivering a fierce punch to his abdomen before grabbing his throat and lifting him up. Refuse, and you die? Under Shen Shu's overwhelming bloodlust, the bone refinement practitioner was utterly powerless to resist. Shen Shu began soul-searching, uncovering many violations, but found no information related to the blessed clan. He then slammed the person heavily onto the ground, saying coldly, "You may not have colluded with the blessed clan, but I know about all the foul deeds you've done. I've surrounded your heart with dark energy. Betray us, and you'll die without a doubt. If you want to live, perform well in this battle." The bone refinement practitioner looked at Shen Shu in terror, eventually lowering his head under Shen Shu's icy gaze. Shen Shu continued to search the souls of other bone refinement practitioners, and the continuous mental strain was taking a toll on him. He turned to Lin Shun and said, "Body refining potions, and potions to enhance mental strength." Without a word, Lin Shun immediately left. Just then, a seemingly cooperative bone refinement practitioner suddenly launched a lethal attack on Shen Shu. However, Shen Shu was already prepared. He kicked out, striking the opponent's abdomen. The sound of bones shattering echoed, and a large cloud of blood mist exploded from the bone refinement practitioner's back, leaving him in a near-death state. Shen Shu then grabbed the man's arm, pulling him back, and his hand clamped down on the man's face. Like manipulating a rag doll, he smashed the man's head onto the ground with force. With a loud thud, the head shattered like a watermelon. Shen Shu slowly stood up, blood dripping from his hands pooling on the ground. His cold gaze swept the surroundings, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. "Anyone else want to make a move? Hurry up, I'm on a tight schedule." The ambush by a bone-refining martial artist was child's play in front of Shen Shu. He swiftly retaliated, killing the assailant with a spray of blood that intimidated the restless crowd around him. This scene instantly extinguished the fire in the hearts of those who were dissatisfied or even considering rebellion. As the last few bone-refining martial artists were interrogated, Lin Shun arrived breathlessly, carrying several heavy boxes. Eagerly opening the first box, he revealed a neatly arranged collection of body-refining elixirs, shimmering with an enticing glow. "These are body-refining elixirs," Lin Shun exclaimed anxiously, handing the box over to Shen Shu. He opened a second box. "This one enhances mental power, and this one is for healing." He quickly passed the batches of precious elixirs to Shen Shu, each one invaluable. Finally, Lin Shun brought out a more exquisite box. Handling it with great care, he opened it with a soft hiss, releasing a wisp of white smoke. Holding his breath, he extracted a potion glowing with an unusual light. "This is an inscribed body refining elixir," Lin Shun said with a hint of pride in his voice. "These are our most treasured possessions." He looked up, meeting Shen Shu's gaze with determination. "I've reported the situation in Blue City to the superiors. You should leave first. I won't abandon Major General Sun Wu." Shen Shu looked into Lin Shun's eyes and saw his resolve. He gently patted Lin Shun on the shoulder. "If Sun Wu makes it through this, he owes you for bringing out the best of your treasures." With that, Shen Shu quickly drew several great elixirs and injected 5 of them without hesitation. As the elixirs coursed through his body, he felt a surge of power. "Hold the fort until I return," Shen Shu instructed, then dashed into the depths of the forest like a blood-red meteor, moving so quickly that he was almost a blur. As Shen Shu departed, notifications began to flash on the system panel. In the first hour, the elixir's power surged through Shen Shu like a tidal wave. Harnessing this force, he began to unlock the next vital point. Time flew by, and by the 200th hour, the elixir's power was fully absorbed. Shen Shu examined himself internally and found 15 vital points yet to be opened. Without expression, he injected more elixirs. Another 200 hours passed, and the elixir's power was depleted again. This time, only 3 vital points remained: Baihui, Tiantu, and Qihai. These were crucial, prominently marked in the cultivation manual for their size and importance. Shen Shu knew the quality of opening these 3 points would directly affect the future development of the Great Sun Forging Cauldron technique. A successful opening would lead to smooth cultivation. A poor one could severely hinder blood energy flow and affect the cultivation outcome. Even after successfully opening over 300 points, Shen Shu approached these last 3 with caution. He focused intently, suppressing the surging blood energy within, preparing for the final breakthrough. Time ticked by, and sweat beaded on Shen Shu's forehead. At the 250th hour, the system notified him. "You have successfully opened the Baihui point." He breathed a small sigh of relief but quickly refocused on the next point. By the 280th hour, "You have successfully opened the Tiantu point." The blood energy within him surged even more, yet he maintained his concentration. Finally, at the 340th hour, the last notification sounded. "You have successfully opened the Qihai point." With the last point opened, Shen Shu could no longer suppress the torrent of blood energy within him. Like a wild horse seeking release, the energy demanded an outlet. Even his skin, tempered to be impervious, struggled to contain this force. Shen Shu no longer restrained his advancement. He had previously held back to test whether defeating higher-level opponents would yield more sage moments. It did provide some extra benefits, though not significantly. The next moment, the system announced, "You have advanced to bone refining level." In an instant, the overwhelming blood energy surged like a deluge into Shen Shu's bones. Successive notifications rang in his ears. You have broken through to bone refining stage 1. You have broken through to bone refining stage 2. You have broken through to bone refining stage 3. Finally, the system gave a final assessment. Current level, bone refining stage 3 peak. Standing there, Shen Shu felt the immense power within him, his eyes shining with determination. He knew this was just the beginning, with greater challenges awaiting him ahead. A surge of powerful energy coursed through Shen Shu's body like a tidal wave, instantly propelling him to the peak of the third stage of the bone refinement realm. The overwhelming power within invigorated him, as if his strength had found the perfect stage to unleash its potential. Each burst of energy felt like thunder roaring, with electric currents racing through his body. The numbers on the panel flickered rapidly as time passed. By the 400th hour, all acupoints began nurturing the blood essence. By the 500th hour, half of the blood essence had been nurtured. By the 700th hour, the nurturing was complete, and the work of linking the Great Sun Cauldron commenced. Shen Shu observed the wondrous changes within him as the originally golden blood essence slowly departed from the acupoints, weaving a complex network throughout his body. The red energy was driven out, and the golden blood essence quickly took the dominant position. Soon, the faint outline of a magnificent cauldron began to take shape. By the 1000th hour, the linking of the Great Sun Cauldron was finally complete. The energy within the acupoints surged wildly, and with a sudden jolt of the cauldron, all acupoints were instantly suppressed, with the energy trapped within. The technique of the Great Sun Cauldron formation was perfected. As time went on, the energy within the acupoints was gradually refined into golden blood essence, converging within the cauldron into a brilliant golden mini-sun. By the 1200th hour, 10 acupoints had been thoroughly refined into blood essence. Shen Shu gazed at those 10 shimmering acupoints, feeling an overwhelming sense of excitement. Recalling the hardships of initially opening the acupoints, now, with the support of the Great Sun Cauldron formation, the golden blood essence had filled 10 acupoints. The power contained within these essences was far beyond ordinary energy, marking the invaluable and superior nature of the Great Sun Cauldron formation, comparable to top-tier Qi realm techniques. Though the cultivation process was lengthy, the rewards were well worth the effort. Even if Shen Shu were to stop cultivating now, the Great Sun Cauldron formation would continue refining his internal energy tirelessly. The golden blood essence gradually merged with his skin and bones, continually nourishing his body. In essence, Shen Shu was growing stronger every moment until his body could no longer contain more blood essence. With his current physical strength and energy, Shen Shu could effortlessly defeat a raging bear with his bare hands, without relying on any additional techniques. Shen Shu paused the cultivation, preserving the remaining 420 hours of sage time for future use. At that moment, a previously escaped fourth-tier fierce beast suddenly appeared in the jungle. A sudden thunderous explosion echoed in the air as Shen Shu instantly appeared above a fourth-tier beast. With a powerful kick, the tough-skinned ironhide boar was sent flying. Before the beast could hit the ground, Shen Shu's dark energy erupted within it, causing blood to spray out like a fountain, enveloping the area in a mist of blood. The system notification sounded. You have slain a fourth-tier fierce beast, gaining 100 hours of sage time. Seeing the rapid decrease of sage time, Shen Shu felt a pang of heartache. Suddenly, the howling of a three-headed dog emerged from deep within the jungle, followed by a massive fireball blooming in the sky. A flash of wariness crossed Shen Shu's eyes as he transformed into a blood-red comet, racing towards the direction of the three-headed dog amidst the sound of thunder. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.